It was a beautiful spring day. The sun was shining and I, Yin Xian, got married. My dad, Yin Huayuan, was the happiest of all. He wore a wrinkled, old gray suit with visible rough edges, but none of that mattered. His face beamed with joy, and the wrinkles on his face bunched up from his constant smile. The other person equally happy was the old man from the Feng family. He finally fulfilled his late wife's wish of bringing me into their family. At the wedding, I heard people gossiping. Some whispered that I was too ugly for Feng Yu, and that I was only married to bring good fortune. Others said that Feng Yu's family believed I would save him from a disaster predicted by his grandma. They mocked my appearance, saying I was fat, with a double chin, and ate too much. While people gossiped, Feng Yu left, looking unhappy. No one paid attention to me. I sat at the table eating, stuffing my face with beef and eggs, thinking the food was too small, so I had to eat more. As for Feng Yu, he went to the back of the house where I wasn't allowed. Later, he comforted someone named Lin Tang, who was upset about our marriage. Feng Yu assured him that our marriage was just a deal, and he was only with me for Lin Tang's recovery. After I finished eating, I left. Walking down the hill, I felt a little regret that I didn't enjoy the view of the beautiful villa. It was such a nice place, but the wedding was filled with people only interested in fame and fortune. The walk was tiring because of my weight, but I didn't want to spend money on a cab, so I walked to the bus stop, finally catching the last bus. I returned to the city, heading to the old district where I had woken up 3 days ago, in a body that wasn't originally mine. I had drowned in the river and somehow took over this body. The previous owner, also named Yin Qian, was pushed into the river by someone. He wasn't very smart and didn't know who did it, but he wanted me to find his killer before I could continue using his body. I looked around the place where he fell into the river, trying to figure out who might have done it. But before I could investigate more, my dad called, angrily telling me to return to Feng's house because it was my wedding day. When I arrived back at the Feng family's house, it was late. Feng Yu's mother, Shin Junmei, gave me a cold look, scolding me for being out so late on my wedding night. I responded absent-mindedly, playing dumb like I was supposed to, pretending to be the old Yin Qian, while secretly trying to find out who killed him. I could tell Shin Junmei was furious with me, but she was trying to stay composed. She was lecturing me on how I should behave now that I'm married to Feng Yu, telling me to consult him on everything and not to embarrass the Feng family. I knew what she meant, but I just acted clueless, nodding and saying oh like the fool they all thought I was. Then Feng Yu's grandpa told everyone to go to bed since it was late. He seemed to feel sorry for me, thinking I was a good person despite being a bit dim-witted. He even respected me for gaining weight to donate bone marrow. When grandpa spoke, everyone dispersed, and Feng Yu walked away without looking back. I just stood there, lost in thought, until Shin Junmei snapped at me to follow Feng Yu. So I trailed after Feng Yu up to the 3rd floor, but before I could enter, he slammed the door in my face and locked it. The sound of the lock was loud, like he wanted me to hear it. I stood there for a moment, thinking how pathetic it was to be locked out on my wedding night. But I'm not the original Yin Qian. I'm not going to let Feng Yu treat me like this. I went back downstairs, making noise in the garden by the old man's window, tossing stones into the pond. I found a bigger rock and was about to throw it when a shadow darted past, scaring me. It looked like a child, but the Feng family didn't have any kids except Feng Yu. So who could it be? As I stood there puzzled, the butler Lu Bo came out, clearly chasing the shadow. He saw me by the pond and asked what I was doing. I just pointed to the moon and said I was admiring it. When I told him Feng Yu locked me out, he seemed uncomfortable and suggested I sleep elsewhere, but I refused. After all, my dad said I had to sleep with Feng Yu now that we were married. Before Lu Bo could figure out what to do, Feng Yu's grandpa appeared. Hearing that I was locked out, he got mad and decided to handle it himself. He grabbed my hand and led me back to Feng Yu's door, demanding it be opened. Feng Yu quickly unlocked it when he realized grandpa was there. I sweetly called Feng Yu big brother and tried to hold his hand, but he dodged me. Grandpa scolded Feng Yu for treating me poorly, reminding him that I was now part of the family. Feng Yu grudgingly agreed, and I silently laughed at how much trouble he was in. Once Grandpa left, Feng Yu glared at me and accused me of telling on him to Grandpa. I played innocent, saying it wasn't my fault, but Feng Yu didn't buy it. He stormed out, leaving me alone. I pretended to chase after him but happily locked the door and enjoyed my time alone. That night, I slept peacefully until something woke me. I felt like someone was watching me. When I opened my eyes, there was no one there, but I was sure I heard footsteps. I cautiously checked the room, but nothing seemed out of place. Then I heard faint footsteps outside, slowly fading away. Confused, I tried to figure out who could have been in Feng Yu's room in the middle of the night, but before I could make sense of it, everything went black and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself in a strange, dusty basement with cobwebs on the ceiling. I wasn't alone. There were 7 other people with me, all wearing different kinds of clothes like they were from different places. One woman was crying and begging for mercy, while the others seemed just as confused as I was. We were trapped. As soon as the woman in the simple clothes heard the noise, she jumped up from crying and quickly ran to the boxes, pulling out an axe. She held it tightly and glared at the woman in the black leather jacket. The leather woman, clearly unsettled by the look, asked, "What are you staring at?" But the other woman just ignored her and sat in a corner with the axe. Suddenly, the man in the checkered shirt cheered because he had managed to open the door. Everyone moved toward the exit, but before I could take a step, I felt a small hand grab mine. It was the little dark-skinned girl who had been watching me since I woke up. I didn't like being touched by strangers, so I tried to pull my hand away, but she held on tighter, saying she was scared. I told her to let go, to find one of the older girls to help her instead, but she refused and said I was the only one who looked somewhat human. After a brief back and forth, I gave in, agreeing to take her along, but she insisted on holding my hand the whole time. As we moved to the door, the old man who had been lying on the ground woke up and asked where we were. Before I could answer, a mechanical voice from above announced that everyone had woken up and that the game was about to start. It instructed us to each pick a box from the room, as it contained our weapons for the game. We weren't allowed to trade or steal from others during the first round, or we'd be eliminated. A few people hesitated, unsure of what was going on. The woman with the axe seemed to know something, urging everyone to follow the rules. Meanwhile, the girl with me tugged on my hand, signaling me to pick a box. I chose one and found only a matchbox inside, while the little girl grabbed something and quickly hid it in her pocket. I felt dumb, showing off my matchbox to everyone while she smirked at me. After everyone had chosen their boxes, the voice announced that the next stage of the game involved passing through a narrow, dark hallway, one by one. The last person to enter would be eliminated. The instructions made everyone nervous, and we started arguing about who should go first. The woman in black said whoever had the strongest weapon should lead, and she waved her gun around to make her point. I tried to suggest that maybe the person who went last would win since the game was about being considerate, but no one believed me. The man in the checkered shirt asked if I was willing to go last, clearly testing me. I threw the question back at him, and he immediately sprinted for the hallway. But before he could get far, a gunshot rang out. He fell to the ground, blood soaking his shoes. The woman in black had shot him, calmly lowering her gun and reminding everyone that she was in charge. No one argued. We all followed her down the hallway, stepping over the dead man's body. I, still in shock, walked at the back of the group. As we passed the body, I secretly reached into the dead man's pocket and grabbed a set of keys. I had no idea what they'd be for, but I wasn't going to leave them behind. In the dim light of the basement, I looked at the keys I had taken from the checkered shirt man. There were 2. One that seemed to be for a front door and the other for an electric scooter. Attached to the keyring was a small photo of a little girl with pigtails. I searched his other pocket and found a scalpel, which I quietly slipped into my own pocket. This was what I had been hoping for. The gunshot that killed the man hadn't shocked me as much as it should have. I had seen too much death to be easily disturbed. What struck me more was how no one else reacted with fear. Not even the crying woman or the little girl. That told me that none of these people were innocent bystanders. They all had something to hide. We moved forward in the dark for about 20 minutes, guided by the woman in the leather jacket, until she finally stopped and pushed open a heavy iron door. Bright light flooded in, and it took a moment for my eyes to adjust. In front of us was a grid of flashing colored tiles. The robotic voice returned, explaining that only 7 of the 100 tiles were safe, and we each had 7 steps to find a path across. Everyone hesitated. The man with the buzz cut complained, and the old man calmly pointed out that we didn't have enough steps to explore half of the grid. If we stepped on the wrong tile, we'd likely get electrocuted, judging by the wires under the tiles. The leather woman, who seemed to be in charge because of her gun, told the old man to go first. He suggested we work together, but no one was listening. It was clear to me that the first few people were going to be sacrificed to find the safe path. Arguments broke out again, and the woman with the axe started suggesting we kill someone to use their body to test the tiles. Her eyes locked on the little girl, and she began walking toward her with the axe. The little girl froze in fear. Without thinking, I stepped in front of the girl, blocking the woman's path. I argued that killing the girl wouldn't help us since her body wasn't an insulator. We needed to work together, not turn on each other. The woman wasn't convinced, and others began to side with her. They wanted to use the girl as a test subject, and I could feel the tension rising. The leather woman and the buzz cut man agreed with the plan, and even the old man started pressuring me to move aside. Then, the little girl, who had been silent until now, suddenly laughed. She grabbed my hand again and threw something small and black toward the group. There was a loud explosion, and flames erupted everywhere. I didn't even have time to be surprised before everything went black. I woke up suddenly, drenched in sweat, my beige pajamas sticking to my back. I was disoriented, sitting in bed, breathing heavily. The vivid flames from the dream still filled my vision, making it hard to grasp my surroundings. It took a good 10 minutes before I fully realized where I was. The familiar scent of cologne in Feng Yu's bedroom brought me back to reality. It was just a dream, but it had felt so real. Why was I having such dreams in this body? What had Yin Qian been through before? I went to the bathroom, took a shower to calm down, and tried to process everything. It was only 3 a.m., but after changing into Feng Yu's pajamas and lying back in bed, sleep wouldn't come. The faces and words of those people from the dream were still too clear in my mind. By morning, with heavy dark circles under my eyes, I lay in bed trying to rest. Feng Yu's angry voice and loud knocking pulled me out of my thoughts. I tried to ignore him, but he wouldn't stop, so I slowly got up and opened the door. I greeted him with a smile. "Little Yu, you're back." He looked furious, accusing me of sleeping too deeply to hear him. I apologized, trying to play dumb. When he noticed I was wearing his clothes, he exploded, demanding I take them off. I explained that I didn't have my own clothes here, which only made him more irritated. Despite his outburst, I stayed cheerful, offering to help him pick out clothes for the day. I chose a red suit, a green shirt, and white pants, all mismatched, which only made him angrier. But I kept up the act, pretending I didn't notice his frustration. In the bathroom, I finally saw myself in the mirror, and it shocked me. My face looked pale and lifeless, almost green. I could feel the deathly aura gathering around this body. It was clear that if I left this body, it would quickly rot away. Something wasn't right. This body was deteriorating faster than expected. I realized that if I wanted to keep using this body, I would need to restore its vitality. The only way to do that was to continue with Yin Qian's life, which meant donating bone marrow to Lin Tang. I sighed, frustrated by how difficult everything was turning out to be. After cleaning up, I followed Feng Yu to the main house, clinging to his arm as we walked. When we arrived, I even fixed his collar, much to his annoyance. Once inside, I greeted Feng Yu's grandpa with a bright smile and a cheery, "Good morning, Grandpa." Grandpa asked how I slept, and I almost revealed that Feng Yu wasn't with me last night, but Feng Yu pinched my arm hard, stopping me from saying more. He quickly lied, saying we slept well. At breakfast, I eagerly served Feng Yu, trying to please him by pouring milk and offering food, but he was clearly annoyed. Grandpa told me to focus on my own meal, which I obediently did. Then, Feng Yu's younger brother showed up, skinny and sickly looking, with dark circles under his eyes. It hit me that he must have been the shadow I saw the night before. As he ate quickly, almost like he was starving, Grandpa scolded him for his lack of manners. The atmosphere around the table became even more awkward. I couldn't help but wonder about this boy. He seemed like an unloved outsider, probably a secret child no one wanted to acknowledge. Compared to him, I felt lucky despite how lowly Fengyu and his mother saw me. After breakfast, Fengyu's mother stormed off, followed by his father, who tried to console her. Fengyu also made an excuse to leave, claiming he had to get to work. Soon, it was just Grandpa and me left at the table, slowly finishing our meal in an otherwise silent house. Xiaoyan, what are your plans for today? Master Feng seemed completely unaffected by the situation, continuing to converse calmly with Yin Qian. I'm going home to pick up some things, Yin Qian replied honestly. Despite his marriage, he hadn't brought anything to the Feng family, and they hadn't prepared anything for him either. All right, let the driver, Oldly, take you. No need. I can manage on my own. I don't have much to carry, so there's no need to trouble Uncle Li. Yin Qian hadn't expected such treatment, being offered the chance to be chauffeured by Master Feng's personal driver. Good boy. It's no trouble. Your Uncle Li has no other tasks today, so let him accompany you. Oh, thank you, Grandpa, Yin Qian responded, though he wasn't sure why they insisted. Still, having a driver saved him the cost of public transport, and it would be foolish to refuse. After finishing his glass of milk, Yin Qian left with Oldly to his own home. His marriage had been rushed, though not by his own urgency, but his father, Yin Huayuan's. His father was desperate to secure funds for his 108th business venture, which, according to him, was a surefire, can't-lose opportunity. With great ambition, Yin Huayuan had informed Yin Qian only 3 days before the wedding. The bridegroom was none other than the young master of the Feng family, Fengyu, Yin Qian's childhood friend. Naive and clueless, Yin Qian didn't understand the intricacies. His father told him to marry into the Feng family, so he complied. After all, he wouldn't have to do much. Everything was already arranged. As for why the Feng family was in such a hurry, Yin Huayuan had never bothered to investigate. Yin Qian, bewildered but somewhat pleased, learned he was to marry Fengyu, the boy who had once shared candy with him. He even quickly agreed to donate his bone marrow to Fengyu's friend, Lin Tang, a request that was one of the reasons Fengyu had reluctantly accepted the marriage. Back at the house where he had lived for 20 years, Yin Qian gathered some essentials. At the Feng residence, he had been placed in Fengyu's room, living alongside him, though none of the space had been prepared for him. Since he didn't plan to stay there long, he packed only a simple backpack and headed downstairs, ready to return to the Feng family. The neighborhood where Yin Qian lived was an old residential area with low buildings, a tangled web of electrical wires overhead, and streets that were narrow and worn. Oldly cautiously navigated the car out to the main road. Just as they were about to drive away, a loud crash echoed from the distance. A small truck had barreled through a pedestrian crossing, smashing into a wall and leaving a gaping hole. Screams, shouts, and sirens filled the air. A white electric bike was crushed beneath the truck, dragged along the ground. The body of a woman lay mangled, her severed leg abandoned in the middle of the street, while a trail of blood stretched toward the traffic lights. Flesh clung to the asphalt like scattered chunks of raw meat. Old Li's car couldn't move, trapped until the scene was cleared. Yin Qian stepped out slowly, his eyes drawn to a pair of blood-stained black pants by the roadside. Nearby lay a set of keys, and for some reason, they looked strangely familiar. He walked closer, noticing 2 keys attached to the ring, one large, iron key for a door and the other, likely the key to the electric bike, now broken in half. A small, shattered plastic frame lay next to the keys, with a photo that had fallen out and was now stained with blood, face down on the ground. Yin Qian knelt down, his expression heavy as he picked up the photograph. It was of a little girl with pigtails. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch anything. Step away from the scene. A policeman rushed over, grabbing the photo from his hands and ushering him away. Yin Qian felt disoriented, his thoughts drifting as if his mind had slipped into another realm. Why were the keys from his dream here in reality? The woman crushed by the truck. How did she have the same set of keys as the man in his dream with the checkered shirt? What connection did the two of them have? Why did his dream intertwine with reality? Standing by the bustling street, Cold sweat dripped down Yin Qian's back. His ears began to ring, his thoughts spinning wildly. A terrifying question emerged in his mind. Which was real, the dream or the reality? Young Master Yin, let's go. Oldly called out several times before Yin Qian finally heard him. The strange thought that had briefly flashed through his mind was now dismissed. Despite his limited abilities, he knew he couldn't be trapped in a dream for this long without realizing it. As the car rolled down the main road, the accident scene became even more visible. Yin Qian couldn't help but glance again at the woman, now covered by a white sheet. Just as they were about to drive past, Yin Qian caught sight of a small, thin figure standing among the crowd. Wasn't that the Feng family's second son, Feng Heir, the one who always seemed so hungry and frail? What was he doing here? Yin Qian's mind buzzed with questions, and he couldn't resist asking Oldly, Uncle Li, look, it's Feng Heir. What's he doing here? Yin Qian exclaimed, playing up his usual air of naivety. Oh, the second young master is probably on his way to school, just passing by, Oldly responded nonchalantly, as if Feng Heir were of little consequence. Yin Qian, noting Oldly's indifference, quickly suggested, let's give him a ride. All right, Oldly replied, though his expression in the rearview mirror revealed a hint of reluctance. He clearly wasn't keen on the idea but had no choice but to comply. After pulling the car to the side of the road, Yin Qian eagerly hopped out, waving and calling out to the boy. Feng Heir! Feng Heir! The child saw him, but with an emotionless face, continued walking. Hey, Feng Heir, where are you going? Uncle Li can drive you, Yin Qian shouted again, trying to catch up. Luckily, the boy wasn't walking fast, and Yin Qian soon caught up to him, though the child remained silent, refusing to acknowledge him. Feng Heir, why won't you speak? Are you heading to school? Uncle Li can drive you. Finally, the boy stopped and turned to face Yin Qian, his expressionless eyes staring blankly. Yin Qian, panting slightly from the chase, smiled awkwardly. The boy's complexion was dreadful, dark circles under his eyes, a face devoid of any vitality, like the face of the dead. Come on, the car is over there, Yin Qian urged, pointing in the direction of the vehicle. The boy silently obeyed, heading toward the car. Yin Qian quickly followed. Oldly greeted the boy, though he didn't respond, simply slipping into the back seat. Oldly seemed unfazed, as if used to the boy's silence, and started the car. Yin Qian, sitting beside the boy, attempted to make conversation, but each question was met with cold silence. Growing tired of talking to himself, Yin Qian eventually gave up. When they finally reached the school, the boy wordlessly stepped out and walked away, leaving Yin Qian waving a cheerful goodbye from the car window. As soon as the boy disappeared from sight, Yin Qian turned to Oldly, eager for gossip. Uncle Li, what's wrong with him? Why doesn't he speak? The second young master has always been like that. He doesn't like talking. Has he ever spoken? When he was younger, yes. But after his mother passed away, he stopped. His mother? Isn't she the same as Feng Yu's mother? Of course not. They're half-brothers, different mothers. Yin Qian wasn't surprised. Oh, I see. I used to play with Feng Yu when we were kids, but I don't remember ever seeing Feng Heir. Well, the second young master didn't leave the house much when he was younger. He only started going out when he had to attend school, so not many people know him. I see. His complexion looks awful, though. Yes. We've had doctors look at him, but they've never found anything wrong. Before the old madam passed, she even consulted a spiritual master, who said the second young master was being haunted by something evil. They tried all kinds of methods, but nothing worked. Yin Qian's eyes gleamed with excitement. A supernatural story was unfolding. He struggled to keep his voice calm as he said, Really? Poor kid. It's a miracle he survived this long if something evil has been after him. Well, Oldly cleared his throat. The old madam knew a bit about these things. She always said that the spirit haunting the second young master was his own mother. What? Yin Qian was taken aback. What kind of mother would haunt her child even after death? Yes. That's why the second young master has stayed with the Feng family all this time. Before the old madam passed, she made it clear that Feng Heir couldn't be sent away. or his mother's spirit would bring misfortune to the family. Yin Qian finally understood. It had all been orchestrated. He thought he was digging for gossip, but in reality, they were feeding him the information on purpose. The secrets of the Feng family weren't something outsiders could easily learn, and even within the family, such things were rarely spoken of. Having a driver like Oldly reveal the details was the perfect setup. No wonder Master Feng had insisted on Oldly driving him home to get his belongings. It was all a ploy to relay this message. Yin Qian suddenly felt bored. The gossip from Oldly probably wasn't that credible after all. All this talking was merely to warn him not to provoke Feng Er. Even if Yin Qian hadn't brought up Feng Er, Oldly would have found a way to steer the conversation in that direction. Don't worry, he's pitiful enough. I won't trouble him, Yin Qian promised without hesitation. He had enough problems of his own to deal with. How could he possibly have the time to worry about someone else? The death aura surrounding this body was growing heavier by the day, and an accident could happen at any moment. He didn't want to end up like the original, foolish Yin Qian, dying without even understanding why. After bringing his daily essentials back to the Feng household, Yin Qian wasted no time in scheduling a physical check-up for the next day. He had been working on gaining weight for a while now, and it seemed he was almost ready to donate bone marrow to Lin Tang. Yin Qian reflected on what the foolish Yin Qian's life would have been like if he hadn't died. The thought was terrifying. The poor fool was destined to endure both physical and emotional abuse from Feng Yu and Lin Tang. Yet he wouldn't be able to fight back due to the weak yang energy in his body. The unfortunate trajectory of his life was one Yin Qian couldn't avoid either, as he was forced to follow in the fool's footsteps. It was truly pitiful. As evening approached, Feng Yu called Yin Qian, asking him to meet up. After storming out of the house in anger the previous night, Feng Yu had, of course, gone straight to Lin Tang and recounted Yin Qian's antics. Lin Tang had then come up with an idea. Feng Yu couldn't do much to Yin Qian while they were under Master Feng's roof, but if they moved out and lived on their own, without the old man's watchful eye, they could do whatever they pleased. Feng Yu was sold on the idea and spent half a day securing an apartment. Now, he was calling Yin Qian to come over immediately. Yin Qian grabbed his backpack and eagerly set off. This plan suited him perfectly. The dream he did last night had nearly driven him insane. The oppressive yin energy in the Feng household was suffocating. Whoever wanted to live there could have it. He was eager to leave. When he arrived at the apartment Feng Yu had arranged, Feng Yu greeted him with a sour expression. From now on, you'll live here. Don't go back to the old house and bother Grandpa, understand? Brother Xiaoyu, what about you? Yin Qian asked innocently. I'm busy. Just stay here, take care of yourself, and keep your body in good condition. I've fulfilled my part of the deal. Now you have to keep your promise, right? Don't worry, Brother Xiaoyu. I've already scheduled my physical for tomorrow. If there are no major issues, I'll be able to donate bone marrow to Lin Tang very soon. Hearing this, Feng Yu's demeanor changed instantly. He smiled, visibly pleased. That's great. Xiao Yin, you're the best. Next time, I'll buy you some candy as a reward. The way Feng Yu looked at him with that affectionate expression gave Yin Qian goosebumps, though he had no choice but to plaster a happy smile on his face. Pretending to be a fool wasn't easy. His face was beginning to feel stiff from all the acting. After settling Yin Qian in, Feng Yu quickly left. Yin Qian took a casual look around the apartment. It was small, but cozy enough, and most importantly, it had convenient transportation. However, despite these conveniences, Yin Qian had no intention of actually staying here. No place was as comfortable as his own home. As soon as Feng Yu walked out the door, Yin Qian followed suit, backpack in hand. This turn of events had spared him the need to deal with Master Feng any further. He was now free to head back home without fuss. He took the bus back, and as he passed the intersection near his house, he couldn't help but glance again at the scene of the morning's accident. People were going about their business as usual, and there was no sign of the tragedy that had unfolded earlier. Yin Qian stopped by the local market near his building and bought some groceries, planning to cook dinner. While picking out tofu, he struck up a conversation with the vendor, casually probing for details about the accident. In this old district, most residents were long-time locals who knew each other well, making gossip flow easily. As Yin Qian selected his tofu, the vendor, An older woman eagerly shared what she knew. The news said the driver wasn't on drugs or drunk. He couldn't even explain how he hit the gas, probably just fell asleep at the wheel. Poor woman, though. I heard she just dropped her daughter off at school. Thank God the child wasn't with her. Such a tragedy. The girl is still so young. Yin Xian, putting on a sympathetic face, responded, How unfortunate. What did she do for a living? She was a cashier at the supermarket. The vendor replied, cutting the tofu and wrapping it up for him. Taking the package, Yin Xian slowly pulled out his phone to pay, still in no rush to leave. And what about her husband? He asked casually. He's out of town, working long, haul freight. Probably hasn't made it back yet, the woman replied, her hands busy as more customers arrived. It was nearing dinner time, and the market was bustling. Seeing the crowd, Yin Xian didn't want to take up more of her time, so he gave a final comment. That truck driver sure was careless. Yeah, it's important to be cautious on the road. The vendor sighed, moving on to serve the next customer. Yin Xian left with his tofu in hand, mulling over what he had learned. It seemed, on the surface, to be just a tragic accident, but he remained curious about the woman's connection to the checkered shirt man from his dream. What was their link? Pondering this, he headed home with his groceries, planning to make a carp and tofu soup for dinner. He was thoroughly enjoying the pleasures of earthly food, and as long as this body held up, he intended to savor as much of life's delicacies as possible. Though his old apartment was run down, its location was ideal. The surrounding neighbors, including his father Yanhua Yuan, were all eagerly awaiting redevelopment so they could move into bigger, newer homes. Especially after Yin Xian's mother passed away when he was 9, his father had almost never returned home, either because he was too scared or simply disliked the place. As a result, the fool Yin Xian had learned to fend for himself, developing excellent cooking skills and managing to take care of his own basic needs, even if his mind wasn't particularly sharp. That night, as darkness fell, Yin Xian worried that he might have another dream. To avoid that, he made a small adjustment to himself, shutting off his senses and retreating into a void. For the first time in a long while, he slept dreamlessly, waking up feeling fully rested. However, when he looked in the mirror, the death aura surrounding him had only thickened. The sensation of being on the brink of death was becoming more oppressive. Time was running out. After a quick breakfast at home, Yin Xian headed to the hospital for his scheduled check-up. By midday, both the physical examination and the psychological evaluation were completed, and everything was deemed normal. He was cleared to proceed with the bone marrow donation. Yin Xian scheduled the earliest available appointment to begin receiving injections of the mobilizing agent for stem cell collection. He needed to perform this good deed quickly in hopes of gathering some positive energy to dispel the lingering death aura. Just as he was about to leave the hospital, several men stormed into a consultation room nearby. Moments later, the corridor erupted with screams and cries for help. A male doctor, clutching his abdomen, was fleeing down the hallway, chased by 3 men brandishing knives and shouting, "You'll pay for your crimes, you heartless doctor." Security rushed to rescue the injured doctor, but the 3 men were relentless, continuing their attack. Yin Xian, along with other patients, was pushed into a corner, trapped with no way out. Police arrived quickly, but the men, with nothing to lose, began threatening the bystanders. Waving their knives at the crowd, one shouted, "Hand over that darn doctor, or more people will die." Stay calm. Violence won't solve anything. If you're facing difficulties, you should appeal to the proper legal authorities. One of the officers tried reasoning. Stop wasting time. We just want revenge on that crooked doctor. One of the men yelled, advancing toward the group where Yin Xian was standing. Seeing the man approach with a knife, the crowd recoiled in fear, women and children screaming in terror. As the blade slashed toward him, Yin Xian instinctively raised his hand to block, shielding the terrified woman beside him. His palm was sliced open, blood spilling out. Yin Xian didn't mention the stabbing incident to anyone. Fortunately, his injuries weren't severe, just surface wounds, though he had lost a lot of blood. While the doctor bandaged his hand, they asked where his family was, and Yin Xian simply replied that he was alone. He knew full well that this accident was merely another result of the death aura clinging to him. If he didn't find a way to dispel it soon, more life-threatening situations like this would keep happening until one eventually claimed his life. Once his wounds were dressed and he'd collected his medication, Yin Xian winced at the unexpected few hundred yuan he had to spend on medical bills. With a pained heart, he stepped out of the hospital, only to be knocked off balance by someone hurrying through the entrance. Startled, he thought another accident was about to befall him, his face paling in fear. But before he could fall, the other person's quick reflexes caught him by the waist, holding him steady. A refreshing scent filled his nose as a handsome face appeared right in front of his. Yin Xian froze, momentarily dazed, realizing that all of his weight was being supported by the man's arms around his waist. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" "I'm in a rush, really sorry." The man apologized repeatedly as he helped Yin Xian back onto his feet. It wasn't until then that Yin Xian snapped out of his stupor, noticing that another person had followed behind the man. It was none other than Feng Er, the same child he had sent off to school that morning. Feng Er was holding his head, blood trickling from a wound, and his face was as expressionless as ever. "Feng Er? What happened to your head?" Yin Xian asked in surprise. "You two know each other?" The handsome man looked equally surprised. "I'm his sister-in-law," Yin Xian replied automatically, not noticing the faint furrow that briefly crossed the child's perpetually deadpan face. His head was hit by some glass, but don't worry, the school nurse already treated him. "I just brought him here for a follow-up to be sure," the man explained apologetically. "How did he get hit by glass?" "Some students were messing around, broke a window, and the glass fell on Feng Er," the man replied while leading the boy further inside. Yin Xian quickly followed. At that very moment, Yin Xian noticed something strange. The death aura around him had lightened, as if some of it had been dispelled. It dawned on him that it must have been caused by the abundance of purple qi, or positive energy, radiating from the handsome man. This was a sign of good karma, a rare blessing, and an encounter like this could be life-saving. Yin Xian's eyes lit up, gazing at the man as if he were a precious treasure. The sheer amount of purple qi surrounding him was blinding, his karmic merits almost overwhelming. If Yin Xian could somehow form a connection with him, even just a little, it would be enough to make the Reapers hesitate before coming for his life. "Are you Feng Er's teacher?" Yin Xian asked eagerly. "I am. I teach math, and I'm also his homeroom teacher." "I apologize for the incident involving Feng Er," the man, still somewhat apologetic, responded. Yin Xian's mind raced as he realized he needed to show more concern for Feng Er. After all, it would be odd for someone in his position to focus on anything else. He hurried over to the boy and asked, "Feng Er, are you all right?" Feng Er didn't even spare him a glance, clutching his head and following the man toward the registration desk. The teacher didn't seem bothered by the boy's coldness and continued guiding him to the doctor. Inside the consultation room, Feng Er sat still, his wooden demeanor unchanged as the doctor examined his head. Coincidentally, the doctor attending to him was the same one who had just treated Yin Xian's own wounds. Recognizing the round-faced young man, the doctor raised a brow at him. Yin Xian quickly approached and said, "Doctor, my little brother's hurt. Please check on him. Didn't you just tell me earlier that you didn't have any family? And now you've got a brother?" The doctor teased lightly, finding Yin Xian's innocent demeanor somewhat amusing. Yin Xian awkwardly scratched his head before replying, "Well, my family is busy. They have their own things to take care of," the doctor chuckled, thinking Yin Xian was a bit slow but in an endearing way. "All right, your brother's fine. Just make sure the wound stays dry and have him rest." "Thank you, doctor," Yin Xian replied, imitating the polite mannerisms of the body's original owner, playing the part of the fool quite convincingly. Feng Er, his eyes still devoid of emotion, cast a brief glance at the doctor before standing up to leave. Yin Xian lingered for a moment, wanting to say something to the boy's homeroom teacher, hoping to extend their interaction. The man, noticing Yin Xian's lingering presence, introduced himself. "I'm Yang Jushu, Feng Er's homeroom teacher." "And you are?" Yin Xian's face lit up, responding eagerly. My name is Yin Qian. Yin as in swallow, Qian as in the land of Guizhou. All right, Mr. Yin. I need to take care of something, so I'll leave Feng Er in your hands, Yang Jiushu said, clearly trying to end the conversation. He seemed uncomfortable with Yin Qian's enthusiasm, especially since his partner at home had a tendency to get jealous. Oh, all right then, Yin Qian said, disappointment clear on his face as he reluctantly left the consultation room. Looking around for Feng Er, he realized the boy had already disappeared. Panicking, Yin Qian rushed downstairs and finally caught sight of him just as he reached the street. Feng Er, wait for me. I'll carry your bag, Yin Qian called out. Feng Er didn't respond and kept walking. Are you taking the bus? I'll go with you. I can call a cab to take us home. Still ignoring him, Feng Er reached the bus stop and stood quietly, waiting. Yin Qian noticed how small and fragile the boy looked with his oversized school bag and his bandaged head. Considering his own injuries, he figured it would be better to call a cab instead of squeezing into a crowded bus. Yin Qian reached out to take the boy's bag, but Feng Er finally reacted, gripping it tightly and pulling away. The sudden movement caused Yin Qian to wince in pain, his abdomen wound throbbing from the strain. Seeing the distress on Yin Qian's face, Feng Er paused, glancing briefly at the bandages on his hand. Yin Qian managed a weak smile. Your bag seems heavy. Let me help you carry it. We'll go back together. Feng Er tugged at his bag with unexpected strength, yanking it from Yin Qian's grasp. The movement caused Yin Qian's wound to flare up again, his face contorting in pain. Realizing the boy didn't want his help, Yin Qian let go of the bag and took a moment to catch his breath. Your teacher seems really nice. Is he from this city? Does he live in the school dorms? Oh, right, you don't talk much. Can you write? Do you have your teacher's phone number? Or maybe his WeChat? I forgot to ask him earlier. Yin Qian rattled off a series of questions, trying to engage with the boy. Feng Er remained utterly unresponsive, not even sparing him a glance. Yin Qian was starting to feel exasperated, but more than anything, he was anxious. This was a matter of life and death for him. Meeting Yang Jiushu had already dispelled a considerable amount of the death aura surrounding him. If he could deepen his relationship with the teacher, he might be able to extend his life considerably. Just then, the bus arrived. Yin Qian noticed it wasn't crowded and still had plenty of seats. As Feng Er got on and scanned his card, Yin Qian followed suit, choosing a seat directly in front of the boy so he could continue his questioning. After all, this was a matter of survival. He had to find a way to get closer to Yang Jiushu. However, the constant twisting of his body to face Feng Er soon made Yin Qian feel nauseous as the bus swayed down the road. Feng Er remained impassive, his blank face ignoring Yin Qian's attempts to engage him. Eventually, Yin Qian had no choice but to turn around and sit properly, trying to ease the dizziness. When the bus reached their stop, Yin Qian stumbled off, his legs feeling wobbly as he fought back the nausea. Feng Er didn't even glance back, walking off without a word, completely ignoring Yin Qian's calls. Yin Qian sighed in defeat, deciding to let it go since they had at least made it back to the estate. He sat down at the bus stop for a moment to gather himself before hailing a cab to take him the rest of the way home. The next morning, Feng Yu called to ask about Yin Qian's check-up results. It seemed that Lin Tang's condition had worsened. Yin Qian took the opportunity to mention the incident at the hospital, explaining that he had been stabbed and would need at least a month or two to recover before donating bone marrow. Yin Qian tidied himself up and headed to Feng Er's school. Upon arrival, he told the gatekeeper that he was looking for his younger brother's homeroom teacher, Yang Jiushu. The gatekeeper pointed him in the right direction. When Yin Qian reached Yang Jiushu's office, the teacher had just returned from class and looked surprised to see him. Yin Qian, meanwhile, was entranced by the purple chi swirling around Yang, feeling a strong urge to soak up as much of that energy as possible. Yang Jiushu felt a little uneasy under Yin Qian's intense gaze. The desire in Yan's eyes was all too obvious. As someone who liked men, Yang had encountered such looks before, though he had no interest in this particular visitor. Moreover, his partner back home was fiercely jealous, and Yang had no intention of stepping out of line. His waist would pay the price if he did. Still, politeness was required. Yang Jiushu greeted him. Mr. Yin, what brings you here? Yin Qian, preoccupied with figuring out how to absorb some of that purple chi, took a moment to respond. After a short pause, he blurted out, "Oh, I came to check on Feng Er and also to thank you for taking him to the hospital." "It was nothing, just part of my responsibility," Yang Jushu replied patiently, waiting for Yin Qian to continue. He suspected there was more to this visit. Sure enough, Yin Qian didn't hesitate before saying, "Are you done with class? How about I treat you to lunch?" Yang Joshu raised an eyebrow, his suspicions confirmed. Yin Qian's simple and naive demeanor fit his character perfectly. "Sure, I was about to go grab lunch. Let's bring Feng Er along. I'd like to talk to you about his situation as well." Yin Qian readily agreed. As long as he could spend more time with Yang Joshu, adding Feng Er to the mix didn't matter. They went to the classroom to find Feng Er, who was sitting alone in the back, eating a piece of bread while most of the other students had already gone to the cafeteria. When called to join them for lunch, the boy followed without a word. Yang Joshu led the two to a nearby home-style restaurant. It was lunchtime, and business was booming. They couldn't get a private room, so they sat at one of the last remaining four-person tables in the main dining area. Yang let Yin Qian order, and Yin, thoroughly captivated by the menu, eagerly selected 5 dishes he wanted to try. Yang had no objections and simply ordered drinks for the 3 of them before telling the server to place the order. Despite the restaurant's busyness, the food came out quickly. Yin Qian dug in with gusto, the satisfaction of good food washing over him. He couldn't help but marvel at how truly irreplaceable food was in this world. Watching Yin Qian eat so heartily, Yang Jushu felt his own appetite grow, and he thought to himself that perhaps this Yin Qian was different from the rest of the Feng family. Feng Er will be taking his high school entrance exams soon. I've been his homeroom teacher for 3 years, and this is the first time any family member has come to see him, Yang Jushu remarked, his voice tinged with both frustration and sadness. "High school exams." Yin Qian turned to look at the small, fragile figure of Feng Er sitting beside him. With his petite frame, Yin Qian had always assumed the boy was still in elementary school. Yang Joshu noticed Yin Qian's surprised reaction and felt a pang of sympathy for Feng Er. The Feng family was one of the most prominent in the city, yet their second son lived as if he were invisible. "You didn't know?" Yang Joshu's tone became more serious. "As Feng Er's homeroom teacher, I must say, the lack of attention from your family has been alarming. I'm not asking for much, but the least you could do is make sure he doesn't go hungry. I've seen him skip meals too many times to count. Frankly, I'm curious, why does your family treat him this way? The Feng family runs a vast business empire, yet it seems they can't even feed a child." Yin Qian was taken aback by Yang's bluntness. He had only married into the Feng family recently and hadn't even known Feng Er existed until a few days ago. From Yang Jushu's expression, it was clear that he was genuinely upset. Yin glanced at Feng Er, who was devouring his food in silence, completely unbothered by their conversation. For a child, such detachment was unnatural. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. We've been neglectful," Yin Qian apologized, thinking it best to admit fault for now. "This isn't just about neglect, it's about basic care. Take today's incident, for example. Feng Er got hurt, and I tried to contact your family several times, but no one came for him." Yang Jushu continued, undeterred by the apology. He wasn't the type to let insincere words slide. Hearing this, Yin Qian felt genuinely embarrassed. Today's visit wasn't even really about Feng Er. He'd come to the school to see Yang Joshu. The teacher, clearly perceptive, had probably already figured that out. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Yang, for causing you so much trouble," Yin Qian said, this time with more sincerity. "It's not about apologizing to me. It's about apologizing to Feng Er. I understand I can't force your family to change, but it's heartbreaking to see a child go hungry in this day and age," Yang Joshu said, sensing that Yin Qian might actually be listening. He pressed further, hoping to instill some sense of responsibility. Yin Qian could have easily played dumb and brushed it all off, but something held him back. Perhaps he was starting to understand why Yang Joshu carried such immense karmic merit. His compassion for Feng Er was genuine. He truly cared about the boy's well-being. Yin Qian quickly ran through the original Yin Qian's life trajectory in his mind. There had been no mention of Feng Er in the fool's original fate. Well, that suited Yin Qian just fine. If the original path didn't include Feng Er, he would pave a new one. He was done playing by the rules. Don't worry. From now on, Feng Er is my little brother. I won't let him go hungry again. And, for what it's worth, I'm a pretty good cook, Yin Qian said, ruffling Feng Er's hair and speaking to Yang Jiushu with a sincere expression. Yang Jiushu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he hadn't misjudged this new addition to the Feng family after all. I may have been a bit emotional earlier. I hope you'll forgive me, Yang Jiushu said, reverting to his usual composed and polite self now that his point had been made. Thank you, Mr. Yang. You're a good teacher, Yin Qian replied, silently thinking, and with all that purple chi surrounding you, I'll definitely be sticking around for more. After lunch, Yin Qian prepared to leave, but made sure to tell Feng Er that he would pick him up after school. As usual, the boy didn't respond, and it was unclear if he'd even heard. Back home, Yin Qian checked on the state of his death aura. Even after just one meal with Yang Jiushu, the aura had thinned noticeably. The results were effective, but it still wasn't enough to guarantee his safety. He needed to accumulate more yang energy to fully dispel the lingering death aura. Despite his desire to live life on his own terms, Yin Qian realized that he had no choice but to follow the fool's original path for now. According to the trajectory of that life, his next stop was to see Feng Yu. Although he resisted the idea, this body wasn't cooperating, and he couldn't afford to deviate from the plan just yet. Yin Qian knew Feng Yu was likely at the hospital with Lin Tang. Following the fool's logic, after hearing that Lin Tang's condition had worsened, he would definitely visit the hospital with a fruit basket. Reluctantly, Yin Qian went to a nearby fruit shop and bought a few cheap fruits. After all, they would be thrown out soon enough. Despite the low cost, Yin Qian still felt the sting of spending 12 yuan, cursing his luck. He arrived at the hospital room Lin Tang had been staying in for years. Yin Qian had been there before, visiting Feng Yu, though back then he hadn't yet died. He used to think Feng Yu's constant presence at Lin Tang's side was a testament to deep friendship. Now, he knew better. Knocking on the door, Yin Qian was unsurprised when Feng Yu answered, looking annoyed. What are you doing here? Brother Xiao Yu, you said Lin Tang was sick, so I came to visit. Yin Qian replied, blinking innocently, slipping back into the fool's persona. Seeing that it was Yin Qian, Feng Yu's temper flared. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Gloating? I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Of all the people in that hospital, why were you the one who got stabbed? Don't tell me you're trying to back out of your promise now. Brother Xiao Yu, I didn't mean to. That man was going to stab a little girl, so I stepped in to stop him. Yin Qian sighed, carrying the bag of fruit as he headed to the school to pick up Feng Er. Gathering positive energy was one thing, but finding a chance to absorb some of that rare purple energy would make the process of dispelling his death aura much quicker. Since he had promised Yang Jiushu to take care of Feng Er, he had to follow through, and besides, more interactions with Yang Jiushu could only be beneficial. With these thoughts in mind, Yin Qian made his way to find Feng Er. When he arrived at the school, most of the students had already gone home. Yin Qian hurried to Feng Er's classroom, but the students there told him that Feng Er had already left. A kind-hearted girl mentioned that Feng Er was probably waiting for the bus by now. Thanking her, Yin Qian quickly made his way to the bus stop, where, sure enough, he spotted Feng Er waiting for the bus. Upon seeing a breathless Yin Qian approach, Feng Er's usually expressionless face momentarily showed a hint of surprise. Feng Er, why didn't you wait for me? Come on, let's go home. You don't need to take the bus. You can have dinner at my place. By now, Yin Qian was used to Feng Er's lack of response, so he simply grabbed the boy's hand and led him away. Feng Er, though still expressionless, allowed Yin Qian to pull him along without resistance. The two of them took a bus back to Yin Qian's place. Once home, Yin Qian told Feng Er to sit in the living room and either relax or do his homework while he handled the meal. However, because of his injured hand, Yin Qian had to resort to ordering takeout. What do you want to eat? How about rice noodles? Can you handle spicy food? Maybe we should go with mild spice for you, Yin Qian said, all while placing the order. Feng Er sat still like a statue, staring blankly into space, not responding to anything. Yin Qian noticed that something was definitely off about the boy. He wondered if old Li's mention of unclean things was the cause. If it was some sort of spirit or entity, it would be easier to deal with. But Yin Qian feared it might be a deeper psychological issue with Feng Er himself. After placing the order, Yin Qian couldn't help but focus his senses on Feng Er, trying to detect any strange aura or energy around him. To his surprise, he saw nothing, no energy, no aura, nothing at all. It was as if Feng Er was completely devoid of life force, which was impossible for any living being. Even animals had energy, yet Feng Er seemed to be a void. This made no sense. He scrutinized the boy further, trying to understand. Feng Er noticed Yin Qian's gaze, but responded with the same blank, colorless stare. Yin Qian knew there was something unusual about the boy, something that could block out his entire life force, but he couldn't figure out what. About half an hour later, the takeout arrived. Yin Qian pulled Feng Er to the bathroom to wash their hands before sitting down at the table to eat. They each had a bowl of rice noodles, and both seemed to enjoy their meal. Feng Er, in particular, finished his portion with alarming speed, even drinking down the broth. It seemed like he would consume anything placed before him, no matter what it was. When Feng Er finished, he quietly set down his spoon, signaling the end of his meal. Yin Qian, although a lover of food himself, couldn't help but notice how ravenously the boy had eaten. It was as if this were Feng Er's last meal, as though he feared there wouldn't be another. After dinner, Yin Qian planned to send Feng Er home, but a heavy downpour had begun outside. He tried calling for a car, but after nearly 30 minutes of unsuccessful attempts, he gave up. Both of them were still recovering from injuries, and Feng Er had school the next day. Yin Qian decided to let Feng Er stay the night. Since Feng Er hadn't been contacted by anyone from the Feng family during dinner or afterward, Yin Qian assumed that no one would be coming to look for him. By the way, did you tell your family you're having dinner here? If you're staying the night, maybe you should let them know, so they don't worry, Yin Qian said as he made up a bed in his small room. His old apartment was tiny, with only 2 rooms. One room had been his parents', but after his mother passed away, that room had remained untouched, preserved exactly as it was. The original Yin Qian hadn't been able to bear disturbing the remnants of his mother's life, so the room had been left vacant. Yin Qian decided that Feng Er would sleep in his room tonight. After speaking to Feng Er about letting his family know, Yin Qian wasn't sure if the boy had done it, but he doubted the Feng family cared. They probably wouldn't be bothered by Feng Er's absence. In fact, they might even be relieved if he stayed away. Later that night, with Feng Er beside him, Yin Qian found it difficult to fall asleep. He rolled over and noticed that Feng Er was still awake, lying stiffly and staring at the ceiling. Can't sleep? Your dark circles are so bad already. You need rest. Are you scared of the thunder? Yin Qian joked, slipping into his usual talking routine. Feng Er didn't move or react, and if not for his steady breathing, Yin Qian might have thought something had happened to him. Hey, you're creeping me out. Move a little, Yin Qian said, giving him a gentle push. Still no response. Yin Qian reached over and tucked Feng Er's cold hands under the blanket. The boy's hands were icy, and his body felt cold too. Yin Qian, seeking comfort, wrapped his arms around Feng Er and pulled him into a loose embrace, mindful of his own abdominal wound. Although Feng Er was too thin to make a comfortable pillow, the act of holding someone helped Yin Qian feel secure and fall asleep more easily. If you don't sleep soon, you won't be able to wake up tomorrow, and you have school, remember? Oh, and what do you want for breakfast? I think we're out of frozen buns, so maybe I'll fry some eggs. Though you don't seem too picky, Yin Qian murmured as he drifted off. As Yin Qian's breathing slowed, becoming deep and even, Feng Er finally turned his head slowly to stare at him, eyes wide open. The next morning, Yin Qian was jolted awake by a sudden movement. Feng Er had sat up so abruptly that it startled Yin Qian out of his sleep. Groggy, Yin Qian blinked at the boy, who was staring at him in disbelief. What's wrong? Did something happen? Oh, right, you can't talk. What's with that look? Did you have a weird dream? Yin Qian teased, then laughed, noticing that Feng Er's expression seemed more animated than usual. His dark circles had lightened slightly, and the surprised look on his face was almost endearing. Come on, it's time to get up. We'll have breakfast and get you ready for school. You can't be late for your exams, Yin Qian said, lazily stretching as he got out of bed. Feng Er, still sitting on the bed, watched Yin Qian closely, his eyes following every movement. He couldn't believe it. He had actually slept through the night. No nightmares, no sudden awakenings, just a deep, peaceful sleep. He couldn't remember the last time that had happened. Before leaving the room, Yin Qian nudged Feng Er again. Then, as he headed to the bathroom to wash up, he started thinking about breakfast. The fridge was nearly empty, and he realized he needed to do some grocery shopping. But first, he had to deal with the financial issue. His bank account balance was dwindling, and it wouldn't last him much longer. He fried an egg for Feng Er, who had already sat down at the table, waiting for breakfast. The boy seemed more active this morning, though he still didn't speak. When Yin Qian placed the plate in front of him, Feng Er even looked up at him for a moment. Yin Qian smiled and joked, "Falling in love with my cooking already." As soon as the words left his mouth, the faint brightness in Feng Er's eyes faded. The boy lowered his head again and resumed eating in silence. Yin Qian sighed, realizing that despite the small progress, it was still a long road ahead. He quietly ate his own breakfast, occasionally refilling Feng Er's glass of milk. After breakfast, Yin Qian walked Feng Er to the door and reminded him that he could come over for dinner if he wanted. He planned to stay home all day anyway. As expected, Feng Er didn't respond and left quietly. Back inside, Yin Qian made himself some tea and browsed the internet on his phone, ordering some groceries online. Once that was done, he decided to do a bit of research on supernatural occurrences, thinking he might find something relevant to his current situation. He stumbled upon a forum called Black, where users actively discuss strange and paranormal experiences. Yin Qian clicked on a pinned post. This post was pinned by the administrator to answer questions and solve doubts for netizens. Netizens can seek help in this post, and netizens with knowledge can directly answer it in it. It is equivalent to a post for netizens to help each other. Yin Qian carefully browsed the content inside. Almost all of them were strange things, but in Yin Qian's opinion, they were actually things that could be explained. There were already thousands of posts in the post. Yin Qian did not finish reading and directly exited. Then he clicked on the second post. This post was a help post. In order to ensure authenticity, the poster first posted a photo. The content of the photo was a steamed bun shop at a crossroads. Yin Qian looked at it, inexplicably familiar. After thinking about it, he remembered that this was the steamed bun shop not far from his home. This is a popular steamed bun shop, not far from Yin Qian's home. When he was looking for the cause of his death, he passed by this steamed bun shop, called Big Eye's Steamed Bun Shop, which had a long queue in the evening. Because they were not a chain store, there was only one such store in the city, so the business was very hot. The poster said that he was a clerk in this bun shop and had recently encountered a very strange thing. Every night around 9 o'clock, a man would come to buy buns. This man was a mechanic in the auto repair shop next door, so the clerk remembered him. Moreover, there were very few young people who paid cash for things now, so the clerk would not make a mistake. It was that every time this man paid cash to the clerk to buy buns, the cash would turn into ghost money. The clerk repeatedly emphasized that when she received the money from him, she was sure that it was RMB, but she didn't know how it turned into ghost money. Because of this, the clerk was scolded by the boss many times, and she had to pay for the losses. The clerk felt very wronged and also felt that this matter was very strange. The point is that the man comes every day now, and the clerk is scared. Every time he comes to work, he comes. When he takes leave from work, his colleagues will not meet this man who buys buns. It's as if this man comes for him, which makes the clerk feel very panic. After several times, the clerk couldn't help it and ran to the next-door auto repair shop called Feichi Auto Repair to find the mechanic. It would have been fine if he hadn't found him. The clerk was shocked when he found him. He asked a few old employees there and learned that the mechanic described by the clerk was killed by a car while repairing a car a year ago. The old employee even expressed regret, saying that the mechanic was a very good person and often bought them supper from the bun shop next door. After hearing what the old employee said, the clerk became even more uneasy, certain that he was being haunted by the mechanic's ghost. The purpose of posting on this forum is to pay to solve the problem. The clerk marked the price at 50,000 yuan. If someone can really solve this problem, the clerk is willing to pay the other party 50,000 yuan as a reward. When Yin Qian saw the price tag, he was tempted. But this story sounded strangely familiar, like an old story. Yin Qian thought about it and realized that it was probably not that simple. There must be a cause and effect for the ghost to haunt someone. A clerk would not be haunted by a ghost for no reason. Moreover, the clerk could find another place to work. There was no need to stay here. What was the reason that made the clerk reluctant to leave? He didn't mention leaving at all. Was he afraid that he couldn't get rid of the ghost? Yin Qian was interested and immediately registered an account on the forum and sent a private message to the clerk. Unexpectedly, the clerk replied in seconds. Yin Qian simply said that he could help him. The clerk thanked him repeatedly and asked to meet Yin Qian. Yin Qian also readily agreed. The clerk seemed very anxious and wanted to meet immediately. Yin Qian thought that he had nothing else to do in the afternoon, so he agreed. The two of them arranged to meet at the door of the steamed bun shop. When Yin Qian arrived, the other party had already arrived. She was a thin and small girl. For some reason, she didn't dare to look at Yin Qian directly. She kept her head down and kept a distance when talking to Yin Qian. The difference between her current social phobia and the way she asked to meet immediately online was too big. Yin Qian even doubted whether she was coming to see him in person and was not sure what was going on with the other party. At the door of the bun shop, the girl told Yin Qian about her experience. Yin Qian wanted to take a look at the ghost money. The girl hesitated for a moment, but still showed it to Yin Qian. Yin Qian took a quick look and found that it was just very simple ghost money, which means that it was indeed ghost money printed and made by people in the world, not real ghost money, because ordinary people in the world cannot see real ghost money, just like they cannot see ghosts in other worlds. Simply put, this ghost money was made by people in the world. Feeling the girl's wariness and fear of him, Yin Qian politely kept a distance from the girl and asked her, "Are you working tonight?" The girl lowered her head and said in a low voice, "No, because I'm afraid. Recently, I've tried to take time off with my colleagues. Have you ever thought about changing jobs?" "Of course, but I already have that man's face in my mind. Now I dream about him almost every night. It's like he's always following me. Even if I change jobs, I still have that face in my mind. I can't get rid of it." The girl became more and more nervous as she spoke, and her voice finally got louder. Yin Qian looked at the girl clutching her hands in front of him and felt something was wrong, so he took a closer look. Wow, she was a fellow traveler, but she seemed a little different. Yin Qian collected his attention and asked, "When are you going to work?" "Next week. You said that the man would line up to buy buns when you were at work, right?" "Yes." Yin Qian thought for a moment and said, "Then call me when you go to work, and I will go to see him." Hearing that Yin Qian was coming to see her, the girl finally raised her head and said impatiently, "How about tonight?" "I can't wait. I won't have peace until this matter is resolved. I'll talk to my colleagues who are on the night shift today and come to work tonight." "Okay, what time is your night shift?" "From 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. "Okay, then I'll come around 7. Can you come earlier?" "Not really. I have to eat dinner." "That's it for now. See you in the evening." Yin Qian made an appointment with the girl and went home. On the way, he went to the boss's wife downstairs to buy some vegetables. He was itching to make some delicious food himself. When he went upstairs, he unexpectedly saw Feng Shi standing in the corridor. He didn't expect that the child really came again. Yin Qian looked at the time. It was indeed time to go home from school. The child came quite early. When the child saw Yin Qian, he took a step to the side, let the door open, and stood obediently beside him waiting for Yin Qian to open the door. Yin Qian was amused by his behavior and suddenly felt that this child didn't seem so dull. Yin Qian found the child's transformation very interesting, so he thought about trying to communicate with him more. After entering the house, Yin Qian carried the vegetables in his hand into the kitchen and called the child into the kitchen to help because his hand was injured. Yin Qian gave the child a few cloves of garlic and asked him to help peel the garlic. The dazed child was a little slow, but he still peeled the garlic. Yin Qian generously praised him for his ability and then asked him to help him wash the vegetables, which were basically very simple tasks. Yin Qian let the child participate in the entire cooking process. The two of them first stewed a carrot and pork rib soup, and then simply fried 2 simple dishes. After that, he and the child served the cooked food. After sitting at the table, Yin Qian was in a good mood. First, he could eat again, and second, The child was much more obedient than he thought. Yin Xian scooped 2 bowls of pork rib soup for the child, and the child drank it all. They both liked to eat, and they were very consistent. After the meal, the 2 of them washed the dishes together. Although the child was not very good at it, he washed them carefully. After washing the dishes one by one, he wiped them clean one by one, and then put them in order. Yin Xian felt a little strange when he saw the child doing this. It was not strange for any ordinary 14-year-old child to do this, but Feng Qi had only known him for a few days. How could he do these things in his house with his stunned look? Did he trust himself too much? Even if he was his sister-in-law, he was just a stranger who had only known him for a few days. Yin Xian guessed what the child was thinking, but after thinking about it, he still felt that Feng Qi was too low on guard against him. Yin Xian rested at home for a while, and seeing that it was almost time, he let the child go back to Feng's house by himself or stay at home and wait for him to come back. The child still looked at Yin Xian without saying a word, and Yin Xian went out by himself when he didn't get a reply. Before he went downstairs, the child followed him. "Do you want to go with me?" Yin Xian tried to ask the child, but the child didn't answer and just looked at Yin Xian. Yin Xian thought about it and thought it was okay to take the child with him. Although his ability was limited, he was more than capable of protecting a child. "Just follow me, don't run around. You might really meet some weird people. Just stay by my side." Yin Xian brought the child to the bun shop, and the girl who was busy in the shop saw the 2 of them immediately. She had prepared 2 small stools for them to sit on and wait. Yin Xian thanked her, and the 2 of them exchanged a few words, and the girl went back to the shop to work. After waiting for 2 hours, it was almost 9 o'clock, and Yin Xian didn't feel any evil spirit at all. It didn't look like there was a ghost. The girl seemed a little anxious, and her eyes drifted towards the auto repair shop next door from time to time. The pointer pointed to 9 o'clock. The girl, who had been in a state of tension, changed her expression and looked in one direction with a pale face. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked past the door of the bun shop. The girl hurriedly signaled to Yin Xian. After Yin Xian received the signal, his mind was full of question marks. This middle-aged man looked like a genuine ordinary person. The man did not buy buns at the bun shop, but went directly to the auto repair shop next door after passing by the bun shop. The girl rushed to Yin Xian and whispered to him that this man was the man who bought buns for the ghost money, but this man did not buy buns today. Yin Xian said that he knew about it, and he would deal with it later. After that, he comforted the girl and went home directly. It was the first time to do business, so I was still a little inexperienced. Although I borrowed Yin Xian's body, I forgot to hide. There were many different people in the world. Today's incident was probably noticed, so the fat man didn't reveal any flaws. Yin Xian regretted it so much after returning. He called himself an idiot no less than 5 times. How could he be so brainless and careless and not even cover up the strong death aura on his body? He really underestimated the other party. Feng Qi looked at Yin Xian's bitter and resentful face, and his 2 lifeless eyes moved. Yin Xian, immersed in regret, had no time to care about him. He became more and more angry as he thought about it in the room, and immediately decided to go to the auto repair shop again to see what the other party was capable of. Yin Xian let the child sleep by himself, and he didn't plan to take the child with him this time. The child was sensible and did not follow. Yin Xian concealed his original aura and sneaked to the Feiqi auto repair shop. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Most of the shops on the street were closed, but this auto repair shop was still open for business. "What's the matter?" Yin Xian, who was just standing across the street and secretly watching, was startled by the sound that suddenly appeared in his ear. A man in a black sweatshirt appeared behind Yin Xian at some point. "Nothing." Yin Xian subconsciously replied that this man did not give him a very good impression. "I saw you standing here staring at the opposite side. I'm looking for the way. Dayuan Street seems to be nearby, but I can't find it. Dayuan Street is not here. It's across several streets. Oh, so, let me look for it again. Do you need me to take you there?" "No need to bother. I can go by myself." Yin Xian started to walk away. This man gave him a very dangerous aura. He could appear behind him without being noticed by him. His skills were definitely not simple. With Yin Xian's current fat body and injuries, he would definitely not be able to defeat the other party if he fought head-on. A good man would not suffer a loss in front of him. The best strategy was to escape first, Yin Qian said and left. Yin Qian. Yin Qian stopped walking forward. He never thought that the other party would call out his name. The man walked over step by step and stood opposite Yin Qian, facing Yin Qian with an ordinary face. Yin Qian went through the life trajectory of this body in his mind, and there was no such face. Who is this person? Do you know me? You are not Yin Qian. The man used an affirmative sentence, and his eyes staring at Yin Qian became sharp. Yin Qian calmed himself down and concentrated on checking the aura of the other person, trying to find out his identity. The hostility of the man was so strong that Yin Qian was sure that he had already wanted to kill him, but he didn't know the specific reason. Yin Qian confirmed the other person's true identity again and again. He was worried that this person would have some other identity like himself. Fortunately, the other person was just an ordinary person with a fierce character, and there was nothing to be afraid of. I'm his brother, a twin. Who are you? Yin Qian relaxed his nervous mood. The man frowned, then mercilessly exposed Yin Qian and said, No, Yin Qian does not have a twin brother, but this is not the point. It is the same no matter who it is. Since you still come here, it means our fate has not ended yet. As the man spoke, he seemed to reveal a hint of a smile, a hint of a bloodthirsty smile. Yin Qian dared to conclude that the other party wanted to end his life immediately. Yin Qian was not afraid at all, and still said in a relaxed tone, That makes sense? Since we are so destined to meet, can you tell me who you are? The man sneered, Of course it's the one who sends you off. The man was very fast, and rushed up in one step, aiming for Yin Qian's head. Although Yin Qian was bulky, his reaction was still good. Just as the man's hands were about to touch Yin Qian, an invisible wind blew the man away. An armored ghost soldier stood in front of Yin Qian and protected him behind him. The ghost soldier was 3 meters tall, with eyes as big as bowls, glowing with cold light, and the way he stared at others gave a sense of oppression. The man was in so much pain after being hit hard in the fall that he couldn't stand up for a while. He barely raised his head and looked forward, but he could not see anything. He only saw Yin Qian standing there unharmed. Yin Qian walked step by step to the man's side, squatted down and looked at the man on the ground, and said in a teasing tone, Hey, my destined person, can you tell me who you are now? When the man heard Yin Qian's words, he suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, interesting, really interesting. The man laughed and suddenly took out a folding knife from his pocket and stabbed Yin Qian quickly. Yin Qian didn't even blink, and the folding knife was grasped by the ghost soldier beside him with his thick fingers. The ghost soldier exerted force and broke the man's wrist, and the folding knife fell to the ground. The man groaned on the ground in pain. Yin Qian saw that there were already several people standing by the road watching. The time and place were not right. After all, they were still on the main road, so he thought about getting rid of them first. Before Yin Qian could make any move, 5 or 6 people rushed out from the direction of the auto repair shop, and they were heading for Yin Qian. Hey, what's going on? Several people surrounded Yin Qian at once. Yin Qian signaled the Yin soldiers beside him to stay calm, and he talked to them calmly. There was a misunderstanding. I came to find my brother. Yin Qian looked calm and talked to the other people casually. One of the men who looked older asked, Who are you looking for? Your brother? Your brother knows, but he didn't tell me. Isn't this making me anxious? Yin Qian pointed at the man in the black sweatshirt who had just been helped up from the ground. The older man kept staring at Yin Qian and said, Are you in such a hurry? Then come into the store and sit down. We will help you look for it. These people were determined to take Yin Qian away, which was exactly what Yin Qian wanted. He had long wanted to go into the auto repair shop to take a look. Yin Qian followed the Yin soldiers beside him into the shop. Just as they were about to enter the door, a fat man blocked their way. This man was the one the girl at the bun shop mentioned who used ghost money to buy buns. The man blocked the door and squinted at Yin Qian. Yin Qian showed him the ghost soldiers with him. Even if he was an ignorant ghost, he would kneel down and salute when he saw the ghost soldiers. Unexpectedly, the fat man did not have any abnormality. Yin Qian looked at the fat man's aura again, and the result was the same. This man was just an ordinary person. He could not see the ghost soldiers standing next to him. Moreover, his aura was very balanced, which was incredible. Normally, as long as a mortal has desires, His aura cannot be so balanced. Your brother is not here. Let's go somewhere else. The fat man raised his right hand and took a puff of cigarette and said to Yin Qian lightly, trying to drive Yin Qian away. The fat man was very wary of Yin Qian, and Yin Qian also felt it and could not find out anything. Okay, excuse me. Yin Qian turned and left. The 5 or 6 mechanics standing next to him, including the man in the black sweatshirt who had just attacked Yin Qian, did not dare to move and watched Yin Qian leave. Even so, Yin Qian knew that his troubles had just begun. These people would not let him go. The man in the black sweatshirt was so murderous towards him that he would definitely not give up. But what bothered Yin Qian more than this was the fat man. Just when he raised his hand to smoke, Yin Qian saw a string of black Buddhist beads in his hand. This string of Buddhist beads looked familiar to him. Yin Qian thought about it for a while and remembered the tiring dream. The old man in the dream was also wearing a string of black Buddhist beads on his hands. However, Yin Qian did not have the opportunity to carefully compare whether the two people were wearing the same Buddhist beads. After all, the appearance of the Buddhist beads was similar at a glance. This reminded Yin Qian of the woman on the electric bike who was crushed to death. The keychain on the woman's body, the keychain with the photo of the little girl, was also something in the dream that appeared in reality. Once again, the appearance of this string of Buddhist beads made the situation even more confusing. People's dreams are often a reflection of things they have seen, but Yin Qian's dream was the opposite. Yin Qian couldn't figure out the cause and effect relationship for a while. Go back, son. Hey, if only your dad was here. Yin Qian was a little distressed, walking slowly back home while saying goodbye to the ghost soldiers beside him. The 3-meter-tall ghost soldier shook his big round head and disappeared in a flash. Every time he borrowed a ghost soldier, he would miss the man very much, but it was a pity that the man was not with him. Yin Qian sighed helplessly. Summoning the ghost soldiers consumed a lot of his mental energy. If he wanted the ghost soldiers from another world to interfere with the things in this world, he had to use himself as a medium. Even though the ghost soldiers were specially trained by the man for him to play with, the fit, sensitivity, and even other unique functions were all based on his preferences, but it was still unfinished and many problems were not solved. Because of the powerful fighting power of the ghost soldier, every time he summoned him out, Yin Qian felt exhausted, especially since he was in a half-baked state. It was even more difficult to use him. Therefore, Yin Qian would not summon the ghost soldier casually unless it was a life-and-death situation. Yin Qian dragged his heavy steps back home and saw Fengxi again at his doorstep. The child was still standing there like a sculpture. When he saw Yin Qian, his expression did not change. Yin Qian was a little surprised. The child seemed to be waiting for him to come home. You are not afraid to sleep alone, are you? Yin Qian teased him cheerfully, but the child still did not respond and quietly followed Yin Qian back to the house. Go to bed. It's late. I'm exhausted. Yin Qian simply washed up and couldn't wait to lie down on the bed. He found a comfortable angle and held the child in his arms, but fell asleep soon. The child still had his eyes open and sniffed cautiously in the direction of Yin Qian, smelling his scent. The next day, the child woke up earlier than Yin Qian, but still lay there motionless, quietly waiting for Yin Qian to wake up. Yin Qian slept very soundly and woke up slowly at almost noon. Seeing that most of his body was pressed on the child, Yin Qian felt a little guilty. He didn't know how long the child's thin body had been pressed by him, but no matter how long it was, it must have been very uncomfortable. Why don't you move? What if you get suffocated by me? Don't move? Yin Qian had just woken up. His voice was a little hoarse, and the words of reproach sounded soft. The child still had no expression on his face. Seeing Yin Qian wake up, he tried to sit up and get out of bed, but half of his body was paralyzed by Yin Qian's pressure, and he couldn't move at all. Yin Qian thought that the child's wooden nature had started again, so he didn't pay attention to him, but lazily got out of bed to wash up. It was the weekend, so the child didn't have to go to school. Yin Qian simply prepared some food for the two of them and let the child do his own things. He was going out to look for his client. The child kept looking at Yin Qian without saying a word, following him wherever he went. Yin Qian understood the child's intention, that he just wanted to follow him. Yin Qian thought it was okay to bring him along, so he let the child follow. Yin Qian asked the girl to meet him and suggested going to her home. Although this suggestion was a bit impolite, after all, the girl lived alone and was not familiar with Yin Qian was very determined. If he wanted to solve this problem, he had to go to the girl's home. The girl finally agreed to wait for him at home. The girl lived in a not-so-new apartment building. When Yin Qian arrived, the girl had already prepared tea for him. When she saw the child, she frowned unconsciously. Yin Qian saw it and immediately introduced the child to the girl with nonsense. "This is my eldest brother. He has the ability to see yin and yang, and he is more experienced than me, so I brought him along. Don't worry, I won't charge you too much." Yin Qian knew that these people in the world would buy into this. "Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you very much. By the way, I don't know your name yet." "You. Which you?" "You with the character for fire. What about you, master?" "No need to call me master. My last name is Yin. Just call me Brother Yin." After hearing what Yin Qian said, the girl frowned in disgust again, but Yin Qian shamelessly pretended not to see it. He saw that the child had not spoken and looked like a piece of wood, so he was a little curious and glanced at him from time to time. Yin Qian saw that she was uncomfortable and was worried that she would make the child uncomfortable if she kept looking at him like this, so he began to say, "He is like this, speechless, don't mind it." He then expressed his understanding, and Yin Qian continued, "Miss He, do you mind if I visit your residence?" "Oh sure, go ahead." Yin Qian asked He questions while looking around the house. He rented a one-bedroom apartment with a large balcony. The apartment was very clean and looked very comfortable. Yin Qian took a quick look and asked, "Has anything strange happened at home recently?" "Any small thing counts. If there is anything strange, there are always some small bugs in the house recently, and they can't be eliminated no matter how hard we try to kill them." He said this strange situation without thinking. Yin Qian was a little surprised, and then asked, "What kind of bugs?" "Very small, white, caterpillar-like, and look quite disgusting." He frowned, his face full of disgust. "Where do they usually appear?" "This bedroom, on the table, and on the floor." Yin Qian was even more confused. What He said sounded like she was talking about corpse worms. What did she mean? Yin Qian thought for a moment and asked, "Miss He, what kind of fragrance do you use in the bedroom?" "Oh, it's the air freshener I bought from the supermarket downstairs, with an orange flavor." Yin Qian wandered around the bedroom and then walked to the balcony, where there were several large potted plants, planted with many fresh and lush flowers and plants. Although there were many flowers and plants, the pots of the potted plants were spotless and looked brand new. Yin Qian suddenly asked who was following behind him, "Do you have any cigarettes?" He shook his head. Yin Qian pretended to be surprised and asked, "Don't you smoke?" "Yes, I don't smoke," He replied affirmatively. Yin Qian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards the direction of the bedside table in the bedroom. He also turned his head and looked over there. Looking from the direction of the balcony door, you can just see the gap between the bedside table and the bed. A black lighter fell in it, and there was a glass ashtray next to it. He walked over and picked up both of them, forced a smile, and said, "I use it occasionally to light mosquito coils." Then he placed the lighter and the ashtray on the bedside table. Yin Qian looked as if he understood, and turned to look at the end of the bed, where there was a socket, and at the moment, an electric mosquito coil was plugged into it. He also saw Yin Qian's gaze, and explained calmly, "Isn't it that there are always bugs crawling around in the bedroom, so I thought of lighting mosquito coils to see if I can kill them, and tried both burning mosquito coils and electric mosquito coils." Yin Qian never said a word of rebuttal till he used calm defense time and time again. From the moment he entered the room, Yin Qian felt a very inconsistent feeling, but he had not found the specific reason yet. Everything that should be seen was finished. As for the bathroom, the child had been standing at the door for a long time. Almost from the moment he entered the house, the child had been standing at the door of Hiyu's bathroom without moving. Yin Qian walked to the child and took a general look at the bathroom. The accumulated resentment in the bathroom almost filled the entire bathroom, and it was terribly thick. Yin Qian was startled and walked to the balcony again, as if he had overlooked something just now. Yin Qian walked back and forth on the balcony for a few circles. Yin Qian looked in the direction of the room, and Hiyu brought a bottle of water to the child, as if asking her to drink water. Judging from her lip movements, Hiyu seemed to have whispered a few words to the child, but Yin Qian didn't hear clearly from the balcony. The child didn't take Hiyu's water, nor did he respond to her words. He just looked up at her expressionlessly. Yin Qian walked in from the balcony. After seeing everything, she planned to leave first. Then let's go back first. Miss He, wait for my news. Yin Qian took the motionless child and walked to the door with him. Mr. Yin, Hiyu called Yin Qian with a look of wanting to say something but not saying it. Yin Qian and the child stopped and waited for her to finish. Do you have any ideas? Are there any unclean things in my house? Miss He, have you ever thought about those so-called unclean things? They were originally normal people. Even if they don't have human form, it doesn't prevent them from being the indelible people in other people's hearts. So, without any basis, can we not classify them as unclean things so hastily? At least we should keep a little awe for the unknown. Okay, I know. I'll wait for your news, Yin, brother Yin. Be good. It was probably the first time that Hiyu heard someone tell her to be in awe of the unknown. She looked a little excited and about to cry. Yin Qian smiled at her gently. Just as Yin Qian was about to leave her with a dashing back and take the child away, Hiyu called him again. Brother Yin. Yin Qian stopped again and turned around to wait for Hiyu to speak. But Hiyu looked very confused and couldn't utter a word for a long time. It was really abnormal. Yin Qian really didn't understand what Hiyu meant, but judging from her aura, she didn't seem to be someone with ulterior motives. But why did she do these strange things? What was her purpose? Hiyu, do you know who I am? Yin Qian suddenly looked at Hiyu seriously and asked. Hiyu lowered his head slightly again, nodded slightly, and hummed. Then can you tell me what's going on? Yin Qian stood there patiently waiting for Hiyu to speak. His intuition told him that this girl must be hiding some secrets, and she was struggling. After a long while, Hiyu raised his head and glanced at Fengyi inconspicuously, staying for less than half a second, and then quickly looked at Yin Qian. Hiyu forced a smile and said, I don't know either. I've encountered a lot of strange things, so I would like to ask for your help. Hiyu chose to conceal it. Yin Qian looked at her for a while and considerately decided to respect her choice. Hiyu was unwilling to say it now, maybe because there was some unavoidable reason. Okay, wait for my news. If you have any questions, feel free to tell me, Yin Qian reminded him again. Okay, take care. Hiyu sent the two to the door, and Yin Qian took the child away, leading him all the way out of Hiyu's neighborhood. The two poor guys had a clear goal and went straight to the bus stop, ready to go home. Just as the two turned left into another street, Yin Qian grabbed the child, and the two hid at the corner and looked back in the direction of Hiyu's house. A man wearing a black shirt and a hat quickly entered Hiyu's apartment building. Yin Qian had just seen this man last night. He was the man in a black sweatshirt who appeared behind Yin Qian silently on the street. How about it, Fengyi? What do you think? Yin Qian looked at the man's disappearing back and asked the child beside him. The child stared at Yin Qian without saying a word. Forget it. You ain't say a word. Things seem to be more complicated than you thought. Let's go home and have dinner first. Yin Qian took the child and walked away again, thinking about the vegetables he would buy downstairs later. The scene of plate after plate of delicious food being served on the table appeared in his mind, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Yin Qian was always passionate about eating. Yin Qian thanked his client for the funding while buying bags of vegetables. The two of them went home with their hands full. This time, Yin Qian didn't need to call him. The child had already carried the vegetables into the house. He just didn't know what to do next. After putting the vegetables away, he stood quietly by the side waiting for Yin Qian's instructions. Yin Qian looked at the child and found that his dark circles had disappeared a lot. Although his cheeks still looked a little thin, his complexion was not so gloomy. The child has always been dull and inflexible, but judging from recent developments, he seems to have changed slightly. Yin Qian wanted to test the child's reaction ability. He happened to be holding a bag of eggs he had just bought and was about to put the eggs on the stove, but he was a little off, just reaching the edge of the stove to ensure that the eggs would fall. Yin Qian knew that the child was always watching him, so he tried not to be so deliberate. After Yin Qian put the bag of eggs on it, the eggs shifted their center of gravity and fell down almost immediately. If Yin Qian hadn't been quick to catch the falling eggs himself, he would probably have felt sad for a long time for wasting such a bag of eggs. Yin Qian sighed imperceptibly and said, It was a close call. And then he took the eggs and started to prepare dinner as if nothing had happened. The child was stunned, and his hands were still in the motion of catching the eggs. Although his movements were very small, it was still obvious that he actually wanted to catch the eggs, but unfortunately his speed was too slow. When he stretched out his hands, all 10 bags of eggs fell to the ground. The child fell into a time freeze for more than 10 minutes. During this time, Yin Xian called him no less than 10 times. He washed all the dishes for dinner by himself and prepared to cook. Feng er, kid. Feng er. Yin Xian reached out and pushed the stunned child. The child was standing too close to the stove. Yin Xian couldn't cook properly if he kept standing there, so he had to push him to wake up. Go play outside. I'm going to start cooking. Seeing that the child finally looked at him, Yin Xian urged the child to leave the kitchen. The stunned child finally moved, but he just moved aside. He didn't leave the kitchen and continued to accompany Yin Xian in the kitchen. Yin Xian didn't chase him away. To be honest, I'm very curious. How do you go to school? Do you never communicate with your classmates or teachers? Of course, the child did not respond to Yin Xian, and Yin Xian did not expect the child to respond to him. However, when he thought of the child's study problems, he had to remind Yin Xian of Yang Jiushu, the man with ridiculous merits. By the way, does your class teacher Mr. Yang usually care about you? He looks pretty good and handsome. Next time, I must ask him to add WeChat. Yin Xian was talking to himself while cooking. Not only was he not delayed, but he also did not seem lonely. After a while, the 3 dishes and 1 soup for the 2 of them were served. Perhaps because they were used to eating together, Yin Xian did not need to give any instructions. The child washed his hands, set the bowls and chopsticks, and served the rice smoothly. Seeing the child eating heartily, Yin Xian felt relieved and had a sense of accomplishment as an old father. After the meal, the child washed the dishes consciously. This time, Yin Xian no longer watched from the kitchen, but let the child do it with confidence, and he leisurely browsed his phone. Yin Xian once again logged into the website called Black. In just the past few days, the post on the homepage had been updated several times. Yin Xian took a rough look and finally came to the conclusion that it was chaotic. Both the place where he originally lived and the place where he lives now are in chaos. 2 months ago, at the Jinghe police station of the Shangyu branch of Jiangxing, He Mingjie, with wet hair, took the short-handled umbrella handed over by Yao Qianqian and walked towards the door with big strides. Brother Jia, remember to bring it back to me, otherwise you really won't be able to use it next time. Yao Qianqian looked bitter and resentful. She couldn't remember how many umbrellas she had handed to them when they were on duty, and none of them were brought back. Oh, I know. You can put the 111 files on my desk first. I'll come back to see them. He Mingjie was ready to do nothing next and go home to sleep first. He hadn't slept for almost 36 hours, and he really missed the one at home. Yes, Xiaoqiu has never defaulted on rent. This girl is quite nice. Police comrade, this is not normal. Listen to me. I have rented this house to Xiaoqiu for 5 years. I just renewed the contract for another year this year. She said she wanted to rent it. The middle-aged woman with wavy hair spoke with a strong local accent while standing in the hall and talking to the police officer opposite. Does she live alone or with others? The police officer in charge of reception asked her. I don't know. I only signed a contract with her, but my house is only more than 20 square meters in total, and not many people can live in it. When did you lose contact with her? Last week. It was the end of the month. We paid 1/3 of the rent as a deposit, but Xiaoqiu didn't come to pay the rent, so I contacted her on WeChat. She didn't reply. Later, I called her, but the call was not connected. Fortunately, we live nearby and it's convenient to come here, so we thought of looking for her here. No one answered the door when we knocked, and the people living next door said they didn't see anyone coming in or out, so we called the police. Do you know what your tenant does? I don't know. Do you know if she has any friends? I don't know. I only know her full name is Qiu Yun. Her hometown is Nanhu, and I have her ID number. Qiu Yun is your tenant? He Mingjie, who was walking towards the police station gate in 2 steps, suddenly stopped, changed his direction, walked towards the middle-aged woman, took out his mobile phone, found Qiu Yun's ID photo and showed it to her. Is it this girl? Oh, it's her. Police officer. How do you have her ID card? Did Xiao Qiu commit any crime? She hasn't paid the rent yet. He Mingjie sighed. He had finally finished his work and was just about to take a breath and have a good rest. But it seemed that he would have to work overtime again. He didn't even need to check the system. He found Xiao Yun's address directly. He even came to report the case. He Mingjie called out to Lu Quan. Comrade Lu Quan, who was still stuffing scallion pancake into his mouth, almost choked. When he heard He Mingjie's voice, he realized that it was time to start working again. After Lu Quan finished the last bite of scallion pancake, he took the tissue handed over by Yao Qianqian, stood up and wiped his mouth. After giving Yao Qianqian a grateful look, he quickly took his coat and walked quickly towards the hall outside. Boss, what are your instructions? We've found Xiao Yun's address. Let Lao Wei and the others bring their tools and get to work. Got it. Xiaoning Community Building 201. When He Mingjie led people into the house, he saw the men's shirts hanging on the balcony at a glance. The small rental house was almost completely visible. Boss, this Xiao Yun doesn't live alone. Well, find someone to share the rent with him as soon as possible. He Mingjie rubbed his face, walked out of the rental house, found a corner, and smoked a cigarette to wake himself up. The rain outside was still falling, and it was getting heavier. This rain undoubtedly made their investigation of the case more difficult. The traces of the scene at the mouth of the Shuzhou River had almost been washed away. The meeting room on the second floor of Jinghe Police Station was brightly lit. The deceased, a female, aged between 20 and 25, was estimated to be about 165 centimeters tall. Judging from the degree of decay of the body, the estimated time of death was about 2 weeks ago, around January 23rd. Because the body was soaked in water for too long, and there were a lot of corrosive strong acids at the scene, the body was severely damaged, resulting in errors in the determination of the time of death. The deceased had multiple fractures and multiple gunshot wounds on the chest, and the fatal wound was a bullet piercing the heart. It was initially determined that the deceased had been shot from top to bottom before her death. The rest will be known after further autopsy and dissection. Forensic Dr. Su Rue stood under the projector, pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his face, and spoke in a serious manner. Lu Xiaoquan, has the reporter asked? Are there any new clues? He Mingjie asked while looking down at the file. It's true. The person who reported the case is Chao Lin. When we went to question him yesterday, we came up empty-handed. He was actually on the run. Brother Xiaoku and I caught him at the South Bus Station and questioned him in turns before he stammered a few words. Tell me in detail what happened. He Mingjie asked. Chao Lin, male, 29 years old, from Chongling, Yunsha, unmarried, came to Jiangxing 5 years ago, has never had a fixed job, and only started working in the sanitation industry last year. In addition to cleaning the streets, he also took some jobs to secretly dump hazardous waste for others. The body was found at the estuary this time because he happened to dump a batch of hazardous materials from a chemical factory there, Lu Quan said. Hasn't the garbage dump at the estuary been closed yet? It's been so long. What do the people at the sanitation bureau do for a living? He Mingjie complained with disgust, but no one present dared to respond to him. He Mingjie was bored and pointed the topic at Chao Lin again. He always does some shameful things, and he dared to call the police. Yes, boss, this is very unreasonable. Chao Lin called the police the day before, but ran away the next day. Isn't this walking into a trap? He looks cunning and doesn't seem to be stupid. Why do you think this happened? You ask me why? How should I know? Just go and ask him. He Mingjie was a bit angry due to lack of sleep. Lu Quan was not angry even though he was scolded. He knew their leader too well. He probably didn't go home for 3 days, and when he went home, his wife disliked him. They probably had a quarrel. Although He Mingjie looked like a man of his word in the team, he was actually a real henpecked husband and was controlled by his wife. Comrade Lu Xiaoquan shut up in dissatisfaction and waited for He Mingjie to give the next instruction. What are you looking at me for? Go quickly. If you can't find out the truth today, all the salted eggs and ham for this month will be confiscated. Don't be like this. Life has just started to move towards a well-off life. Come on, stop talking nonsense and get to work. He Mingjie was too lazy to listen to Lu Quan's bitterness and hatred and urged him to get to work quickly. Fascism has no future, Lu Quan wailed at Lu Mingjie in a pinched voice while quickly fleeing the scene, fearing that if he was a step late, he would be deprived of even his weekly scallion pancakes. After driving away Lu Quan, He Mingjie asked about the situation of Chiu Yun's family. Kyulin replied, Chiu Yun's parents have been contacted, but their attitude is very cold. When they learned that their daughter was in trouble, they just said lightly that they would wait until the spring planting is finished in the next few days before they can come over, at least until next week. What kind of people are they? They can't wait until next week. If they are asked to come quickly, the body will be dissolved by next week. After He Mingjie arranged the next work, he went to Chiu Yun's rental house without stopping. The person who shared the house with Chiu Yun has not been found yet, which is unreasonable. According to Chiu Yun's landlord, Chiu Yun has rented her house for 5 years. There are so many neighbors in the whole neighborhood. It is impossible that no one has seen the person who shared the house with Chiu Yun. He Mingjie started by asking the neighbors who lived next door to Chiu Yun, but the families next door had just moved in last year and had never seen Chiu Yun a few times, so they were not familiar with him at all. He Mingjie had to expand the scope of his inquiries, from residents in the same building to shops at the door, but unfortunately he got nothing. Not to mention how indifferent the neighbors are now. The tenants of this kind of old and dilapidated rental house have a very high turnover rate, so it is indeed difficult to get more information from the neighbors. But why would the shops at the door that have not moved for years shake their heads at Chiu Yun's ID photo? Does Chiu Yun really never shop at the various shops at the door? He Mingjie's doubts popped up one after another, but after running around, he didn't get any useful information. So he had to go back to the police station to see if the other people had made any progress. As soon as He Mingjie returned to the police station, he ran into Comrade Lu Quan, who was running out in a hurry. Hey, what are you doing in a hurry? He Mingjie blocked Lu Quan's way. Hey boss, you're finally back. Let's not talk about it for now. I have to go to pay my respects to my sister-in-law, your big boss. What are you talking about? Is Joshu here? Hee, you didn't expect it. Don't you know whether your sister-in-law is here or not? Lu Quan wanted to run past He Mingjie and run out, but He Mingjie grabbed him and wouldn't let go. What do you mean, you really came? Where's the person? Okay. Since you are so pitiful, I will tell you. My sister-in-law is at the gate. She knows that you are definitely going out for work again, so she contacted me. I guess she is sending you food and clothes again. Hey, it really makes others envious. Hey, why didn't you say it earlier? He Mingjie became happier and happier as he listened, and his mouth almost stretched to his temples. He immediately let go of Comrade Lu Quan, tidied up his clothes, and ran to the gate. Yang Joshu was wearing a brown windbreaker that was not too thick. His excellent temperament was somewhat out of place in the simple guardhouse. He was sitting there chatting happily with the guard, Old Wu. When Yang Joshu saw He Mingjie rushing over, he instantly stopped smiling. He was still angry. Of course He Mingjie saw it and said to Old Wu, I'll watch the door for you. Go and have a cigarette. Old Wu realized that He Mingjie was trying to get him out of the way, so he left without hesitation, leaving some space for the young couple. Baby, shut up. As soon as He Mingjie opened his mouth, he was stopped by Yang Joshu. He Mingjie shut up obediently and walked to Yang Joshu to pull his hand. Yang Joshu shook it off a few times but failed to get rid of it. With red ears, he gently scolded. What are you doing? The two of them were in a stalemate for a while, and seeing that Yang Joshu did not break free, He Mingjie quickly climbed up the pole, held the other party with both hands, squatted in front of him, and said aggrievely, Baby, don't be angry. Yang Joshu looked at his lover who looked so pitiful in front of him, and he softened his heart in an instant, just like a big golden retriever who had suffered great injustice. Every time the two quarreled, He Mingjie would play the role of being wronged, which worked every time. And he simply grasped Yang Joshu's soft-hearted nature. Do you know you are wrong? I know I am wrong. Please don't be angry with me, okay? Hey, you are like this every time. Every time you say you know you are wrong, but every time you don't change. He Mingjie, who was originally feeling aggrieved, immediately became extremely firm in his eyes. He looked at Yang Joshu without blinking and said, Joshu, I can't lose you, do you understand? Don't leave me at every turn. I can't stand it. Yang Joshu looked at He Mingjie and was speechless for a moment, but he was deeply moved. He Mingjie always expressed her love to him without reservation. but it seemed that every time he made a decision, after weighing the order of all things, he put Mingjie last. He didn't know why there were always so many great virtues and righteousness that were superior to the feelings between him and Mingjie. Yang Jiushu had never doubted Mingjie's feelings for her, just as she loved him deeply. If it was Mingjie who had to go to Syria this time, she would probably be as sad as him. In less than a minute, Yang Jiushu had finished his self-reflection, and the result of his reflection was that he should apologize to Yang Jiushu. In fact, he had already surrendered by coming here today to bring food and clothes to Mingjie. Although he was angry, he was not willing to make Mingjie sad. "I'm sorry," Yang Jiushu said sincerely. This quarrel was the longest time he and Mingjie had been apart. They had been in a cold war for 2 days, and Mingjie had been investigating the case overnight for 3 days. They had not met for 5 days. As a result, they quarreled again when they met. The reason was that Mingjie still refused to return his passport to him. In a rage, Yang Jiushu drove Mingjie out of the house again. As a result, as soon as he drove this person away, he began to miss him again. Yang Jiushu thought about it and stayed up all night. He couldn't bear it any longer. The next day after school, he immediately went home to pack some food and clothes for Mingjie and sent them to the police station, thinking that maybe he could see the person he missed. As soon as Yang Jiushu said "I'm sorry," Mingjie understood everything. His lover, who was easily soft-hearted and always liked to think from others' perspective, had convinced himself again. Mingjie must be reflecting on himself in his heart. He loved Yang Jiushu so much that he loved and loved him. That was why he had to be tough with Yang Jiushu sometimes, especially when it came to Yang Jiushu's safety. Otherwise, this guy would sacrifice himself for the greater good. Take this quarrel, for example. When Mingjie accidentally saw Yang Jiushu's visa documents at home, Mingjie suspected that he was dazzled. Not long ago, the two were discussing marriage. How could Yang Jiushu have the time to prepare these visa documents? He didn't even tell him about it. That night, the two quarreled over this matter. Mingjie asked him why he wanted to go to Syria, as he knew how serious the situation there was. Yang Jiushu said he would only be there for half a year, and the school had already arranged for a substitute teacher. Mingjie asked why he could bear to leave him and go to such a dangerous place. But Yang Jiushu felt that Yang Jiushu was being unreasonable. He was only going for half a year, and he would still have time to get married when he came back. Moreover, he was not going alone. Every year, there were volunteers who went there to teach. Why couldn't he go? He didn't understand why Mingjie was so angry. Has he never seen how pitiful the children under the gunfire were? Why couldn't Mingjie, as a people's policeman, understand him? Shouldn't he support him? The quarrel between the two became more and more fierce. Yang Jiushu was disappointed because the other party did not understand and support him, but Mingjie was as hard as a rock. He firmly disagreed with Yang Jiushu's teaching in Syria, so he took away Mingjie's passport without saying a word, successfully preventing Yang Jiushu from going to Syria for teaching, but it also caused the longest quarrel between the two. Until now, Yang Jiushu has not been able to get his passport back, and he doesn't know where Mingjie hid it. Because of this, the two of them had been at odds until now, and it ended with Yang Jiushu apologizing. Of course, Mingjie couldn't blame him, and he loved him so much that he wanted to give him the whole world as soon as Yang Jiushu apologized. As soon as Yang Jiushu apologized, Mingjie hugged him in his arms and kissed him again and again. "Baby, I know you are kind and compassionate. I don't blame you. I am just afraid. I am afraid that you will go to such a dangerous place, suffer and be hurt in a place where I can't see you, and leave me. If you really want to go, can you wait for me? Wait for me to take a vacation. Wait for me to arrange a vacation, or resign, and I will go with you." "Forget it. I won't go. I just feel sorry for those children. Now think about how many people in the world need help. My energy and ability are so limited. I won't be stubborn. Baby, I love you so much." Mingjie buried his head in Yang Jiushu's arms, hugged him, and rubbed him again and again. "Okay, I know. You have been out for a while. Hurry back. I brought you your favorite Spanish mackerel dumplings. Take them in to share with Xiaoquan Qianqian and others." "No, I don't have enough for myself. There are 2 big boxes. Take them in quickly and heat them up in the microwave if they get cold." "Okay, I'll be back to sleep tonight. It will probably be late. Don't wait for me." Okay, going quickly. Mingjie carried his lunchbox and walked away, looking back every few steps at Yang Jiushu's urging. Looking at Mingjie's back, Yang Jiushu smiled helplessly. He didn't know why the more he looked at Mingjie, the more he looked like a child who never grew up, rebellious and clingy, but he just liked his cute contrast. After all, he was the captain of the criminal investigation detachment who was majestic outside, but in front of him, he was a spoiled and cute character. Who couldn't love him? Mingjie, who came in with a lunchbox, was all smiles. The few steps he took were accompanied by the classic old song Good Days BGM, and he was just short of beating gongs and drums to carve the 5 big words "I'm very happy" on his forehead. When Comrade Lu Quan saw their faces like this, there was no doubt that the two had reconciled. Qian, come here. Take the Spanish mackerel dumplings made by your sister-in-law, heat them up and share them. Okay, I love this trick of my sister-in-law. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Can you reconcile earlier next time you quarrel? I'm so greedy. That's right. It's better if you don't take it out on us next time you quarrel. My mouth is almost blistering. Taking advantage of Mingjie's good mood, Comrade Lu Xiaoquan quickly followed suit and gave their boss advice every second. What nonsense are you talking about? Your sister-in-law, and I never quarrel. And you, Lu Xiaoquan, what does your blistering mouth have to do with me? My respected Lord He, you are absolutely the key to my mouth blisters. When I go out on field missions with you, I can go without a sip of water for 5 hours. When I come back, I have to stay up late with you to sort out various clues. By the way, I have to endure all kinds of vicious attacks from you. It's fine that you never consider the problem of our hair volume, but you also want to withhold the braised eggs and ham that we just fought for. It's not easy for me, Lu Xiaoquan. His tearful performance livened up the dull atmosphere in the office. Seeing his indignant look, he almost shouted out the fascist leader Mingjie is not a human being. Mingjie laughed even more happily when he heard Comrade Lu Xiaoquan's complaint. He was indeed a young master who knew that work was hard, but it seemed that he was not that hard-working. Lu Quan had been airdropped to their detachment not long ago. Mingjie was overwhelmed when he came. Airdrop soldiers like him all had backgrounds, so he was afraid that he would not be able to take good care of them, and some snobbish people above him would give him a hard time, which made him very annoyed. Mingjie suddenly had a hot potato in his hand. He wanted to get rid of it but couldn't. The other party said that he was coming to their detachment by name. As for who the other party was, the old director didn't reveal a word. Mingjie had no choice but to just let it go and assign some small jobs to this kid, letting him stay in the bureau quietly, clock in at work, and leave after work. Everyone lived in peace and everything was fine. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Mingjie had a good idea, but Comrade Lu Xiaoquan did not cooperate. He could not stay in the bureau for a day and had no discipline at all. He sneaked away and followed Mingjie to the scene. If Mingjie did not take him, he would follow him by himself, rain or shine. Mingjie had disliked him several times and told him not to come to the scene to make trouble, but Lu Quan just smiled and fooled him. Mingjie didn't have the extra time to talk nonsense with Lu Quan on the spot. When there was a shortage of manpower, this kid could lend a hand. The most important thing was to be obedient. Whenever it came to the case, Lu Quan played the role of an obedient little follower, and he would do whatever Mingjie asked him to do. After following him around so many times, Mingjie just let him follow. This kid was a little immature in social experience, but he was smart, and most importantly, he was not spoiled, and he had none of the bad habits of the rich young masters. This was how he slowly passed Mingjie's test. Comrade Lu Xiaoquan, if you feel that your work is hard, you can apply to go home and farm. Mingjie, who was a bit mean, deliberately provoked him. Poor little Comrade Lu Quan was afraid that Mingjie would mention this. He had begged his father at all costs to arrange for him to be with Mingjie. So how could he back down because of this little setback? Lu Quan shut up in dismay and went to eat dumplings obediently. Mingjie didn't want to let him go. He was in a good mood today and was particularly interested in teasing children. Lu Xiaoquan, don't play dead. You keep shouting that I exploit you. What are you chewing now? It's the dumplings that my wife made with great effort. You remember the beating but not the food. You are really a little heartless person. Mingjie joked repeatedly. Boss, I admit defeat. I obey the discipline. I will never forget the kindness of my sister-in-law to me in my life. Lu Quan almost raised his hands to surrender. He had never won against Mingjia, who was so shameless and mean. Their boss was simply a master at the trick of beating and feeding sweet dates to him. Comrade Lu Quan was no match for him at all. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Eat quickly. After eating, tell me the results of Chao Lin's interrogation. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan couldn't eat anymore. Chao Lin was very difficult to deal with. He was so stubborn before that he refused to say anything. But today, he changed his tough attitude and acted like a coward. During the interrogation, Chao Lin, a tall man with dark skin, cried and gasped for breath. He said that he was possessed by a ghost. In their hometown, what happened to him that day was a ghost possession. He was haunted by the ghost of the woman who died there. I don't know anything. I didn't see anything. I didn't even know I called the police. It was the ghost who possessed me and did it herself. The ghost had a grievance, and she wanted to find someone to redress her grievances, so she possessed me. So she used me to call the police. If I hadn't happened to meet her, her body would have been rotten into mud and no one would have found it. I really don't know anything, police comrade. Lu Quan imitated Chao Lin's crying and snot and repeated what he said. That's it? Mingjia raised his eyebrows after hearing this. It sounded like Lu Quan was fooled again. Yes, boss, I feel like he is telling the truth. He said he was really unconscious at that time. Otherwise, he would not have called the police to cause trouble for himself. Do you think we should contact the special case team? The veins on Mingjia's forehead almost jumped up. He was so angry when he heard the three-word special case team. But no matter how angry he was, he still had to put the overall situation first. Xiaoku, go and talk to the guy surnamed Ma. If there is time, ask him to come and meet this Chao Lin. Ku Yulin, who was not talkative, nodded to Mingjia and took the task. Mingjia turned his head and looked at Yao Qianqian. She was the slowest eater in the whole group, and she was still stuffing dumplings into her mouth. Seeing Mingjia looking at her, she quickly swallowed the last bite of dumpling, picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth while saying, I've already asked at Qiu Yun's workplace. Qiu Yun started selling clothes in their store at the end of the year before last. Because their shopping guides work in shifts, and the sales clerks selling clothes in the store are more or less in competition, her colleagues don't know Qiu Yun very well personally. They only know that she has a boyfriend who lives with her. Moreover, they are all indifferent to the fact that Qiu Yun was absent from work. They almost all act as if it's none of their business, and are not at all curious about why Qiu Yun was absent from work. After listening to this, Mingjia sighed helplessly and said, that is to say, there is no useful information at all. What about you, Xiaowei? Wei Zhe, who was looking down at the clues carefully, did not even raise his head and said, there are indeed some problems with Qiu Yun's residence. At first glance, it does look like she is sharing a house with someone. Especially there are a lot of men's products in it. But I have observed carefully, and many of these men's products have been covered with dust, especially daily necessities, toothbrushes, and cups. The toiletries in Qiu Yun's bathroom seem to be in pairs, but the men's ones seem to have not been used for a long time. You mean, she broke up with her boyfriend? Or her boyfriend hasn't lived with her for a long time, like a long business trip out of town? Lu Quan asked with a pair of inquiring eyes. Another possibility is that many women living alone nowadays may have safety issues, so they deliberately create the illusion that they are sharing a house with their boyfriends. For example, they sometimes hang men's clothes on the balcony or place men's shoes at the door. If this is the case, could it be that Qiu Yun is not actually sharing a house with anyone, but has always lived alone? Otherwise, why haven't the neighbors seen her boyfriend? Yao Qianqian added. That's impossible. There are a lot of male daily necessities in his room, and they all show signs of being used. There must be a man who shared the house with Qiu Yun, or at least shared the house with him before. But it's hard to determine the identity of this man based on the current clues. It's not certain whether he is a boyfriend or not. After all, there is not a single photo in Qiu Yun's rental house. Wei Zhe directly denied Yao Qianqian's statement and put forward another guess. That's impossible. A girl would share a house with another boy in an old and dilapidated one-bedroom apartment. What else could he be if not a boyfriend? Even if he is her biological father, that's impossible. As the only woman at the scene, Yao Qianqian raised reasonable doubts. I think what Sister Qianqian said makes sense, Lu Quan echoed. He Mingjie shook his head and said, It's great to be young. You don't know anything. Let me take this opportunity to let your brother Wei give you some general knowledge. Brother Wei will tell them, when a man and a woman share a rental house, what other relationships can they have besides being boyfriend and girlfriend? Wei Zhe finally raised his head and looked at Comrade Lu Xiaoquan, who was full of curiosity, and said, You can also have a relationship of sharing a house without any relationship because the housing prices in Jiangxing are very expensive, and many migrant workers often share a room together, and the two will live in different places. This model is suitable for both parties who are frequent business travelers and the kind of business trips that are regular. Instead of looking for a house for a short-term rental from time to time, it is better to choose a long-term rental place, live in different places with the co-tenant, and the two sides will not disturb each other. It can be like this. I have learned a lot, Yao Qianqian, who was born in the local area, said with a very surprised expression at first. She would never have thought of such a sharing model, but later she thought about it, and it seemed reasonable. If this is the case, wouldn't it be more difficult to find this co-tenant, because the landlord has only signed a rental contract with Chiu Yun, and it seems that her co-tenant has not come to share the house with her for a long time. Where can I find someone? Comrade Lu Quan frowned and fell into deep thought. Don't look so sad. You're wasting your fair and tender face. Your brother Wei is just giving you an example. The most fearful thing when handling a case is the fixed mindset. Don't think a red fruit is an apple. It could also be a tomato. Do you understand? That's enough for today. Go back and have some rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow. He Mingjie gave an order, picked up the car keys, strode straight to the door, and showed everyone present how eager he was to get home after work. A team meeting was held until 8 p.m., which was much earlier than before. The team had a lot of cases, and He Mingjie was helpless. He Mingjie went to the night market to pack a portion of spicy crayfish that Yang Jiushu liked. Although he told Yang Jiushu not to wait for him at night, Yang Jiushu's temper made it impossible for him to do so. Downstairs in the community, He Mingjie saw the light on his window that was left for him, and his heart was warm. He took the crayfish and hummed a little song as he entered the elevator and went upstairs. Yang Jiushu really didn't rest. He was preparing lessons in his pajamas at this moment. Hearing the door open, he hurried out of the room. He Mingjie put down the crayfish, and without even taking off his shoes, he went forward to hug him. The warm yellow entrance light enveloped the two people hugging each other, adding an extremely warm touch to the quiet night. The two of them spent a while in silence. Yang Jiushu urged He Mingjie to wash up quickly, and he went into the kitchen to make him a bowl of clear soup noodles to eat with the crayfish he brought back. When He Mingjie came out in a comfortable robe, Yang Jiushu's clear noodle soup was served, and the two of them started the most comfortable and relaxing moment of the day. I want to tell you something, Yang Jiushu said as he put on gloves and peeled crayfish for He Mingjie. He Mingjie drank the clear soup from the clear soup noodles first, sighed with satisfaction, and replied, What's the matter? All the students in our class are going to take the high school entrance examination this year, so I thought I would like to ask your colleague for a favor. He Mingjie, who was just happily eating noodles, looked at Yang Jiushu with resentment. He had more or less guessed what was going on, and did not even take the peeled crayfish handed over by the other party. Is it that Fengshi again? What has he done again? Let me make it clear first. If you want to ask that guy surnamed Ma for help, then I absolutely disagree. I would rather you spend more money to find someone else. Why do you still have such a big opinion about your colleague? Hey, he can't be considered my colleague. At most, he is an extra staff member. Whether he is an extra staff member or not, I think Officer Ma is quite powerful. Instead of looking for those outside who are not sure whether they are reliable or not, wouldn't it be more reliable for me to find someone who is linked to the establishment? Is that what he calls reliable? The way he looks at you is like a hungry wolf seeing a little lamb. You call that reliable? Anyway, I don't agree. You should have less contact with him. He is a very evil person. If you re unhappy, I won't contact him. I told you this because I want you to talk to Officer Ma. I know you don't like him, but I still want you to know that Officer Ma's attitude towards me is definitely not what you think. And even if it is, it can't shake my love for you. Do you understand? He Mingjie then continued to eat the crayfish handed over by Yang Jiushu, and said, Just coax me, Tell me what happened to Feng Shi in your class? Hey, Feng Shi, I still think it's a pity to let him fend for himself. I have taught him for 3 years. I always feel that this child is very smart in nature, but I don't know why he looks dull and sluggish. Sometimes his behavior is as if he is not himself. Let me give you the simplest example. I have graded his test papers and homework so many times. He seems to have deliberately filled in some questions incorrectly, as if he is deliberately controlling the score to a failing scoreline. Hey, it's not easy for this illegitimate child of a wealthy family. You want to ask the surname Ma for help. Do you suspect that Feng Shi has been poisoned by someone? I don't know what's wrong with him. Is it a poison or something else? I'm not sure, but he gives people a very abnormal feeling. Many times he is like a walking corpse. He is obviously only 15 years old, which should be the most energetic age. Feng Shi shouldn't be like this. It's okay for me to go find that guy surnamed Ma. If he knows that it's you who wants to find him, he will definitely be very happy. But have you thought about how to deal with the Feng family? With the ability of the Feng family, it is impossible for them not to know what's going on with Feng Shi. If you help this Feng Shi, the people of the Feng family will definitely not sit idly by. I know. I also think that Feng Shi will become what he is now. It is very likely that he is related to the Feng family. It is very likely that they did this themselves. But no matter what, I still want Officer Ma to come and see Feng Shi. At least we have to know what happened to Feng Shi. He is about to take the high school entrance examination. If he continues to be left alone like this, he probably won't even be able to get into an ordinary high school. The people of the Feng family don't care about him, and his life will probably be even more difficult in the future. Okay, I'll talk to the guy surnamed Ma later, and then I'll take him to see Feng Shi. Hey, you say you worry about other people's affairs every day. When will you worry about your own affairs? Have you thought about how to arrange our marriage? When it comes to marriage, Yang Jiushu immediately fell silent. It's not that he resists marriage, but he is really at a loss about organizing a wedding. Yang Jiushu wanted to be as frugal as possible and just follow the basic Chinese procedures, but He Mingjie shot down this idea as soon as he put it out of his mouth. He refused to agree and insisted on having a grand wedding. The reason was simple. He Mingjie just didn't want to treat Yang Jiushu badly. Yang Jiushu was undoubtedly marrying down by marrying him. Yang's father was an academician for 3 generations, and Yang's mother was the daughter of a leading enterprise in Jiangxing. As the only son, Yang Jiushu was naturally a treasure in their eyes. On the other hand, He Mingjie's parents were ordinary working-class people, but they were honest, but they didn't have much family wealth. He Mingjie also knew that he was marrying above his station, but it was impossible for him to give up Yang Jiushu. Yang Jiushu gave up his big villa and lived in his shabby apartment. He Mingjie must have done a lot of ideological work with his parents. He Mingjie said that he would never let Yang Jiushu down, and he dared not be careless about the wedding. Yang Jiushu knew this little psychology of He Mingjie, so he was reluctant to let He Mingjie organize the wedding himself. He didn't want to put too much pressure on He Mingjie because of his family situation, so he took the initiative to organize the wedding. As a result, he still couldn't come up with a good plan that would satisfy He Mingjie and not be too extravagant. Why don't we choose a date and go get the certificate first? As soon as Yang Jiushu said this, He Mingjie choked up almost instantly and quickly lowered his head to drink a mouthful of noodle soup and adjusted his slightly red eyes. He Mingjie often thought that with Yang Jiushu's conditions, whether it was his appearance or his inner qualities, he could have any man he wanted, but he chose himself. How could he have him? This was probably a gift from God, so he cherished it. The more he thought about it, the more moved he was. He Mingjie fell into Yang Jiushu's arms and cried, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Yang Jiushu didn't expect that his words would cause He Mingjie, who was just eating noodles, to react so strongly. Although He Mingjie often acted like a spoiled child with him, it was rare for him to cry. The 1.89-meter-tall man hugged Yang Jiushu's waist tightly and sobbed non-stop. Yang Jiushu smiled helplessly, took off the gloves he was wearing for peeling crayfish, and comforted the person in his arms in a gentle voice, from the restaurant to the bedroom, and finally to the bed, causing Yang Jiushu's legs to tremble when he got out of bed the next day. The next day, Comrade Liu Shaoquan was eating a steamed bun with a pair of panda eyes. When he saw He Mingjie, who looked refreshed, he rushed over and said, "Boss, I figured it out. Chiu Yun must be sharing a house with her boyfriend. There is no possibility of sharing a house because Chiu Yun's work is in regular shifts. She can't be on business trips often. Her colleagues also said that she is sharing a house with her boyfriend. So the hypothesis proposed by Brother Wei doesn't exist. Chiu Yun can't share a house with others in this situation. Oh, Comrade Lu Quan, you've made progress. You didn't lead Brother Wei astray. You can't be thinking about this problem with your pair of panda eyes. He Mingjie teased Lu Quan, wondering where the other people in the group went so early in the morning and why Lu Quan was the only one at his workstation. At this moment, Ku Yulin walked in with a serious face. Boss, Chiu Yun's rental house was burned down. What happened? I just got the news. It was a fire that happened early in the morning. I just contacted the fire department. It was a gas explosion. The cause seems to be a gas leak caused by aging gas pipelines. Where is the source of the fire? No one lives in Chiu Yun's house at all. Is there no one watching over it? Old Wei and the others have returned after getting the evidence. The source of the fire has not been found, but it is undoubtedly man-made. Someone deliberately set the fire. Old Wei and Qianqian have already gone there. This was not a good sign. He Mingjie could not think of any other more reasonable motive for burning down a dead person's rental house, except to destroy evidence. He Mingjie's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Where is Chao Lin? His intuition told him that Chao Lin was definitely related to Chiu Yun's death. Lu Quan stopped eating his buns and answered seriously. I was released last night, almost 24 hours ago. At present, Chao Lin is just a person who reported the case. There is no reason for him to be detained and interrogated. This is not in compliance with the law. Let someone keep an eye on Chao Lin. Xiaoku, let Ma come over as soon as possible to see what's going on with this guy. Quan, come with me to the scene. At the entrance of Xiangning community, many people gathered to watch the excitement. You're killing me. Let me in. This is my house. Hey, please wait a minute. Let the police go in first. They are looking for evidence. You'll disturb their work if you go in now, and it may not be safe inside. It's all burned down. What evidence is there? This is really bad luck. Fortunately, no one lives in there. You should be thankful. It may not be safe to go in now. Please be kind and don't cause trouble for the police. When He Mingjie arrived, the middle-aged female landlord was arguing with someone at the door and wanted to go into her house. He Mingjie ignored her and took Lu Quan directly to the scene. The house was in a mess, with the floor covered in charred black, and it was almost impossible to tell what the house looked like originally. When Wei Zhe saw He Mingjie, he sighed helplessly and said, "It's not all bad. At least the evidence we should have collected has been almost obtained. And seeing that the other party wants to destroy this place so much, it shows that our investigation direction is correct. Chiu Yun's roommate is very important. Besides, since the other party did not choose to escape, we will definitely catch him. It still depends on you, Old Wei. At the critical moment, it all depends on you to think clearly," He Mingjie said meanly, and Wei Zhe rolled his eyes at him. "Quan, check the surveillance of the road section. I'll go now. It's estimated that there will be no traces. The other party must have made a lot of preparations to risk burning the house at this juncture," Old Wei said while packing up the tools. "Everything will leave traces. I don't believe that the other party can do it perfectly," said He Mingjie, who was always looking at him seriously. Old Wei glanced at him and smiled softly. He Mingjie's ability to switch characters was becoming more and more perfect. He Mingjie looked around carefully and suddenly squatted in a corner and picked up a small piece of yellow paper the size of a fingernail from a pile of charred sawdust. He Mingjie looked at the scraps of paper in his hand, smiled, and said to Lao Wei, "Look, the traces are here." Old Wei took a closer look and found it was a familiar old item. He could not help but sigh that it was He Mingjie who did not let go of such a small fragment. Old Wei glanced at He Mingjie and said helplessly, "It seems that it will be transferred to the special case team again. I am really worried that they will be too busy." Old Wei's worried words were not sincere at all. He Mingjie was already used to Lao Wei's attitude towards the special case team. Everyone in the special case team had a very strange temper, and their popularity was really not that good. "Okay, let's go back. This is beyond our ability. It's more reliable to leave professional matters to professionals," He Mingjie said to Wei Zhe and went home. The scrap that He Mingjie just picked up was what was left over from a burning talisman paper. This was most likely the source of the fire. Both of them already had an idea in their minds that this might not be a simple arson scene, but the scene of a ritual. When He Mingjie returned to the bureau, Kuyulin also came back, followed by Ma Wuxiang. Kuyulin was originally going to follow Chaolin, but Ma Wuxiang happened to have time, so he followed Kuyulin. On the way, Kuyulin told Ma Wuxiang the general content of the case, including the part where Chaolin said he was possessed by a ghost in the interrogation room. After listening to Kuyulin's description, Ma Wuxiang narrowed his eyes, which were already as small as they could be, and thought seriously, which showed that he was interested. The two followed Chaolin to Four Seasons Cloud Top, a high-end residential area in the city center. Chaolin went in and never came out again. According to Chaolin's personal information that they had investigated before, this was obviously not his residence, so he was probably visiting someone else. In such high-end residential areas, the guards were very dedicated, and it was very troublesome for unfamiliar outsiders to enter and exit. Chaolin could enter and exit freely like this, so it seemed that this was not his first time. Kuyulin and Ma Wuxiang didn't plan to follow any further, as the journey just now was enough. Although Ma Wuxiang's eyes were small, he was still good at judging people. As for what he saw, he didn't tell Kuyulin a word. Kuyulin was also used to the working style of their special case team. That is, you must tell us all the details of the case you know, but we don't have to tell you what we know. This privilege is unique to their special case team, and it is precisely because of this that the criminal investigation personnel who cooperate with them are not very happy with them, but there is nothing they can do. He Mingjie was no exception. When he saw Ma Wuxiang coming to the office, he ignored him and treated him as an invisible man. He planned to let Wei Zhe handle everything. Old Wei, hand over the work. He Mingjie was too lazy to say a word to Ma Wuxiang. When he thought of the look in his eyes when he looked at his wife, He Mingjie wanted to dig out his squinting eyes. Hey, Captain He, don't go. May I ask how Xiaoxiu is doing recently? Ma Wuxiang, who had no tact, was definitely good at making people angry to death. He Mingjie was even more annoying when he talked about things that were not related to him. He Mingjie hated hearing his wife's name from him, but Ma Wuxiang had to greet him every time he saw him. What does my wife's well-being have to do with you? He Mingjie said, staring at Ma Wuxiang. Hey, it seems like there is no relationship, but I really want to have some relationship. Ma Wuxiang, just like his name, is shameless, and he is even more so to He Mingjie. Ma, you have to have some shame. He Mingjie has been trying very hard to endure, but he still can't help it. Ma Wuxiang is a man who deserves a beating. Hey, Captain He, don't be angry. I don't mean anything else. I just miss Xiaoxiu a little bit. Ma Wuxiang said meanly. You really think I dare not hit you, right? He Mingjie said and turned his body sideways. This is his posture ready to go, just waiting for Ma Wuxiang to say something he doesn't like to hear, and then he will punch him. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. I don't think so. You are really stingy. I won't do anything to Xiaoxiu. You'd better not hit my wife. Otherwise, I will tear you apart. I know. How dare I? I admire and respect Xiaoxiu. Even if you allow me, I dare not have any improper thoughts. He is my male god. Ma Wuxiang was mean and cowardly in front of He Mingjie. After he was at his most mean, he started to comfort He Mingjie, fearing that he would really be beaten. Be sensible and put away those messy fantasies of yours. Don't blame me for not warning you when the time comes. Don't be so angry. I'm not your enemy. Besides, there are so many people who appreciate Xiaoxiu. You can't stop everyone from appreciating beautiful things. Ma Wuxiang, listen carefully. I will only say this once. Jiuxiu is my wife. Whoever provokes her will die. I mean what I say. He Mingjie was serious. In terms of fighting power, no one present could beat He Mingjie. No matter how shameless Ma Wuxiang was, he would not be stupid enough to really anger He Mingjie at this moment. Otherwise, he would suffer. Why would anyone mess with your wife for no reason? How dare I? Believe me, you are the only one in the world who deserves Xiaoxiu. I sincerely wish you 99. Ma Wuxiang's words were true. The purple aura on young Jiuxiu was not something that everyone could withstand. Seeing that Ma Wuxiang had given in, He Mingjia also suppressed his anger and didn't care whether what he said was sincere or not. After all, they were colleagues, and if the other party didn't make trouble, He Mingjia wouldn't really do anything to him. After all, the two of them had solved many cases together, and He Mingjia had some idea of Ma Wuxiang's character. You still have some brains. If you have nothing to do, just handle more cases and don't think about things all day long. As soon as He Mingjia said this, the tense atmosphere eased, and the people around him breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that He Mingjia had calmed down. Yes, Captain, he is right. I just came to you to handle the case. Ma Wuxiang quickly followed He Mingjia's words. After all, his work still needed He Mingjia's help and cooperation. Old Wei, He Mingjia called out, meaning that he wanted Old Wei to hand over the case to the other party, and he planned to take care of other things. Hey, wait, Captain He, it's like this. You know that our special case team has always been short of staff, so this case still needs your help. Of course, I have already applied to your director Zhang, Ma Wuxiang said cautiously. He was not really afraid of He Mingjia, but the most important thing was that he was afraid of the person behind him. Yang Jiushu was the one he really respected. He Mingjia was not a person who was confused. As far as he could see, it was indeed the case that would be most beneficial if they joined forces. He Mingjia was not vague at all. He invited everyone into the meeting room and instantly switched to the mode of a loving colleague, leading everyone to sort out the case together, as if the unpleasantness in the corridor just now had never happened. Everyone had just taken their seats, and Lu Quan had just come back from checking the surveillance footage. When He Mingjia saw him like that, he knew that he would definitely get nothing. He Mingjia glanced at everyone and didn't see Yao Qianqian, so he asked everyone, "Where's Qianqian?" Qiu Yun's parents came over and said they got lost at the station, and Qianqian went to pick them up, Yulin replied. He Mingjia understood, and then said, "Quaner, you speak first." Before Lu Quan's ace even touched the chair, he stood up again. Xiangning community has only two gates, the front and the back gate, both of which are equipped with surveillance cameras, but there are only these two surveillance cameras in the entire community. I checked the 24-hour record of the surveillance camera at the front gate and did not find any suspicious persons. As for the surveillance camera at the back door, when I went to check it, I found that the surveillance camera had been broken for a week. It is inconvenient to go out to the back door, and basically no one walks around, so the surveillance camera was broken, and the community property management did not take it seriously at all. It seems that the arsonist may have come in from the back door. Well, as expected, nothing was found again. He Mingjia turned to Yulin and asked, "Xiao Ku, what about you?" Chao Lin entered 4 seasons Cloud Top and never came out again. It is likely that he went in to meet someone. Ma Gu was with me. He has already met the person. After Yulin finished speaking, he looked at Ma Wuxiang, meaning to let Ma Wuxiang supplement and want him to say what he saw. Ma Wuxiang was directly held up. He knew that since he came to join forces with them, he couldn't just tell them nothing, otherwise it would greatly affect the cooperation between the two parties and would not be of any benefit to the investigation of the case. Oh, yes, Xiao Ku and I followed Chao Lin all the way. Yes, Chao Lin did have miasma on his body, but it is not certain whether it was caused by the deceased. I will go to Chao Lin later to take a look. Ma Wuxiang did see a very strange miasma on Chao Lin's body, which was somewhat different from the miasma of ordinary ghosts. He couldn't figure out what was going on for a while, and he had to wait for further inspection to know the details. He Mingjia did not make any comments after listening, but looked at Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe handed the photo of the fire scene in Qiu Yun's house to Ma Wuxiang, and handed him the small piece of talisman paper and said, "The fire broke out in Qiu Yun's rental house early in the morning. The overall appearance is like this. This is a small piece of burnt talisman paper we found at the scene. Take a look." Ma Wuxiang took the small piece of talisman paper and squinted his eyes again. Then he looked through the photos of the scene. After 2 minutes of silence, Ma Wuxiang said, "I need to go to the scene to take a look. I can only say that the other party is performing a ritual, and it is a more complicated ritual. Be mentally prepared. I have never seen this kind of talisman paper. It should be specially made. If it is a special talisman paper, ordinary people with Taoism skills cannot make it. The other party should be of great importance. If necessary, I may need to ask my master to come." As soon as Ma Wuxiang said this, the case was pushed to another level. Ma Wuxiang's master had to be mobilized. It could only be said that the other party's skills were at least at the level of a great master. This was not something that could be solved by simply getting rid of the little ghost. For a moment, no one responded, but at this moment, forensic Dr. Su Rue pushed open the door of the conference room anxiously and dropped another bombshell. It was my negligence. The DNA comparison was too late. The female corpse found at the mouth of Shuzhou River is not Xiao Yun. Su Rue was still wearing a white coat and a mask on his chin. He had obviously just received the news and rushed here. What's going on? He Mingjia's expression became serious. If the deceased was not Xiao Yun, it meant that all their previous investigation work would probably be in vain. Su Rue pushed his glasses and answered, "We just discovered this problem. Qianqian brought the deceased parents here to identify the body, but they denied it after taking one look. They said their daughter was not that tall, and Xiao Yun was only about 1.5 meters at most, but the deceased was about 1.65 meters tall. We are already doing a DNA comparison, and the results will be out soon." In fact, there was no need to wait for the comparison results. Su Rue had already made the conclusion that the height difference was so big that it was impossible for them to be the same person. The deceased was not Xiao Yun. Now think about it. The reason why the deceased was identified as Xiao Yun was simply because a wallet was found in the clothes worn by the deceased, and Xiao Yun's ID card happened to be in the wallet. As luck would have it, Xiao Yun disappeared. So naturally the deceased was identified as Xiao Yun. So if the female corpse was not Xiao Yun, where did Xiao Yun go? Who was this female corpse? After working so hard for so long, they didn't even find out the true identity of the deceased. It was impossible not to be disappointed. Su Rue's few words directly brought the people present back to the pre-liberation period, and the whole case had to be investigated again from the beginning. No matter what, Xiao Yun must have some connection with the deceased, otherwise her wallet would not have run to the deceased for no reason. As the deputy captain, Wei Zhe timely activated his skills to stabilize the overall situation, thinking of comforting the depressed people. At least this Xiao Yun has not been found yet, and no one knows what kind of ceremony has been experienced in her rental house. These are not clear, and Xiao Yun's line must continue to be investigated. Susu, compare the DNA database as soon as possible to find out the true identity of the deceased. Xiaoku, you accompany Officer Ma and try to cooperate with his work. Quan, you go find Qianqian and meet Xiao Yun's parents together to learn more about Xiao Yun. Xiaofeng Jianfeng, you two continue to investigate Xiao Yun's roommate and find out who her roommate is and where he has gone now. Lao Wei, accompany me to Four Seasons hinting to find out what's going on with this Chao Lin. Don't be discouraged and get to work. He Mingjie finished explaining the work and the meeting ended. Since there were new problems in the case, it meant that there was new progress. This was a common problem when handling a case, and everyone was not that difficult to accept. At the moment, the key was to seize the time to investigate new clues. At He Mingjie's command, everyone started to move and went to work. What they didn't expect was that the subsequent investigation would be so difficult that they couldn't figure out the true identity of the deceased for 2 whole months. The various daily necessities that Lao Wei collected in Xiao Yun's rental house did not reveal any of the protagonist's identity, which was very strange. Lao Wei and his team couldn't even extract a single fingerprint. It seemed that the people living there deliberately erased these traces, erasing the traces of their living there. He Mingjie tried to use AI to barely restore the deceased's original horrific appearance, but he also failed to find a similar person in the existing database. This unidentified female corpse seemed to have appeared out of thin air at the mouth of the Shuzhou River. There was no clue and no identification. Ma Wuxiang and Ku Yulin went to Qiao Yun's rental house and spent 2 days recreating the scene of the ceremony as best as possible. Ma Wuxiang concluded that a difficult soul-binding ceremony had taken place here, and the missing Qiao Yun was most likely dead, and his soul had been captured and bound by someone. So Ma Wuxiang had no way to ask the soul. The DNA database comparison at Su Rue's side also yielded no results. It was certain that the female corpse was not Xiao Yun, but the identity of the deceased was not matched in the existing DNA database. Ma Wuxiang tried to contact the female corpse's ghost, but found that it was crushed to pieces. Ma Wuxiang spent a lot of effort, but was unable to piece together the deceased ghost. The identity of the female corpse became a complete mystery. On the other hand, He Mingjie and Wei Zhe went to Four Seasons Cloud Top and directly questioned the gate guard as a police officer, wanting to know who Chao Lin had visited, but they got nothing. It turned out that this was also where Chao Lin took private jobs, doing garbage sorting and transportation at the garbage station in the community, and Chao Lin had been doing this for 2 or 3 years. He entered this community just for work. It must be said that after He Mingjie and Wei Zhe found out, they felt like they were being fooled, but they could do nothing about it. To say that this was still a serious job, they had no way to deal with Chao Lin. He Mingjie even doubted his intuition. Perhaps Chao Lin really had nothing to do with this case. He Mingjie did not give up and asked Ma Wuxiang to meet Chao Lin again. To Ma Wuxiang's surprise, the strange miasma on Chao Lin disappeared. Chao Lin returned to his normal appearance. It really looked like he was possessed by a ghost and then left. This made Ma Wuxiang have no chance to study the strange miasma. A group of people worked hard for several days, but they didn't get much results. The only new progress was made by Lu Quan and Yao Qianqian. Qiu Yun's parents did not show much concern for their daughter Qiu Yun's disappearance. Instead, they were more concerned about how to get the missing person's property. Qiu Yun's parents learned that Qiu Yun last transferred money to them half a year ago. The couple was still angry when talking about this, because Qiu Yun's younger brother wanted to build a house and marry a wife in his hometown, and asked Qiu Yun for some financial support. After much persuasion, Qiu Yun transferred 10,000 yuan to them. They were not satisfied and scolded Qiu Yun. "Don't you think she is an ungrateful person? We raised her to this age and asked her to help her brother build a house so that he could get married, but she still didn't want to do it. After coming to the city to work, she treated herself as a city dweller and forgot where her hometown is. It's all her boyfriend's fault. He had to bring her to the city even though he had no money. If she had married the old lame man at the entrance of the village, why would she disappear? Isn't this delaying our spring planting? We have wasted hundreds of dollars on the travel expenses. Police comrade, this girl is very cunning. I guess she is not missing at all. She may be hiding on purpose because she is afraid of having to pay for her brother to build a house." The short village woman complained to Yao Qianqian, saying words that belittled her missing daughter. This made Yao Qianqian very unhappy, but she couldn't do anything. It was also because of Qiu Yun's parents' complaints that they followed this line to find Qiu Yun's transfer records and the bank where Qiu Yun transferred the money. The bank address was in the Old City area. This was very unreasonable. The Old City area and Xiangning community were in the west and east respectively. Since Qiu Yun had lived in Xiangning community for 5 or 6 years, why would he go to the Old City area far to the west to apply for a bank card? What was even more strange was that the Old City area was actually closer to where Qiu Yun worked. He Mingjie had never thought about this issue in depth before because Qiu Yun changed jobs a year ago, and it was understandable that her work address was far from the rented place. In addition, the housing prices in Jiangxing were high, so it was very common for the rented place to be far from the workplace. But now it seems that things may not be like this. Maybe Qiu Yun does not live in Xiangning community at all. In fact, someone else lives here. Qiu Yun is just helping to rent a house. Only in this way can it be explained why Qiu Yun has rented a house in Xiangning community for 5 years. But people in the community are so unfamiliar with her ID card photo. If this is true, boss, then Qiu Yun's real residence is likely to be in the Old City. Comrade Lu Xiaoquan suddenly had an epiphany, opened his eyes wide and looked at He Mingjie, as excited as if he had discovered a new world. He Mingjie raised his eyebrows at him. Comrade Lu Xiaoquan's vitality is really not covered. Since the case was solved, he has suffered a series of setbacks. It is rare that he can still maintain his original passion at this moment. He Mingjie looked at Lu Xiaoquan's excitement and was amused. He said, "Why are you still standing there? Get to work." "Got it." Comrade Lu Xiaoquan really took the task as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The group took Qiu Yun's ID photo and immediately rushed to the Old City. Taking the bank where Qiu Yun applied for a bank card as the starting point, they began to visit the surrounding residential areas, trying to find Qiu Yun's residence. When He Mingjie knocked on Yin Qian's door, Yin Qian was preparing dinner for Feng Shi. After the kid got familiar with him, he came to his place almost every day. It was Feng Shi who opened the door. When he saw He Mingjie, there was no change on his face. On the other hand, when He Mingjie saw Feng Shi's dead face, he showed a very surprised expression. Isn't this the Feng Shi that his wife has been thinking about? Who is it? Yin Xian heard Feng Shi open the door, and then there was no movement. So he walked out of the kitchen and saw He Mingjie and Lu Quan standing at the door and asked, "Who are you? Hello, why is Feng Shi here?" He Mingjie asked the first question in his mind directly. He didn't think that the people of the Feng family would live in such an old and dilapidated house. "Who are you?" "Oh, police ID." He Mingjie showed his police ID to Yin Xian. "What's the matter?" Yin Xian was puzzled, not knowing why the police came to his house. "I want to ask if you have seen this person." He Mingjie took out Xiao Yun's ID card photo and showed it to Yin Xian. Yin Xian took a look and thought, "Wow, isn't this his client? Or isn't this the ghost in his client's body?" But how should he call Yin Xian? Yin Xian didn't respond for a while. But because of his pause, the sharp He Mingjie already had the answer. "Yin Xian had seen Xiao Yun. Have you seen her? Where did you see her? What is your relationship with her?" He Mingjie asked one after another. Yin Xian was silent again. He was still thinking about the words. "And why is Feng Yu here?" He Mingjie didn't want to let Yin Xian go after finally meeting someone he had seen before, so he asked a series of questions one after another. "This is my home. Feng Yu is my brother. Is it strange that he is here?" Yin Xian picked a question that was easier to answer. "Are you from the Feng family?" "Well, I'm his sister-in-law." "Are you Feng Yu's wife?" "Yes." "Why do you know Feng Yu?" It's not strange that this person knows Feng Yu. After all, the prince of the Feng family is quite famous in this city, but the existence of Feng Yu in the Feng family is definitely not something that everyone knows. Why does this policeman know Feng Yu? Yin Xian was also very curious. "Feng Yu is my wife's student." Yin Xian thought for a moment and asked uncertainly, "Your lover? Could it be teacher Yang Jiushu?" "Yes." He Mingjie's yes stunned Yin Xian. He had never expected that his beloved teacher Yang already had a lover. Yin Xian felt very upset. He had been thinking about finding a chance to spend more time with Yang Jiushu, but it turned out that the other party had a lover. How could he be close to him? When He Mingjie saw his shocked look, his face immediately turned ugly. He almost instantly guessed that this man was probably also coveting his wife. "Are you familiar with my wife?" He Mingjie's tone suddenly became unfriendly. As a result, Yin Xian, who was still in shock, didn't hear what he said at all, so naturally he didn't answer He Mingjie's question. "Well, your dish seems to be burnt. Do you want to go in and take a look first?" Seeing Yin Xian, still confused, Comrade Lu Xiaoquan had to remind him. Yin Xian also smelled it, and then he came to his senses, cried softly, and hurried back to the kitchen to turn off the fire. He Mingjie and Lu Quan entered the room without any hesitation and closed the door. Standing in the narrow living room, He Mingjie and Lu Quan looked around. It was an ordinary residential house with narrow rooms, but the decoration was very warm and the things were neatly arranged. It can be seen that the owner loves life very much. Feng Shi ignored the two of them and continued to tidy up the table, waiting for Yin Xian to bring out the dishes for dinner. He Mingjie watched Feng Shi's every move and felt that this child seemed a little different from the last time he saw him. The child looked more lively. He Mingjie tried to talk to Feng Shi. "Feng Shi, do you still remember me?" Feng Shi naturally heard it, but he just looked at him with his dead eyes and did not answer, so He Mingjie had to give up. Yin Xian walked out of the kitchen with the dishes, put them on the dining table, called He Mingjie and Lu Quan, and said, "Let's eat together?" "No, we'll leave after asking." "Tell me, where have you met this person?" He Mingjie stared at Yin Xian with sharp eyes, trying to catch any signs of him lying in time. Yin Xian didn't want to cause too much trouble, but he really didn't know how to start the conversation. He was afraid that if he told the police, people wouldn't believe him and would say he was crazy. "It seems like I've seen this person before, but it also seems like I haven't seen him before. I'm not sure. I need to think about it carefully. How about this? You leave me your contact information, and I'll contact you when I think of it." Yin Xian thought about his client's situation. He was not sure if he would hurt her if he directly exposed the girl's whereabouts to the police. After all, the girl didn't seem to choose to go to the police when she encountered problems. It seemed that the girl had always had some hidden secrets. Yin Xian's answer was very unsatisfactory. He Mingjie recalled the man's expression when he saw Qiao Yun's ID card just now, and guessed that this man must have something to hide. This man must have hidden very important information. He Mingjie did not intend to let him go. If you can't remember it now, we can ask you to come to our bureau to think about it, He Mingjie said. Yin Qian was unhappy. This person was threatening him. Yin Qian immediately looked at the energy on He Mingjie's body. He wanted to see who could take on Yang Jushu's overflowing purple energy. At first glance, what an ancient mythical beast. The domineering aura restrained in He Mingjie's body almost hurt Yin Qian's eyes. This guy is really not to be messed with. Yin Qian rubbed his eyes and said, "Don't bother. I remember now. I don't know this person, but a girl I met might know him. Why don't you just go and ask her?" Yin Qian gave up and decided to tell the policeman about his client's whereabouts. After all, the policeman himself was not someone to be trifled with and was generally a reliable person. When he heard someone knew Qiu Yun, He Mingjie quickly asked, "What's his name and where is he? You have to go with us. It's at the big-eyed steamed bun shop on the next street. She is an employee there. Her name is He Yu, but I don't know if she want to work today. You can go and see, but I can't go because the kids at home haven't eaten yet." Yin Qian declined his companion's request. He Yu hadn't paid him the balance yet. He couldn't just bring the police to her suddenly. What if she didn't like the police? Yin Qian always felt that this was not a good idea, so he simply ignored their meeting. "Okay, leave me your contact information." He Mingjie thought that he might have questions to ask this person later, so it wouldn't be a problem to add the contact information first. Yin Qian didn't refuse. The two exchanged names, phone numbers, and even added WeChat. Yin Qian was also very cooperative. He Mingjie took Lu Quan and didn't bother him anymore, and went out to find He Yu. After the two left, Yin Qian continued to eat with the children and went over the whole thing in his mind. It seems that the ghost in He Yu's body is called Qiu Yun, and he is trapped in He Yu's body because of something that happened. Qiu Yun went online to ask for help to get rid of the ghost, but the fact is that the ghost is herself. In addition, when Yin Qian went to her apartment, a series of contradictory things were very clumsily shown to Yin Qian, such as self-exposure that there were corpse worms in the house, and that she did not smoke, but there were lighters and ashtrays at home. The repeated excuses seemed to be concealing, but in fact they were deliberately creating contradictions for Yin Qian to see. What exactly does He Yu want to do? One question after another pushed Yin Qian to think and dig deeper. Yin Qian said to the child who was busy eating, "Do you think He Yu is really asking for help?" She dare not say it out loud because someone is watching her. She takes the risk of finding a master to get rid of the little ghost in this clumsy way. In fact, she wants people to check the auto repair shop. If that's the case, then her focus is not on getting rid of the little ghost at all, but the dead mechanic is the key. The more Yin Qian thought about it, the more he believed that was the case. He stopped eating and continued. The auto mechanic who used ghost money to buy buns mentioned by He Yugu probably didn't exist at all. It was all made up by He Yu herself. Her purpose was to let the master investigate the auto repair shop. She didn't seek help from the police, but went to the master instead. This shows that the person she wanted to investigate was also a skilled person. That's why He Yu was so wary. "Feng Er, do you think I'm right? This is terrible. If this is the case, the police can't be allowed to find He Yu, otherwise her identity will be exposed, which is too dangerous for her." Yin Qian quickly called He Mingjie. As soon as the call was connected, Yin Qian said, "Officer He, don't go look for He Yu yet. Someone is watching her. It's too dangerous for her. What's going on? Where are you? I'll come find you. You wait at home. We'll come up." Fortunately, He Mingjie and Lu Quan did not go far. They came back after a while. Yin Qian poured tea for them, while Feng Yi sat quietly to the side and let himself go. "Tell me what's going on?" He Mingjie asked first. With one thing after another, his patience was almost worn out by Yin Qian. "Officer He, are you superstitious?" Yin Qian asked without any confidence. This kind of opening remark really sounded meaningless. "I am not superstitious, but I believe in karma and reincarnation. Can I get to the point?" He Mingjie sat on the small sofa in the living room with his arms crossed, looking at Yin Qian with an unhappy face. He felt that this person's way of doing things was particularly slow. Yin Qian also looked back at He Mingjie and found his sour face a little funny. He Mingjie was 1.89 meters tall, with a mini sofa under his ace, and the overall look was really funny. The living room of Yin Qian's house was too small, and the big sofa could not fit in it at all. Now the 3 adults and 1 child were squeezed together in the living room, which seemed very cramped. It's like this. I actually have a little skill passed down from my family, which can help people exorcise evil spirits and make some extra money every day. He is actually my client. Yin Qian told him everything that He had entrusted him with. According to what you said, Qiu Yun is in Hiyu's body, and the person who controls Hiyu's body is actually Qiu Yun. So why didn't she go directly to the police to tell the truth about her death? Comrade Lu Xiaoquan, the curious baby, raised his question. I was thinking about this as well, so I felt that she was being monitored. To be honest, although Qiu Yun was in Hiyu's body, she seemed to be trapped inside. She didn't have any other ability to move. As a ghost, she couldn't even get out of Hiyu's body. Someone bound her. You rewrite. Someone performed a soul-binding ritual on Qiu Yun's ghost. He Mingjie replied. Hearing He Mingjie's answer, Yin Qian was very surprised. He didn't expect that the police would also know about the soul-binding ceremony. Don't be so surprised. It's also our job to understand all kinds of strange things. Otherwise, how can we solve the case? He Mingjie continued. But there is another unreasonable place. Even if Qiu Yun's soul is bound, it doesn't affect her control of Hiyu's body. She can still do many things with Hiyu's body. Why didn't she do it? She did it. She asked me to check the auto repair shop. She must want to tell us something, but she can't say it herself. So it seems that she showed you various contradictions in a clumsy way. It is likely that she wanted to test your ability and see if you were worth telling you more things. The second is to convey some information. For example, you said that there are corpse worms in her house, so there must be dead bodies in her house. For example, she doesn't smoke herself, but deliberately let you see the lighter and ashtray for lighting cigarettes. It is probably to tell you that there are men in and out of her house. Exclude one. She can't possibly test my ability. She knows my ability very well. What I can't figure out is why she didn't tell me the truth directly. Yin Qian directly ruled out the first possibility, because when he first met Hiyu, he was inexperienced and didn't hide his aura. When Qiu Yun met him, she was always trembling and lowered her head when she spoke, obviously knowing his identity, so it could only be the second possibility. But if that's the case, why didn't she tell me the truth directly, and why did she have to go through so many twists and turns? This is what Yin Qian couldn't figure out. I roughly know. It's not Qiu Yun who can't say it. It's Hiyu who can't say it. Qiu Yun's death is probably related to Hiyu. Aren't you the people in this industry who know best that when a ghost is haunted, the first target of the haunting is the person who committed the crime against him? Officer He, you know a lot. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Qiu Yun had to be trapped in Hiyu's body because her soul was bound. But because Hiyu was one of her targets, she had no way to manipulate Hiyu's body to do some strange things, such as secretly killing someone and reporting the case herself. Otherwise, Hiyu's accomplices would find out that something was wrong. In that case, Qiu Yun, as a soul, would face more dangers and would have no way to redress her grievances. There's another question. Since Qiu Yun's soul can be bound, why didn't the other party directly transcend her, or let her disappear into ashes as you said? And how could they let her control Hiyu's body to do so many things? Because Qiu Yun's soul was bound remotely, they didn't find Qiu Yun, so they could only temporarily bind her remotely and trap her in place, so that she couldn't do anything else. I can only say that the other party is quite powerful. In addition to relying on the deceased resident's information before his death, this kind of remote binding of a soul also requires a higher level of Taoism. Residential information? But the place where the soul-binding ceremony was performed was not where Qiu Yun lived before his death. He Mingjie was puzzled. The soul-binding ceremony was performed in a rental house in Xiangning community, which was not Qiu Yun's residence. That's impossible. The place of residence of the deceased is a necessary condition for the soul-binding ceremony, unless the souls bound are not the same. No, someone else died, Comrade Lu Xiaoquan exclaimed. According to what Yin Qian said, if the soul must be bound in the place where the deceased lived, then Qiu Yun was bound in her own place of residence. This place must not be Xiangning community. So who was the soul-binding ceremony in Xiangning community for? It must not be the female corpse at the mouth of Shuzhou River, because the soul of the female corpse has been shattered. It seems that I have to talk to this Hiyu. Mr. Yin, I want to know. If the other party finds Chiu Yun's soul, can they kill her immediately? Yes, that's why I asked you not to see her first, because whether it is Chiu Yun's bound soul or Hiyu, they are all being watched. Mr. Yin, time is limited. I would like to ask you to meet my colleague. We must enter Hiyu's apartment because we need to find the dead body in the apartment. If I'm not mistaken, it is probably Chiu Yun, and I would like to ask you to work with my colleague to protect Chiu Yun's soul if she is discovered by the other party. He Mingjia has already formed the next action plan in his mind, and he is decisive as usual. I guess my ability is limited. Yin Xian originally did not want to meddle in other people's business. Don't rush to refuse, work is paid. Although he Mingjia did not know the depth of Yin Xian's Taoism, he was very accurate in judging people. The special case team has always been short of manpower. If Yin Xian can help Ma Wuxiang and others do something, he can be regarded as helping them recruit people in disguise, and it will also save the people in his team from being pulled over to cooperate with them all day. If this continues, Ku Yulin will completely become a member of their special case team, or a helper. Oh, so, I'll think about it. Yin Xian's most lacking thing now is money. When he heard that there was a reward, or helping the police, he felt that it was not a loss. Wait for me for a moment. I'll make a call. He Mingjia called Ma Wuxiang without stopping for a moment, and told him the matter in a few words, asking him to come to Yin Xian's house to meet Yin Xian. They needed to enter Hiyu's apartment as soon as possible and talk to Hiyu. Quan, go find Hiyu first. Just keep an eye on her. Don't alert her, He Mingjia said to Lu Quan. Got it. Wait a minute. I'll call Hiyu to see where she is now. Yin Xian dialed Hiyu's number, and the other end prompted that the phone was turned off. Yin Xian immediately had a bad feeling, because Hiyu had always answered his calls in seconds. Separately go find Hiyu. Remember not to alert her. He Mingjia also felt that something was wrong. So he called the team members, spread the news about Hiyu, and asked them to retrieve Hiyu's information immediately and go find Hiyu separately. Yin Xian left Feng Shi at home, and followed He Mingjia to join the search team. Yin Xian took He Mingjia to Hiyu's apartment first, and knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. On the other side, Wei Zhe and Yao Qianqian went to the Big Eye Bun shop, but also didn't find anyone. Hiyu's colleagues said that Hiyu had taken several days off and had not come to work for a few days. He Mingjia retrieved the surveillance footage of Hiyu's apartment and found that Hiyu had not returned since leaving at about 1 a.m. last night. The surveillance footage showed that Hiyu left empty-handed, dressed in ordinary clothes, and had no belongings such as a backpack. He Mingjia then followed the surveillance footage of the road section at the entrance of the community and found that Hiyu got into a van parked on the roadside after leaving the community. He Mingjia gestured to Lu Quan, who immediately understood what He Mingjia meant and immediately tracked the van. Yin Xian recalled the situation when he left Hiyu's apartment building. After he left, the man in the black shirt and hat went in. So he said to He Mingjia, maybe we can check the auto repair shop next to the Big Eye's steamed bun shop. Chiu Yun probably wants to tell us that there is something wrong with that auto repair shop. Okay, I get it. You go back first. My colleague will probably be at your house soon. His name is Ma Wuxiang. Like you, he knows a little bit about Taoism. You two should have a good chat and find a way to save Chiu Yun's soul. After watching the surveillance, He Mingjia sent Yin Xian away, and he rushed to meet up with Lu Quan. At the same time, he asked Wei Zhe and Yao Qianqian at the Big Eye's steamed bun shop to check the auto repair shop next to it. Half an hour later, Yin Xian returned home, and Ma Wuxiang also arrived. Yin Xian opened the door for him. This time, Yin Xian concealed his own aura, and Ma Wuxiang did not notice anything unusual. Ma Wuxiang asked straight to the point, do you know the ritual of binding spirits? He Mingjia had briefly told him about Yin Xian's situation on the phone before. Ma Wuxiang was quite surprised. He didn't expect He Mingjia to help him recruit people. Moreover, there were not many people that He Mingjia liked. This made Ma Wuxiang quite interested. Don't you understand? Yin Xian looked at Ma Wuxiang's body and found that the other party was a contractor. Generally speaking, the ability of the contractor is directly linked to the contract object. The contract object of the Ma family is a 1,000-year-old dragon, so the ability to reason should not be low. I have only heard of it. To be honest, I don't know. Ma Wuxiang naturally admitted his shortcomings. In their line of work, there are always people who are better than you. The most powerful thing about Ma Wuxiang is his eyes, which can see everything clearly. As for summoning spirits and asking spirits, he knows a little bit, but he has never learned the job of binding spirits. Then what can you do? Yin Xian was just a little curious. The 1,000-year-old dragon he raised didn't look like he couldn't do anything. Yin Xian's question stumped Ma Wuxiang. Ma Wuxiang thought it was wrong. He Mingjie clearly said that Yin Xian should come to work for their special case team. Shouldn't he be the one interviewing him? What do you know? Ma Wuxiang asked. I know a little bit of everything, no shortcomings. Yin Xian was really not bragging. If Ma Wuxiang's ability is to communicate with other worlds, then Yin Xian himself is from another world. Not to mention other things, even the 1,000-year-old dragon raised by the Ma family would have to show courtesy to the former Yin Xian. Oh, okay. Then you should recall Qiu Yun's undead soul first. Ma Wuxiang didn't believe that the chubby Yin Xian had this ability. That can't be done. Qiu Yun's undead soul has been bound. Yin Xian declined the matter without any guilt. Then you dare to say that you know everything. Seeing that the other party really didn't know anything like him, Ma Wuxiang felt a sense of accomplishment in exposing the other party's lies and was more confident. Yin Xian was also stumped for a moment. In fact, Yin Xian had the ability to recall Qiu Yun's undead, but it was more troublesome. He had to leave Yin Xian's body before he could release his own power, so that he could fight against the binder on the opposite side. However, because Yin Xian's body was too dead and the fool Yin Xian was in a deep sleep, as long as he left, this body would definitely be destroyed immediately. At that time, he would not only have to change another body, which would affect his mission, but he would not be able to save Yin Xian, the stupid boy. It was not worth it no matter how you looked at it. You were probably a charlatan, right? Who is your master? Seeing that Yin Xian could not answer, Ma Wuxiang took advantage of the victory to pursue him. He wanted to see where Yin Xian got the confidence to brag. I am a casual cultivator. I have no master or school. I am self-taught. Okay, go and have fun by yourself. What kind of people does he Mingjie look for? Ma Wuxiang knew Yin Xian's abilities and estimated that he only knew how to do some small things. He also complained in a low voice about he Mingjie's unreliability. Yin Xian didn't refute. Anyway, he didn't need to prove anything to Ma Wuxiang. If Ma Wuxiang really needed his cooperation or help with some work, he would cooperate and help. If Ma Wuxiang didn't need him, he didn't need to rush to help. After all, he still had a lot of things to do. This was the first time Yin Xian and Ma Wuxiang met. They didn't get along well and went their separate ways. It was already late at night. After Ma Wuxiang left, Yin Xian took the child to bed. Feng she had to go to school tomorrow, so Yin Xian had to get up early to prepare breakfast for him. The next day, the first person Yin Xian received a call from was not He Mingjie, but Grandpa Feng. The grandpa found out that Yin Xian and Feng Yu were not living in the main house, and he was a little unhappy. He called to ask Yin Xian to go home immediately. Yin Xian felt helpless. The people in the Feng family could find out that he and Feng Yu were not there, but they didn't find that Feng Shi was also not there. Feng Shi left the Feng family almost at the same time as him. How could they ignore a 15-year-old child like this? Yin Xian couldn't refuse Grandpa Feng. If he didn't go back, his cheap father would probably come over and harass him again. Yin Xian simply packed his luggage and received another call from Feng Yu before he left. Unsurprisingly, the other party also asked him to go back to Feng's house quickly. But when he heard Feng Yu's angry tone on the phone, Yin Xian's mood became much better. As long as Feng Yu was unhappy, he would be very happy. Feng Yu was waiting for Yin Xian at the gate of Jingyuan. When he saw Yin Xian, he looked impatient and didn't even say hello to Yin Xian. After seeing him, he just walked forward on his own. Yin Xian was helpless and had to turn into a fool again. He had to quickly catch up with Feng Yu and go with him to the main building to meet Mr. Feng. The two entered the house, and the servants came over to tell them that the old man was in the ancestral hall and asked them to go there quickly. Feng Yu's face became even worse when he heard it, and he said to Yin Xian, "Just do whatever I tell you to do. Do you hear me?" "I know, Brother Xiaoyu," Yin Xian said, pretending to be aggrieved. The two entered the ancestral hall and saw old man Feng kneeling in front of the ancestors of the Feng family. Feng Yu quickly pulled Yin Xian to kneel down as well. Yin Xian was pulled by Feng Yu and knelt down directly. Yin Xian immediately released his own qi, and then there was a turbulence around him. There were a series of thumps of kneeling, one louder than the other. All the ancestors of the Feng family knelt in front of Yin Xian, probably cursing Feng Yu, the unfilial descendant, in their hearts. It was a pity that Feng Yu and old man Feng could not see or hear anything. Only Yin Xian raised his eyebrows and watched everything in front of him. Yin Xian glanced at the people kneeling in front of him, thinking about asking them to stand up, but they were all trembling, with their faces pressed to the ground, and their bodies were shaking violently. None of them dared to look up at Yin Xian. Old Master Feng also heard the two people coming in behind him, but he did not stand up or speak, but continued to kneel devoutly for 10 minutes. Feng Yu pulled Yin Xian and had to kneel with him. Similarly, Yin Xian could not afford to kneel, and the ancestors of the Feng family who were invisible to ordinary people also had to kneel with him. 10 minutes later, Grandpa Feng finally spoke. "Kneel down and accept the punishment. Come out to see me in half an hour." After saying that, the old man stood up and left the ancestral hall with the help of the servants. "Got it, Grandpa." Yin Xian did not speak. Feng Yu answered for the two of them. After Grandpa Feng left, Yin Xian began to act like a fool again. He looked around at first, then began to twist around, pounding his hands and feet. When he saw that Feng Yu was ignoring him, he started to talk to Feng Yu. "Brother Xiao Yu, my feet hurt. Can I get up?" "No, kneel down quietly," Feng Yu shouted, trying to calm down the restless Yin Xian. But Yin Xian just didn't do what he wanted. After being quiet for a while, Yin Xian started moving again. This time, Yin Xian stood up directly. His knees really hurt from kneeling. Anyway, he was a fool and they couldn't do anything to him. "Brother Xiao Yu, my knees hurt." "Brother Xiao Yu, does your knee hurt? Let's stand up." Yin Xian not only stood up, but also pulled Feng Yu with him. "Kneel down. Do you want to add more time? Kneel down quickly, or you will have to kneel for another half an hour. Do you hear me?" Feng Yu was mad at him. "But Brother Xiao Yu, my knees really hurt. Why do we have to kneel?" Yin Xian not only had no intention of kneeling, but began to walk around in the ancestral hall. "Yin Xian, kneel down for me. This is the ancestral hall. Do you understand ancestral hall? You are being disrespectful. Do you want to die? Kneel down for me quickly." Feng Yu finally couldn't stand Yin Xian anymore and stood up to pull Yin Xian to make him kneel down again. Yin Xian was unwilling to kneel again, so Feng Yu pulled him, and he pulled the table where the tributes were placed in the ancestral hall. When Feng Yu saw that Yin Xian refused to kneel, he exerted force directly, and Yin Xian followed suit, using the force of his fall to directly pull over the table where the tributes were placed. The table was made of solid wood, and it was not something that a person with a little strength could push over. Yin Xian also used some magic to do it. Yin Xian fell to the ground with his buttocks, and the table also fell to the ground, and the tribute on it fell all over the ground, making a lot of noise. The ancestors of the Feng family who were still prostrating on the ground did not dare to move at all, and they knelt in a very standard manner. Yin Xian was stunned, and then he seemed to be greatly frightened and burst into tears. It was just an act, who made him a big fool now. The noise attracted old man Feng in no time. Yin Xian was still sitting on the ground crying, wiping his snot and tears onto Feng Yu, who was at a loss but kept cursing beside him. "Ah, Werwu, Grandpa, Werwu." Yin Xian was crying so sadly that Feng Yu wanted to cry with him. Yin Xian was really annoying. "What are you doing?" Old man Feng was also shocked by the scene. Various tributes were rolling on the ground of the ancestral hall. The heavy solid wood tribute table fell to the ground. Yin Xian was also crying on the ground, and Feng Yu was standing beside him in a panic. "Grandpa, it's all his fault. He pulled the table over." Feng Yu started to complain. "Woo, Grandpa, Brother Xiao Yu. Brother Xiao Yu pulled me. I fell. It hurts. Woo. Yin Xian?" How could he let Feng Yu say that the wind was rain? And he also followed to complain. "What are you doing? Hurry up and get out of here. Grandpa Feng was so angry that he didn't want to look at them anymore and quickly drove the two out of the ancestral hall. The desired effect has been achieved. Yin Xian quickly stood up by himself, followed Grandpa Feng out of the ancestral hall, and left the mess on the ground for the servants to clean up. The two followed the old man into the study, waiting to be scolded. Yin Xian stood there with his head down, twisting his fingers and sobbing softly, as if he had really suffered a great injustice. Grandpa Feng looked at him and sighed repeatedly, then looked at Feng Yu and said, "Feng Yu, do you know you're wrong?" "I know, Grandpa," Feng Yu replied, but he was actually very unconvinced in his heart. This time, Mr. Feng got angry because Feng Yu and Yin Xian did not live in Feng's house. Because Feng Yu's grandmother had specifically told Feng Yu to stay in Feng's house with Yin Xian before she died. Feng Yu didn't think so, but Mr. Feng listened to his wife very much. Even though the grandmother of the Feng family was gone, Mr. Feng still remembered her instructions at that time. "You two are already married, you know? And you, Qian, you are also a member of our Feng family now. Don't you like living here? If you have anything you are not used to, you can tell Grandpa. There is no need to live outside, you know?" Mr. Feng's words surprised Yin Xian. It seemed that Mr. Feng must let him live in Feng's house. Yin Xian couldn't help but wonder if this had something to do with her marrying here to bring good luck. "I know, Grandpa." Yin Xian became interested. He wanted to see what the Feng family was doing. "Well, if you understand, just go out. Don't make me worry anymore. Just live a good life," said Mr. Feng seemingly helplessly. Yin Xian followed Feng Yu out of the study. After coming out, Feng Yu spoke to Yin Xian, which was very rare. He took the initiative and said it in a good mood. "I'm going to work and we'll be back in the evening." This was a very daily conversation. Looking at his expression, it really looked like the daily loving communication between a couple. Yin Xian almost thought he was possessed by a ghost. He couldn't help but sigh that Grandpa Feng's punishment of kneeling was really effective. After Feng Yu left, Yin Xian had nothing to do, but he was always thinking about He Yu. He wanted to know what the progress of He Mingjia and the others was. However, the other party had not called him, so he did not want to call him to ask, fearing that it would affect the other party's case. After having lunch with Master Feng, Yin Xian was really a little impatient. Coincidentally, He Mingjia finally called. "Come to He Yu's apartment," He Mingjia said and hung up the phone. Yin Xian did not stay for a moment, told the servant to come back for dinner in the evening, and hurried out to take a taxi. Last night, He Mingjia and Lu Quan tracked the van and chased it out of the province and directly to a deserted mountain. The van was parked at the foot of the mountain, but there was no one inside. On the other side, Wei Zhe and Su Rue were the first to enter He Yu's apartment. It didn't take much effort to find pieces of Qiu Yun in the flower pots on the balcony. The group was busy for a whole morning. After obtaining the evidence, Ma Wuxiang entered the scene and tried to summon the spirit of He Yu, and unexpectedly found that He Yu was still alive. When Yin Xian arrived at He Yu's apartment, He Mingjia, who had found nothing, had also just arrived. Ma Wuxiang was also present, and Ma Wuxiang was performing some ritual. He Mingjia took Yin Xian, who had hurried over, a few steps away, and without saying any more nonsense, he asked directly, "Did he give you something?" Yin Xian was a little confused. He recalled the few times he had met He Yu. The two of them didn't even shake hands. It was impossible for He Yu to give him anything. "Why do you ask?" Yin Xian asked back. "Don't worry about it. Just tell me what He Yu gave you." Yin Xian answered very affirmatively. "No, she didn't give me anything." He Mingjia stared at Yin Xian without blinking, giving him a sense of oppression, trying to find out if he was lying. Yin Xian stared back without fear. After all, He Yu really didn't give him anything. Found it, Lanshan Reservoir. Ma Wuxiang came over and interrupted the weird atmosphere between the two. He Mingjia quickly contacted Wei Zhe and Ku Yulin and went to rescue people immediately. Before leaving, he specifically said to Yin Xian, "Wait for my call anytime." He Mingjia walked away in a hurry. While Ma Wuxiang was packing his luggage, he said to Yin Xian, who was standing there, "I advise you to tell him the truth honestly. Although Captain He is sometimes a bit rude, he has good professional skills. Many times, he asks you to tell him the truth because he is actually protecting you. Think about it carefully." Yin Xian took a look at the luggage that Ma Wuxiang was packing and realized that the ritual he just performed was to determine the location. So he asked, "Have you found Hiyu? It should be soon. If Team He can catch up, I think she can still be saved. At least she is still alive now." Ma Wuxiang packed his luggage and did not intend to stay and continue to talk to Yin Xian. So he gestured to him and left with his bag on his back. Yin Xian stood at the door of Hiyu's apartment. His mind was recalling the scene when he brought Feng Shi into here that day. As he was thinking about it, suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he seemed to have thought of a possibility. The day he brought Feng Yi here was the last time they met Hiyu. Hiyu seemed to have had contact with Feng Yi because Feng Yi had been standing at the door of her bathroom watching. Hiyu walked to Feng Yi and asked him if he wanted to use the toilet. At that time, he was standing on the balcony looking at the flower pots and did not pay much attention to whether the two had any other contact. If this was the case, would Hiyu take this opportunity to hand something to Feng Yi? Feng Shi didn't speak, Feng Shi wouldn't say anything, and it seemed to be a very safe approach to give the things to Feng Shi, and Hiyu probably thought so too. As soon as this conjecture popped up in Yin Qian's mind, he broke out in a cold sweat. Even He Mingjie knew that Hiyu had handed over something. So wouldn't those who were watching Hiyu know? Now that Hiyu was taken away, it was time for Feng Shi to go home from school. Yin Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong and Feng Shi was in danger. Yin Xian almost ran downstairs. He wanted to get to Feng Shi's school as soon as possible, hoping to catch up. At this time, Yin Xian thought of Yang Jiushu, but he didn't have his phone number, so Yin Xian could only call He Mingjie first, and He Mingjie answered the call in time. "Say, Feng Shi is in danger. You should contact your lover Yang Jiushu, watch over Feng Shi, and tell him not to leave the school. I am rushing to their school now. Hiyu didn't give me anything. Hiyu gave the things to Feng Shi." Got it. At this moment, He Mingjie would never be vague. He immediately called Yang Jiushu and said directly, "Baby, watch Feng Shi. Don't let him leave the school first. He is in danger. His sister-in-law is on her way. I will be there soon." Well, at this time, Feng Shi is probably on the bus. I will go after him. He Mingjie would call him, and Yang Jiushu naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, so he took his phone and went out to chase him. "Be careful, wait for me." He Mingjie hung up Yang Jiushu's phone, and then said to Kiyulin beside him, asking him to go to Lanshan Reservoir with Wei Zhe and others to find Hiyu first, and he would turn around to find Feng Shi and act separately. Yang Jiushu asked several classmates along the way, and finally saw Feng Shi in the distance. Yang Jiushu ran towards Feng Shi and shouted his name. Feng Shi heard Yang Jiushu shouting, and when he turned around, a pair of men hugged Feng Shi and dragged him into a black car on the side of the road. They closed the door, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Yang Jiushu was disappointed. Feng Shi was kidnapped right under his nose. Fortunately, it was after school and there were many taxis parked on the roadside. The cars were not driving fast. Yang Jiushu was shouting so loudly that many people had seen what happened. Yang Jiushu pulled over a taxi parked on the roadside and was about to say something when the driver enthusiastically helped him say, "Catch up with that car, okay? Kidnapping students in broad daylight? Is there any law enforced? Just sit back. No one in Jiangxing drives better than me." The driver spoke confidently while steering wheel and stepping on the accelerator, and a chase began. Yang Jiushu thanked him, and after getting in the car, he quickly called He Mingjie and reported the location to him in real time. The two of them kept on talking on the phone in an attempt to let He Mingjie intercept the vehicle ahead. On the other side, Yin Xian rushed to the school and asked several people before he found out the whereabouts of Feng Shi and Yang Jiushu. Yin Xian called He Mingjie several times, but the other party was always busy. In desperation, Yin Xian could only choose to go back to his home first, where he had Feng Shi's clothes, and he could locate Feng Shi's location through his clothes. Feng Shi was a living person, not a ghost, so he couldn't locate him out of thin air, and he needed a medium. Yin Xian rushed to his old house anxiously, searching for the clothes left by Feng Shi there. His hands were shaking. Yin Xian tried to tell the direction by divination, but found that he could not find out the whereabouts of Feng Shi at all. Yin Xian suddenly woke up. Feng Shi was a person without qi and could not be tracked. Yin Xian thought of various methods, tried again and again, but ended in failure. Yin Xian sat in the living room with a dejected face. He had completely lost the trace of Feng Shi. Yin Qian was in a terrible depression. If something really happened to Feng Shi, it must be related to him. All this started because he wanted to make money, so he contacted He Yu. If Feng Shi got into trouble, then he would have sown the fruit of sin, and he would have to pay for it. He had actually destroyed this body and Feng Shi's fate. There were too many uncontrollable things in the future which would affect his progress. Just when Yin Qian was trying to find a way to break the cause and effect, He Mingjie finally called and said that Feng Li had been found and asked Yin Qian to go to the hospital. At this moment, Yin Qian was trapped in a low pressure, and not only did it not dissipate, but also accumulated a lot of anger points. Yang Jiuxiu and He Mingjie relentlessly followed the car that took Feng Shi away. When the other party saw that they couldn't get rid of them, they simply found a convenient place to escape and threw Feng Shi out of the car to get away. Yang Jiuxiu got out of the car immediately and rushed to Feng Shi, who had fallen to the ground. Seeing that he was still conscious, he immediately sent him to the hospital. He Mingjie continued to track the fleeing vehicle. When Yin Qian arrived at the hospital, the doctor was treating Feng Shi, and Yin Qian could not see him for a while. Yang Jiuxiu told Yin Qian about their car chase and told him that Feng Shi should not have any serious problems. Otherwise, he would not dare to move him to the hospital. However, Yin Qian did not relax at all. He could not really feel relieved before seeing Feng Shi. Half an hour later, after Feng Shi had done some preliminary examinations, Yin Qian finally saw the person. The child's right cheek was swollen, and his forehead, arms, and calves were all injured. Yin Qian's breathing became rapid, and his anger level once again reached another level. Feng Shi also saw Yin Qian, and his eyes, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, showed a slight fluctuation, revealing a surprise. Yang Jiuxiu saw it and was very surprised. Feng Shi's face had not changed at the moment he was thrown out of the car. He did not expect that his mood would change immediately when his sister-in-law appeared, and it was an expression he had never seen on Feng Shi's face. This made Yang Jiuxiu think of Feng Shi's recent transformation, which was probably related to his sister-in-law. How is it? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Don't be afraid. Let the doctor see you. Doctor, how is he? Is the examination okay? Have you done the internal examination? Yin Qian did not dare to touch Feng Shi, fearing that he would hurt him. After speaking to Feng Shi, he anxiously asked the doctor several questions in succession. Feng Shi still didn't say a word, but his eyes were glued to Yin Qian's face, watching him anxiously asking questions to the doctor. Yang Jiuxiu on the side couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He was not unfamiliar with Feng Shi's eyes. Because of his beautiful face, many people looked at him with such eyes. Yang Jiuxiu couldn't tell what he felt for a while, but he was definitely surprised. If nothing unexpected happened, Feng Shi was probably in love for the first time. For some internal examinations, you just take him to do them according to the procedures on the small program. Come to the doctor's office after the report comes out. At first glance, there is no big problem. Let's talk about it after you have completed other examinations. After the doctor explained the matter to Yin Qian, he wanted to do other things. After hearing what the doctor said, Yang Jiuxiu was relieved. He handed over the rest of the matter to Yin Qian and went to find He Mingjie. Although he couldn't help He Mingjie at this moment, and he knew that chasing bad guys was He Mingjie's daily routine, he was still worried. Yin Qian thanked Yang Jiuxiu and watched him leave. Then he took Feng Shi to do a 2-hour examination. He then talked to the doctor for another half an hour. After confirming that Feng Shi had no other problems except for the skin injuries, he took Feng Shi back to Jinyuan in a taxi. On the way back, when Yin Qian told Feng Shi that they would probably live back in Jinyuan, Feng Shi didn't say anything, but Yin Qian clearly saw that the child frowned slightly. Knowing that Feng Shi was fine, Yin Qian was in a better mood. Seeing that his dead face had a little change, he was in the mood to tease him. "Oh, you have a little expression now." Yin Qian pinched Feng Shi's belly, and then said, "Look at you. Have you gained a lot of weight recently? Isn't my sister-in-law's cooking skills amazing?" Feng Shi still didn't say a word, but perhaps because he could hear that Yin Qian was in a good mood, his mood also improved a lot. Looking at Yin Qian's hand on his stomach, Feng Shi curled up and showed a slightly painful expression. Yin Qian immediately panicked. "What's wrong? Where does it hurt?" "I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" Feng Shi didn't say a word, and with the force of his body tilting, he leaned into Yin Qian's arms. Feng Shi never got up again. He sat in the car all the way, enjoying Yin Qian's touch and caress. After arriving at Jingyuan, Feng Shi went to his residence without looking back. His residence was in the westernmost building, even farther away than the servants at home. Yin Qian called him and asked him to have dinner together. Feng Shi walked forward without stopping for him and disappeared from Yin Qian's sight. Yin Qian sighed helplessly. It was already past dinner time, but he had told the servants during the day that he would be back for dinner, so he came back. As expected, when he entered the main building, the servants came over and asked him if he wanted to eat right away. When it came to serving people, the servants of the Feng family were really impeccable and did a great job. Yin Qian went to see Mr. Feng first and told him that Feng Shi had been in a car accident and that he had accompanied him to the hospital, but that was all he said, and he didn't say anything else. After hearing this, Mr. Feng showed concern for Feng Shi and asked him if he was okay. Yin Qian was a little surprised, but he told him truthfully that Feng Shi was fine, he just didn't have dinner, and he would bring some to him later. After greeting Mr. Feng and getting his permission, Yin Qian went downstairs and asked the servants to pack the food and went to find Feng Shi. This was the first time Yin Qian came to Feng Shi's room. The room Feng Shi lived in was only 1 story high, and it seemed to be a temporary building. Fortunately, the space of the room did not look too small, so it should not be too depressing to live in. Yin Qian was about to raise his hand to knock on the door when it opened, as if the two of them had telepathy. Oh, what a coincidence! Yin Qian smiled as he looked at Feng Chun, who blankly invited him in. After Yin Qian entered, he discovered that although the window in Feng Shi's room was blocked by the trees in the yard, he could still see what was happening outside. So when he came over with the food box, Feng Shi had already seen him and calculated the time to open the door for him. Yin Qian placed the food box on the table and first looked at Feng Shi's residence and concluded that it was simple. Yin Qian placed the food on the table and said, "Come on, have some food. I see there is steamed sea bass, which you like." Yin Qian's eyes were always on the food on the table, but Feng Shi's eyes were always on Yin Qian. Seeing that Feng Shi had not made any movement, Yin Qian finally raised his head and met Feng Shi's dead eyes. He asked, "What's the matter?" Perhaps because he was afraid that his ugly appearance would scare Yin Qian, Feng Shi immediately lowered his head, walked to the table, and sat down to eat. After that, he did not raise his head once during the whole meal. Feng Shi was almost dying of inferiority complex. He knew that he looked ugly due to his malnutrition, and he didn't dare to look directly at Yin Qian. Yin Qian was already used to Feng Shi, and he did not think that Feng Shi looked ugly. Instead, he felt a little distressed. After all, he himself looked fat and not at all muscular, but he had decided to start working out after donating his bone marrow to Lintang and get his body back in shape, so that when he finished his work, he could give the real Yin Qian a healthy body. Because Feng Yu didn't talk, the two of them were relatively quiet during the meal, with only Yin Qian occasionally saying a word or two. After the meal, Yin Qian didn't rush to leave. He was waiting for He Mingjie to call him. Yin Qian didn't ask Feng Yu what He had given him. He didn't want to know about this kind of thing that would cause trouble, but He Mingjie would definitely want to know, so he was waiting for He Mingjie to call him. As a result, when it was late at night, Yin Qian was already drowsy, but He Mingjie did not call him. Instead, Feng Yu called him and told him to go back to bed. Yin Qian, who was originally lying on Feng Yu's bed to rest, had to open his sleepy eyes and could only get up and leave with anger. Looking at Yin Qian's leaving figure, Feng Shi, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, was so angry that he grabbed the sheets under him tightly. Yin Qian returned to Feng Yu's room. Feng Yu was throwing a blanket on the sofa in the outer hall. When he saw Yin Qian, he said directly, "You sleep on the sofa outside." He closed the door and returned to his bedroom without saying a word to Yin Qian. Yin Qian was unwilling to suffer such a loss, but he didn't want to go to see Mr. Feng again, so he went out to find Feng Yu. Of course, he left quietly, because he didn't want to be called back by Feng Yu again. Once again, Yin Qian had just stood at Feng Shi's door when it opened again. After he left, Feng Shi lay on the bed and suffered from insomnia again. Because he had been sleeping with Yin Qian for the past few days, Feng Shi had not suffered from insomnia for a while, but today Yin Qian was called away, and his insomnia recurred. After tossing and turning in bed for many times, Feng Shi heard a slight noise in the yard and immediately sat up. Through the only window in the room, Feng Shi looked in disbelief at the familiar figure walking towards his room, getting closer and closer to him. Yin Xian was back again. Feng Yu stood behind the door early and waited for Yin Xian's arrival. Hey, why haven't you slept yet? I'm so sleepy. This Feng Yu is really too much trouble. Yin Xian didn't care about Feng Yu at all, but went straight to his bed, complained a little, kicked off his shoes and lay down on it, leaving a space for Feng Yu, hugged the quilt and fell asleep directly. His behavior was exactly the same as when they lived in Yin Xian's old house and slept together at night. Feng Shi stood by the bed for a while, pulled up the corner of his mouth imperceptibly, then climbed onto the bed carefully and got close to Yin Xian's back. Yin Xian felt Feng Shi approaching, turned around, tucked the quilt around Feng Shi, changed to a comfortable position and continued to sleep. At midnight, a sharp sound of glass breaking woke Yin Xian up suddenly. Yin Xian sat up and saw that the window in the room was broken and a figure was standing outside the window. Yin Xian shouted Feng Shi, and the figure ran away. Yin Xian looked to his side, but there was no trace of Feng Shi. The bed beside him was still warm, so Feng Shi must have left not long ago. Who was the person outside the window? Judging from his height and outline, it can't be Feng Shi. Could it be those who want to capture Feng Shi? The more Yin Xian thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He quickly threw off the quilt, got out of bed, put on his shoes and chased after the person. Yin Xian didn't even have time to put on his clothes. He opened the door and wanted to rush out. However, just as he opened the door, he suddenly felt dizzy and then disappeared into the darkness. The suspension bridge was cut off by humans, understand? The entire mountain is so small. Tell me, if there are other people, where are they hiding? A neutral female voice said. What do you mean? You mean that person is among us? A male voice said. Isn't this obvious? The neutral woman asked back. I think the most suspicious person now is the person lying here. Why don't we wait for her to wake up and ask her? Another low and hoarse male voice said. Yin Xian listened to the conversation of several people in a daze. The person lying here? Was he talking about himself? Yin Xian opened his eyes and saw a high, damp, and moldy ceiling. Oh, you are really awake, said the neutral woman. Yin Xian sat up and turned to look at her. She was indeed a woman with short hair and an androgynous appearance. Who are you? Did you break the suspension bridge? The androgynous woman stared at Yin Xian and asked. Yin Xian tried to regain consciousness. He was now in the living room on the first floor of a house. There were 6 people in the room, including himself. A neutral short-haired woman, a thin man with glasses, a short and muscular man, a fat boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old, and the old man wearing Buddhist beads that Yin Xian had seen before. This was a dream. The appearance of the old man made Yin Xian come to a conclusion. During the day, because of the matter of Feng Shi, Yin Xian had been in a state of high tension. At night, he was too sleepy. Yin Xian did not let himself escape into the void, but he was pulled into a dream again just after returning to Jinyuan. Yin Xian sighed helplessly and once again looked at the old man who was sitting and looking at him. The old man saw Yin Xian was also looking at him, so he asked, Girl, tell me, what's going on with you? He called her girl, Yin Xian, then noticed her clothes. Wow, her clothes had really changed again. Now she was wearing a pure white dress. Yin Xian touched her hair that had grown to her chest in disbelief and tried to speak. I don't know. A clear and beautiful woman's voice. This time Yin Xian became a woman. Yin Xian looked at the old man again. Why didn't the old man's image in the dream change? You don't know? Then how did you get here? The man with glasses asked in a low voice. Because he was wearing glasses, Yin Xian couldn't see his eyes clearly, but after knowing that this was a dream, Yin Xian was no longer nervous, so he asked, How did you get here? Ding dong, everyone has woken up. The game is about to begin. Please be prepared. What's that voice? Who is it? You're playing tricks. Who are you, little sister? Except for Yin Xian, the others didn't seem to know what was going on, and they all looked up and tried to talk to each other. This game is called Butcher. There are a total of 6 floors upstairs. There is a room on each floor that can be occupied by one person. The room contains your identity information and weapons. The first butcher will be randomly generated at 12 o'clock tonight. As the name suggests, the butcher's task is to kill everyone except himself in any way to win. The task of the other players is to find the butcher and kill him. The one who kills the butcher will become the new butcher and inherit his task until only one person survives and the game ends. Special reminder, if the butcher does not kill anyone within 24 hours, he will be eliminated by himself, and the new butcher will be randomly generated from the remaining players. The rooms upstairs are first come, first served. The game begins. I wish you all good luck. What nonsense are you talking about? Hey, what the Hades is going on? The androgynous woman asked loudly, but no one answered her question. Just like last time, Lolene disappeared after she finished her words. Are you sick? We don't want to play. What a joke. Let us kill each other. We don't want to play, said the man with glasses. Yes, what kind of game is this? I think it's most important for us to find a way to leave here first, said the androgynous woman. How to leave? This broken place is surrounded by abysses, and the only suspension bridge down the mountain is broken, said the short and strong man. Yin Qian listened to the conversation between the two people, not caring at all. What he wanted to know most now was other questions, because he just found something that was linked to the realization of the world. Yin Qian stroked the necklace on his chest, which had a ring on it. This ring was the wedding ring of the fool Yin Qian's mother. After his mother died, he had kept the ring. Because he changed his gender this time, Yin Qian paid attention to his clothing and accessories. This ring was the only thing on him that was linked to his identity in reality. In the previous dream, this ring was on his little finger when he entered the dream, but he didn't pay much attention to it at that time. According to the logic that Yin Qian just thought of, he could completely connect the old man at the scene with the fat man in the auto repair shop. If nothing unexpected happened, these two people should be the same person. If this is true, then it can completely explain the problem of the keychain on the woman on the electric bike. The woman who was crushed to death by the car is the man in the plaid shirt who died in the first level of the previous dream, because they both have an identical keychain. Yin Qian? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He looked at the other people carefully again, but unfortunately he didn't see anything familiar to him to judge their identities. Maybe he really had never met the other people in real life. Just like the woman on the electric bike, he had never met them. If he had never seen them, then whose dream was this? No matter how he looked at it, he was looking at this dream from a third-person perspective. Yin Qian? He really couldn't figure it out. Anyway, as far as he could see now, this dream was not his, but someone else's. He was just pulled into the dream. If it wasn't my dream, would it be the dream of one of the people present? In other words, is the owner of the dream himself involved in this game? And why did the old man look like he was dreaming for the first time? Doesn't he have any memory of previous dreams? If the image of the dream will change the second time, then are there people at the scene who have dreamed as many times as me? A series of questions came to mind. There were too many things that Yin Qian couldn't figure out. Hey, I'm asking you something. We haven't answered the question you just asked. Why are you fainting next to the suspension bridge? The neutral woman asked, looking at Yin Qian. I really don't know. Suddenly I fainted, and then I was here. I didn't even know that I had appeared by the suspension bridge. This is what you told me. You know more. How about you tell me? Why are you here? Yin Qian asked as he glanced at everyone's faces. And your kid, how old are you? Don't you have to do your homework at home? Do your parents know if you go out to play by yourself? Yin Qian asked, looking at the little boy who had never spoken a word. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the little boy, and they were also curious about the little boy's silence. The little boy smiled and said, I don't have parents, they are all dead. As soon as he said these words, everyone present fell silent for a moment. You don't have to feel sorry for me. It's good that they are dead, the little boy continued, making the silent living room even more silent once again. Perhaps realizing that what he said was not easy to answer, the little boy chose to shut up, and then made a move that surprised everyone. The little boy got up and left the living room, heading upstairs. Everyone just watched him walk up the stairs step by step. No one stopped him. They only looked at each other, as if they were waiting for others to make a move first. After a moment of silence between each other, the neutral woman spoke first. I mean, if we don't go upstairs to choose a room, does that mean that boy is a butcher? So what? Can one of his children really kill all of us? The muscular man replied. Why isn't it possible? Don't forget there are weapons in his room, the man with glasses added. How about we go upstairs together first? See what's in the room? The neutral woman suggested. I don't think we have free access to all rooms, the old man said. You mean, everyone can only enter one room? For example, after you step into one of the rooms first, this room only belongs to you. Others cannot enter, and you cannot enter other people's rooms. The man wearing glasses tried to analyze. That's right, the old man replied affirmatively. Because of the little boy's move upstairs, everyone present fell into an atmosphere of panic. Yin Qian did not participate in their discussion. He must go upstairs. He must participate in this game. He seemed to have been killed in the last game. He wanted to try to win this game. See what happens. While several others were still debating whether to go upstairs, Yin Qian became the second person to stand up, but he was not in a hurry to go upstairs. Anyway, the butcher would not randomly appear until 12 o'clock at night. Then it means that any room you enter now will be the same, except that the weapons you get will be different. But the weapons cannot be chosen in the first place, so it doesn't matter. After Yin Qian got up, he started walking around. He had just woken up and didn't know anything about the environment here. Yin Qian first walked around the first floor. The structure on the first floor seemed very simple, with a kitchen and a living room, plus a dining room connected to the hall and living room. The strange thing is that there are no windows in this house, and the overall look is a bit dark and depressing. After shopping around, he unexpectedly found a door behind the stairs leading upstairs, which seemed to lead to the basement. Yin Qian did not open the door, but chose to push open the heavy iron door at the entrance. He also wanted to understand the environment outside the door. The moment he opened the door, a swath of white came into view. Snowflakes were flying all over the sky, like a dancing elf. It was so beautiful. Standing at the gate, Yin Qian couldn't bear to step into this snowy scene for a moment, for fear of destroying the pure whiteness. It took 5 minutes before Yin Qian came back to her senses from the snowy scene. She was wearing a dress as thin as sand, and she didn't feel cold at all. Yin Qian walked slowly out along the path at the door. Others were sitting in the room and looked at Yin Qian without moving. They seemed to be very familiar with the environment here. Yin Qian walked by himself and looked around the house. As they said before, there was only such a house on the top of the mountain. Although it was surrounded by some trees and bamboos, there was an abyss all around. Yin Qian walked halfway up the mountain and saw the destroyed suspension bridge. For those in the house, this may be the only way down the mountain, but it was destroyed. 3 hours later, Yin Qian came back after wandering around, only to find that the living room on the first floor was empty. Yin Qian was not surprised at all. Because the little boy went upstairs, he believed that the other people would eventually become unable to sit still. No one would really sit still and wait for death. Yin Qian? He wasn't in a hurry at all. Although he didn't feel hungry, he still wanted to go to the kitchen to see what he could find to satisfy his craving. For a foodie, eating delicious food is definitely a very pleasant thing. Yin Qian just walked towards the kitchen and found someone inside. A short, muscular man seemed to be cutting something with a knife. Yin Qian came closer and saw that the man was cutting the fried steak. When he saw Yin Qian, he said, "Everyone hasn't eaten for a day. I made some. You can eat it yourself." "Great, I'm just hungry. Let me help too. See what else is in the refrigerator," Yin Qian said as he opened the refrigerator. "By the way, what's your name?" the man then asked. Yin Qian raised his eyebrows and realized that he was now a beautiful girl, and this man seemed to be chatting with him. This feeling was quite novel, and this might be a good gain for Yin Qian. "You can just call me Xiaoling. What about you?" Yin Qian casually gave himself a bad girl name. "Wang Hao, you can call me Brother Hao." When the man saw Yin Qian, he talked to him shyly, looking a little graceful. On the other hand, Yin Qian finally realized how he felt when he asked Hiyu to call him Brother Yin. It was really greasy and nauseating, but he had no choice. Now he had to shout out Brother Hao in a sticky voice. "What's there to eat?" A rough female voice suddenly broke in. and the sudden appearance of the middle-aged woman broke the pink bubbles in the kitchen. I fried the steak and some vegetables. If you want to eat, take it yourself, Wang Hao said as he put the dishes on the restaurant table. Isn't it poisonous? The neutral woman asked in a joking tone. Wang Hao's expression suddenly turned bad and he asked, Are you okay? Please eat. Don't be angry. I'm just asking casually, didn't you choose a room just now? What is your weapon? The neutral woman continued to ask reluctantly. Haha, of course my weapon is poison. It just happened to be in these vegetables. I am planning to poison you to death. Wang Hao stared at the neutral woman and said fiercely, then forked a piece of broccoli and put it in his mouth, chewing hard. Listening to the heated conversation between the two, Yin Qian found it very interesting. So he also took a plate and sat down at the dining table and ate the steak elegantly. At this time, several people who were upstairs also came downstairs. Although they didn't say anything, they all chose to go into the kitchen to get something to eat. Only the rooms on the second floor are unoccupied. The man wearing glasses said, looking at Yin Qian, Okay, then I'll go to the second floor. It's a rare meeting and it's fate. My name is Lin Shaoling. What about you? Yin Qian asked, scanning the crowd, trying to figure out what this dreaming thing was all about. So knowing these things' human identity is essential. My name is Yin Qian. Yin from Yinzi, Hey Jin Qian from the bottom of Hui? The fat boy suddenly said. Although he was sitting at the dining table, he didn't eat anything. Yin Qian looked at the child in shock for a few seconds and couldn't help complaining in his heart, Your name is Yin Qian, then who the Hades am I? The fat boy looked like he was not Yin Qian when he was a child. Yin Qian was not fat at all when he was a child. He gained weight because he wanted to donate bone marrow to Lin Tang. Yin Qian? I thought wrong. Why is this child's self-introduction phrase so familiar? It seems to be a phrase that I often use. Could it be that I have introduced myself to this child in real life? But I have used this sentence to introduce myself so many times, and it is impossible to tell which person I have met on which occasion. Who is this kid? Yin Qian? I don't believe it could be someone with the same name. Could this person be the dream maker? This is the only explanation. He was pulled into the dream. The dream maker couldn't pull someone in randomly. He should know Yin Qian? Could it be that the dream maker used his name because he asked to exchange names? Yin Qian thought of several possibilities, but couldn't provide evidence for a while. Zhang Yufei, the neutral woman, said. Xin Junsong, the man with glasses, sat on the table with the noodles he cooked. Yin Qian just put the steak into his mouth and was shocked again. Huh? Feng Yu's uncle? Xin Juanmei's brother? Same name? Or is it really him? Yin Qian had only seen Shan Junsong once. When he married Feng Yu, he only saw him once. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was definitely not as gentle as the man he was now. Instead, he looked a bit different. Feng Yu's uncle Shin Junsong was tall and strong, and very rough. You can just call me Laoli. I suggest that we get together again after 12 o'clock in the evening, said the old man wearing Buddhist beads. He did not eat anything, and did not say his full name. Catch the butcher? I agree. 12-5, still here. Whoever does not show up will be the butcher, said Zhang Yufei. Do you really want to play this game? Shin Junsong put down the noodles he had just picked up, and then said, I don't want to play. You don't want to play? Do you want to be killed by the butcher? Wang Hao asked back with a little disdain. Have you ever played script killing games? Shin Junsong's tone was still calm. If I'm not mistaken, we are playing script killing games now, although I'm not sure how the other party did it, such as immersive high-tech like holograms. What do you mean? Explain clearly, Zhang Yufei asked, her face becoming a little serious. Script-killing games were originally more dramatic tabletop games, but some countries are very popular with real-life script-killing games in order to pursue excitement or to make money, and the immersion of holograms seems to be unable to satisfy them. Just like us now, we are inexplicably brought to a closed environment. Some rules are made, and then we are made to fight each other. Wow, are you saying that we are being monitored now? Wang Hao stopped eating steak and asked back excitedly. Yes, maybe there are bets on who will win among us. Shun Junsong pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a mysterious way. The conjecture proposed by Shun Junsong is very interesting. Perhaps the dreamer is indeed observing us. Yin Qian became interested and boldly guessed that if this is really the routine, then can we determine that the dreamer is a young man? Because as far as he knows, activities such as script killing are only popular among young people. For example, Laoli, who has not interrupted the scene, seems to have no idea what script killing is from his reaction. I don't think so. Don't you think it's strange? It's snowing outside, but it's not cold at all. Laoli raised his question. What does that mean? Shin Junsong asked back. It means we are not in the real space. Laoli's expression was serious, and what he said seemed to make sense. Yin Xian was about to start to doubt whether this old man had lost his memory of the last dream. Yin Xian was able to completely remember the last time he entered a dream because he himself was an invader of Yin Xian's body, and a person from another world. If this old man also remembered the last time he entered a dream, then why could he remember it? Yin Xian recalled the scene of meeting the fat man in front of the auto repair shop that day. He had observed the fat man's qi, and his qi was very even. Normal people could not have such even qi. The man must have done something. If we are not in the real space, then where are we? Yin Xian asked, staring at Lao Li. Maybe in someone's dream, Lao Li answered seriously. After a short silence, Wang Hao suddenly picked up the steak fork in his hand, flew up, and stabbed the old man's wrist at a very fast speed. Ah, ah, Zhang Yufei and the old man exclaimed at the same time. The fork in Wang Hao's hand scraped the old man's skin, cut the skin of the old man's wrist, and a trace of blood oozed out. You tell me this is a dream? Wang Hao looked at the old man and asked. The old man was also confused. The pain in his arm was too real. The old man stared at his wrist, full of doubts, and couldn't say anything for a while. Yin Xian was also shocked by Wang Hao's move, especially the moment when he injured the old man at such a fast speed. He was able to control the corresponding strength, which could not only cause pain to the old man, but also not really hurt him. No wonder he has a body of tendons. This Wang Hao is definitely not simple. No matter what, whether it is a real-life script kill or being dragged into a dream, there is no doubt that we are controlled by others. So do you still want to continue playing this broken game? Shin Junsong said. Is it too late to quit now? As long as it's 12 o'clock, the identity of the butcher will be randomly generated. At that time, either he will die or we will die. Zhang Yufei sat on the chair with a pale face, as if she had accepted her next fate. The dining table fell into silence for a moment, and it seemed that there was no more communication. The little boy was the first to get up and leave the restaurant, followed by the others, and finally Yin Xian and Wang Hao were left. After seeing that the others had left, Yin Xian asked Wang Hao, "Which floor are you on?" "The 5th floor, the child is on the 7th floor, the woman is on the 4th floor, the old man is on the 3rd floor, and the man with glasses is on the 6th floor. You can only go to the 2nd floor. We just tried it. As long as the door of the room is closed, no one can open it, unless the owner of the room breaks the door and opens it on his own initiative." Wang Hao looked at Yin Xian meaningfully. "What are you going to do tonight?" Taking advantage of Wang Hao's infatuated look, Yin Xian hurriedly asked, and had to sigh that the beauty trap is really easy to use. "No matter what, if the butcher dares to come, I will kill him." Wang Hao said so confidently because the weapon in his room was a gun, and he didn't take the other people in the room seriously at all. In his opinion, these people were weak chickens with no fighting power. "You are so powerful. Can you protect me? I am so scared." Yin Xian could see that Wang Hao was definitely a pervert, and he was very susceptible to her tricks, so he showed his weakness to the fullest. Wang Hao's eyes were about to burst into big pink hearts, and he immediately patted his chest and asked Yin Xian to follow her. "Don't worry. If you are scared, come to my room. I will open the door for you." "Really? You were so nice." Yin Xian took the initiative to take the other's arm to show her goodwill, but what she was thinking in her heart was how to kill him the fastest and quietly. "Let's go. It's almost 12 o'clock. Go back to the room to check your identity first, and come to me if you are scared later." Wang Hao grabbed Yin Xian's little hand on his arm and touched it again and again. Wang Hao's touch gave Yin Xian goosebumps all over her body, but she couldn't shake him off immediately. So the two of them returned to their respective rooms awkwardly. Yin Xian? Only when he got to the 2nd floor did he realize that there were no windows on the 2nd floor. The entire corridor was covered with thick red and black patterned carpets, and the surrounding walls were also covered with red and black patterned wallpapers. The color tone was too heavy, which made it look very unsightly. In addition, there was a very large oil painting hanging at the end of the corridor. Yin Xian didn't look around anymore and started looking for a room to stay in. There were 4 rooms on this floor, but only one room could Yin Xian open the door to enter. After opening the door and entering, the room also had no windows and a square structure, like a closed paper box. The furnishings in the room were simple, with a table, chairs, bed, and Yin Xian's weapon in this room, matches. Yin Xian looked at the small box of matches placed alone on the table and was speechless. Why was there matches again? How much did this dream maker like matches? What kind of killing power could such a small box of matches have? Yin Xian even searched other things in the room to see if there were other weapons, but naturally found nothing. The clock on the wall struck 12 o'clock in the night, and the familiar lowly mechanical voice once again broke into Yin Xian's mind. Your identity is the hunted. Yin Xian was a little disappointed that he didn't get the butcher's identity. Yin Xian opened the door and went out to the 5th floor to find Wang Hao. He found that the layout and decoration of each floor seemed to be exactly the same. He tried to find the elevator all the way. This house has a total of 7 floors. According to regulations, an elevator must be installed. This dream was created by a person. This kind of environmental mapping should also conform to common sense. Even if the dreamer cannot control the dreamer's perception of temperature, the creation of the environment must have a certain degree of authenticity so that the dreamer can immerse himself. Yin Xian guessed that there must be a hidden elevator, but unfortunately he ran up and down several times and couldn't find it. Instead, his strange behavior was seen by the children coming downstairs. What are you doing? The fat child suddenly said. Yin Xian turned around and was startled by the child who suddenly appeared at the stairs. He always felt that although this person looked like a child, his speech and way of doing things were not like that of an adult. Instead, Yin Xian suspected that the other person was actually a dwarf. I just want to see who is out at night, Yin Xian said. He decided not to treat the other person as a child anymore. After all, it was just a dream. A grown man like him could turn into a young girl. Who knew what kind of monster the other person was actually? Are you a butcher? The child asked. Are you a butcher? Yin Xian asked the child in return. The child chuckled, slowly walked towards Yin Xian, and said, I am not. Yin Xian stood still, watching the child approach step by step. He wanted to see what the child was going to do. Who do you think is the butcher? The child stopped only 1 step away from Yin Xian, looked up and asked Yin Xian seriously. I don't know. Yin Xian still stood still. This child gave him a very strange feeling. The child chuckled again and said, You really can't lie at all. I believe you are not a butcher. Yin Xian felt puzzled. How did the other party know that he was not a butcher? This made him feel underestimated, and this feeling was strangely familiar. Yin Xian had a flash of inspiration. In the last dream, the little girl seemed to have expressed similar emotions to him, looking down on him. Yin Xian looked at the child in front of him with some uncertainty. Could this child be the same person as the little girl in the previous dream? Yin Xian took a step back unconsciously. If so, then this child would be in great danger. Yin Xian still remembered that in the last dream, everyone was killed by that little girl. The child naturally saw Yin Xian step back, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Yin Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. This child was like a bomb that could explode at any time, and he might do something unexpected. Just when Yin Xian was about to leave, the old man appeared at the stairs, followed by Shan Junsong. The two of them walked towards the living room on the 1st floor step by step. Yin Xian hurriedly walked a few steps away from the child and sat on the sofa closest to the door. Where are the other two? Shan Junsong asked. It was already 12:30. According to what was said before, we would get together again at 12:05. I don't know what these people were thinking. They were all late for so long. I don't know. I haven't seen the 2 people coming down, Yin Xian replied. This was the truth, because he had been looking for the elevator and ran back and forth in the stairwell several times. Moreover, his room was on the 2nd floor. If someone came down from upstairs, he couldn't have missed it. Ah, help! Zhang Yufei's cry for help suddenly came from upstairs, and then she ran down from upstairs in a panic. The people downstairs also became nervous because of her shouting. Help! He's a butcher. Wang Hao is a butcher. He has a gun. I just saw him holding a gun and looking for someone. He wants to kill someone. Zhang Yufei ran to the lobby on the first floor and hid behind everyone. Are you sick? You're crazy? Stop spitting blood. I think you're the butcher. We said we'd gather at 12:05. Why are you dawdling upstairs alone? Wang Hao followed Zhang Yufei slowly, walked into the living room, and then found a seat to sit down. Why are you staring at me? You didn't really believe this woman's lies. Haha. Wait for her to kill you one by one. After Wang Hao sat down, the others didn't dare to sit down. They all seemed to be looking at him with some caution, which made Wang Hao extremely unhappy. Nonsense? Are you scared? Didn't you just go to the 7th floor and knock on the child's door with a gun? I saw it all, Zhang Yufei said with a flushed face. She looked very emotional. It didn't seem like she was lying. Did you see everything? Don't you live on the 4th floor? Why did you go to the 7th floor? What were you doing there? Wang Hao crossed his legs, looked at Zhang Yufei leisurely, and asked her 4 questions in a row. I saw that none of you came downstairs, so I went upstairs to take a look. Perhaps because Wang Hao was too calm, Zhang Yufei's arrogance suddenly became much smaller. Go upstairs to take a look? Why don't you go downstairs to take a look? Didn't we agree to meet in the living room downstairs? I think you think that children are the easiest to attack, so you choose to go upstairs to take a look? Butcher? Wang Hao did not intend to let Zhang Yufei go just like that, and continued to question her with words. It was you who knocked on the child's door with a gun. I think you think that children are the easiest to attack. Zhang Yufei became more and more anxious as she spoke. Haha, what a joke. In terms of fighting power, who here do you think can beat me? Children are the easiest to attack? I tell you, it's the same whether I crush you to death or crush a child. If I were a butcher, I wouldn't need to choose my opponents. Do you understand? Wang Hao looked like he was sure of winning. He really didn't take anyone present seriously. Although Wang Hao's words were arrogant, they made sense. If it was a pure head-on fight, no one would be able to beat him. He really didn't need to pick his opponents. Moreover, he was on the 5th floor, and the child was on the 7th floor with a floor in between. If he was a butcher, he could have chosen to go to the 4th floor to kill Zhang Yufei instead of running 2 floors to kill the child. Wang Hao seemed to have won the debate between the two, but the people present were not stupid enough to really think that Zhang Yufei was the butcher. Kid, I told you that Wang Hao was knocking on your door with a gun just now. Zhang Yufei turned to the child and said, I believe he is not the butcher. A real butcher would not be stupid enough to expose himself right away. After all, the butcher is fighting alone, and being the target of public criticism does not do the butcher any good. The child was surprisingly calm and analyzed it clearly, without being instigated by others. Okay, you will regret it, Zhang Yufei said this warning and shut up completely. Even the child said so she had nothing to argue. I suggest that we sleep in pairs, so whoever is killed, his companion will be the butcher, the old man suggested. It makes sense, but it's not comprehensive. It's also possible that one of the two was killed by the butcher. Or what if the butcher was killed? Do you dare to believe the words of the 2 survivors? Then the butcher will become 2 people, said Shan Junsong. Yin Qian raised his eyebrows. Shen Junsong's brain was really good. He figured out all the permutations and combinations at once. What do you think? The old man asked Shen Junsong. I think it would be safer for all of us to gather together. I don't believe the butcher dares to do it in front of everyone. Shen Junsong put forward his own idea. I disagree. The child laughed contemptuously at first, and then said, I don't want to be wiped out. Are you so anxious to gather everyone together because your weapon can only be used once? Yin Qian suddenly thought of the bomb in the hand of the girl who killed everyone in the previous dream. The child's words were very meaningful. No matter how you look at it, it seems to imply that Shen Junsong is the butcher who is eager to kill everyone. What do you mean? Do you want to be killed one by the butcher? Now the butcher is in the dark and we are in the light. Why can't we work together? I think you are the butcher. My proposal ruins your plan of killing one by one. Shen Junsong got anxious all of a sudden and attacked the child. I guess at this moment he has realized that this child only looks like a child. Whatever you think, but it's impossible for me to work together with you. You can use your brains to think about it. If you were a butcher, would you also think that killing everyone at once is the most labor-saving? Good luck to you. The child left this sentence to everyone, and once again got up first and left the living room, going upstairs to his room. Well, I think what the kid said makes sense. From the current perspective, it seems that it is most reasonable for each of us to form a team, Wang Hao said, looking at Yin Qian meaningfully. Yin Qian guessed what the old pervert wanted to do, but this was exactly what he wanted, so he agreed. I agree. If we form a team, at least there will be someone to look after us. That's it. You guys can do whatever you want. The old man was the first to propose forming a team, so he naturally agreed. So he stood up and planned to go back to his room. Seeing the old man's actions, Shun Junsong also stood up quickly and followed the old man upstairs. It was unknown what happened between the two of them in private, and the atmosphere between them was filled with weirdness. There were 3 people left in the living room. Zhang Yufei looked unhappy. It was impossible for her to team up with Wang Hao. The two had just finished arguing. The remaining Yin Qian also looked like he really wanted to team up with Wang Hao. Zhang Yufei also knew that she was the only one left. So when she stood up and prepared to leave, she said to Yin Qian, "Wait for death," and then went upstairs without looking back. Zhang Yufei was saying that Wang Hao was a butcher and that Wang Hao would definitely kill him. This was exactly what Yin Qian wanted. If he could kill the butcher at the same time as killing Wang Hao and then become the new butcher, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? In this way, Yin Qian followed Wang Hao into his room on the 5th floor. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a gunshot suddenly sounded, completely kicking off the massacre. Almost everyone who heard the gunshot sat up from their beds immediately, staring at their own door with vigilance. Knowing that there was a gun, no one would choose to rashly walk out of their room. Time passed by, and when the sun completely illuminated the entire mountain, Lao Li took Shun Junsong downstairs. The child was already sitting in the restaurant leisurely eating, but he was the only one in the restaurant. Where are the others? Shun Junsong walked over to the child and asked. The child looked at him, shrugged his shoulders to indicate that he didn't know, and continued eating the clear soup noodles in his bowl. The old man pulled out a chair from the dining table and sat down, leaning back with his arms folded, looking at the child without saying a word. Shun Junsong stood on the other side of the child, and the two formed a circle, surrounding the child. The child was not moved at all. As long as these 2 people dared to attack him here, he would raise the whole house to the ground and no one would survive. Shun Junsong naturally saw the fearlessness of the child. The child was not afraid at all, and seemed to not take their silent threats seriously. Instead, the child's attitude made the 2 men feel uneasy. They looked at each other and gave up the idea of attacking the child right now. After all, the other people had not appeared yet, and they might be hiding in the dark, watching them, waiting for them to take advantage. Shun Junsong also found a seat and sat down at the dining table. The child chuckled, took a tissue from the table and wiped his mouth, then asked very casually, "Who do you 2 plan to let win?" The child's tone was as if he was chatting casually, but the questions he asked were difficult to answer. However, the child did not seem to really want the 2 to answer. Seeing that the 2 did not speak for a while, he continued to talk to himself. The chance of winning if you 2 work together is always higher than if we act alone. After you 2 kill all of us, who do you plan to let survive? The corners of the child's mouth were slightly raised throughout the conversation, just like a daily joke, and he seemed to be very interested in the question he asked. It was a pity that the 2 still did not answer his question, making this conversation seem like a one-man show for him. However, the child was not annoyed at all, and leaned back leisurely on the back of the chair, and then said, "Can't only one of you survive in the end? What does it have to do with you? You are just a dead person." Perhaps he really didn't like the child's words. Shun Junsong said to him in a bad tone, "I'm just curious, right? Anyway, I'm dead. It doesn't matter to tell me. Or, in fact, you haven't decided who will die in the end?" The child was a little happy about Shun Junsong's response, and finally it was not a one-man show for him. "You talk too much nonsense. Just take care of yourself." Shun Junsong was too lazy to say more to the child, and chose to shut up after saying this. "Okay, you all heard the gunshots last night, right? It sounded like it came from downstairs." The old man interrupted the 2 and talked about the gunshots last night. It seems that some people won't have breakfast today. The child's tone still carried a bit of gloating. Do you smell anything? Zhang Yufei suddenly appeared at the elevator entrance and asked the people in the restaurant, do you want to come up and take a look? There seems to be something wrong with the room on the second floor. Zhang Yufei looked very bad, probably because she didn't sleep all night. A group of people followed Zhang Yufei to the second floor. This must be Lin Xiaoling's room. The smell seems to be coming from inside, Zhang Yufei said. When everyone got closer, they found that there seemed to be an unpleasant burning smell in the room. Shun Junsong knocked on the door several times, but there was no response, so he said, break it. What do you want to break it with? Zhang Yufei asked. Shun Junsong glanced at her, turned around and ran to his room on the 6th floor. After a while, he came down with an electric saw, which was the weapon in his room. The electric saw roared, and soon a hole was sawed in the door. The unpleasant smell of burning became stronger and stronger, and the scene inside made everyone open their eyes unconsciously. Only a few pieces of the white dress Lin Xiaoling was wearing were left hanging on the body on the bed. A big hole was burned in the whole bed, and the person lying on the bed was also burned black. The unpleasant burnt smell came from the person on the bed. Judging from the extinguished fire alone, the man had been burned for quite some time, probably since last night. Just as everyone was about to enter the room, a figure passed by the staircase and ran upstairs quickly. Perhaps because he ran too fast, the noise was a bit loud, which disturbed several people at the door. Who? Shin Junsong shouted and ran in the direction of the figure. Shin Junsong ran up the stairs, looked up, and saw the figure wearing men's sports shoes and black sports pants. This outfit reminded Shun Junsong of Wang Hao, so he chased the man while shouting Wang Hao. The figure really paused, and in just 1 or 2 seconds, the man fired 2 shots in a row in the direction of Shun Junsong downstairs. Shin Junsong dodged and had to stop chasing. At this time, the other 3 people also chased over. At this moment, they stopped at the staircase from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. No one dared to go upstairs to chase people rashly. What should we do? I said Wang Hao was the butcher. You didn't believe me yesterday. She must have killed herself, Zhang Yufei said to the other 3. The other party has a gun, Shun Junsong said. His weapon is a chainsaw, which is suitable for close combat and can't beat a pistol at all. Nonsense, didn't I say that yesterday? So what should we do now? Zhang Yufei bit her fingers from time to time, and the whole person looked very nervous. It's easy. Now that we know who the butcher is, just kill him directly. Lao Li stroked the string of Buddhist beads on his left hand, and a fierce look appeared on his face. Then I'll go. The child stood aside calmly, looking at the other 3 calmly. Are you sure you can kill Wang Hao? Shin Junsong asked. I'm not sure, but someone has to go. Or do you want to go with me? The child glanced at the faces of the 3 people, and it was obvious that the 3 did not want to go with him. Instead of participating in the quarrel between the snipe and the clam, they would rather take advantage of it. The key point was to let the child fight Wang Hao to the death. The child already knew this would be the result, so there was no need to hesitate, and he went upstairs slowly by himself. After more than 10 minutes, there was no movement from upstairs. The 3 people downstairs could no longer bear it and shouted the child's name upstairs, but there was no response. After another 10 minutes, just as the 3 people downstairs were about to go upstairs to check, the child appeared. The child appeared in front of the 3 people safely and said that Wang Hao had disappeared. Everything was just as the child said. Wang Hao disappeared, and the 4 of them searched all the rooms from the 4th to the 7th floor, even their own rooms, but there was no sign of Wang Hao. Because when the child went upstairs, the other 3 had been guarding the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, so it was impossible for Wang Hao to go downstairs and escape under their noses. Wang Hao disappeared, not only in the house, but also on the entire hill outside. The 4 people could not find any trace of him. The snow outside stopped and a sunny day came. The thick snow on the ground was slowly melting, and puddles of water were coiled on the ground in a disorderly manner, like blood vessels. Zhang Yufei stood at the door in a daze, biting her fingers. She had been standing there for nearly half an hour, like a sculpture. The 3 men in the house were sitting in the living room, and no one spoke. The smell of burning upstairs had almost dissipated, but it still did not relieve everyone's anxiety. This feeling of being shot at any time was really not good. Let's guess who the butcher's next target will be. The child broke the dullness in the living room. It seemed that only his state was not affected at all, as if everything that happened from last night to now had nothing to do with him. No matter who it is, don't act alone. Let's stick together tonight. I don't believe Wang Hao can kill all of us alone, Shin Junsong said. Do you really think Wang Hao is the butcher? The child asked casually. What do you mean? I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Shin Junsong frowned, but in fact, he had begun to doubt himself. I don't know. I'm just a little curious. Why didn't the butcher kill Zhang Yufei first? After all, no matter how you look at it, Wang Hao seems to like Lin Xiaoling very much. It's not a loss to sleep with her for a few more nights. The child once again made a shocking statement. Although what he said was surprising, it seemed to make some sense. Maybe it was because Lin Xiaoling resisted that Wang Hao was angry and killed her first? Shin Junsong made his own guess. You saw that Lin Xiaoling looked like she wanted to cling to Wang Hao's thigh yesterday. Do you think she would resist Wang Hao's demands? The child raised an eyebrow at Shin Junsong. Then what do you think happened? Anyway, Lin Xiaoling is dead now, and Wang Hao is missing again. Shin Junsong asked back. I don't know what happened either. I'm just a little curious. Why can Zhang Yufei live until now? The child's ulterior motives in speaking are really tried and tested. As expected, as soon as the child raised his question, the two of them turned their eyes to Zhang Yufei standing at the door. It was a moment of suspicion, and there was no trust between them. It could be said that once suspicion arose, the original plastic alliance would immediately fall apart. According to common sense, Zhang Yufei and Wang Hao had the fiercest quarrel last night, and it seemed easy for Wang Hao to shoot Zhang Yufei. Why is Zhang Yufei still alive until now, while Lin Xiaoling, who looks harmless and very obedient, was killed by Wang Hao first? This seems unreasonable. Zhang Yufei naturally heard the conversation between the three people and the suspicious looks they gave her. Heh! Zhang Yufei sneered at the three people in the room who were looking at her. In an instant, Zhang Yufei suddenly rushed to the door and pushed open the heavy iron door. In the blink of an eye, she closed the iron door tightly, locking the three people in the house. When she suddenly moved, the three of them realized that something was wrong. They jumped up and rushed to the door. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late because the place where they were sitting was quite far from the door. Zhang Yufei took out the iron chain she had hidden earlier and locked the door directly. Shin Junsong kicked the heavy iron door heavily, but it didn't move at all. Shin Junsong cursed softly, as his electric saw couldn't cut open the heavy iron door. Zhang Yufei, what are you doing? Do you think you can kill Wang Hao by yourself? Open the door quickly. Not only was there no sound outside the door, but a foul odor suddenly wafted in from inside. The three of them smelled it and determined it was gas. They were suddenly awakened by the smell. There were no windows in the room from the first floor to the 7th floor. The three tried to find the source of the gas, but found that the smell was coming from the ceiling, which was similar to a fire sprinkler head. As the smell of gas became stronger, the child was the first to rush upstairs, and the other two quickly followed. The child looked fat, but unexpectedly, he was very fast. When Shin Junsong and the others rushed to the 3rd floor, they had completely lost the child. The two chased to the child's room on the 7th floor. Shin Junsong used an electric saw to cut open his door, but unfortunately there was no one inside. Just like Wang Hao, the child also disappeared after going upstairs. What's going on? Shin Junsong asked the old man anxiously. Don't panic. There must be a space we don't know about. Look carefully. People can't disappear out of thin air. Although Lao Li asked Shin Junsong not to panic, he actually had no idea. The smell of gas emanating from each floor was getting stronger and stronger. They didn't have much time left. If they couldn't find the exit, both of them would be poisoned to death. In order to improve efficiency, the two decided to act separately and started searching from the 4th floor. They carefully searched every floor and every room. Unfortunately, the structure of each room was very simple and the furnishings were almost the same. The space inside the room was not large to begin with, so they finished it at a glance. The two men ran out of breath, but unfortunately they found nothing. They stood in the corridor on the 7th floor to analyze countermeasures. The huge portrait at the end of the corridor caught their eyes again. The faceless man in the portrait made people feel uncomfortable, but this portrait was on every floor and in the same position with exactly the same content. At this point, no matter how uncomfortable the portrait made them feel, the two had no choice but to go forward and find out what it was. This might be their last chance of survival. After careful investigation, the two finally found the elevator hidden behind the portrait. The portrait can be pushed to the left or right, but it requires some strength. The two of them pushed the portrait to the left, revealing the elevator hidden inside. The moment the elevator door opened, the two almost cried for joy, but after seeing the elevator space inside, the smiles that had just appeared on their faces disappeared in an instant. The elevator was hollow, with only a circular foothold that was only the size of a foot. This elevator only allowed one person to ride. The remaining person had no chance to ride again because the gas was already full, and there was no extra time to wait for a normal elevator. And the most important thing is that no one is sure whether the second elevator will come up. After all, everyone wants to survive alone to the end, so they want to kill as many people as possible. The deathly silence did not last long, just a few seconds. Shun Junsong raised his hand, and the lens of his glasses cut the carotid artery of the person next to him, while the old man's right hand had just raised his axe. The old man's weapon was an axe. Shun Junsong knew this when he formed an alliance with the old man, so he kept it for himself and took off the lenses of his glasses, waiting for this moment. The axe fell to the ground. Blood was all over the floor. The old man covered his neck, fell to the ground and twitched. He didn't even scream. Shun Junsong didn't even look at the old man, stepped into the elevator and closed the elevator door. Shun Junsong took the elevator directly to the basement. The moment he opened the door, he carefully gripped the electric saw in his hand. Shun Junsong continued to approach the door with his cautious steps, but it was too dark, so Shun Junsong kicked over several bottles of gasoline on the ground. Shun Junsong was startled and immediately stopped moving forward, holding his breath and waiting for a while, but nothing happened. This forced Shun Junsong to make a bold guess that there might be no one else in the basement. Shun Junsong pushed open the door that let out the light, and the dim yellow chandelier came into view. As expected, there was no one in the room. The room was small and empty, and Shun Junsong immediately saw a secret passage with an open door in the corner. Shun Junsong first looked into the secret passage, but it was too dark inside and he couldn't see anything. Shun Junsong didn't hesitate too much between climbing up or not climbing up. There was enough gas upstairs, and there was a risk of explosion at any time. Hiding in this basement was not necessarily safe, so why not try to climb in and give it a try, just in case it was an exit? In this way, Shun Junsong dragged his electric saw while crawling in the dark tunnel. Just when his two knees were about to be rubbed raw, a faint light finally appeared in front of the tunnel, and the exit was about to be reached. Shun Junsong increased his speed and climbed to the exit, which was a cave on the back mountain. However, the joy did not last long. Before Shun Junsong could even put his feet on the ground, a cold gun muzzle was pressed against his head. Shun Junsong knelt at the exit, not daring to move. "Great, you won. I'm willing to accept the loss." The child put the gun against Shun Junsong's head and said to Yin Xian, who was standing in the distance with a smile. Yin Xian was wearing Wang Hao's clothes, men's sneakers, and black pants, which were exactly the clothes that the figure Shun Junsong saw when he was chasing someone before. Yin Xian sighed and said, "What a pity. I still have some questions to ask Lao Li. It seems I don't have the chance this time." So this is how you are." Shun Junsong looked at the two of them, and he seemed to know what was going on. Perhaps it was because the crawling posture was too uncomfortable, or perhaps because he knew his fate. Shun Junsong let go of the chainsaw in his hand, stood up and crawled out of the hole, and sat on the ground, panting. I don't know when the snow outside had almost melted, and all the buried weeds have popped out again. The kid also put away his gun, and Shun Junsong put down his weapon, which meant that he admitted defeat. "The weather is pretty good today, and now I am a little curious. Who of you two can survive to the end? If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Yufei has been killed by you too, right?" Shun Junsong changed to a comfortable posture, leaned on the dirty hillside behind him, and asked a question that had nothing to do with him. It was just out of his curiosity. just like the question the kid asked him and the old man at the dinner table before. Didn't I just lose the bet? Before you came out, we made a small bet, betting on who would crawl out of this hole between you and the old man. I bet on the old man, but the old man didn't live up to the expectations, so I lost the bet. The kid casually played with the pistol in his hand and spoke in a very relaxed tone, as if his death in a while was a matter of no importance to him. Haha, there is one last question. How did you kill Wang Hao? Shin Junsong asked, looking at Yin Qian standing in the distance. Yin Qian put his hands in the pockets of Wang Hao's clothes, wrapped himself in the clothes, and looked at Shin Junsong expressionlessly. As he asked questions, his thoughts returned to last night. Last night, Yin Qian followed Wang Hao into his room on the 6th floor. The moment the door closed, Wang Hao couldn't wait to push Yin Qian against the wall, sniffed his scent eagerly, and whispered, "You smell so good." Yin Qian almost vomited. He was so nauseated that he couldn't take it anymore. So he raised his hand to push the person away and said in an ambiguous way, "Don't be in a hurry. I'll go take a shower first." Wang Hao grabbed Yin Qian's slender hands and didn't give him a chance to leave. "No need to wash. I like the smell of your body." "No, I have mysophobia, but you can wash with me," Yin Qian teased Wang Hao. "I couldn't ask for more." Wang Hao looked at Yin Qian with eyes that were about to spit fire, and his whole body was even hotter. He followed Yin Qian's steps into the bathroom. Under the ambiguous light, the shower in the bathroom was spraying water. Yin Qian wet herself and the other person, and after seducing Wang Hao to take off all his clothes step by step, she smiled even more brilliantly. The two charming dimples simply fascinated the old pervert Wang Hao, and he didn't even remember that he had just taken off the gun with his own hands and put it on the sink. At this moment, Wang Hao was busy caressing Yin Qian's delicate body with both hands, and he didn't even bother to pick up his abandoned pistol. Perhaps in his perception, a delicate girl like Yin Qian would not have any killing power at all. Yin Qian was waiting for this moment. He raised his hand and touched Wang Hao's head in an ambiguous way, and pinched his Baihui acupoint mercilessly. In a split second, Wang Hao opened his eyes in disbelief and tried hard to lift his limp hands. Yin Qian was quick-witted and quick-handed. While Wang Hao was still struggling, he quickly found the area between the first and second spinous processes of the vertebrae behind his neck and pinched his mute temple. Yin Qian attacked very quickly, without any hesitation. Wang Hao, who was still immersed in carnal desires, had no time to react at all, and he didn't even have time to scream. In just a moment, Wang Hao fainted on the ground and lost consciousness. Yin Qian was still worried, so he went to the side and brought the cement tile water tank cover behind the toilet and smashed it on Wang Hao's head. Once, twice, 3 times, watching the blood flow out of Wang Hao's head and then washed away by the water. Yin Qian was sure that Wang Hao was really dead, and he finally felt relieved. Yin Qian first cleaned the water tank cap and put it back in place, then checked Wang Hao's clothes and pants, and found a lighter with a skull carved on it in his pants pocket. This was what Yin Qian was looking for. If his inference was correct, this was the thing that connected Wang Hao to the real world. After searching, Yin Qian changed into Wang Hao's clothes, pants, and shoes, and took advantage of the dead of night to carry Wang Hao's body to his room on the 2nd floor. Then he ran to the back of the stairs on the 1st floor and tried to open the door leading to the basement. Yin Qian had to see what was in the basement. Unfortunately, the door was blocked by something and could not be opened no matter what. However, this made Yin Qian more certain that there must be an elevator leading to the basement in this building. Yin Qian ran back upstairs and carefully searched for the elevator again. His efforts paid off, and he finally found the elevator behind the huge oil painting. Yin Qian took the elevator to the basement, where he found gasoline, and then discovered the underground passage to the back mountain. Yin Qian thought of a way, took the gasoline, and took the elevator back to his room on the 2nd floor. Yin Qian dressed Wang Hao in her white dress, poured gasoline on his body, and set Wang Hao's body on fire with matches from her room. When the body was almost burned, Yin Qian took Wang Hao's pistol and pretended to fire a shot at her door, hoping to attract the crowd, and then ran away wearing Wang Hao's clothes, giving everyone the illusion that she was shot and burned by Wang Hao. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that those people were all cowards. When they heard the gunshots, no one came out to watch. Yin Xian had no choice but to wait until dawn, until the body in his room on the second floor was discovered, then deliberately make a noise to expose himself to everyone in the image of Wang Hao, then take the elevator to the basement and hide there to avoid being found. But hiding in the basement was not a long-term solution, because Yin Xian knew that if he could find the elevator behind the giant painting, then others would definitely be able to find it, which meant that it was only a matter of time before others came to the basement. So Yin Xian crawled from the tunnel to the exit of the back mountain and waited at the exit with a gun, intending to kill one by one. There were still 5 bullets in the pistol, which was enough to shoot 4 people at such a close distance. But what Yin Xian didn't expect was that the first person he waited for was not the one who came out of the tunnel. After releasing the poison, Zhang Yufei probably didn't expect Yin Xian to still be alive. If Yin Xian was still alive, she would not have one in the end. So she took advantage of the fact that Yin Xian hadn't noticed her in the distance and moved a large rock nearby, trying to give Yin Xian a fatal blow from behind. Unfortunately, the snow on the ground had not yet melted, exposing Zhang Yufei's footsteps. When Yin Xian turned around, the stone that took her life was less than half a meter away from his head. Yin Xian rolled to the side to avoid Zhang Yufei's attack, and at the same time raised the pistol in his hand and shot Zhang Yufei. The stone rolled down to Yin Xian's feet, and Zhang Yufei fell to the ground. The blood flowing from her chest dyed the white snow on the ground red. The 2 liquids, one red and one white, one cold and one hot, melted into one, further accelerating the melting of the snow. Yin Xian sat on the ground, still in shock, looking at Zhang Yufei's body with her eyes open. He was still a little scared. When it came to fighting with physical strength, he was really not that good at it. Before Yin Xian could even take his first breath, he suddenly discovered that there was a person standing at the cave entrance in the distance, and that person had probably been watching the 2 of them duel for a long time. Yin Xian raised his pistol almost reflexively. The child standing at the cave entrance immediately raised his hands and surrendered. In front of Yin Xian, he took out his weapon from his waist, a dagger with patterns, and threw it away without hesitation. "Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by." The child still raised his hands and didn't move. He stood far away and looked at Yin Xian, and didn't get close to him at all. Yin Xian looked at the child again and again. In fact, he had already begun to doubt his identity in his heart. If the other party was really the dream maker as he guessed, it would be particularly ridiculous for him to point a gun at him now. It's like you're trying to sell a product to a customer, showing them all the features of the product without realizing that they are actually the manufacturer of the product. This will only make you look like a clown trying hard to perform. Yin Xian put down the gun in his hand. In the dream, if the other party wants you to die, you will have no way to stop them. So Yin Xian chose to accept it. The child saw Yin Xian relax his vigilance and tried to walk to his side. After thinking it through, Yin Xian didn't care. At most, he would die and wake up from the dream. "You are still alive. You are pretty good." The child seemed to be in a good mood, without the tension of being in a life and death game. "You are more powerful. You are the dream maker. You are the best," Yin Xian complained in his heart. The child walked to Yin Xian's side, but Yin Xian ignored him. The water on the ground was wet, and he was not very comfortable sitting there, so he stood up, put the gun in his pocket, and used both hands to wring the water out of his trouser legs. The child was very patient and stood quietly beside him, watching Yin Xian tidy up his clothes and trousers. After a long while, seeing that Yin Xian was almost done with his work, the child finally spoke up. "Shall we make a bet?" "What bet?" Yin Xian was not very interested. What chances would he have of winning a bet with a dream maker? "Let's bet on who will come out of this hole, who wins, and who will survive to the end." Finally, Yin Xian looked up at the child. He was not sure what the meaning of this bet was, or he was not sure what the other party's purpose was in making this bet, but he was not afraid. Even if he lost the bet, he still had a chance to shoot him. If the other party was really not a dream maker, then he would have a chance. Of course, if the other party is a dream maker, then it doesn't matter. "Okay." Yin Xian threw the pistol in his pocket to the child and asked him to execute the execution. In this way, Yin Xian agreed to the child's bet. At this moment, Shun Junsong just climbed out of the cave and met the two people who had been waiting for him for a long time. Shin Junsong finished asking his questions, thinking that he could satisfy his curiosity before he died. He wanted to see how the pervert Wang Hao died at the hands of this woman, and what abilities this woman had. Unfortunately, the evil-minded Yin Xian didn't intend to tell him. Secret. Yin Xian spat out these two words and gestured to the child. The burning bullet pierced through Shan Junsong's forehead, bringing out a stream of red blood that splattered onto the hillside behind Shan Junsong, dyeing red the unknown little green grass that had just sprouted on the hillside. The child raised his hand and threw the pistol that had just been pulled the trigger to Yin Xian. The hot muzzle burned Yin Xian's delicate skin, which made Yin Xian shudder. There are 3 bullets in it, enough for you. No matter how inaccurate your shooting is, you should be able to hit the target at such a close distance. The child also sat on the ground, found a comfortable position, and prepared to accept Yin Xian's execution. This was very surprising to Yin Xian. The reason why Yin Xian had thrown the gun to the child was, first, that he wanted him to shoot whoever came out of the cave, and second, if he was finally shot by the child because the child broke the contract, then he would be able to know whether the child was the dream maker or not. This was a sure win deal. After all, from his point of view, finding the dream maker was much more important than dying in a dream himself. What Yin Xian didn't expect was that the child actually lost and did not choose to shoot himself. Instead, he threw the gun back to him, which made Yin Xian's judgment contradictory. If the child was a dream maker, he could have controlled himself to win, but the child lost. If the child was not a dream maker, he should have chosen to shoot himself after losing the bet, but the child did not do that. This made Yin Xian very confused. Who said I was going to hit you? I still have questions for you. Yin Xian threw the gun in his hand to the child again, still unwilling to give up and wanted to test him again. I don't know. Don't answer. Don't ask. The child took the pistol, stood up, and threw the gun directly to the cliff in the distance. Do you know what I want to ask? Yin Xian was still a little surprised by the child's action of throwing the gun. I don't know, and I don't want to know. You are so resistant. It seems that I guessed right. Whatever. Guess whatever you want. The child just gave up. Yin Xian? It was a bit confusing. Who was the first butcher? Who was the first butcher? Apart from the butcher himself, only the dreamer himself knew. The child naturally knew what Yin Xian could think of. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. He was interested in this question, but the reason he was interested was not because he was curious about the first butcher, but because Yin Xian asked this question, which made him feel interesting, because he knew that Yin Xian was interested in the dream maker. So he asked back, "How should I know? Isn't it you?" Seeing that the child was not fooled at all, Yin Xian chuckled and changed the question, saying, "Aren't you curious about how I killed Wang Hao?" Similarly, how he killed Wang Hao, apart from the two parties involved, only the dreamer knew. "I'm curious. Do you want to tell me?" The child asked back. This kid is really foolproof. Yin Xian pondered for a while. If the other party is the dream maker, then he must know how he killed Wang Hao. If not, then there is no need for him to tell him. So Yin Xian raised his eyebrows and said those 2 words to the child again. Secret. The child laughed but didn't seem to care. He was not curious about how Wang Hao died in the first place. As for Yin Xian, the child thought that the other party was just playing a game with him. On the other hand, Yin Xian was not satisfied. The child's reaction was not what he wanted. Yin Xian tried to move closer to the child, just like the child had moved closer to him in the house before, using the same method to silently force the child. At this moment, the child's heart was like a pot of boiling water, boiling and surging. Looking at Yin Xian, who was walking towards him step by step, the child was a little excited. Yin Xian? It seems like he really took the bait. As Yin Xian got closer, the child chose to retreat step by step, retreating towards the 1,000-foot cliff behind him. After discovering the child's intention, Yin Xian stopped his steps, but unfortunately the child did not stop and continued to retreat towards the bottomless cliff, straight to the edge. One last question. Answer me? Yin Xian still didn't want to give up, even if it was just one sentence. This child must know something. Are you a dream maker? Yin Xian was startled, and the three words dream maker were automatically muted. Yin Xian tried to ask again, "Are you?" The three words dream maker still could not make a sound. Yin Xian thought about it and changed the way he said it. "Are you an NPC?" Fortunately, this time, the pronunciation was successful. The child listened to Yin Xian's incomplete questions with an expressionless face and did not react much. When he finally heard Yin Xian ask if he was an NPC, he chuckled and really replied to Yin Xian, "Who knows? Just 4 words." After the child finished speaking, he did not look back, but fell backwards towards the abyss behind him. In the blink of an eye, he fell off the cliff and completely disappeared from Yin Xian's sight. Yin Xian took a few steps forward and reached the edge of a cliff. There was a bottomless abyss, like a bloody mouth. Then a dizziness came over him. Yin Xian felt his legs go soft, and he stepped uncontrollably into the abyss. Yin Xian suddenly woke up, and the weightlessness of stepping on empty air in his dream made him break out in a cold sweat. Yin Xian sat up with lingering fear. The people beside him also sat up. Feng Shi looked at the sweaty Yin Xian expressionlessly, with doubt in his eyes. Yin Xian stared at Feng Shi beside him for 2 minutes without saying a word, and his thoughts slowly returned to him, and he came out of the dream. Yin Xian hugged Feng Shi into his arms, and his strength was so great that he almost broke Feng Shi's small body. The touch of a living Feng Shi, a living person, made Yin Xian feel at ease all of a sudden. Feng Shi was obedient and let Yin Xian hug him tightly as he fell asleep. The two of them sat on the bed in this hugging position for a long time. Because it was just daybreak, the faint light from the sky leaked in through the curtains. Yin Xian suddenly remembered something, let go of Feng Shi, and got out of bed in a hurry. "Mirror. Where's the mirror here?" Yin Xian muttered while looking for a mirror in the room. Unfortunately, there was no mirror in Feng Shi's room, nor in the bathroom. "Hey, do you really never look in the mirror?" Not finding a mirror, Yin Xian took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera, adjusted it to the selfie mode, and checked his aura. I don't know how all this extra dead air on his body came about. It basically condensed in Yin Xian's head, causing him to rely on looking in the mirror every time. Just as Yin Xian predicted, the death energy on his body did not increase. Yin Xian guessed that this was probably related to his winning the game in the dream. In the first dream, he was killed in the explosion, so after waking up, there was a lot of death energy on his body. This time, he survived to the end in the dream, so he did not add more death energy. Yin Xian's first reaction was that the nightmare was causing trouble, but then he thought that if it was the little girl of the nightmare, he would not have failed to notice it. If it was really her, and he was dragged into her dream, with her personality, she would not stop until she killed herself. However, it seemed that she did kill herself in the dream, but if it was the nightmare, the person who was dragged into her dream would not have independent consciousness. Yin Xian ruled out the option of nightmare, because in the second dream, the player clearly began to have independent consciousness. In the first dream, everyone who entered the dream didn't know it was a dream. They all thought they were kidnapped or plotted against, and almost thought they were in the real world. But in the second dream, the people who entered the dream obviously began to analyze the problems in the environment. If there are a few players who have not fully awakened, at least the old man wearing Buddhist beads is different. The old man wearing the Buddhist beads clearly said in the dream, guessing that they might be in the dream. If the dreamer was the girl of the dream demon, she would not make such a mistake. With her ability, at most, she could make the dreamer remember 1 or 2 things after waking up, which is already very good. It is impossible for the dreamer to find that he is in a dream. But if it wasn't a nightmare, then the problem was definitely with the child. In this dream, the word dream maker could not be mentioned. These 3 words were automatically muted, which meant that the dream maker actually wanted to hide himself, but the answer that the child gave to himself in the end seemed very much like a tacit agreement. There seems to be a certain contradiction between the two. Yin Xian was confused. Was the child a dream maker? If so, why did he let himself win in the end? In the bet between him and him, he could have freely controlled the outcome. Isn't the purpose of the dream maker to drag everyone into the dream and kill them, just like the first dream? In the end, they were all blown to death. If he is not a dream maker, then what is the ambiguous answer at the end? Yin Xian took his mobile phone, sat by the bed, analyzed everything, and finally came to the conclusion that the dreamer was most likely not a nightmare, but the ability he used was probably similar to that of a nightmare. He pulled people into dreams and let them die, and in this way, he condensed death energy on people in reality and then let them die in the real world. Yin Xian? It was the first time that he had seen this ability to graft death energy. After thinking it over, he decided to find time to meet the little girl, Meng Mo. After all, she was the professional when it came to matters related to dreams. The light coming in from the window became stronger and stronger, and it was already completely daylight. Yin Xian was sitting quietly on the bed, thinking about something, and Feng Shi was sitting next to him, but it was obvious that Feng Shi was still in trouble. He couldn't open his eyes at all, and his head was drooping weakly. Yin Xian turned around and saw Feng Shi's expression. He knew that he must have woken him up. Yin Xian said to Feng Shi with a little guilt, "Sorry, go back to sleep. I'm leaving now." Hearing that Yin Xian was leaving, Feng Yu's sleepy head became clear again. Yin Xian had sneaked to Feng Yu's side, and he didn't want Feng Yu to wake up and find out that he was not there, and then find trouble for him again. Yin Xian quickly pushed Feng Shi, who had been staring at him, back to the bed, covered him with a quilt, and said, "It's still early, you should continue to sleep." Feng Shi opened his eyes wide, looked at Yin Xian, and walked away without looking back. Yin Xian didn't care much, settled Feng Yu, and jogged back to Feng Yu's room. But he didn't expect that when he entered the courtyard of the main building, Mr. Feng had already woken up and was practicing Ba Duan Jin in the courtyard. It was a must-go road. Yin Xian realized that he couldn't avoid it, so he pretended to be jogging in the morning, ran to Grandpa Feng's side, and said, "Hello, Grandpa, good morning." "Hey, little Qian also got up so early? Don't you young people like to sleep in?" Grandpa Feng's hands and feet kept moving, left lunge, left hand palm, right hand circle. Every movement was very neat. Yin Xian found it interesting, so he stood beside Grandpa Feng and followed him. "Grandpa, I'm too fat, so you can teach me and I'll practice with you." Yin Xian learned well, and Grandpa Feng looked at him for a few times and found that this child was quite talented, and every move was quite good. "Come, follow Grandpa." Grandpa Feng really taught Yin Xian to exercise. Feng Yu, who was originally full of anger, instantly became like a deflated ball when he saw the two people exercising in the yard. He walked over reluctantly to greet Old Man Feng. Old Master Feng ignored him and continued to exercise in the yard with Yin Xian. Feng Yu felt bored, so he just said hello and ran away in the blink of an eye. Feng Yu got up early in the morning and saw that no one was sitting on the sofa outside the room. He thought Yin Xian was so bold that he sneaked away. Feng Yu was looking for someone with a rage, but when he arrived at the courtyard of the main building, he saw the old man and the child practicing Ba Duan Jin. He lost his temper instantly and didn't plan to trouble Yin Xian. Anyway, as long as he was in their Feng family, it would be fine. Yin Xian finished practicing Ba Duan Jin with Old Man Feng, and the two of them went back to the house to have breakfast, chatting and laughing. In the same restaurant, everyone except Feng Yu and Feng Shi was there. Shun Junmei was very tactful in preparing breakfast for Mr. Feng. She seemed to be very familiar with Mr. Feng's taste. Feng Ruching sat at the dining table doing nothing, waiting for the servants to prepare breakfast for him, but he didn't dare to eat early because the people in the family had not yet sat down and his wife had not started eating yet. Yin Xian greeted the two of them as soon as he entered the restaurant and saw how the people present interacted with each other. The person with the lowest status in the Feng family was probably his future father-in-law, but Yin Xian didn't quite understand. Feng Ruching didn't look like he had a bad brain, so why was he so unpopular at home? If he had the chance, Yin Xian would really like to dig up some gossip about him. After finishing breakfast with Mr. Feng, Yin Xian found an excuse to leave. He hadn't seen Feng Yi come to eat breakfast, and he was a little worried about him. He wanted to go look for him, but he didn't expect that the child had gone to school early. Yin Xian thought to himself that since He Mingjie didn't call him yesterday, he would definitely come to find him today. Since Feng Yi didn't speak, He Mingjie could only look for him. He Mingjie did want to call Yin Xian, mainly because he wanted to know what He Yu had blocked. But he was too busy. He chased the car that took Feng Shi away all the way, caught one person and let another run away. They interrogated the person they caught overnight, but they didn't find out anything. Not only did he get no results, but Wei Zhe and his team went to Lanshan Reservoir to look for He Yu, but they only found a body soaking in the water. Ma Wuxiang took a look and saw that the souls of He Yu and Qiu Yun had been crushed to pieces, using the same method as the female corpse found at the mouth of Shuzhou River. He Mingjie hurried home early in the morning and took a 2-hour nap. There were too many things on his mind, and he couldn't sleep well. He washed up and planned to go to the police station. Before leaving, he finally called Yin Xian. On the other side, Yin Xian was sitting in Yang Jushu's office, waiting for the call until he almost fell asleep. After what happened yesterday, Feng Shi was able to go to school as if nothing had happened. Yin Xian was a little worried, so he followed him to the school. After arriving at the school, he happened to meet Yang Jushu, and the two talked for a few words. Because Yang Jushu had classes later, he placed Yin Xian in his office. Yang Jushu was very relieved that someone in the Feng family finally began to care about Feng Shi. He Yu is dead. Find a way to find out what she gave to Feng Shi. I will only say this once. This is very important, and it concerns the safety of many people's lives. He Mingjie made this call to Yin Xian, and he indeed considered it for a long time. The more people know about this matter, the more people will be in danger. He asked Yin Xian to do this, which was equivalent to dragging him into danger. Feng Shi, that kid, didn't say a word even though his face was swollen after he was caught and put into the car yesterday. Yang Jushu had been with Feng Shi for 3 years, and Feng Shi had never said a word. He Mingjie really didn't have much confidence that he could pry open Feng Shi's mouth. But even so, he still wanted Yin Xian to give it a try. The matter was of great importance. If one more person could help break the situation as soon as possible, He Mingjie had to give it a try. After listening to He Mingjie's words on the other end of the phone, Yin Xian also understood the seriousness of the situation. In fact, he had already thought about it yesterday, so he had never taken the initiative to ask Feng Shi about this matter. But now it seems that he has to enter this game. Even if he chooses not to enter, it is also good to protect himself. Those who want to capture Feng Shi will also suspect him. Anyway, they can't escape. I know, I'll find a way. Yin Xian agreed to this matter. If Feng Shi is not a person without qi, Yin Xian would have many ways to communicate with Feng Shi, but Feng Shi's qi is locked up, and he can't even read his consciousness. This forces Yin Xian to communicate with Feng Shi properly. At noon, Yang Jushu invited Yin Xian to have lunch together. Yin Xian would not refuse, and he also called Feng Shi. The same restaurant, different location. This time they sat in a private room. The private room was much quieter, no longer as noisy as last time. Feng Shi also changed. He was no longer as dull as before. He sat there motionless, picking up food and eating like a robot. This time, he took the initiative to remove the disposable plastic film wrapped around Yin Xian's bowl and chopsticks, and even poured Yin Xian a drink. Yin Xian? He didn't think it was a big deal. After all, the kid had already helped with things when he lived with him. Yang Jushu was surprised. Although Feng Shi didn't open the bowls and chopsticks for him, nor did he pour him a drink. But no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Feng Shi had made great progress. It can't be said that he was reborn, but at least he was no longer as dull as before. Yang Jushu couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that caring for a person can really change him. It's a good thing Feng Shi met you. Yang Jushu suddenly said the truth in his mind. Yin Xian paused. How could he forget this? Although he had prepared himself mentally before coming to the present world would definitely disrupt the fate of others, but the deviation should not be too large, otherwise it would affect the cause and effect of this body, and then he would have to repay his debts and cut off his relationship, which was really troublesome. No. Feng Shi is lucky to have a class teacher like you. And fortunately you didn't give up on him. Yin Xian didn't dare to take the credit. Feng Shi has his own fate. According to Yin Xian's unfinished life trajectory, there is no such person as Feng Shi, so the two should not have too many intersections. If the deviation is too large, changing the fate is a small matter, but his identity will be exposed, which will be troublesome. Yang Jushu chuckled. I have led him for 3 years, and he is still the same. But since you came, Feng Shi has changed a lot. The more Yang Jushu boasted, the more Yin Xian felt ashamed. It turned out that he had gotten so close to Feng Shi without realizing it. It was all his fault that he had been too naughty and had to test the kid's reaction again and again. Now, he overreacted. Yin Xian had to think of the next countermeasures. That was Feng Shi's own effort. He is about to go to high school and become an adult. It is normal for him to change. Yin Xian pushed the credit to Feng Shi himself. He dared not take the credit for himself. The two of them were talking to each other, and Feng Shi, the protagonist, was eating his meal with a blank expression, as if it had nothing to do with him. He didn't care what the other two were talking about. By the way, is Feng Shi's injury okay? I saw his face was still a little swollen today. Feng Shi himself couldn't speak, and Yang Jiushu didn't know how he was, so he could only ask Yin Xian. The examination showed that there was no major problem yesterday. The swelling on his face will probably go down in 2 days. So who were those people yesterday? Do you know? Why did they arrest Feng Shi? This is actually not very clear to me, but your wife may know. Yin Xian threw the question to He Mingjie. It was related to the case, so he couldn't say anything to the outside world. As for whether He Mingjie should tell Yang Jiushu, that was He Mingjie's own business. Forget it, it's probably about another case. But why was Feng Shi involved? He's just a junior high school student? Yang Jiushu's question really hit Yin Xian's sore spot. Feng Yu got into this trouble because Yin Xian wanted to make money, so he contacted He Yu. He didn't expect that a simple matter of getting rid of the ghost would involve so many people and become so complicated. It was so complicated that He Yu was dead, and the two of them were still involved and couldn't get out. That, I don't know either. Yin Xian didn't know how to answer, so he simply ended the topic. Yang Jiushu was also a smart man. Seeing that Yin Xian didn't want to answer, he stopped asking. Feng Shi and Yang Jiushu both had classes in the afternoon, so the three of them didn't spend too much time having lunch. After the three of them returned to school, Yin Xian didn't rush to leave and continued to accompany Feng Shi to class. The last class in the afternoon was physical education. Yin Xian, who had done nothing for the whole afternoon, was so depressed. As soon as he arrived at the playground, he was like a prisoner who had just walked out of prison. He was smiling and in a sunny mood. He was just about to run 2 laps on the track. Feng Shi was waiting in line for class, but his eyes were glued to Yin Xian, who was suffering from ADHD, in the distance. He watched him walk up and down the stands, and then run to the single pole and turn around. Anyway, he was never idle. Feng Shi thought it was funny, but he was very happy that Yin Xian really accompanied him in school for a day. The content of Feng Shi's class was badminton. At the command of the PE teacher, all the students dispersed and formed teams to practice. Only Feng Shi, the lone wooden block, stood still for a while before moving. The PE teacher seemed to be accustomed to his slowness and did not care whether there was anyone practicing with him. He simply ignored him. Yin Xian sat back on the stands, looking at Feng Shi, who was approaching him step by step, feeling somewhat helpless. Yin Xian didn't know what to do with Feng Shi, who was isolated. This kid didn't talk and had a gloomy temperament. It was understandable that he had no friends. Feng Shi sat next to Yin Xian, keeping a stiff posture, and looked at the people on the playground with him. Your teacher Yang just praised you at noon, saying that you have made great progress in interpersonal communication. Do you want to try to play with your classmates? Yin Xian wore a loose sportswear today and looked like a high school student. Although his body was a little fat, his face was still very good looking. Overall, he looked very young. Sitting with Feng Shi, they looked like a senior and a junior. Feng Shi looked at the people on the playground without saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yin Xian, who had not received any response, sighed helplessly. He stopped trying to persuade the child. With such a personality, perhaps it was not his choice. In this way, Yin Xian sat with Feng Shi for the entire PE class. His PE teacher did not make any statement about Feng Shi's behavior and completely ignored him, as if it was the same whether Feng Shi was there or not. Feng Shi himself was the same. He was the same whether he was in the PE class or not. Except for standing in line for a while when assembling for class, he did not participate in anything else. His exercise was not as much as Yin Xian's walking and walking. After school, Yin Xian walked beside Feng Yu, thinking about how to ask Feng Yu what He Yu had given him. Yin Xian pondered for a while, thinking about how to ask Feng Yu so that he would answer him. Yin Xian thought of a few opening remarks and wanted to ask questions several times, but held back. He always felt that the time, place, and people were not right, so he just didn't ask. Because they had just finished school, there were a lot of students and cars on the road, and the two walked very slowly, as if they were taking a stroll. There was a food street next to the entrance of Fengshi School, which was full of students' business, and the business was very good. Now that school was over, the street was even more crowded with people. Across the street, not far away, is a public elementary school, and the students there also flocked here to buy food. Looking at the skewers of bobo chicken in the hands of those students, Yin Xian, a foodie, was very greedy. The roadside stalls with fragrant aromas tempted Yin Xian all the time, tempting him to stop every few steps and then stop after that. He pulled Fengshi and said, "Wait a minute, I'll buy you some food." Yin Xian rushed into the crowd and ordered all kinds of food from the roadside stall owner. When he was happily walking out of the crowd with fried chicken in his left hand and grilled sausage in his right hand, Fengshi disappeared. Yin Xian suddenly panicked. His first reaction was that the group of people had taken Fengshi away yesterday, but then he thought about how there hadn't been any commotion just now. No matter how stupid Fengshi was, he wouldn't be so stupid that he wouldn't struggle or make any sound after being caught for the second time. Yin Xian was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat, and the fried chicken and sausage in his hand suddenly lost their fragrance. Yin Xian pushed through the crowd and looked for Fengshi. When he saw Fengshi's classmates, he quickly went up to them and asked them if they had seen Fengshi. After asking a few people, he actually found out that he had seen him. The one who answered him was a frivolous boy who looked like the kind of student who sat in the last row, had a premature love affair, and didn't study hard. The male student pointed to a corner of the food street. Yin Xian looked up and saw a small alley with trash cans. Yin Xian didn't care and ran over to find someone. As soon as he reached the alley entrance, he heard someone swearing. "Hey, what are you doing?" The scene in the alley made Yin Xian furious. Fengshi was sitting on the ground, surrounded by 5 male students. The 3 younger boys were wearing school uniforms, which looked like the uniforms of the elementary school across the street. The other 2 older boys were not wearing school uniforms, and they were dressed like young hooligans. One of the yellow-haired hooligans had his foot on Fengshi's stomach. Yin Xian roared at the 3 smaller ones inside, and they were obviously a little scared and walked a few steps away from Fengshi. But the 2 hooligans were not afraid. Because of Yin Xian's outfit today, the other party probably thought he was a student here. "It's none of your business, stay away," the yellow-haired hooligan said to Yin Xian, his feet still on Fengshi's belly. "Hurry up and take your feet away from me." Yin Xian rushed over, trying to pull the hooligans away and pull up Fengshi, who was sitting on the ground. As a result, as soon as he approached, another purple-haired hooligan blocked Yin Xian and pushed him. Yin Xian dragged his heavy body back a few steps. "What are you doing?" "I called you teacher," Yin Xian threatened. The 2 hooligans sneered and looked at Yin Xian like he was an idiot. The purple-haired hooligans saw that Yin Xian looked like he was easy to bully, so they immediately pushed him forward and pushed him into the trash can next to them. Because Yin Xian was too fat, he made a loud noise when he hit the trash can. Yin Xian didn't expect the other party to be so strong, and the fried chicken and sausage in his hand almost flew out. He was really angry. These kids really deserved a beating. Yin Xian steadied himself, stood up and said, "I'll say it again. Take your foot off Fengshi." "Oh, so your name is Fengshi, not dumb. Ha ha ha. Who are you to be so nosy?" The yellow-haired gangster laughed wildly, not taking Yin Xian's threat seriously at all, and stepped on Fengshi's body and rolled down harder. "How about this? Since he is someone you know, let him pay the money you owe us." Yin Xian frowned. Fengshi didn't communicate with others at all, so how could he owe others money? He knew that the other party was talking nonsense. "Hey, didn't you hear me? How much money do you have? Take it out," the purple-haired gangster said to Yin Xian. "How much does he owe you?" Yin Xian asked back. "Why do you care how much he owes? Just take out how much you have." "That won't work. I'm also very poor. How can I have money?" "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't have money, why do you buy fried chicken?" Seeing that Yin Xian was unwilling to pay, the man kicked the fried chicken in Yin Xian's hand in anger. This time Yin Xian was really angry. The fried chicken he had protected for so long was finally kicked away by this guy. Yin Xian stopped talking nonsense to these kids. He had to spank them. Yin Xian stepped forward and kicked the little hooligans in the knee, causing him to kneel down. The purple-haired hooligans obviously didn't expect Yin Xian to dare to fight back and were stunned by his kick. It was the yellow-haired hooligans who reacted first, let go of the seal on the ground, pulled out a folding iron rod from his waist, and hit Yin Xian's head. Yin Xian dodged and pulled a little distance from the yellow-haired hooligans. This really surprised Yin Xian. This little gangster actually carried a weapon. At this time, the purple-haired hooligans kneeling on the ground reacted and were furious. He was angry because Yin Xian kicked him. He shouted at the 3 elementary school students, "What are you 3 doing? Beat him up." The 3 primary school students were obviously afraid of the purple-haired guy. After being yelled at by him, they hesitated for a while and then rushed towards Yin Xian. Yin Xian never thought that he would have to fight with primary school students. These kids were obviously problem students. If he really fought, he was afraid that he would be crippled. If he didn't fight, he would be beaten. This really worried Yin Xian. Yin Xian hesitated, and Zimao was about to explode with anger. How could he endure such humiliation as kneeling on the ground? He immediately took out a folding knife and was about to stab Yin Xian. Yin Xian was surprised. He just dodged the yellow-haired iron rod when the purple-haired folding knife stabbed him on the forehead again. The key point was that the 3 elementary school students rushed over and hugged him. Yin Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong, as if he couldn't get away. He hated himself for the deadly aura lingering around him, and there was a high probability that he would shed blood again today. Just when the folding knife in Zimao's hand was about to stab Yin Xian's shoulder, Zimao flew out and the folding knife fell to the ground, kicked by Feng Yi. Just now, Yin Xian was fighting 5 people at once, which was a bit chaotic. He didn't have any extra time to pay attention to Feng Shi. Now when he looked at Feng Shi again, he found that he was a different person. Feng Shi kicked the purple-haired man away, and then kicked the yellow-haired man away at a very fast speed. Then he walked over and punched and kicked the 2 men again until they were stunned. Everyone present was stunned. The 2 hooligans could never have imagined that the mute they had bullied for so many years, the mute who never fought back, never said anything back, and who obediently gave money when asked, would beat them to the ground and unable to get up. The 3 elementary school students were also frightened by Feng Shi, so they quickly let go of Yin Xian and ran away with their school bags on their backs. Things were not over yet. What really frightened the 2 was yet to come. Feng Shi watched the 2 men fall to the ground and could not get up, but he did not intend to let them go. He dragged the 2 men together, picked up the folding knife and the iron rod, and walked to the 2 men. He pulled Zimao's hand, raised the folding knife in his hand, and was about to stab him. "Ah, no, no, help me!" Zimao screamed and struggled desperately, but it was a pity that Feng Shi's strength was too great. His foot stepped firmly on his stomach, and Zimao could not move at all. The golden hair next to him was also scared silly. He did not expect that this mute was more cruel than himself. When he thought that he might also be pierced through the palm, he was scared to sweat coldly, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. "Are you crazy? Let go quickly." In the end, the folding knife did not fall into Zimao's hand, but only scratched the skin on his wrist. This also has to be thanked to Yin Xian. Who was the one who stopped Feng Shi? "Let go quickly." Yin Xian? He held Feng Shi's knife-holding hand, trying to make him let go of the folding knife. Feng Shi turned his head and looked at Yin Xian, expressionlessly, looking him up and down, as if to confirm whether Yin Xian was injured. Feng Shi looked around and found that Yin Xian was fine, so he obediently put down the knife in his hand. When the 2 hooligans lying on the ground saw Feng Shi put down the folding knife in his hand, they both breathed a sigh of relief, fell on their backs, and lay down completely exhausted. They were saved. Yin Xian ran to pick up the fried chicken and grilled sausages that were kicked away. Fortunately, the boss packed them tightly and the fried chicken was not all spilled out. Some of it was edible, but the grilled sausages were not. They were covered with mud and were almost unrecognizable. Yin Xian suddenly felt sorry, sighed, picked up a few pieces of fried chicken, pulled up Feng Shi, and said to the 2 people lying on the ground, "You 2 are not allowed to bully Feng Shi again in the future, or you will really have your hands chopped off next time. Remember? Remember, remember." The two people admitted their mistakes quickly and quickly agreed to Yin Qian. Yin Qian saw that the effect was almost there, so he pulled Feng Shi out. After such a commotion, time was wasted for a long time. The originally bustling food street outside became much quieter, and most of the students had gone home. Yin Qian walked with Feng Shi for a while, and seeing that there were not many people around, he stopped to check if Feng Shi had any injuries. How was it? Did they hit you? Did it hurt anywhere? Tell me, why didn't you fight back earlier? Do they bully you like this often? If others hit you, you have to fight back, you know? You see, it's not that you can't beat them, they all look about the same age as you. And some of them are elementary school students, younger than you. What are you afraid of? If you are afraid that there are too many of them, you can call the teacher, you can call the police, you know? Don't always keep silent and let others bully you. Yin Qian wanted to continue talking, but Feng Shi suddenly hugged the person who had been talking non-stop. Because of his short stature, he could only shrink himself into Yin Qian's arms. Yin Qian thought he was scared, so he quickly hugged him, patted Feng Shi's back, and said softly, don't be afraid, your sister-in-law is here. What Feng Shi didn't want to hear the most was the word sister-in-law. He hugged Yin Qian a little tighter and buried his head in Yin Qian's chest, refusing to lift it up. Yin Qian comforted Feng Shi for a long time before taking him back to Jingyuan. After Feng Shi entered the house, he went straight to his own residence. Before leaving, Yin Qian called him to stop him, worried that he would not eat again, and reluctantly gave the fried chicken in his hand to Feng Shi. Feng Shi was straightforward and took it without hesitation and left without looking back. Yin Qian returned to the main building, still thinking about reporting to Mr. Feng first and having dinner. They came back late, and Yin Qian estimated that they should have finished dinner at this point, but he didn't expect to hear voices coming from the restaurant as soon as he approached the living room on the first floor. Yin Qian followed the sound and walked over. Once again, Yin Qian saw Shen Junsong. Without much analysis, Yin Qian was sure that the person in front of him was Shen Junsong, who had entered the dream with him before, because this person was also wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face today, and the style was extremely similar to the one worn by Shen Junsong in the dream. This made Yin Qian guess that the gold-rimmed glasses were what connected Shen Junsong to the real world. But the two seemed to have no other similarities except for the glasses. This Shen Junsong looked very different from the one he saw in his dream. This Shen Junsong looked nothing like Shen Junmei except for his eyebrows and eyes. Shen Junmei had the charm of a typical Jiangnan girl, but Shen Junsong looked very rough, even with a beard, and was tall and strong, more like a northern man. At this moment, the brother and sister were sitting at the dining table, and they didn't show much surprise when they saw Yin Qian. Little Qian is back. Have you had dinner? Shen Junmei has established the image of a good mother-in-law very well. Whether in front of Mr. Feng or in private, her attitude towards Yin Qian is impeccable, and her care is very appropriate. Not yet. Yin Qian was not polite. He really wanted to sit down and eat together. As for the reason, it must be that he wanted to get in touch with Shen Junsong more, just to confirm whether this Shen Junsong was the one who fell into the dream with him. That's perfect. Sit down and eat together. Shen Junmei asked Yin Qian to sit down, and then turned around and called the family cook Wu Ma to bring more food. Hello, uncle. Yin Qian sat next to Shen Junsong and greeted him politely. Shen Junsong's attitude was very cold. He hummed, which was considered a response to Yin Qian. Taking this opportunity, Yin Qian looked at Shen Junsong's aura. Good man. The death aura on this man was so heavy that it was no wonder that he looked listless. This made Yin Qian more certain of his inference, because Shen Junsong was killed by a child in the dream. So the death aura in the real world was so heavy. Where did Xiao Qian go to play today? I didn't even make it to dinner. Shen Junmei really showed her characteristic of checking up on others. Oh, I went to Feng's school. Yin Qian thought about it and realized that he couldn't lie. With Shen Junmei's means, it was easy for her to check on his whereabouts. Go to school? Why did you go to school? Well, I was curious. My father said that going to school was a waste of money, so I really wanted to go and see. Yin Qian played with his fingers pitifully, with regret in his eyes. It was known to all the Feng family that Yin Qian only had an elementary school education. When Yin Qian was in elementary school, His mother passed away, and his father Yin Huayuan lost all his money in business. How could he have the heart to let Yin Qian go to junior high school? Anyway, Yin Qian was not smart and could not make any progress in his studies, so Yin Huayuan simply let him stay at home, just to live a good life and not starve to death. He would go home for a few days and go out to start a business for a few days, leaving Yin Qian to fend for himself. It is not clear whether Yin Qian can live well until now, but there must be a certain amount of luck in it. The cook, Wu Ma, brought the prepared meal to Yin Qian and set it aside. Yin Qian called her and said, "Wu Ma, Feng Shi hasn't had dinner yet. Can you bring him food as well?" Yin Qian asked innocently, revealing to Shan Junmei her inability to hide her little thoughts. After hearing what he said, Wu Ma paused and turned to look at Shan Junmei. Shan Junmei nodded to her, and Wu Ma said to Yin Qian, "I know. I'll send it to the young master now." "Thank you, Wu Ma. This fish is really delicious. You should give Feng Shi one too." Yin Qian spoke incoherently with a mouthful of fish and a mouthful of rice in his mouth, and the rice in his mouth naturally sprayed onto the table. The whole image was exactly like a fool. Shin Junmei was so shocked by the way he spat out rice that her eyes went dark. She couldn't bear to watch. Wu Ma hurriedly walked to Yin Qian's side and cleaned up the rice grains that fell on the table for him. Yin Qian was still unwilling, and when he saw Wu Ma wiped away the rice grains, he got anxious and grabbed the rice grains from Wu Ma. He quickly stuffed one into his mouth and then said incoherently, "Wu Ma, I want more. Don't take it away." Naturally, Wu Ma knew that Yin Qian was stupid, but she didn't expect him to be so stupid. She coaxed him kindly, "Master Yin, there's still food in the bowl. Eat what's in the bowl. If it's not enough, Wu Ma will get you another bowl. We won't eat what's on the table." Yin Qian was quite well behaved and agreed to what Wu Ma asked, but his hands still unconsciously picked up the rice grains on the table to eat. Shin Junmei, who was sitting on the side, was so uncomfortable that she almost fainted when she thought that this idiot was her daughter-in-law. How could her son Feng Yu, who was so outstanding, be paired with such a thing? Shin Junsong, like his name, sat like a pine tree and looked at Yin Qian coldly the whole time. Yin Qian, still thinking about putting on another play, and then annoy Shin Junmei, who was checking his post. Butler Liu suddenly came to the restaurant and said that Mr. Feng invited Shan Junsong to the ancestral hall. Shin Junsong, who had a dead look on his face just now had bright eyes, and Shin Junmei seemed a little happy. The two of them stood up almost immediately and followed Butler Liu to the ancestral hall. Yin Qian seemed to be busy eating, but in fact he had already guessed that there must be something wrong with the Feng family ancestral hall. But he couldn't go over to check it out now, because Shin Junmei would become suspicious and she would find out that he was playing dumb. But fortunately, there would always be opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush. Yin Qian had almost finished his meal and thought that he didn't need to go back to Feng Yu so early, because Feng Yu didn't want to see him anyway. So Yin Qian turned to Feng Yu's residence, thinking that he could just go there and have dinner with him. Once again, Yin Qian was about to knock on Feng Shi's door when it opened from the inside again. However, this time it was not Feng Shi who opened it, but Wu Ma. Wu Ma seemed to have just delivered food to Feng Shi and was about to leave. She was not surprised to see Yin Qian. She greeted Yin Qian naturally and left first. Yin Qian always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. He couldn't think of it for a moment, so he stopped thinking about it, closed the door, and entered the sealed room. Feng Shi was sitting at his small table eating. When he saw Yin Qian coming, he didn't show any reaction and continued to eat quietly. Yin Qian did not bother him, but walked around his room twice without doing anything. When he saw the computer on the desk in his room, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Feng Qi, why don't you speak? Who installed your computer for you? Even if you can install the computer yourself, you have to move the network cable, otherwise how can you play computer games? How do you do it? Do you communicate with people by typing?" Yin Qian, I was really curious about who was helping Feng Shi. Yin Qian, from the time I've been with Feng Shi, it seems that he has absolutely zero interpersonal skills. In the Feng family, Feng Shi is definitely a rat in the gutter. How could anyone buy these things for him? Feng Shi himself doesn't communicate with others, so there must be someone helping him. But Yin Qian, I can't think of who this person is for now. Feng Shi naturally heard Yin Qian's question, but he didn't respond at all and continued to eat his meal, enjoying it very much. Yin Qian glanced at him and smiled helplessly. It was really difficult to get Feng Shi to speak. Just ask directly, and if you can't get the answer, that's fine. Yin Qian thought about it and changed his mind. After waiting for Feng Shi to finish his meal, Yin Qian began to ask Feng Shi to teach him how to play games. He vaguely remembered that when he met Feng Shi on the first day, Butler Liu said that Feng Shi liked to play games all night. Yin Qian was a little curious about what game Feng Shi was playing. Feng Shi answered Yin Qian's question. He took him to open his computer. Feng Shi's computer desktop was very clean, with only one icon, which was the icon of his game. In the square icon was a bright red flower of the other shore blooming in an abyss. Yin Qian took a look and found that the name of the game was Abyss. After Feng Shi clicked on the icon, strange music started playing. Feng Shi seemed to have saved the game, and Yin Qian watched him click on it from the history progress. After clicking on it, the screen turned into a closed and low room. The game's picture quality was very clear, and it was a first-person perspective. The whole screen, coupled with the strange background music, was a little depressing. Yin Qian watched Feng Yi swipe the mouse back and forth, and the perspective in the screen followed it. After watching for a while, Yin Qian finally realized that the task of this game seemed to be to escape from this room, similar to escape the secret room. Feng Yi began to look around the room for something, but strangely, this room had no doors or windows. Feng Shi spent a long time searching every corner of the room. He didn't find the door, but he did find a question. Yin Qian looked at it and saw various numbers, graphics, and incomprehensible words popping up on the screen. He became interested, as these things seemed to be related. Yin Qian pulled out a pen and paper from Feng Yu's desk with great interest and planned to start solving the problem. Unfortunately, before he could put pen to paper, Yin Qian's cell phone rang. It was Feng Yu calling. Yin Qian knew without answering that the other party was definitely asking him to go back to sleep on the sofa. Yin Qian was very unhappy, thinking that he would make Feng Yu unhappy when he returned. Yin Qian said goodbye to Feng Yu angrily and went back to settle accounts with Feng Yu. Feng Yu watched Yin Qian leave until he disappeared from his sight, but his eyes became more and more serious. How arrogant are you? Do you need me to invite you to sleep every day? And where do you go so late at night every day? Do you know that you are married? Have some shame, Yin Qian? Feng Yu said to Yin Qian unhappily. Upon hearing this, Yin Qian became even angrier. He was determined to skin Feng Yu alive tonight. So he turned into a fool again and said to Feng Yu, "Brother Xiao Yu, I plan to go out to make money tonight." Feng Yu sneered and said, "Make money? What kind of money do you make? Can you make money? I heard from others that you can make money selling alcohol in a bar. It's simple and easy, but they only work at night. I plan to try it tomorrow." Feng Yu was really angry and laughed. He had such a grand wedding that day that he, Feng Yu, could not say that in the whole Jiangxing, at least more than half of the people knew that Yin Qian was his wife. Letting Yin Qian sell alcohol in the bar, where would his face be? This was not a slap in the face of Feng Yu. What else could this be? You are really something, Yin Qian. Don't you look at yourself? Can you sell alcohol like this? Feng Yu showed no intention of restraining the disgust in his eyes. How could Yin Qian not hear the sarcasm in his words? He just disliked his fatness. Feng Yu was such a heartless man that he didn't care about the reason why Yin Qian was fat. It was all for the sake of saving his Lin Tang. Yin Qian was not angry either. He already knew what kind of person Feng Yu was. Really? Is this wine really so hard to sell? I'll go try it tomorrow. Yin Qian was getting more and more skilled at playing dumb. No matter how you mocked him, he would just pretend not to understand. Are you sick? You are not allowed to go. Do you hear me? Feng Yu was really worried that this idiot would embarrass himself when he went out. This effect was exactly what Yin Qian wanted, and he said anxiously, Why? Why can't I go? I have no money. I want to go out and earn money. Yin Qian pretended so well, anxious and confused, just like a fool who was out of money and trying hard to make money. Feng Yu didn't doubt at all whether Yin Qian was acting for him or setting a trap for him. In his eyes, Yin Qian definitely didn't have such an IQ. Feng Yu even went over the reasons why Yin Xian had no money in his mind. Yin Xian's cheap father would definitely not give Yin Xian money, and the Feng family had never given Yin Xian money. Yin Xian was a fool who had no formal job and no source of income, so it seemed normal for him to have no money. Feng Yu was too lazy to argue with Yin Xian, so he turned and went into his room. But after a while, he went out again and threw a secondary bank card to Yin Xian, saying impatiently, "The password is 6 6s, just swipe it, put away those ideas of selling wine to make money, and stay at home, understand?" "Oh, that's great, brother Xiaoyu. You are so nice. I have money to buy delicious food again, then I won't sell wine anymore." Yin Xian's gratitude was real and sincere. He died, so he couldn't do that business, and now he has to go back to Feng's house all day, and he doesn't have much chance to take new orders. He was so happy to get Feng Yu's secondary card. Feng Yu looked at his happy expression, snorted, and looked down upon him even more. He turned back to his room, closed the door, and went to sleep, despising himself. As soon as Feng Yu left, Yin Xian immediately bound the secondary card given by Feng Yu to his various mobile payment accounts. Feng Yu, who was in the inner room, received several text messages in succession. Yin Xian struck while the iron was hot and knocked on his door to ask Feng Yu to help him enter his ID number and verification code to ensure that the secondary card was successfully bound and could be used for consumption. In order to stop Yin Xian from harassing him, Feng Yu patiently did the job for him. This time Yin Xian was at ease and did not bother Feng Yu. He slept on the sofa outside and started shopping online, starting with delicious food. Yin Xian was very happy to get the money, but she couldn't fall asleep. He didn't know if Yin Xian would come tonight. He waited in the room, staring at the yard, hoping to see Yin Xian. Unfortunately, the figure didn't appear. 1 hour, 2 hours. She walked from the house to the yard. He couldn't wait in the house, so he went to the yard to wait. He couldn't wait in the yard either, so she went to the downstairs of Feng Yu's house. There was no light in the room on the 3rd floor. Did they sleep? Did they sleep together? Would he hug Feng Yu like he hugged himself? But Feng Yu was taller than him. If they were to hug each other while sleeping, it would be Feng Yu who would hug him. Would Feng Yu hug him while sleeping? Would they kiss? The more she thought about it, the angrier he got. He kicked the small stone on the ground away. She ran all the way back to his room and forced himself to sleep. Unfortunately, without Yin Xian sleeping next to him, he really couldn't fall asleep. She suffered from insomnia again. So he simply got up and continued to play his game. The next day, before dawn, she got up and went to school. After thinking all night, she came to his senses. He had no power to influence Yin Xian. She was his sister-in-law, and he had no way to make her stay by his side. Not to mention the other people in the Feng family. Shi himself did not have the courage to ask Yin Xian to stay by his side. After all, he was not strong enough to influence Yin Xian. Shi set a goal for himself, at least to release his body first, no longer confining himself to the height and appearance of a primary school student, at least to grow taller than Yin Xian, so that he could hug Yin Xian. Well, Shi had been trying to hide himself, firstly because his plan had not been implemented yet, and secondly because the Feng family had a partner who was particularly difficult to deal with. That person's surname was Mao, and after Shi's mother died tragically, Feng's grandmother asked her own relative, who was also surnamed Mao, to keep an eye on Shi all the time. As long as there is something wrong with Shi that threatens the safety of their Feng family, this man surnamed Mao will take action to kill Shi. This is because when Shi was young, this man buried a curse in Shi's body. At the critical moment, the curse can detonate the blood vessels in Shi's body, causing Shi to bleed from all 7 orifices and die suddenly. Shi only found out about the curse on his body after he grew up. He knew about it because Wu Ma cried and told him to be obedient. Shi was only 6 years old at that time. When he came home from school, his mother was gone. He heard from them that his mother had committed suicide by jumping off a building. Shi didn't believe it and went to the main building to make a scene to find his mother. Wu Ma was terrified and was afraid that Shin Junmei would get angry. In a fit of rage, she wanted to kill Shi as well. She quickly dragged Shi out and promised that she would make Shi behave himself. Shinjume knew that Wuma was the one who had the closest relationship with the dead woman, so it was not surprising that Fengshi would listen to Wuma. Besides, she couldn't just kill Fengshi like that, so she decided to let Wuma handle it. Wuma held the young Fengshi in her arms and cried, repeatedly telling him to be obedient because there was a monster in his body. If he didn't obey, the monster would eat Fengshi like it had eaten its mother. Fengshi really believed it, but since then he has become more withdrawn and even lost his speech. Fengshi never spoke another word because he was afraid that he would say something wrong and be eaten by the monster. As Fengshi grew older, his consciousness began to awaken. He finally understood that he was cursed. He began to study this kind of curse and tried to remove it himself. After all, no one likes to be threatened all the time. Unfortunately, after so much time had passed, Fengshi still didn't even know what curse had been cast on his body. He only knew that the curse was like a bomb, and the remote control to detonate the bomb was in the hands of the man named Mao. Because of the suffering reincarnation that Yama had put him in, Fenghei's consciousness was imprisoned in his body forever. He was Fenghei and Fenghei was him. Now Fenghei's body was cursed. In order to survive, Fenghei had to keep a low profile. While carrying out his plan, he was trying to find a way to break the curse. Until now, Fengshi met Yinxian. He didn't expect to see him again. He didn't know why Yinxian came here, but his appearance disrupted Fengshi's original plan. He didn't expect Yinxian to become his sister-in-law. How could he tolerate this? He almost couldn't bear to see Yinxian with other men for a moment. Because of Yinxian's appearance, Fengshi had to make another plan for himself, a plan to get Yinxian completely. However, this plan was impossible for him to do with his elementary school body, so he had to release some of his restraints. Even if it would attract the attention of the surnamed Mao, there was no other way. If you want to get things done, you have to make sacrifices. Feng Yu went to school, and Yin Qian went to look for him early in the morning but found him empty-handed. Yin Qian was also puzzled. After he got up this morning, except for seeing Feng Yu once, everyone else seemed to have disappeared. Even Mr. Feng, who would have breakfast on time every day, was gone. Yin Qian sat alone in the restaurant and asked Wu Ma where everyone else had gone. Wu Ma didn't hide it, saying that a distinguished guest had come to the house, and Mr. Feng went to entertain him. Yin Qian, who always loved gossip, wanted to see what kind of distinguished guest it was, and even Mr. Feng went out, but the garden was too big. Excluding the green space, there were 5 buildings. Apart from the servants, Yin Qian hadn't even met a master, and didn't know which building they went to entertain the guest. Yin Qian was really bored alone, and was still thinking about He Yu's case, so he went straight to He Mingjia's office. As a result, Yin Qian came up empty-handed again, as He Mingjia was out on a field trip. He was entertained by one of his colleagues, Yao Qianqian. As for why Yao Qianqian entertained Yin Qian, it was of course because Yin Qian's personal information had long been shared in their team. Yin Qian is their main focus at the moment, just like those who want to catch Fengshi. In their eyes, Yin Qian is undoubtedly Fengshi's first spokesperson. The things that He Yu gave to Fengshi have not been found yet. Those people will not let go of these 2 people who had contact with He Yu during his lifetime, and they will definitely take action. He Mingjia guessed this and secretly arranged people to follow Fengshi and Yin Qian. If Feng's Jingyuan had not been relatively safe, Fengshi and Yin Qian would have been surrounded by He Mingjia's men 24 hours a day. At this time, Yin Qian came to the police station by himself, which saved He Mingjia a lot of manpower. Instead, Yao Qianqian entertained Yin Qian in the police station. Yin Qian wanted to know the progress of their case, and mainly wanted to know how He Yu died. But Yao Qianqian, that little girl, didn't tell her at all, and dismissed Yin Qian with a sentence, "I don't know." Yin Qian was bored and asked when He Mingjia would come back. The girl said again, "I don't know." Yao Qianqian was not just perfunctorily answering Yin Qian's question. Apart from the first question, which was related to the case, and he had to keep it secret, she really didn't know the second question. Their captain, he never had a fixed time when he went out on field duty. It was possible that he would return to the police team in the middle of the night, or 2 or 3 days later. She really didn't have a guaranteed time to reply to Yin Qian. "By the way, what do you want to talk to our captain about?" Yao Qianqian couldn't answer Yin Qian's question herself, so she asked Yin Qian instead. Anyway, the two of them were sitting in the reception room and had nothing else to do. Yes, about Feng Shi. Is it urgent? Yao Qianqian suddenly became serious. After all, Feng Shi was also their focus. It may not be urgent, but you can also find Officer Ma. Yin Qian mainly wanted to solve the problem of Feng Shi's aphasia, so he thought it would be more direct to find Ma Wuxiang. Ma Wuxiang? Yes. Is he in the team? Oh, he's not from our team. He's not here. Isn't he your colleague? Well, we're not from the same department. He's from the national team, and we're only from the local team. So, his rank is higher than yours. Not really, because their department is special and doesn't fall into the general rank division. How special is their department? Your Officer Ma seems to be quite powerful. What exactly does he do? Well, next time you see him, ask him yourself, would you like some scallion pancakes? 1. Thank you. This afternoon tea is great. How could Yin Qian refuse to eat? He immediately started eating the scallion pancake with Yao Qianqian. When his mouth was full of oil, He Mingjie came back, followed by Lu Quan and Wei Zhe. After seeing Yin Qian in the reception room, he just nodded at him, and then they hurried to the meeting room for a meeting. Yao Qianqian didn't even finish the remaining half of the scallion pancake and followed him to the meeting room. Yin Qian was the only one left in the reception room. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian had left some food for him. More than half an hour later, He Mingjie finished the meeting and walked into the reception room, chewing on a scallion pancake. You almost starved to death. What's the matter? He Mingjie sat opposite Yin Qian and asked, I think you are not only starving to death, but also sleepy to death. The dark circles under your eyes are almost catching up with our national treasure. He Mingjie raised his eyelids and glanced at him, then sighed. It's the same for all of us in this line of work. Tell me, has Feng Shi spoken? I came here to talk to you about this. Feng Shi's refusal to speak may not just be a psychological problem. Let Officer Ma find time to go see him. Anyway, I can't see anything. He Mingjie finished the scallion pancake in his hand in a few bites and drank a few sips of water, which suppressed his hunger. Yin Qian, what you said, isn't it a coincidence? His wife Yang Jiushu also felt that Feng Shi was strange and wanted to ask the man surnamed Ma to take a look. Yin Qian, who knew some Taoist magic, also said so. It seems that this matter cannot be delayed any further. Okay, I understand what you mean. When you are free, bring Feng Shi to the bureau, and I will arrange a meeting between them. Yin Qian hesitated for a moment. Because of the situation he and Feng Shi were in Feng's house, if he brought Feng Shi to the police station again, it would be too much of a move. If it's convenient, can we go to the school to meet Feng Shi? Yin Qian asked. What's the reason? To be honest, there are some strange people in Feng's family. I suspect they are monitoring Feng Shi and me, so we can't act too big. Yin Qian was able to be so frank because he knew He Mingjie was an ancient mythical beast. It's hard to say how familiar the two were, but they were old acquaintances. Yin Qian still recognized He Mingjie's character, and what's more, his current identity is still a people's policeman serving the people. He Mingjie was quite surprised by Yin Qian's frankness, but he also expressed his understanding. The intrigues in the wealthy families were originally colorful. After thinking about it, he agreed to Yin Qian's request and said, No problem, when you are free, I will make an appointment with Ma Wu. Let's do it today. After all, the sooner the better, so that those people won't come to trouble Feng Shi again. Speaking of the people who had troubled Feng Shi, He Mingjie paused, thought for a moment, and then said, We caught one of them. You know about this, right? I don't know. Yin Qian really didn't know. No one had told him. He Mingjie thought about it and realized that he had not told him. But the point of the problem now was not whether Yin Qian knew about it or not, but that the man they arrested suddenly died. He went out on a field trip today to see the dead body. After all, the other party's death was really strange. He Mingjie went on to say, That day Jiushu sent Feng Shi to the hospital, and I continued to chase the group for a while. I caught one and one escaped, but the one I caught now died inexplicably in the detention center. Can you tell me about this person's characteristics? Another inexplicable death. Yin Qian immediately thought of his daughter who died tragically. Isn't this the same as the woman on the electric bike who was inexplicably hit and killed? Both died unclearly, which made it difficult for Yin Qian not to link this matter with the dream. If this person's characteristics really appeared in the dream, then it almost proves Yin Qian. Reasoning. Features? No features, very ordinary looking, no special features, but pretty good at fighting. Cigarettes? Yin Qian seemed to have known who the other party was, so he asked, "Does he have a lighter with a skull carved on it?" He Mingjie was originally leaning in his chair, but when he heard Yin Qian's words, he immediately sat up straight, moved his upper body closer towards Yin Qian. His expression became serious and said, "How do you know?" Yin Qian had almost confirmed He Mingjie's reaction, so he asked, "Is his name Wang Hao?" He Mingjie didn't respond for a while, staring at Yin Qian with a suspicious look. Yin Qian, on the other hand, leaned back on the chair. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed before. If it really comes down to it, this Wang Hao was killed by himself, but it was just in a dream. What is the cause of Wang Hao's death? Now the only thing Yin Qian couldn't figure out was the cause of Wang Hao's death. Since Wang Hao had already been put in the detention center, the probability of an inexplicable accident was almost very low. So what was his cause of death? Sudden myocardial infarction. The cause given by the forensic doctor was that Wang Hao's excessive smoking induced coronary artery spasm, coupled with his previous strenuous exercise to escape. Yin Qian understood that the ability of the dreamer was really a sure kill. After dying in a dream, enough death energy would gather after waking up. If it was not eliminated, death would be inevitable. Thinking of this, Yin Qian suddenly realized that if he had not met Yang Jiushu when he first came out of the dream and had not dispersed some of the dead energy in him, then would he have died? If so, does it also mean that the reason why this body died was because it had been pulled into the dream before? With Yin Qian's IQ, it seems that it is really difficult for him to survive in a life and death dream. So is this the reason for the death of this body? Yin Qian seemed to have figured out the main reason for the death of this body, but unfortunately he still didn't know who pushed Yin Qian into the river and why Yin Qian, a fool, was pulled into the dream. What bothers Yin Qian most now is probably the logic of the dreamer pulling these dreamers into the dream. Is it random or designated? Yin Qian thinks it is necessary to analyze the common characteristics of the dreamers. If there is logic, it is easy to deal with. If there is logic, there is a lot to follow. But if there is no difference, then it is troublesome. No rules are the most elusive. As far as Yin Qian knew, the list of people who appeared in the dream included himself, Wang Hao, Shun Junsong, the woman on the electric bike, and the fat man wearing Buddhist beads in the auto repair shop. But what was the connection between these people? It could be said that Yin Qian knew almost none of them in real life, except Shun Junsong. This forced Yin Qian to start with Shun Junsong, but after analyzing for a long time, he returned to the issue of the Feng family. So, how do you know about Wang Hao? Seeing that Yin Qian had not spoken, He Mingjie asked his own question. Yin Qian thought about it and thought that maybe it was a little early to tell him about the dream now, and it was difficult to explain it clearly in a few words. I know some Taoist magic, right? I calculated it. He Mingjie looked at Yin Qian doubtfully. He did know that some experts had some strange abilities, but the Yin Qian in front of him did not match the personal information he had investigated. According to the personal information they had obtained about Yin Qian, He Mingjie expressed doubts about Yin Qian's identity, but he was not in a hurry to expose him. After all, they still needed Yin Qian's help to make Feng Shi speak. Okay, wait a minute. I'll call Ma Wuxiang and we'll go to Feng Shi's school together later, He Mingjie said and left the reception room. Yin Qian stayed alone in the reception room again. He Mingjie and Ma Wuxiang were cursing at each other outside the door, which was considered to have brought Ma Wuxiang here. Ma Wuxiang was most annoyed by He Mingjie's attitude of calling him at any time, making him seem like He Mingjie's little brother. But every time He Mingjie called him, it was because he really had something to do, and every time it was urgent, he couldn't refuse. The relationship between the two was already very tense, and it was impossible for Ma Wuxiang not to be angry. After hanging up the phone with Ma Wuxiang, He Mingjie was in a bad mood. He went in and called Yin Qian, and the two planned to go directly to the school and meet up with Ma Wuxiang there. Seeing that He Mingjie had just returned to the bureau and was about to go out again, Yao Qianqian quickly caught up with him and stuffed a lunch bag into He Mingjie's hand. She said that Yang Jiushu had sent it to the bureau early in the morning, and He Mingjie had never had time to eat it. Yao Qianqian heated it up in the microwave and gave it to He Mingjie again. He Mingjie was in a better mood and asked Yin Qian if he had brought his driver's license, wanting him to drive. He was going to eat the meal made by his wife. Unfortunately, Yin Qian spread his hands and said that he didn't know how to drive. He Mingjie was speechless, but fortunately, it was time to go to school now, and Feng Shi hadn't finished school yet. They still had some time, so it was absolutely no problem for He Mingjie to eat first before leaving. Just like that, He Mingjie finished his meal in the car contentedly and took Yin Qian to Feng Shi's school, thinking that he could pick up Yang Jiushu and go home together later, which would be the best of both worlds. When the two arrived at the school, Ma Wuxiang had already arrived before them and was standing on the side of the road, talking to Yang Jiushu like a peacock spreading its tail. Yang Jiushu was also chatting and laughing with Ma Wuxiang. He Mingjie knew that Ma Wuxiang must have done it on purpose, as he had clearly seen his car coming. He Mingjie stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards Ma Wuxiang, but Ma Wuxiang didn't even raise his eyelids, knowing that He Mingjie didn't dare to really hit him. He still stood there and talked to Yang Jiushu, without moving an inch. He Mingjie was so angry that he stepped on the brakes just as the car touched the corner of Ma Wuxiang's clothes. He unbuckled his seatbelt angrily, opened the door, and got out of the car. After getting out of the car, he walked towards Yang Jiushu, pulled his lover over, and kissed him. Yin Qian's eyes widened. He didn't expect to see such a good show from these three people. Yang Jiushu was speechless. He patted He Mingjie and asked him to let go. He was on the street and he was a teacher here. He shouldn't be too high profile. He Mingjie let go of Yang Jiushu obediently, but he kept holding him. He turned around and gave Ma Wuxiang a provocative look. Ma Wuxiang rolled his eyes and cursed him as childish. Yin Qian was standing on the side of the road with a look of spectator watching the show. Yang Jiushu greeted him somewhat embarrassedly and said, "Feng Shi, there is still a class. Let's go to my office first." Of course, the three of them had no doubts. The school was Yang Jiushu's territory, so they naturally followed his arrangements. Yang Jiushu found an empty office and asked the three of them to sit there and wait for Feng Shi to finish the class. Ma Wuxiang looked at Yin Qian and said, "Didn't you say you know a little bit about everything? How come you still can't see what's wrong with Feng Shi?" Ma Wuxiang mocked Yin Qian. People in their line of work are most dissatisfied with boasters. Don't blame me. Take a good look at it yourself and see what problems you can find. Yin Qian didn't care about Ma Wuxiang's mockery at all. He didn't need to show his level of Taoism in front of Ma Wuxiang. Ma Wuxiang snorted coldly and didn't take it seriously. He had seen Feng Shi before and didn't think there was anything wrong with him. If there was a big problem, his contract partner would find out immediately and would not remain indifferent and sleep in all day. Yin Qian knew that Ma Wuxiang didn't take it seriously when he saw his expression, so he didn't rush to argue. Feng Shi would come and slap him in the face. Taking this opportunity, Yin Qian asked about He Yu's death and the whereabouts of her soul. It was all crushed to pieces. When our people went to the reservoir, He Yu was already soaked in the water, and she had just died. Unfortunately, we didn't find any suspicious people around, said He Mingjie, who was still holding Yang Jiushu's hand. Hearing this, the always perceptive Yin Qian came up with a guess in his mind. He looked at the people present, Yang Jiushu, who had ridiculous merits, a contractor, and an ancient mythical beast. It seemed that there was nothing that could not be said, so he carefully considered his words and said, "Well, what a coincidence. He died not long ago, and the person can't be found. It seems that the other party received the news in advance." Yin Qian said as he observed the reactions of the crowd. Sure enough, He Mingjie's expression changed immediately. Yin Qian's words were already very clear. That day, after Ma Wuxiang located He Yu's position, he informed He Mingjie immediately. At that time, the time was so short and it was first-hand information. He Mingjie only informed those people in his team. The people who went to Lanshan Reservoir were also in his team. So how did the other party know about their impromptu action? The answer seems obvious, that is, someone gave the other party the news in advance, so that the other party could kill and silence them in such a short time. and then perform a ritual to shatter the souls of He Yu and Xiao Yun. Only in this way can the other party grasp the time just right and get away perfectly. Yin Xian shut up after he finished speaking, and the office fell silent. He Mingjie had already thought of Yin Xian's guess, but he had always avoided thinking about it in depth. Now that Yin Xian had pointed it out directly, he had to face it again. He Mingjie subconsciously looked at Ma Wuxiang, which meant he was suspicious of him. Ma Wuxiang immediately got angry and yelled, "You are blind. You can't even manage the people in your own team." After being yelled at by Ma Wuxiang, He Mingjie greatly reduced his suspicion of Ma Wuxiang. He went through the people who took action that day in his mind. Ma Wuxiang, Wei Zhe, Lu Quan, Ke Yulin, Feng Jianfeng, Xie Zhaofeng, and Yao Qianqian. As for whether these people informed other people in the bureau, he didn't know. It seems that it is time to face some internal problems. He Mingjie is somewhat helpless. No wonder the case is becoming more and more difficult to solve. After a moment of silence, Yang Jiushu glanced at his watch. School was about to end, so he said goodbye to the three of them and got up to look for Feng Shi. Feng Shi followed Yang Jiushu into the office and saw Yin Xian at first sight. He then walked to stand beside him. Yin Xian brought Feng Shi to him and motioned Ma Wuxiang to show Feng Shi. Ma Wuxiang did not delay. He took out a piece of talisman paper from the inside of his clothes, burned it in front of his eyes, and made a few gestures. Yin Xian looked closely and found that he was borrowing eyes, the eyes of the divine dragon raised by their Ma family. He Mingjie's original body has not yet awakened, and Yang Jiushu is just an ordinary mortal now. Neither of them knew what Ma Wuxiang was doing. They just subconsciously walked a few steps away to give Ma Wuxiang enough space to operate. Yin Xian asked Feng Shi to stand in front of him and accept Ma Wuxiang's scrutiny for less than half a minute. Ma Wuxiang finished and snorted coldly. "I thought it was a big deal. This guy surnamed Mao is really wicked. There are still people using the blood-splitting curse." Yin Xian's face also looked a little bad. He didn't know that Feng Shi was cursed, so he asked, "What's going on?" "It's a curse. There is no solution." Ma Wuxiang didn't beat around the bush and told the result directly. Some people in their Mao family had bad intentions before. They played magic and made a thing called blood-breaking curse. It is to inject their Mao family's unique talismans into people's blood vessels. After entering the blood vessels, this thing will merge with the blood and then run around the body. It will not affect the health of the body in daily life. However, if the same talisman stained with the blood of this person is burned, then the talisman in the person's body will also explode, and the person's blood vessels will burst, and bleeding from all 7 orifices will die suddenly. To put it simply, it is a bomb that can be controlled remotely, right? Yin Xian asked. "You can understand it that way. How can there be no solution? Since it is a bomb, there must be a way to defuse it. Isn't it enough to just get the talisman with Feng Shi's blood? If the person who cast the curse wants to control Feng Shi's life and death, he must have kept this thing, right?" Yin Xian found the key to debuffing the curse almost immediately. "That's true, but you can't get it. Do you know where the Mao family is now? Even if you know where they are, you can't get close to them. As everyone knows, the Mao family members who have a little Taoism have been recruited by those chaebol." Ma Wuxiang was telling the truth. In the Taoism industry, the Mao family's reputation is definitely greater than their Ma family. The reason is simple. The Ma family is strong-willed and will not go along with the crowd. Otherwise, they will be suppressed and forgotten. It is also because of their strength that they have taken the official path and become public servants in recent generations, and they can eat a few mouthfuls of delicious rice. The Mao family always said that those who knew the times were heroes, understood mutual benefit and win-win, and knew how to keep a low profile. Although they finally chose to hide in the world, they were all living a very comfortable life with the support of those chaebols. The problem Ma Wuxiang raised was indeed very difficult, but there was no solution. At least in Yin Xian's eyes, the person who cursed Feng Shi was very easy to find. There was almost no need to do any more analysis. It must have been done by someone from the Feng family. Feng Shi was a junior high school student. What kind of enemy could have cast such a vicious curse on him? It could only be cast by someone from the Feng family who was annoyed by the sight of him. Yin Xian suddenly woke up after analyzing this and said, "Ah, I remember that Feng Yu's grandmother's surname is Mao. If this curse was cast by Feng Yu's grandmother, it would be too vicious. Feng Yu is his own grandson after all. Oh, how big a grudge must one have to attack his own grandson? He Mingjie has been doing criminal investigation for so long and has seen all kinds of strange things, but gossip is still the most explosive among their wealthy and noble families. Does this mean that the talisman to break the curse is actually in the Feng family? Yang Jiushu is not as excited as the spectators. He is just very worried about Feng Yu. This blood-breaking curse has obviously been on his body for more than 1 or 2 days. What kind of torture is this child suffering every day? It is likely that the problem now is how to find the talisman and get it. Yin Qian has a headache. This matter is really difficult to handle. He is afraid that if he makes any move, the other party will directly destroy the talisman and Feng Yu will die. So what grudge does this child have with the Feng family? Ma Wuxiang really wanted to know. After all, this child was also a descendant of the Feng family. Unfortunately, no one present could answer this question, and they didn't know the specific reason. Yang Jiushu looked at Feng Shi with a distressed look on his face, but Feng Shi was still like a wooden stake, without any reaction, allowing the people present to discuss their own problems. It was precisely because of his dull attitude that it was easy for people to ignore his existence, resulting in almost no one avoiding him when discussing things. Compared to the focus on Feng Yu at the moment, He Mingjie was observing Yin Qian inconspicuously. Just now he suddenly remembered that when they went to Lanshan Reservoir to look for He Yu that day, Yin Qian was also there, and it was Yin Qian who called him away later. Rather than believing that there was a traitor in his team, He Mingjie would rather believe that an outsider leaked their information. And there was another question that He Mingjie was concerned about, that is, who exactly is Yin Qian? Putting aside the question of whether Yin Qian had no idea that He Mingjie had already placed suspicion on him, and was still thinking about how to help Feng Shi break the curse. Oh, that's not right. I suddenly remembered that from what I know. This blood-breaking curse doesn't make people speechless. Ma Wuxiang suddenly reacted, looked at Feng Shi and said, "There's nothing else wrong with you. You should be able to speak." Feng Shi looked at Ma Wuxiang, but his face was still expressionless, and he did not answer his question. "Hey, you can understand me, right? There should be no problem with your intelligence." Ma Wuxiang tried to say something to Feng Shi again. Feng Shi still didn't respond. Ma Wuxiang confirmed that this kid just didn't want to talk, and that was a really difficult problem to solve. "Let's do this for now. It's getting late. If you have anything, call me." He Mingjie still had a lot of things to deal with in the team, and he didn't have time to waste any more time here. After saying that, he stood up and planned to take Yang Jiushu away. Yin Qian hurriedly stopped him. He still had many questions to ask, so he quickly shouted to He Mingjie, "Hey, wait. The auto repair shop we mentioned before, Feichi Auto Repair, did you go to check it out later?" Yin Qian was still very interested in the man wearing the Buddhist beads, and there must be a reason why He Yu tried so hard to direct the question to that auto repair shop at that time. He Mingjie and Ma Wuxiang exchanged glances and sat back in their chairs. He almost forgot that the problem with the auto repair shop was first raised by Yin Qian. He Mingjie was becoming more and more curious about what kind of role Yin Qian was playing. "Let us be frank. Answer me first. Who are you?" He Mingjie asked, staring at Yin Qian like he was interrogating a suspect, giving him a strong sense of oppression. Yin Qian didn't expect that He Mingjie would suddenly ask this question. He Mingjie is indeed a criminal investigator. Yin Qian thought about it and realized that apart from his true identity, there seemed to be nothing else to hide from He Mingjie. So he asked back, "Why do you ask this? You know in your heart who Yin Qian is and who you are?" He Mingjie didn't intend to let Yin Qian evade this question. This Yin Qian has been linked to their cases again and again, and now he is openly asking about the progress of their cases. Shouldn't he investigate the true identity of this Yin Qian? Yin Qian went over it in his mind, and He Mingjie's perspective on himself seemed to be quite suspicious. Yin Qian seemed to have given up the last struggle, and with full of helplessness, he said to He Mingjie, "Well, I think you must have investigated my identity, and there is nothing to hide. I was just pretending to be stupid before. I think you already know my growth experience. If I didn't pretend to be stupid, I would have been cheated to death by my cheap father. Whether he sold me or made me do hard labor, he would always find a way to use me for money, so I could only pretend to be stupid to avoid it. Unfortunately, I still couldn't avoid it after pretending to be stupid for so long. He still sold me to the Feng family. Sold to the Feng family? Didn't you do it voluntarily? He Mingjia asked half doubtfully. Of course not. Haven't you heard that I was married there to bring good luck? What good things can there be? How could I be voluntary? Yin Xian pretended so much that he seemed really helpless. Then why don't you pretend to be stupid now? This is what he Mingjia is suspicious about. The difference between Yin Xian before and after is too big. I still have to pretend in the Feng family. After all, I don't know how they're going to use me to get married. Yin Xian rubbed his forehead with a headache. How to get married, don't you know? Didn't Feng Yu sleep with you? And what's wrong with this Feng Yu? Why does he want to get married? Ma Wuxiang also expressed doubts about Yin Xian's words. Well, I really don't know about this. I also find it very strange. This Feng Yu looks very healthy, and there seems to be nothing wrong with his body. And he doesn't even have time to dislike me. He dislikes my fatness and doesn't touch me at all. Yin Xian himself really found it very strange. Yin Xian has been in the Feng family for a while. He seems to have been in a state of doing nothing, and the Feng family has not forced him to do anything excessive. Old Master Feng and Xin Junmei even often give him care as elders, as if the Feng family is really a very good in-law family. You seem quite disappointed. He Mingjia listened to Yin Xian's words, and now he has already believed Yin Xian? A little. I'm not disappointed. I just don't know why they want to marry a fool like me into the family, and marry me into the family, but I won't sleep with me. Come on, you have good brains. Help me think about it. Yin Xian threw this question out just to let he Mingjia and Ma Wuxiang, who have always doubted him, think from his perspective whether it is safest to continue to pretend to be stupid in the Feng family at this moment. The two men's brains were also quick, and they seemed to have already thought through the issues from Yin Xian's perspective. Neither of them raised any new questions to question Yin Xian. Yin Xian understood, and it seemed that his argument had been accepted by the other party for the time being, so he should also clear himself of the dislike. Can we talk about the problem with the auto repair shop now? Yin Xian found the right time and asked. It seems that you haven't paid attention to our local news. There was a fire in the auto repair shop some time ago, and it was almost burned down, said he Mingjia. Yin Xian was not expecting this reply, and pressed on. Are there any casualties? What was the cause of the fire? No casualties. The cause of the fire was a car that caught fire spontaneously in the store. What about the people in the store? Did a fat man with Buddhist beads show up? Are you talking about Li Ye? He is the owner of this auto repair shop. Of course he showed up, and he took all the losses himself. As expected, the last name was Li, and almost all of them matched. Li Ye was the old man he met in his dreams twice, but Yin Xian still couldn't find the commonality among these people. Have you investigated this Li Ye? What is his identity? Tell me first. Why do you care so much about this Li Ye? He Mingjia asked. Yin Xian thought about the wording and said, when you asked me to get rid of the ghost, he was referring to Li Ye who was causing trouble for her. I believe you must have some reason to do so. Then I guess you will be disappointed. We have investigated this Li Ye. His identity is very clean. He is just an individual business owner who loves to start a business. He pays taxes on time and loves his employees. He is a good citizen who abides by the law. And I have also seen this Li Ye's face. There is really nothing evil on him. He is a very clean person, Ma Wuxiang added. This is the unreasonable part. This Li Ye is too clean. Didn't you notice? His aura is too even. People will have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. How could he, a mortal, make his aura so even? Yin Xian once again raised his doubts. He didn't think that this Li Ye really had no problems. Otherwise, why would Xiao Yun go to such great lengths to cause trouble for Li Ye? I understand what you mean, but he hasn't done anything wrong right now. We have no reason and no extra energy or manpower to keep an eye on him, understand? He Mingjie said to Yin Xian. He felt helpless at times. Do we have to wait until he commits a crime before paying attention to him? By then, bad things will have already happened. What's the point? Yin Xian didn't quite understand for a moment. He knew that this person had problems, so why didn't he just keep an eye on him and control him? There are so many people with problems in this world. We can't keep an eye on all of them. Do you know how thick the files of unresolved cases in my office are? We can't even keep up with those who have committed crimes. How much time and energy do you think we have to keep an eye on a good citizen? He Mingjie laid out his helplessness in front of Yin Qian. Yin Qian fell silent and immediately understood He Mingjie's situation. Evil is everywhere, and it always exists. Where there are people, evil will definitely breed. This is the evil of human nature. I understand. One last question. Have you heard of the name Zhang Yufei? Yin Qian understood He Mingjie. Although they are police officers, there are many things they are powerless to do. They should not be put on all the problems to be solved. It seems that you really don't like watching the news. Go online more often. In the era of big data, there is a lot of information on the internet. Ma Wuxiang stood up while speaking. It was a little late, and he had to prepare to leave. Several people started to move, so that Yang Jushu could close the office door and go home. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. Yin Qian didn't understand and chased Ma Wuxiang for a few steps. Ice cream case, you will know if you search it on the internet. Ma Wuxiang turned around and said to him. Yin Qian immediately took out his mobile phone, opened the browser and searched for the ice cream case. Before he clicked the search button, the powerful search engine function had automatically brought up Zhang Yufei's name behind the search bar. Yin Qian clicked on it, and the search page had videos, forums, and even an encyclopedia to help popularize science. Yin Qian walked and clicked on them one by one. After reading a set of information, he came to a conclusion that Zhang Yufei was not a good person. The so-called ice cream case is about Liang Shuigao, who met a good friend named Zhang Yangqian while working outside. The two had always been good friends. Once, Zhang Yangqian had a quarrel with her boyfriend, and the quarrel was very fierce. Zhang Yangqian called Liang Shuigao for help, saying that her boyfriend threatened her with a knife, and then fled to Liang Shuigao's rental house. Liang Shuigao took Zhang Yangqian in without a second thought, and Zhang Yangqian's boyfriend followed her. He was still angry at the time and threatened to kill Zhang Yangqian. Liang Shuigao didn't expect that her boyfriend was serious about killing Zhang Yangqian. The man took out a knife from nowhere and suddenly smashed the door of her house like crazy. Liang Shuigao was terrified. She had come out to dissuade her boyfriend, but she never expected that the madman would take his anger out on her. He couldn't cut Zhang Yangqian, but he cut Liang Shuigao with the knife. What made Liang Shuigao even more desperate was that when she was desperately trying to escape, she was locked outside the door by her good friend Zhang Yangqian, and was left to be chased and hacked by her boyfriend, and was eventually hacked to death. The screams in the rental house finally attracted the attention of the neighbors, who called the police, but ultimately failed to save Liang Shuigao's life. The murderer was arrested, but was found to have a mental illness and was not sentenced to death. What was even more unexpected was yet to come. Zhang Yangqian was interviewed after her resurrection. She only said that she had met the wrong person, but she did not feel the slightest bit of sadness about the death of her friend. Zhang Yangqian's indifference left netizens dumbfounded. No matter how you look at it, Liang Shuigao was hacked to death by her boyfriend just because he was trying to save her. How could this person be so indifferent that he even smiled as if he had escaped a disaster in front of the camera? Netizens with wild imaginations even began to doubt the real cause of Liang Shuigao's death and launched questioning and attacks on Zhang Yangqian. The harassment from netizens who are always nosy and have a sense of justice has made Zhang Yangqian very annoyed, and has even seriously affected her life, forcing her to change her name and start a new life. It's a pity that she tried to avoid it in various ways, and finally netizens found out her new name, Zhang Yufei. Case Yin Qian? He had finished reading it, and all kinds of comments from netizens, but he still couldn't find any connection or commonality between Zhang Yufei, Wang Hao, Li Ye, and himself. Could it be that they were really dragged into the dream without distinction? Yin Qian was lost in thought while sitting in the backseat of He Mingjie's car. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. He wanted to enter the dream again. He wanted to find out the truth of the dream. Why not enter the dream again and see the fat child? Maybe he could get more clues about the dream. He Mingjie sent the two to Jingyuan, and then he took Yang Jushu home. He hadn't been home for a good meal for several days, so he seemed a little impatient. He signaled Yin Qian to pry open Feng Shi's mouth as soon as possible, then stepped on the accelerator and disappeared from Yin Qian's sight. Feng Shi went to his own residence as usual after entering the gate. Yin Xian was used to it and went to the main building alone, but there was still no one there, only Wu Ma preparing dinner for him. Yin Xian simply asked Wu Ma to pack up the food and carried it himself to find Feng Shi again. Wu Ma was quite surprised by Yin Xian's repeated actions of sending food to Feng Shi, and she was a little confused about his purpose. Wu Ma was about to turn 50, and she had worked hard in the Feng family for nearly 20 years, but she still couldn't get close to the people in the Feng family. She could have left the Feng family a long time ago, but Feng Shi's mother died. It was she who brought Feng Shi's mother into the Feng family, but she never thought that she would die there. Feng Shi was still so young. How could Wu Ma, who felt guilty, let go of Feng Shi and leave alone? Wu Ma wanted to personally deliver the meal to the two of them, but Yin Xian refused. He was going to go there anyway, so there was no need for Wu Ma to make another trip. Yin Xian stood at the door of Feng Shi's room with the food box in his hand. This time he didn't even raise his hand, knowing that Feng Shi would definitely come to open the door for him. As expected, the door opened immediately. Yin Xian carried the food box and signaled to Feng Shi, then walked into the room, took out the food from the food box one by one, and placed it on the small table in his room. Feng Shi was in a very good mood, because today he not only knew how to decipher the curse, but he also knew that Feng Yu had not touched Yin Xian. But even though he was happy, he still didn't show it. Originally, he had some bad intentions and wanted Yin Xian to talk to him more. After all, he already knew the reason why Yin Xian had been coming to him these days. He actually wanted to see how Yin Xian would make him speak. But today Feng Shi decided to reward Yin Xian. There was no other special reason, just because he was happy. Think about it, I have been playing that game for nearly 200 hours, and it is almost time for the result to come out. Feng Shi was happy inside, but his expressionless face did not change at all. He just picked up a piece of fish for Yin Xian during the meal. Oh, Feng Shi, thank you. Yin Xian was a little surprised and smiled and thanked him. Feng Shi's move can be said to be a big improvement. He has slowly become lively from a wooden man and has some human touch. Come on, eat more. You are still growing. Yin Xian picked up a few more beef and vegetables for him and piled his bowl of rice high. Feng Shi's face was calm, and fireworks bloomed in his heart. After they finished dinner, Feng Shi turned on his computer again and continued to play the game they had played together last time. Yin Xian also became interested and sat next to Feng Shi, watching him operate the computer. Feng Yi still entered the game from the saved records, but it was not the same room as last time, but a different scene. This time the game scene was outdoors. It was snowing heavily in the game, and the perspective was standing on a cliff, with a group of ugly beasts slowly approaching from behind. The game mission this time seemed to be to escape from the attacks of these beasts. Yin Xian was a little puzzled. This level did not involve solving puzzles, but rather violent escape. The style of your game is quite varied. What should I do? It seems that there is no way out. Do I have to fight these beasts? Yin Xian watched Feng Shi slide the mouse, switching several directions, but he seemed to have not found a way to escape. Feng Shi tilted his head as if he was thinking, and then he clicked the mouse several times in succession. Yin Xian? The person watching the game screen rushed towards the edge of the cliff. As the perspective rushed forward, a backpack-like thing popped up on the screen, and many things jumped out of it. Feng He kept clicking his mouse, and at the same time he tapped the keyboard several times. A rope was slingshot to the other side of the cliff, and the person in the game followed the rope and swung to the other side of the cliff. The foggy surroundings on the game screen became clearer and clearer as the view zoomed in. The person in the game swung a semicircle in the air, and when he was about to land, 2 red lanterns appeared in front of him. The background music suddenly changed, changing to a tense and exciting tone. The character in the game rolled to the ground. Feng Yi opened his backpack again, and at the critical moment, he tapped the keyboard a few times. The character in the game jumped up, rolled several times in succession, and rolled far away. A bloody mouth came up to him, and Yin Xian cried out in surprise. The 2 red lanterns he saw just now were not lanterns at all, but the eyes of a giant python. Feng Shi used the keyboard and mouse to fight the giant python. Yin Xian's eyes widened. The graphics of this game were really amazing. Every move of the characters, jumps, rolls, sword strikes, and even the creation of the surrounding environment were all very gorgeous and realistic. Feng Yi fought with the giant python for more than half an hour, and Yin Qian enjoyed a visual feast. Feng Yi controlled the person in the game to finally escape, but he did not kill the giant python. He just avoided the attack of the giant python and escaped from the giant python's territory. Yin Qian watched the person in the game roll into the snake cave and pick up something. The snow in the game interface suddenly stopped, and many things popped out. Congratulations, you have obtained a hidden reward. A line of subtitles popped up on the screen. Feng Shi clicked on the gold coins, weapons and other things that popped up, and put them all into his backpack. Feng Shi opened his backpack, clicked on the things he had just put into the backpack, and checked them one by one. Feng Shi looked at one of the things over and over again, and finally showed it to Yin Qian. Yin Qian didn't react for a while, wondering why Feng Shi suddenly stopped moving. The screen in the game stopped moving and stayed on a very blurry screen. That was the thing Feng Shi had just clicked on. Yin Qian stared at it for a long time. This thing didn't look like a reward given in the game. It wasn't a coin, nor a weapon. It seemed to be a photo, but it was a very blurry photo, and judging from the angle, it seemed to be a candid photo. Feng Shi stopped operating the keyboard and mouse and sat looking at Yin Qian. Yin Qian suddenly came to his senses, took the mouse on the table and tried to enlarge the blurry photo, and asked excitedly, "Can this be downloaded?" Feng Shi took the mouse, dragged the desktop, pressed the keyboard, and took a screenshot of the photo and saved it. This means that this photo cannot be downloaded, but it can be screenshotted and saved. "Send the screenshot to my phone, Yin Qian," called he Mingjie anxiously. But Feng Shi didn't move again. He didn't have Yin Qian's phone number, and he didn't have his own phone. He didn't know how to send the photos in the computer to Yin Qian's phone. "Hey, you found what Feng Shi had given him. It's a photo, but I don't know what it's for. I'll send it to you right away," Yin Qian said briefly to he Mingjie and hung up the phone. Seeing that Feng Shi still didn't move, he realized that Feng Shi couldn't send the photo to him. Yin Qian downloaded WeChat on his computer, logged into his WeChat account, sent the screenshot to his own WeChat, then saved the screenshot from WeChat on his mobile phone and sent it to he Mingjie. Yin Qian called he Mingjie again to make sure he received the screenshot. After seeing the photo, he Mingjie felt very complicated and didn't know what to do for a while. He Mingjie could only repeatedly ask Yin Qian not to go out unless necessary, as the weather outside might change. After hanging up the phone with he Mingjie, Yin Qian also realized the importance of this photo. He Mingjie had told him before that it concerned the safety of many people's lives. "Little friend Feng Qi, why is this thing in the game? How did you give it to you? Can you please tell me?" Yin Qian sat opposite Feng Qi and wanted to discuss the matter of speaking with him. He was really curious about what he had experienced, or what Xiao Yun had experienced, and ended up being dismembered. Feng Qi sat there without moving at first, but as he sat there, his hands started to itch, and he wanted to touch Yin Qian, who was looking at him seriously. Feng Qi hesitated for a while, lowered his head slightly, put his hand on Yin Qian's, and slowly took his hand and held it in his own. Yin Qian looked at him somewhat confused and let Feng Qi hold his hand. Feng Qi's hands were small, and Yin Qian's hands were fat. Originally, Feng Qi was holding Yin Qian's hand, but as they held hands, Yin Qian's big hand wrapped around Feng Qi's small hand. How about it? Feng Qi, do you want to try to talk to me?" He looked at his hand wrapped by Yin Qian and fell into a depressed mood. He felt that he was really weak, as if he had never been able to protect Yin Qian properly. It was like that in the past, and it seems that it is still the same now. He couldn't even hold his hand. Yin Qian felt helpless when he saw Feng Qi keeping his head down and not saying anything, but fortunately he gave the things that he gave him to he Mingjie. He hoped that this would be of some help to he Mingjie. Yin Qian glanced at his phone. It was getting late. He had to leave, lest Feng Yu call him again to urge him. Yin Qian let go of his hand and said to Feng Yu, "I'm going back first. I have to go to the hospital tomorrow. I'll pick you up after school." Yin Qian walked to the small table and took the packed lunchbox away. Feng Qi still sat there without moving, looking at his hand that Yin Qian had let go. After a long while, he moved his fingers and rubbed his thumb, which seemed to still have the warmth left by Yin Qian. Feng Shi's expressionless face twitched slightly, as if he was smiling. But because he hadn't smiled for many years, his smile was not only unnatural, but also a little weird, and he looked quite ugly. Yin Xian? After delivering the food box to Wu Ma, he returned to Feng Yu's room. It was rare that Feng Yu hadn't come back yet today. Ever since the last time they were called to kneel in the ancestral hall by old man Feng, Feng Yu would go home to sleep every day. Thinking of the ancestral hall, Yin Xian recalled the structure inside his mind. There didn't seem to be anything special there, and the door was not locked. The sealing talisman would probably not be placed there. Yin Xian lay on the sofa and thought about it. After returning from the hospital tomorrow, he would find a chance to stroll around the garden and walk through all the places he had not been to, at least to be familiar with them, so that he could find out where Feng Shi's talisman was stored. Yin Xian fell asleep while thinking, and didn't even notice Feng Yu coming back. Feng Yu saw Yin Xian sleeping on the sofa in the outer room, and he was quite satisfied. He didn't stay too long and went back to the inner room to sleep. The next day, Yin Xian got up and went to the main building for breakfast. Old Master Feng, who had disappeared for a day, appeared again, as did Feng Ruqing and his wife. The dining table returned to its usual state. Old Master Feng looked at Feng Yu and Yin Xian and seemed very satisfied that they had breakfast together. He was in a good mood. Feng Yu was not very happy, as if Yin Xian was some kind of plague god. He didn't want to have anything to do with him at all, but he seemed helpless. He ate a few bites and got up to go to work. Yin Xian didn't care about his reaction at all, and still happily enjoyed the food on the table. The food ingredients of the Feng family were all top grade and exquisite, and it would be a waste not to eat them. Xiao Qian, what are your plans for today? Shun Juanmei's words seemed to show concern, but in fact she was checking up on Yin Xian. Yin Xian knew it very well, and after thinking about it, he didn't feel that there was anything to hide. So he said, I have to go to the hospital today. It's almost time to donate bone marrow to Lin Tang. I will go to the hospital to ask, and then make an appointment. Yin Xian wanted to dream again, but he was worried that if he died in the dream, the death energy in his body would increase, which would be too dangerous. So he wanted to continue doing good things now, and get some purple energy to disperse the death energy in his body, so that he could continue to survive. After hearing what Yin Xian said, the three people at the table paused their eating actions. Grandpa Feng began to say, it's a good thing to help others, but you should also take your own health into consideration. If it harms yourself, then Grandpa will not agree with you donating this bone marrow. No, Grandpa, it's not a big problem. I have had a physical examination before. The doctor said that I am very healthy. Moreover, it is rare that my bone marrow is compatible with Lin Tang. Brother Feng, you will be very happy to help him. Yin Xian's words were really teasing, just like saying it's fine as long as my husband is with his mistress. My life or death doesn't matter. The three of them all knew about the affair between Feng Yu and Lin Tang. If it wasn't for Feng Yu's grandmother's instructions, maybe it would be Lin Tang who entered their house now. But there are still opportunities in the future. After using Yin Xian, it won't be a problem for Feng Yu to marry several Lin Tangs. Okay, then let your Uncle Li take you to the hospital later. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. Yin Xian certainly wouldn't refuse. Uncle Li looks like a driver, but he has been with Grandpa Feng for so many years, so it must be more than just driving. Yesterday, He Mingjie just told him to try not to go out. If Uncle Li accompanies him, it will be much safer for Yin Xian. Yin Xian went to the hospital right after breakfast. Because he had all the records, he still went to the same doctor. And the doctor knew all his physical conditions. The doctor prescribed a few tests for Yin Xian, and Yin Xian did them. The test reports showed no problems, and Yin Xian didn't want to delay any longer. So he immediately made an appointment for the fastest time to donate bone marrow. The doctor arranged for Yin Xian to donate at the earliest in 3 days. Yin Xian first signed the donation agreement, and then the doctor gave him a list with a lot of precautions that Yin Xian needed to pay attention to in the next 3 days. Yin Xian took a quick look and found that they were mostly about diet and physical health matters. It was already past noon when Yin Xian came out of the hospital, and Uncle Li took Yin Xian back home. Yin Xian went to the main building to ask Aunt Wu for some food. After eating and drinking, he started his stroll, starting from the house on the far side of Fengqi. Mr. Feng lived in the main building. Feng Ruqing and his wife lived in the building next to the main building on the left, facing west, and Feng Yu lived in the building behind the main building, facing east. The other two buildings looked relatively new, facing north, and seemed to be used to entertain guests. Yin Xian wandered around the garden, and the fountain in the center of the front yard caught his attention. Compared to the old pond in the backyard, the fountain in the front yard looked very modern. The fountain pool was in the shape of a regular hexagon, with an ugly beast on each of the 6 sides, kneeling and spraying water. In the center was a hole similar to a spring, gushing out water. The shape of the hole in the center was also a bit strange, like a circle but not really round. If Yin Xian had to say something similar, his first reaction would be a skull, the shape of an adult skull. Yin Xian walked around the slightly weird fountain a few times. The water in the fountain was usually kept very clean, and there were lush flowers and plants all around. The overall appearance was very beautiful. Yin Xian had never observed it carefully before, but this time, as he walked, he felt something strange. Yin Xian went over the route he had just taken around the garden in his mind. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. The structure of the garden, the overall structure that combined the old and the new, seemed to be a magic circle. Yin Xian was not too sure, because the center of the magic circle was not in the center, but where he was standing at the moment, the fountain in the front yard. Yin Xian wanted to have a drone to fly up and take a look. He was a little curious before. Some of the trees in the garden were planted in very inconsistent positions, as if they were forcibly planted in, and there were those intricate paths, too many and messy. Now think about it. If this entire Jinyuan is a magic circle, then everything can be explained. No wonder he could feel such a strong aura of death when he stayed in Jinyuan on the first night. Then the question arises again. If Jinyuan is a large magic array, what is this magic array used for? From what Yin Xian has seen so far, this magic array shape is definitely the first time he has seen it, and he has never heard of such a remote array center. Yin Xian was walking back and forth beside the fountain, wondering what the Feng family was up to. Just then, a figure flashed past the fence in the distance. There were many flowers and plants around the fence, and the scene outside the fence was blocked, so Yin Xian could not see clearly for a while. Yin Xian took a few steps towards the door and came to the gate. Now he could see clearly that there was indeed a person standing outside. Yin Xian knew this person. It was the young police officer who followed He Mingjie. His name seemed to be Lu Quan. "Officer Lu, what are you doing?" Yin Xian was lying on the big iron gate, sticking his head out and talking to the person outside. Lu Quan had been squatting at the door for quite a while. When he saw Yin Xian calling him, he walked over and said to Yin Xian, "Captain, he asked me to protect you. Are you going to pick up Feng Shi after school?" After Lu Quan said this, Yin Xian remembered that it was time for Feng Shi to finish school. Jinyuan was really too big, and he just walked around for more than 3 hours. "Oh, yes. Do you have a car?" Yin Xian said, opened the door and walked out, thinking that if he could get a ride, then he and Feng Shi wouldn't have to squeeze into the bus. Anyway, this young police officer would go with him, so it would be a waste not to take the bus. "Yes, let's go together," Lu Quan said, and took Yin Xian to a black Camry parked not far away. Yin Xian hurriedly caught up, got in the car and sat in the passenger seat, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Officer Lu." "It's my duty." Lu Quan started the car, reacted a little coldly, and looked like he didn't want to talk to Yin Xian anymore, so Yin Xian had to shut up in dismay. When they arrived at school, Feng Shi had not finished school yet, so Yin Xian asked Lu Quan to wait for him in the car while he went to pick him up at the door of Feng Shi's class. Lu Quan thought about it and agreed to Yin Xian's proposal. Lu Quan sat in the car, shaking his legs, looking towards the school gate from time to time, holding the reverse steering wheel with both hands, and looking at his phone from time to time. He was waiting anxiously. Fortunately, Yin Xian was not gone for long, and came out with Feng Shi after more than 10 minutes. Yin Xian opened the rear door for Feng Shi and asked him to sit in the back seat, while he wanted to sit in the front passenger seat. Unexpectedly, Lu Quan stopped Yin Xian and locked the front passenger door, asking Yin Xian to sit in the back seat as well, saying that this way he and Feng Shi would have company. Yin Xian was a little surprised. He originally thought that Lu Quan had already helped to drive him and dropped him off, and he was embarrassed to sit in the back seat, as it would seem impolite. But now that Lu Quan himself asked for it, there was nothing to be particular about, so he just got into the back seat. After Lu Quan saw that both of them were in the car, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Everything was fine at first, but the more he drove, the more he felt something was wrong. It seemed that Lu Quan was not driving the way back to Jinyuan. Yin Xin asked, "Officer Lu, have we taken the wrong road? This is not the way to Jinyuan." Lu Quan glanced at Yin Xin in the back seat through the rearview mirror and said, "Yes, don't go back to Jinyuan yet. You are in a dangerous situation now. Our captain, he should have reminded you that he has other arrangements now. I'm sorry to tell you now because this matter needs to be kept confidential. The signal has been blocked in the car. Don't use your mobile phone from now on. Please cooperate. Thank you." Yin Xin took out his cell phone and saw that there was no signal. He felt speechless for a moment and asked, "Where are we going now?" "You'll know when we get there. Don't ask too much." Yin Xin was puzzled, not knowing if it was his own illusion, but he always felt that Officer Lu was a little different from the last time he saw him. Yin Xin took a close look at Lu Quan's aura and suddenly felt that something was wrong. The faint purple aura on his body was entangled by evil aura and resentment. More importantly, the death aura entangled in his body was growing rapidly and was about to reach its peak. Lu Quan was about to die. Yin Xin's mind was working rapidly, and he concentrated on taking a look at the aura on his body through the selfie camera of his mobile phone. Fortunately, the death aura did not increase, and his life would not be in danger for the time being. If this is the case, then what happens next will cost Lu Quan his life, but nothing will happen to him. Yin Xin looked at Feng Shi, who was sitting next to him, and was so anxious that sweat was coming out. Yin Xin did not give up and took another look at the aura on Feng Shi's body, but still found nothing. He could not see any aura at all. Yin Xin thought about what to do. The most urgent thing was to find a way to save Lu Quan's life. But if he did that, it would be equivalent to destroying the fate of others, and he might be discovered by people from another world. Yin Xin was caught in a dilemma. If he didn't save him, he would be watching him die and would feel guilty about it. If he saved him, he would be creating another cause and effect and even risk exposing himself. Time passed by. Lu Quan drove the car, driving towards the suburbs. Yin Xin finally thought of a way, bit his finger, made a hand gesture and chanted in a low voice, then reached out and patted Lu Quan's back, staining the blood on his hand on Lu Quan's back. "Are we almost there?" Yin Xin asked Lu Quan, and took back his hand. "We're there." Lu Quan didn't think there was anything wrong with Yin Xian's sudden pat on his back. He parked the car at the foot of a mountain and asked the two to get out. Yin Xian took a look and saw a blood mark on Lu Quan's back. The death energy on Lu Quan finally stopped growing. He couldn't let Lu Quan die in front of him anyway, so he thought of this way to prolong Lu Quan's death. If after he separated from Lu Quan, the blood mark on Lu Quan's back disappeared, and his death energy grew again, leading to his death, it would mean that Lu Quan's fate had really come to an end, and it would have nothing to do with Yin Xian. It was just that during this extended period of time, he hoped that old man Yin Luo would not find out, or he would be scolded again. Yin Xian touched his nose. Fortunately, the blood seal spell he cast would not last too long, so it should not be noticed. Lu Quan led the two of them to a small path up the mountain. Yin Xian took out his cell phone and looked at it. There was still no signal, so he asked, "Where are we going?" Lu Quan continued walking forward with his head down. After a long while, he responded, "Go to Captain's place. You know Chiu Yun, right?" Lu Quan turned around and glanced at Yin Xian, who was following behind him, and asked. Yin Xian knew, of course, that the undead spirit that occupied He Yu's body was Chiu Yun. Yin Xian asked, "You know what happened to her? Then do you know her boyfriend?" Lu Quan stopped walking and motioned for Yin Xian and Feng Yi to walk ahead of him. Yin Xian thought about it. He really didn't know about Chiu Yun's boyfriend, so he shook his head at Lu Quan. Because of his fat body, he was walking uphill, and he was already panting, tired. "The things Chiu Yun gave you were actually obtained by her boyfriend," Lu Quan said. "What about her boyfriend?" Yin Xian was not sure what Lu Quan meant by mentioning Chiu Yun's boyfriend to him. Lu Quan pondered for a while, as if thinking about something, and then continued, "Dead. Hurry up. Don't let Captain He and the others wait anxiously." Lu Quan followed behind the two, urging them as he spoke. "Hey, Do you really think we are stupid? Which captain he would wait for us in this wilderness? Yin Xian was too lazy to pretend. He was already exhausted from walking, and Lu Quan urged him so hard that he got angry. Lu Quan was shocked, not knowing how he was exposed. But thinking back, this trick was full of loopholes, so it was not surprising that it was discovered. But he didn't know why these two people really followed him here. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Lu Quan simply revealed his cards. Anyway, everyone knew that he had a gun in his hand, and it was not difficult to control a fat man and a child. Yin Xian was speechless. Wasn't this the topic he brought up? Why was he now complaining about me talking too much nonsense? Yin Xian was panting heavily and didn't have the energy to argue with him. He simply shut up and continued to climb the mountain. He wanted to see where this little policeman was going to take him. It wasn't like he was going to take him and Fengxi up the mountain to watch the sunrise. On the other hand, 2 days ago, Qianqian saw He Mingjie passing by while holding a dozen files. She quickly stopped him and asked, Captain He, where is Quan? Why can't we see him? He Mingjie saw that she was carrying a heavy load, so he kindly helped her take away some files, which lightened Yao Qianqian's burden a lot, and said, he's on vacation. The young master has been tortured a lot during this period, so he went home. Why didn't I tell you? No, it's good to have a vacation. I saw that he was in a very bad condition a few days ago. Could Quan be sick? Yao Qianqian walked behind He Mingjie, and the two put the sorted files in the information room together. Little friend Yao Qianqian, since you care about him so much, why don't you go and see Quan after work? He Mingjie filed the files in his hand and took the one from Yao Qianqian. I'm not going. How can poor people like us enter the houses of rich people? Yao Qianqian said sourly. He Mingjie glanced at her and said, all right, miss, instead of wasting time here comparing yourself with others, you might as well sort out the clues. Have you figured out the case of Chiu Yun's boyfriend? Yao Qianqian was in so much pain. Not long ago, they finally found where Chiu Yun lived, in the old city area. When He Mingjie and his friends entered, the house was already in a mess. As expected, someone was also doing a soul-binding ceremony in the house, and the soul was Chiu Yun's. Wei Zhe and Ku Yulin searched almost every corner of the room, trying to find something related to the identity of the residents in Xiangning community, but unfortunately they found nothing. If they hadn't found the rental contract signed by Chiu Yun and the landlord of Xiangning community in the room, they would have begun to doubt whether Xiangning community was rented by Chiu Yun. Since the identity of the residents of Xiangning community could not be found, He Mingjie and his team turned their attention to Chiu Yun's boyfriend. After all, the two seemed to have always lived together. Moreover, the house was rented by Chiu Yun's boyfriend, but his boyfriend died in an accident a year ago. The place of death was a place they had investigated before, that is, the Feiqi auto repair shop. Chiu Yun's boyfriend, Su Liangfei, 27 years old, is a mechanic at Feiqi auto repair. 1 year ago, while working at the shop, he was repairing a car. Due to improper operation, his chest was crushed by a car, resulting in broken ribs and almost piercing the entire lung. He died tragically. Liya, the owner of the auto repair shop, contacted Chiu Yun immediately and gave him compensation. Because the first person responsible for the whole incident was Su Liangfei himself, Liya's compensation to Chiu Yun was entirely out of his own conscience. Originally, the matter would have ended here, but Yao Qianqian and the others investigated further this time. Their original intention was to investigate whether this matter was related to Liya. As a result, another thing was uncovered. That is, Su Liangfei and Chiu Yun got married, and it was not long before Su Liangfei's accident. But it was not over yet. The next day after they got married, Su Liangfei bought himself a large insurance policy, accident insurance, and the beneficiary was his spouse Chiu Yun. When the case was investigated to this point, everyone's first reaction was that Su Liangfei was committing insurance fraud. After all, Chiu Yun did receive the high compensation, a total of 500,000 yuan, and Chiu Yun took it all out, but it was not known where the money was used. But He Mingjie did not think so. Chiu Yun and Su Liangfei have been in Jiangxing for a long time. They are not idle people and have their own jobs. Su Liangfei is in good health and has no major illness. He Mingjie couldn't understand why Su Liangfei would use his death to exchange for a large amount of insurance premium for Chiu Yun. when they had just got married. Therefore, He Mingjie did not think that Su Liangfei caused his own accidental death in order to defraud insurance. It was more like he knew he would die and therefore bought such an accident insurance temporarily. But now, Qiu Yun and Su Liangfei are both dead, and the truth of the matter has become a question mark. This is the reason why Yao Qianqian is in pain. He Mingjie wants her to find out the truth about Su Liangfei's accident, but she has looked over and over the clues she has investigated. No matter how she looks at it, the whole thing is Su Liangfei's insurance fraud, but He Mingjie just doesn't believe it and asks her to continue investigating. Originally, she and comrade Lu Quan were responsible for this job together, but she just found out that her partner was on vacation. Yao Qianqian was even more distressed. After handing all the files in her hand to He Mingjie, Yao Qianqian went back to her workstation with a deep hatred and buried her head in sorting out the materials. Yao Qianqian didn't give up, and she happened to have the information of Qiu Yun's parents. Thinking of this couple, Yao Qianqian instantly felt sympathy for Qiu Yun. Thinking of Qiu Yun being dismembered and then thinking about her parents' reaction, they were not sad for their daughter's experience, but were afraid that their daughter's tragic death would bring bad luck to their family. The more Yao Qianqian thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Qiu Yun. Suddenly, she had the motivation to find the murderer as soon as possible and to restore the truth to bring some comfort to Qiu Yun, who died tragically. Wei Zhe and Ku Yulin are looking into He Yu's line. If they can't find anything on Qiu Yun's boyfriend, why not try to investigate Qiu Yun herself, starting from the moment Qiu Yun was born? Yao Qianqian doesn't believe that there will be no results. Yao Qianqian figured it out and flipped through the information about Qiu Yun's parents, thinking that she must find out everything about Qiu Yun. Qiu Yun was born in a remote rural area, Daohe Village, Lingqi City. Daohe Village has poor transportation and slow development. The villagers have been farmers for generations, and their thinking is old-fashioned. They also have a serious preference for boys over girls, because girls are weak and can't do any farm work. Yao Qianqian has seen this clearly in Qiu Yun's parents. It is also conceivable that Qiu Yun will be unwelcome after he is born. Yao Qianqian felt very uncomfortable as she looked at the pages of information. Although her family was not a wealthy one, they at least had a well-off standard of living, and she was a single girl. Her parents and relatives all loved her very much and treated her like a treasure. Compared with a family like Qiu Yun's, her life was really like a paradise and a Hades. Yao Qianqian put down the documents in her hand and made an important decision. She walked to He Mingjie's desk. He Mingjie was looking at the photo Yin Qian gave him. After the technical department processed it, He Mingjie went to find Director Zhang immediately. The photo was part of a roster. Because it was a candid photo, the list was not complete. Only 3 names were visible. There were 2 other names, one without a surname, and one with only a surname without a backname. Judging from the arrangement of these names, there were far more than just these 5 names on the roster. Looking at the 2 familiar names on the list, He Mingjie was in a state of hesitation. He was hesitating whether to give the photo to Director Zhang. He Mingjie thought a lot, and even thought of his own grandfather, the former He detachment. He Mingjie decided to trust Director Zhang and gave the photo to him. After all, if the incident involved the people on the roster, he could not do anything with his current position. But after He Mingjie gave the photo to Director Zhang that day, the other party still has no response until now, and no one knows what is going on. He Mingjie turned off the photos on his phone, looked up at Yao Qianqian, who was standing next to him, and asked, "Is there something wrong?" "Captain I want a vacation too." Yao Qianqian gritted her teeth and made a request. "No, go back to work." He Mingjie opened a file and got busy with his own things. "Captain boss, brother, I want a vacation. It's been a long time since I last had a vacation. I really have something to do." Yao Qianqian was a little anxious and complained to He Mingjie. "What's your matter? Unless it's your lifelong event, I won't approve it. There are a lot of things in this team. Why are you all rushing to take a vacation together?" He Mingjie felt bitter, thinking that he should go out every day for field work, and he only came back to work for 1 day, and everyone came to him to take a vacation. It's a lifelong event, as important as a lifelong event. "Boss, give me 2 days. I only need 2 days. I will be back in 2 days." Seeing that He Mingjie still had room for negotiation, Yao Qianqian quickly put forward her request. He Mingjie sighed helplessly. This girl didn't seem to have a holiday this year. It seemed that she really had something to do. He Mingjie softened his heart and let her go. Hey, okay, go ahead. Come back to work in 2 days. Got it? I will definitely show up in front of you in 2 days. Yao Qianqian ran away. She had to go home to pack her things. Yao Qianqian checked the route to Daohe Village, bought the nearest flight to Lingqi City, where Daohe Village is located, and then took a bus to the town where Daohe Village is located. She believed that if she wanted to find out the truth about Qiu Yun's death, she had to make this trip. The next evening, Yao Qianqian arrived at Daohe Village alone. At this moment, she realized that she had been impulsive. The people in this village seemed to be very xenophobic. Seeing strangers coming to the village, everyone seemed to be full of hostility. Yao Qianqian gritted her teeth and went up to a lame man at the entrance of the village to ask about Qiu Yun. The lame man looked to be in his 40s, with several deep wrinkles on his face. He tapped his lame leg with the pipe in his hand. The lame man did not speak for a long time, as if he was wondering who Qiu Yun that Yao Qianqian mentioned was. Just when Yao Qianqian was about to lose her patience and was about to ask someone else, the lame man spoke in Mandarin with a very strong local accent. Who are you? Yao Qianqian thought about it and realized that her identity as a police officer would be exposed sooner or later. After all, Qiu Yun's parents had seen her, so she said, I was sent down from above to do business. She had read in the information before that the country people seemed to attach great importance to this kind of class system. Explanations like I have someone above me, and I was sent down by the superiors would be very useful in the village. The lame man took a puff of herb and looked at Yao Qianqian for a while. His eyes were quite rude. He scanned Yao Qianqian from top to bottom, as if he was looking at a commodity, and then said slowly, That girl left the village a long time ago and never came back after leaving. She is very wild. Yao Qianqian really didn't like the tone of the man's voice when he talked about Qiu Yun, but now she had to ask him about Qiu Yun, so she endured it. She didn't have much time. It would be evening soon, and she had to go back to town. How old was she when she left the village, and what was her life like in the village before? Yao Qianqian wanted to finish her questions quickly so that she could leave early. At this moment, several middle-aged women came from the village entrance in the distance. Qiu Yun's mother was among them. They all carried a bamboo basket on their backs. It looked quite heavy, as if they had just returned from farm work. Qiu Yun's mother also saw Yao Qianqian, and immediately took a few quick steps to the side of Yao Qianqian and the lame man, and said loudly, Hey, aren't you the policeman? Why are you here? What are you doing here? Qiu Yun's mother was not only surprised, but even a little frightened. When she spoke loudly, the tanned flesh on her face trembled, and her face looked very fierce. Several other middle-aged parents also came over to see what was going on. Yao Qianqian only saw now that there was a little girl following them. The little girl looked about 8 or 9 years old, and she also carried a bamboo basket on her back. However, the basket did not contain anything from their farm work, but a little boy who looked about 2 years old. Yao Qianqian found this scene incredible. The little girl looked skinny and was still a child, but she could still carry another child on her back and walk with a group of strong women. Qiu Yun's mother looked at Yao Qianqian. The sun had left her with a dark complexion, wrinkled skin, and eyes that stared at Yao Qianqian in surprise. Yao Qianqian felt a chill. This woman seemed to be terrified of her coming. This was not a good sign. Oh, hello. I just happened to pass by here to do something. I thought Qiu Yun's hometown was also here, so I came to see you and brought some comfort items for you and your uncle. Yao Qianqian took out a box of cookies and a box of Godiva chocolates from her backpack. Those were her own dry food, but now she couldn't care less. She had to find a way to leave here first. When Qiu Yun's mother saw what Yao Qianqian took out, her nervousness instantly disappeared. She smiled and quickly reached out to take the things. She said happily, Oh, you brought things with you. Hello, police officer. Let's go to my house for dinner. No, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Yao Qianqian put on her backpack and wanted to get up and leave. Qiu Yun's mother immediately stood in front of her, held her back and said, How can you just come here and leave like that? Let's go home and have dinner. It's getting late today, so let's stay here tonight. Qiu Yun's mother glanced at the other women beside her, then glanced at the lame man. then pulled Yao Qianqian towards her home. Yao Qianqian tried to struggle, but Qiu Yun's mother worked on the farm every day, so she was very strong. Yao Qianqian's arm was pinched so hard that it hurt. Yao Qianqian gave up struggling. It seemed that she couldn't leave. She could only follow Qiu Yun's mother first and think of a way later. When they arrived at Qiu Yun's house, there was a man standing at the door. He looked to be in his 20s, leaning against the door frame and smoking. His eyes were fixed on Yao Qianqian. Qiu Yun's mother spoke a few words to the man in dialect, but Yao Qianqian didn't understand. Qiu Yun turned around and told Yao Qianqian that this was his son and Qiu Yun's biological brother. Yao Qianqian didn't really want to go into their house. She was afraid that she would not be able to get out of the two-story mud house. Qiu Yun's mother seemed to see her resistance and pulled her into the house. After entering, Qiu Yun's mother asked Yao Qianqian to sit down, and she unloaded all the farm tools. The sickle for mowing grass was placed next to Yao Qianqian's seat, saying that she would cook for Yao Qianqian. Qiu Yun's mother left, but the sickle remained there, and her son continued to stare at Yao Qianqian. That look made Yao Qianqian feel very uncomfortable. An uneasy mood spread in Yao Qianqian's heart. She was really reckless on this trip. Yao Qianqian took out her cell phone and wanted to contact He Mingjie, at least to let them know where she went. But when she looked at it, there was no signal on the cell phone. Yao Qianqian immediately panicked. When she just entered the village, there was a signal, but it was completely gone here. Yao Qianqian looked up at Qiu Yun's brother, who was still looking at her. Yao Qianqian looked away uncomfortably. The two stayed silent for a while. Qiu Yun's father came back, and it seemed that he had hurried back. "Oh, Officer Yao, I'm sorry for not hosting you well. I didn't expect you to come. I'm sorry for not hosting you well." Qiu Yun's father was obviously much more eloquent than Qiu Yun's mother, and was more polite to Yao Qianqian. After speaking to Yao Qianqian, he turned around and shouted a few words in dialect at his son. His son walked out of the house with a look of disdain and left Yao Qianqian's sight. "Officer Yao, is there anything you need to come here this time?" Qiu Yun's father put on a polite face again and asked Yao Qianqian. "Oh, no, I just happened to pass by and came to see you and Aunt. I have to leave soon," Yao Qianqian said without confidence, mainly because she didn't know if she could still get away. "Oh, so, you won't stay overnight?" Qiu Yun's father said with some regret. "No, I still have things to deal with." "That's thoughtful. Let's have dinner first." No, I have to catch a plane back." This was the truth. Yao Qianqian only took 2 days off and had already bought the return ticket. "You're in such a hurry. It's getting late that day. It's still a long way to get to town. Let me take you there." Yao Qianqian thought for a moment that she had misheard. This man actually said that he wanted to send her away. Yao Qianqian looked at him uncertainly and said, "Then I'm really sorry to trouble you. It's okay. Our village is remote and it's inconvenient to go to town. Come on, I'll take you there while it's still light," Qiu Yun's father said as he stood up. Yao Qianqian quickly put on her backpack and followed Qiu Yun's father with trepidation. No matter what, as long as she could reach the village entrance, her cell phone would have a signal and she could contact He Mingjie. Qiu Yun's father got on his 3-wheeled motorcycle and motioned Yao Qianqian to get on. Yao Qianqian was still a little scared, but she seemed to have no other choice at the moment. Yao Qianqian finally sat on the truck bed. Qiu Yun's father started the car, and the sound of the 3-wheeled motorcycle attracted onlookers from the village. The car wobbled and drove out. Along the way, Yao Qianqian saw Qiu Yun's mother, Qiu Yun's brother, those dark-skinned villagers, the lame man at the entrance of the village, and the little girl carrying the little boy on her back. They all looked at her with a dead look as she left, which made Yao Qianqian shudder. The car drove away and really went to the town. Yao Qianqian's phone also restored the information, and she quickly sent a WeChat message to He Mingjie. He Mingjie called almost immediately and scolded Yao Qianqian, but unfortunately the sound of the 3-wheeled vehicle was too loud, and Yao Qianqian could not hear clearly what He Mingjie scolded. It was not until Yao Qianqian plugged in her headphones that He Mingjie's voice reached her ears. Yao Qianqian's nose was sore and she cried. She had never felt that her captain He's voice was so beautiful. Even at this moment, this voice was scolding her. She still felt it was very beautiful. Just now in the village, she once thought that she would never hear her captain He's voice again. Yao Qianqian told He Mingjie that she had left the village and was on her way to the town. He Mingjia understood and contacted the police in the town after hanging up the phone. Fortunately, he had informed the police when he retrieved the information of Chiu Yun's family. The police knew about Yao Qianqian's situation and immediately went to the station to wait for Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian told Chiu Yun's father to take her to the town station first, and Chiu Yun's father really did. Yao Qianqian also met the police here and thanked Chiu Yun's father politely. Looking at Chiu Yun's father in the background, Yao Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and even doubted herself. Was she too nervous in the village just now? She came out again without asking anything. Yao Qianqian was somewhat unwilling to leave like this. While Yao Qianqian was talking to the two policemen here, a figure came into Yao Qianqian's sight. The station was small, and there were few people in it. It was night, so there were even fewer people. Yao Qianqian was sure that she was not mistaken. The figure in the distance was Chiu Yun's brother. The other party seemed to have noticed that Yao Qianqian had seen him and turned away. Perhaps because of the two policemen around, Yao Qianqian became bolder and ran after the figure. The two policemen saw Yao Qianqian suddenly run away, and they quickly ran after her. Yao Qianqian chased the figure all the way to the parking lot outside the station. The figure seemed to be waiting for her on purpose. When he saw Yao Qianqian catching up, he hid behind a bus. Yao Qianqian followed him and bumped into him. Chiu Yun's brother was waiting for her. The footsteps of the two policemen came from behind. Chiu Yun's brother covered Yao Qianqian's mouth and whispered, "Don't talk. I'll tell you about my sister." Yao Qianqian was shocked and nervous, but she gave up struggling and kept her mouth shut. After the two policemen walked away, Chiu Yun's brother let Chiu Yun go and said, "I heard that my sister died tragically." Yao Qianqian didn't respond for a moment. She was not sure what this person meant. Seeing that Yao Qianqian didn't answer, Chiu Yun's brother continued. "The Qiming electronics factory in the town is where all the uneducated women in our village go to work, but my sister didn't go. She ran away. Sister Tongyu went in her place. I heard that my sister left with brother Liang Fei. Where did brother Liang Fei go? Why didn't he protect my sister?" Chiu Yun's brother said a lot of words, which contained a lot of information. Yao Qianqian asked, "Why didn't your sister go to the electronics factory? Why should she go? That's not a real electronics factory." "What do you mean? Did you police really not investigate anything? That electronics factory is just a brothel. Women are sent there to work for people to have fun. You are my sister. Will you go?" Yao Qianqian was nailed to the spot. Brother Chiu Yun looked around again. He seemed a little anxious. Seeing Yao Qianqian didn't say anything, he continued. "If I hadn't seen you chasing us to our village, I wouldn't have told you this. You will help my sister find the murderer, right? What else do you know?" Yao Qianqian suppressed her grief and anger and asked, "Snakes and rats are in the same nest. The electronics factory can stand so firmly because of their unity. That's all. I'm leaving. I wish you good luck." Brother Chiu Yun looked around for a while, stepped into the darkness, and left quickly. Yao Qianqian stood there for a long time to calm her thoughts. It was quite believable that brother Chiu Yun could chase her here and tell her these things. Moreover, his emotions just now seemed quite real, and he cared about his sister's emotions. Yao Qianqian went to the restroom next to the parking lot, and after coming out, she contacted the two policemen. The two had called her just now, but Yao Qianqian didn't answer because of what Chiu Yun's brother said. She was wary of everyone here for a while. The two policemen asked her where she had been, and Yao Qianqian lied that she had to go to the bathroom, so she ran away. She didn't care whether the two believed it or not, because she was going to go back anyway. She had gained a lot from this trip, and it was worth it. Yao Qianqian returned to Jiangxing smoothly. On the third day, she went to work. As soon as she arrived at her workstation, she felt a gaze falling on her. He Mingjie stood behind Yao Qianqian with his arms crossed. Yao Qianqian said good morning to He Mingjie with a smile. "Good job, Yao Qianqian. You were so brave." When He Mingjie saw Yao Qianqian send him a WeChat message saying that she might not be able to get out of Daohe village, He Mingjie was almost scared to death. Yao Qianqian also knew that this kind of fieldwork that required traveling far away would not be approved by He Mingjie even if she applied. If there was a real need, He Mingjie would arrange for Wei Zhe, Ke Yulin, and others to go, and could even arrange for Lu Quan to go, but he would not arrange for her to go. This was the special care that Captain He had for her as a girl. Perhaps because they are both girls, Yao Qianqian has been following Qiu Yun's case until now, and she feels deeply about her situation, so she wants to go to her hometown in person. There are gains, my dear brother. Don't rush to scold me first. Yao Qianqian quickly reported to He Mingjie everything about her experience in Daohe village, especially what Qiu Yun's brother said to her. Don't think you can get away with it like this. You can come back safely, thanks to your identity as a policeman, you know. Give me the 800-word self-criticism before tomorrow night. He Mingjie made a judgment after listening to Yao Qianqian's story, and combined with the line of he you found by Wei Zhe and others, the whole case seems to be getting clearer and clearer, and they are one step closer to the truth. No way, boss. I'm on vacation, my own vacation. Why do you want me to write a self-criticism? Yao Qianqian's mind popped up the words of Comrade Lu Quan. Their boss is really fascist. Why? Of course it's because you almost scared the Hades out of your leader and seriously damaged his physical and mental health. Just based on this point, I think 800 words are not enough. I'll bargain for 1,000 words. After He Mingjie finished speaking, he called the group to a meeting amid Yao Qianqian's unwilling and reluctant wailing. Ku Yulin walked past Yao Qianqian and gave her a sympathetic look. Yao Qianqian complained even more and said, "Why do I have to write a self-criticism when I'm on vacation? But Quan doesn't have to write one when he's on vacation." "Ah, is Quan on vacation?" Xie Zhaofeng came to get some water and happened to hear Yao Qianqian's complaints and asked with some confusion. "Yes, he's been on vacation longer than me, and he hasn't come back to work yet, leaving me fighting alone. I think this revolutionary friendship is going to end." Yao Qianqian sighed, shook her head, and took the materials from her workstation to prepare to enter the meeting room. "No, Quan came back a long time ago. Didn't the boss just assign him a job?" Xie Zhaofeng said after getting the water. Originally, his job was to secretly watch Yin Qian, but today, as soon as he arrived at Jingyuan, Lu Quan came and said that the boss asked him to come and change shifts with him, so Xie Zhaofeng was able to return to the office to work. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who assigned him the work? He is on vacation and hasn't come back yet. And you? Why are you back? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on Yin Qian?" He Mingjie, who was standing at the door of the meeting room, happened to hear the conversation between the two. Xie Zhaofeng was completely stunned and said uncertainly, "Didn't you ask Quan to take over my shift?" "Quan was keeping an eye on Yin Qian, so I came back." He Mingjie's face changed when he heard this. He took out his cell phone and called Yin Qian, but the call was not answered. He Mingjie called Lu Quan again, but no one answered. He Mingjie quickly called Feng Jianfeng to see where Feng Qi was. Fortunately, Feng Jianfeng's call got through, and He Mingjie asked, "Jianfeng, where is Feng Qi now? I was just about to call you. Quan took 2 people up the mountain and said that you have arrangements for them." "What arrangements? Which mountain?" "The mountain in the suburbs of Wanhu. Quan asked me to come back first. I was wondering why you would arrange people to go to the suburbs, so I followed them here." "You follow first. Be careful. We will be there soon. I haven't arranged anything for Quan. You keep an eye on him and see what he is going to do." He Mingjie couldn't open his mouth, so he called his superiors to rush to the suburbs of Wanhu. "Is Lu Quan going to rebel?" Feng Jianfeng perked up. He didn't know what Lu Quan was doing. Lu Quan had clearly seen him following them, but he didn't make any moves. And he didn't seem to care about Yin Qian and the others. He just took them to the mountain. Feng Jianfeng followed a few people to climb halfway up the mountain. This location was close to the deep mountains. After climbing over this hill, it was the border between Jiangsheng and other provinces. Feng Jianfeng saw Yin Qian sitting on the ground from a distance. Because of his fat body, he seemed to be unable to walk at this moment, so the others sat down to rest for a while. Lu Quan glanced in the direction Feng Jianfeng was following, then turned his head away, still ignoring Feng Jianfeng. Feng Jianfeng took out his cell phone, thinking of sending his location to He Mingjie in real time, and told He Mingjie about Lu Quan's strange behavior. As a result, he found that the cell phone signal was suddenly blocked, and Feng Jianfeng realized that Lu Quan must have been wearing a signal blocker. Feng Jianfeng immediately thought of a solution. Although there seemed to be only one path up the mountain, he still made a mark on the side of the road for He Mingjie and others who were rushing over. Seeing that Yin Qian had rested enough, Lu Quan urged him to keep going. Feng Shi, who was standing by, pulled Yin Qian up from the ground and then supported him as they continued to climb up the mountain. Yin Xian looked at Feng Shi gratefully and gave him a forced smile. He was worried that the child would be scared and wanted to give him some comfort. Feng Jianfeng watched the three people in the distance move again. After leaving a mark for He Mingjia, he quickly followed them. More than half an hour later, He Mingjia arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Lu Quan and his men had also reached the top of the mountain. Yin Xian, who was sweating profusely, had no time to catch his breath and sat down on the ground again. He was too exhausted from today's exercise and didn't care about his current situation. He took a break first. "Oh, you don't follow martial ethics. Didn't you agree not to bring the police?" A male voice suddenly came from a distance. Yin Xian felt that this voice sounded familiar for some reason. He followed the sound and looked at the person opposite him. He had actually seen this person before. At this moment, 5 or 6 people came from a distance, and Yin Xian looked at one of them intently. This person was the man in the black hoodie who had been in and out of Hiyu's apartment. And when Yin Xian went to the auto repair shop to investigate before, he had fought with this person. "Hi, we meet again, Yin Xian." "Oh, no, Yin Xian's twin brother." The man approached and greeted Yin Xian sarcastically. Yin Xian hadn't recovered yet and had no energy to deal with him. Yin Xian counted and found that there were 6 people on the other side, 5 men and 1 woman. The woman seemed to be escorted by them. "Why is there only 1 person?" Lu Quan looked at the man and asked. "Because we only need 1 person, 1 for 1, it's fair. But since you called the police, I don't want to play this game anymore." As the man spoke, he suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at the woman they brought. The man's expression changed so quickly that Lu Quan and the others had no time to react. At the critical moment, a figure rushed towards the girl and helped her avoid the man's gunfire. Lu Quan reacted immediately, rushed to the man, pulled out his gun and pointed it at him, shouting, "Put down the gun!" When Feng Jianfeng, who was hiding in the distance, saw this scene, he immediately rushed over with a gun and shouted to the people opposite, "Police, put down your guns." At this moment, he was extremely grateful to their leader for applying for guns for them, which really came in handy. The speed of the men was very fast. The man was pointed at by Lu Quan and Feng Jianfeng at the same time. The other 3 men in his team also pulled out their guns and pointed them at Lu Quan and the others. One of the men was protecting the woman at the moment. This man was Chao Lin, the person who reported the unidentified female corpse at the mouth of Shuzhou River. The woman who was pinned to the ground was very calm. She just looked at Chao Lin, who was protecting her, with a little disbelief. In her opinion, Chao Lin and the leading man should be in the same group. She didn't know why he was protecting her at this moment. Chao Lin didn't care about that. While they were in a stalemate, he quickly dragged the woman behind a tree in the distance. "I'll say it again. Put down your gun. Chao San, you can't escape," Lu Quan said to the leading man. His back was covered with sweat, but he still forced himself not to be nervous. Chao San laughed and said, "Can't escape? If you can't bring anyone back, you'll die. You think it's better for me to kill a few people as a scapegoat? Chao San, it's better to turn back. Being stubborn will only hurt yourself." Lu Quan continued to persuade him. "It's better to turn back? Do you think there's any way for someone like me to go? Don't waste time talking to them. Kill them." Chao San gave an order, and the 3 men with guns on the opposite side followed Chao San and fired at Lu Quan and the others. A gunfight is about to break out. Yin Xian almost immediately jumped up from the ground and rolled to the side. Feng Shi quickly ran to Yin Xian's side. Neither of them dared to stop and ran around in all directions. In gunfight movies, they always talk to each other for a while. But why did these people just start shooting when they didn't agree? Yin Xian? He ran out of breath, but he still didn't forget to complain in his heart. The 2 of them didn't fight. They were just walking meat targets. Chao San seemed to want to kill Yin Xian, so he kept chasing him. Lu Quan saw Chao San's intention and ran over to stop Chao San from chasing Yin Xian. Fortunately, Chao Lin temporarily turned against them and stood on Lu Quan's side. Now they were 3 against 4, so they were not at a great disadvantage. Chao San probably didn't think he could go back alive, so he aimed all his firepower at Yin Xian. Feng Jianfeng also saw Chao San's intention and came over to help Lu Quan shoot at Chao. Senator Lu Quan shouted to Feng Jianfeng, "Brother Feng, take them 2 away first. The other side must have support. We can't let them catch them." When Feng Jianfeng saw Lu Quan change direction, he shouted in surprise and nervousness. "Where are you going, Quan? Come back." Lu Quan ignored him and continued to run in the direction of the woman. At this moment, the woman was being dragged by a man on the opposite side and used as a cover, while Chao Lin had fallen not far away, covered in blood. The woman also saw Lu Quan running towards her and shouted, "Quan, don't come over." Of course, Lu Quan would not stop there. His purpose was to come and save her, so how could he give up? The man holding the woman hostage broke out in a cold sweat as he watched Lu Quan approaching step by step. He had no bullets left in his pistol. He could only drag the woman in front of him and flee to the other side of the hill. "Let her go quickly," Lu Quan threatened, holding up his gun. The man kept blocking the woman, and Lu Quan could not find a chance to shoot. The man stood on the top of the mountain. There was a cliff on the other side. He had no way to retreat, so he decided to go all out and jump down, dragging the woman. The woman's scream disappeared under the cliff. Lu Quan didn't expect that she really jumped. Lu Quan stood at the edge and took a look. It seemed that the cliff was halfway up the other side of the mountain. Lu Quan quickly found a way to climb down the cliff. No matter what, he wanted to see the person alive or dead. On the top of the mountain, bursts of gunfire echoed through the valley. He Mingjia led his men to run all the way to the top of the mountain. When they were about to reach the top, they saw Feng Jianfeng rolling down the mountain. Feng Jianfeng was knocked unconscious. It took him a while to recognize He Mingjia, and he said, "Captain He, Quan, they are chasing people. Yin Xian is still up there." He Mingjia asked someone to stay behind to watch Feng Jianfeng, and he continued to climb up the mountain. At this moment, Chao San was already wrestling with Feng Shi, while Yin Xian was lying motionless not far away, and there were two male corpses lying on the ground. Chao San grabbed a branch beside him and was about to stab Feng Shi's eyes. There was a burst of gunfire, and He Mingjia shot and killed him in time. Feng Shi lay on his back on the ground and took a breath. He pushed away Chao Lin, who was lying on top of him, climbed up with some difficulty, and walked to Yin Xian's side. He Mingjia and his men came over quickly to check on the two. Yin Xian had just fainted, while Feng Shi's clothes and pants were torn in several places, and his legs and arms were injured. He Mingjia didn't waste a moment. He didn't find Lu Quan, so he quickly asked people to disperse and look for him. At this time, all the gunshots had stopped. He Mingjia followed the traces of blood and other traces and found his way to the border. Looking at the signs of destruction of the surrounding vegetation, it should be that someone went down the cliff. At the same time, Lu Quan found the woman at the bottom of the cliff. She was still alive, but the man who held her hostage had just fallen down and became the woman's scapegoat, dying on the spot. "Quan, woo-woo-woo." The woman hugged Lu Quan and burst into tears. Lu Quan patted his back soothingly, and just as the two were about to get up and leave, a noise came from the distance. At first, Lu Quan thought it was He Mingjia and his group, but when he heard what they said, he realized it was the other party's people. The woman's heart, which had just been relieved, was weighed down again, and she nervously grabbed Lu Quan's hand. Lu Quan looked at the surrounding environment. They were in a low-lying area. Although they were blocked by the vegetation nearby, the other party could easily find them with just a closer look. The other party was approaching, and there was no extra time for him to hesitate. Lu Quan turned his head and whispered to the woman, "Stay here. I will lead them away. Captain, he will definitely come to find us. Remember, don't trust anyone except my captain, He Mingjia. Remember?" No, you can't go. They will kill you." The woman held Lu Quan's arm tightly. "Do you think I'm afraid of death now? If I can die, wouldn't it be just right to accompany him?" No. He must want you to be alive and well. But I want to find him. Be obedient. Stay here obediently. My captain will definitely come to find you. Don't forget our agreement." The woman let go of Lu Quan and watched him run out with tears in her eyes. "Stop. Here. The person is here." Several people in the distance shouted. Lu Quan stood up and ran as fast as he could into the distance. The noise he made really attracted the other party. There were about 7 or 8 people on the other side, all chasing in Lu Quan's direction. Lu Quan ran as fast as he could, with only one goal: to run as far as possible, so that she would be safer. The woman tried hard to hold back her sobs, forcing herself not to make any sound until everything around her became quiet. Lu Quan ran away to a place where she could not hear him, and those people followed him and ran away. The woman couldn't hold it in any longer and sobbed softly. She seemed to have drained all her strength and was too tired to stand up. He had followed the traces of crushed vegetation all the way to find her. The woman looked up at Himingja, raised her hand to wipe away her tears. She couldn't cry anymore. Things were not over yet, and she had to cheer up. At the Criminal Police Brigade of Jinghe Police Station of Shangyu Branch, Yao Qianqian sat at her workstation with red eyes, staring at the information bag on the table in a daze. Feng Jianfeng was lying in the hospital. Lu Quan was missing and was labeled a traitor, and the whole office was shrouded in low pressure. Himingja walked past Yao Qianqian's workstation, glanced at her, and seeing that she had no reaction at all, he knocked on her desk and said, "If you don't want to do this, you can go home and I will approve your resignation." Yao Qianqian's eyes turned red again. She sniffed and said with a strong nasal voice, "Who said I don't want to do it anymore?" Yao Qianqian said, took the information on the table, handed it to Himingja, and then said, "Tong Yu's information." Himingja took the information bag from her, sighed lightly, and said comfortingly, "Okay, cheer up, things haven't been concluded yet, don't worry about it all day long." Yao Qianqian looked at Himingja with red eyes and answered with a sob, "I know." Himingja returned to his workstation and opened the documents in his hand. Tong Yu, 24 years old, unmarried, primary school graduate, from Daohe Village, Lingqi City, worked in Qiming Electronics Factory from the age of 14 to 18. After that, she disappeared and appeared in Seoul at the age of 20. She has been working in Seoul since then, working as a courier, running errands, and sanitation worker. Later, she worked as a cashier in a small supermarket until now. At first glance, there is nothing wrong with Tong Yu. But this person who looks innocent is currently sitting in the interrogation room of the Jinghe police station. After Tong Yu was brought back, she refused to cooperate in communication. After Wei Zhe and Ku Yulin asked her in turn, Tong Yu finally spoke and pointed out that she only talked to Himingja. Himingja entered the interrogation room, sat opposite Tong Yu, looked at her and said, "Tell me what's going on." Tong Yu rubbed her eyes. She seemed very tired. Tong Yu raised her head and gestured, saying, "Turn off the surveillance, I will only communicate with you, and take off your headset." Himingja pondered for a moment, then signaled to the people outside to turn off the surveillance. At the same time, he took off his headset and spread it on the table. Tong Yu watched Himingja finish all this, made a smoking gesture to him, and asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" Himingja crossed his arms, looked at her and said, "No." Tong Yu felt somewhat helpless. She leaned back in the chair, folded her hands across her chest, patted her arms with her fingers, stared at Himingja without blinking and said, "Think carefully. I only communicate with you because I don't trust the people here. You should know what I mean. If you insist on recording with your phone and leaving evidence, then I can't do anything about it. You will be the ones who suffer then." Himingja raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Tong Yu to be so vigilant, but he didn't want to be led by Tong Yu, so he said, "That's our business. You don't have to worry about it. Tell me first, where is Lu Quan?" Tong Yu stared at Himingja, seemed to think for a while, and then answered, "I don't know. After falling off the cliff, I was also stunned and didn't see Lu Quan." Himingja almost immediately realized that the other party was lying. If that was the case, he had to find another way to communicate with the other party. "What is your relationship with Chaosen?" Himingja asked another question. "Who is Chaosen?" Tong Yu looked at Himingja with a puzzled look on her face. Himingja was already a little angry at this moment. Tong Yu didn't tell the truth. "Why did you appear on that hill?" Himingja suppressed his anger and asked another question. "I want to know too. I was about to go to work when I was kidnapped on that hill. Isn't this the job of you police officers? Shouldn't you help investigate it? Don't you care about kidnapping cases?" Tong Yu looked at Himingja and asked again and again. She knew that he was about to lose his patience. Himingja leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed. He was indeed on the verge of anger. This woman only communicated with him by name, but after calling him in, she was full of lies and refused to cooperate at all. Wasn't this playing a trick on him? You have one more chance to tell the truth. If you don't seize it, then you will never have anyone believe what you say again in your life. Mingjie stared at Tongyu without blinking, carefully watching all her expressions and movements. Tongyu looked back at Mingjie without fear, and the two of them confronted each other silently. After a long while, Tongyu seemed to have thought it through. She put down her hands that were folded over her chest and said to Mingjie, "I changed my mind. I still don't like to communicate with you men. Let a woman come in. I promise to answer any questions you ask." Mingjie picked up the headset on the table, walked out of the interrogation room with a little anger, took out the mobile phone in his pocket, and turned off the recording. Mingjie walked towards Yao Qianqian's workstation, and Yao Qianqian looked at him with a puzzled look. Tongyu said that he only communicated with women. Go in and ask her, Mingjie said to Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian opened her mouth wide and stuttered. I can't do it. Let Sister Lu and the others go. Yao Qianqian had never interrogated before and had no experience at all. Just you go. Tongyu seems to know how to interrogate, and experienced people are useless to her. You have to impress her with your sincerity. What? I don't know how to ask. How can I ask? Yao Qianqian was so nervous that she was afraid that she would mess up. Don't you know how to ask questions? Ask about Lu Quan's whereabouts. Ask her what role she played in this incident. Ask her true identity. Ask her relationship with Chao San and others. Let her say whatever she knows and tell her everything she knows. Is this difficult? Qianqian, can Quan come back? Now we have to ask Tongyu first. Understand? I know. I'll go now. Yao Qianqian took a deep breath, forced herself to take courage and hold the scene. You are a police officer with a life. Your colleague is missing, and the relevant personnel who know about it are in the interrogation room at this moment. Qianqian, you can do it. Yao Qianqian prepared herself mentally and pushed open the door of the interrogation room. Mingjie stood in front of the surveillance camera and said to Yao Qianqian through the headset, Qianqian, relax. Mingjie's voice reached Yao Qianqian's ears through the headset, which calmed her down a lot. Yao Qianqian sat opposite Tongyu and said as relaxedly as possible, Tongyu, I've been to your hometown, Daohe Village. The rice fields there are very beautiful. Really? I haven't been back for a long time. I forgot about it. Then do you still remember Qiuyun? After the first sentence was spoken, Yao Qianqian completely relaxed. Tongyu was not a vicious person, just a woman, so she just treated it as a chat with her. Tongyu was startled when she heard Qiuyun's name. After a while, she said, I have some impression of her. We are from the same village. Just from the same village? I heard that you once went to work in her place. Oh, I didn't expect you to find out this. Do you have a cigarette? Tongyu made a smoking gesture to Yao Qianqian again, wanting to ask her for a cigarette. I don't have one now. Tell me about you and Qiuyun first, and I'll get one for you later. Oh, you are quite good at negotiating. It doesn't hurt to tell you. It was 800 years ago. Tongyu relaxed herself and began to recall her past. The villagers of Daohe Village were isolated and had no way to make money. One day, a lame man came to the village. The lame man said that he was born in Daohe Village when he was a child. When he was 5 or 6 years old, he followed his widowed mother out of the village to make a living. When he grew up, he actually earned some money. Unfortunately, his mother died of illness, and he himself became lame in one leg because of some things. After the lame man returned to the village, he started to grow tobacco, saying that he had a way to sell it for some money. The villagers didn't understand, but seeing that the lame man would always bring back money after going out, they all became jealous and came to ask him how he made his fortune. The lame man did not hide his secret and shared his way of making tobacco with the villagers without reservation and actually helped them make money. But as they planted more and more tobacco, they needed more and more ways to go. It was at this time that the Qiming electronics factory in the town noticed their village. The lame man knew the leader there, and he wanted him to help them think of a solution. The leader of the electronics factory thought about it and decided that it wouldn't be a big deal to lend a hand. But his factory was short of manpower, and he hoped that the girls in their village who couldn't do farm work could come to his factory to help out. In this way, the lame man reached an agreement with the leader. The Qiming electronics factory would help the villagers find a market for their tobacco, and the villagers would send female workers to the electronics factory on a regular basis. Those female workers who were sent there actually just worked in the factory at first, but not long after, they were taken to other entertainment venues to help earn extra money. When the girls in the village found out, They all said they were not willing to go. But if they did not go, the electronics factory would immediately reduce their sales. The villagers could not accept the fact that the tobacco they had worked so hard to produce was rotting on the ground. So they started to send female workers to the electronics factory again. Not long after, the sales of tobacco in the village recovered. When it was Chiu Yun's turn, Chiu Yun would never go. She thought of a way and fled to the back mountain of the village at night, ready to escape. But when she fled to the back mountain, she heard a quarrel. Why are you pretending to be a chaste woman? Hell, why are you pretending? Anyway, you will be sent out to accompany guests. Why don't you let me have some fun first? Chiu Longguang, a cowherd in the village, slapped Tongyu twice and continued to move in and out of her. Tongyu struggled desperately, biting Chiu Longguang's arm and refusing to let go, biting off a piece of flesh. Chiu Longguang finally let go of the person under him in pain and stepped back several steps. Chiu Longguang looked at the bite wound on his arm and kicked Tongyu angrily, kicking her several times in a row. Tongyu covered her stomach, unable to straighten her back due to the pain. Chiu Longguang looked at his bloody hand that was bitten, and with murderous intent, he picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it at Tongyu. Chiu Longguang fell to the ground, glaring at Chiu Yun in a daze, and tried to stand up. Chiu Longguang stopped moving. Tongyu got up from the ground. Chiu Yun went over to tidy up her torn clothes, but no matter how he tidied them, they still couldn't cover her body. Chiu Yun quickly took out clothes from his backpack that he was going to run away with and wanted to put them on Tongyu. Tongyu put on her own pants, but refused Chiu Yun's clothes. She looked at Chiu Longguang's body on the ground very calmly. Then she asked Chiu Yun to help her carry the body on her back. Tongyu carried Chiu Longguang's body, step by step, towards the deep ditch behind the mountain. He then used a vine nearby to help the body with stones, and threw the body into the ditch without any hesitation. Tongyu returned to the place where he had just been, destroyed the scene as much as possible, and threw the bloody soil into the ditch behind the mountain. Chiu Yun watched Tongyu busying around, feeling uneasy. He had killed someone and even forgot about running away. Tongyu arranged everything, then walked to Chiu Yun, took the clothes she gave her and put them on, then took her to a distant mountain stream and wiped off the blood that was splashed on her body as much as possible. Tongyu said to Chiu Yun, "Thank you for saving my life." Chiu Yun panicked and burst into tears. "What should I do?" "Sister Tongyu, don't be afraid, leave it to me. You can't escape like this. The mountain behind is too dangerous and there is no road. I'll go to the factory for you first. Wait for me, I will definitely bring you out. Okay? Sister Tongyu, Wurwu." Chiu Yun hugged Tongyu and cried breathlessly. Her whole body was shaking, as if she was the one who had just experienced everything. Tongyu comforted Chiu Yun for a while, and then the two of them went their separate ways. They couldn't stay there for too long, and they agreed to let that day be a secret between them forever. They didn't meet that day, and they didn't know about Chiu Longguang's disappearance. Later, Tongyu went to the electronics factory instead of Chiu Yun. She said that there was no one else in her family anyway, and it was meaningless for her to stay in the village, so she was willing to work in the electronics factory. Later, Tongyu met Su Liangfei in the electronics factory and introduced him to Chiu Yun. The two became boyfriend and girlfriend, and then Su Liangfei took Chiu Yun away from Daohe village. "Do you have cigarettes now?" Tongyu finished her story and asked Yao Qianqian across the street for a cigarette. "Wait for me." Yao Qianqian really got up and went out to ask He Mingjie for a cigarette. He Mingjie gave her one and handed his lighter to Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian took a cigarette and went back into the interrogation room, pouring a glass of water for Tongyu. "Thank you." Tongyu successfully smoked the cigarette she had been longing for, and sincerely thanked Yao Qianqian. "What happened next? Are you still in touch with Chiu Yun and the others?" Yao Qianqian lit a cigarette for Tongyu, sat back in the chair opposite her, and continued to ask questions. Tongyu blew a puff of smoke at Yao Qianqian across the table, and then said, "No, Chiu Yun and Su Liangfei have already flown out of our birdcage. I sent them out personally. If you were me, would you still contact them?" Yao Qianqian understood. They were both trapped in the quagmire and had tried their best to get rid of the shackles that entangled them. Chiu Yun and Su Liangfei finally broke free. How could Tongyu pull them back into the quagmire again? From her perspective, She must hope that the two of them could fly as far as possible, with her own hope, and fly as far as possible. Yao Qianqian looked at Tong Yu, who seemed to be unaware that Xiao Yun and Su Liangfei were already dead. Yao Qianqian suddenly felt sad and was reluctant to tell her. Then tell me about your kidnapping. What happened? Yao Qianqian changed the subject and asked her. Well, I'll tell you. You may not believe it, but I had a brief romance with your officer Liu. Of course, I didn't know he was a policeman before. Tong Yu had finished a cigarette, and probably because she wanted to smoke more, she began to drink the glass of water on the table from time to time. After hearing what Tong Yu said, Yao Qianqian on the opposite side almost dropped her jaw in shock. Comrade Lu Quan was 2 years younger than her. Judging from her appearance, Tong Yu thought that she looked like a woman in her 30s. She really didn't expect that Comrade Lu Quan had a preference for sister-brother relationships. Yao Qianqian put away her surprise, thinking about asking the main point quickly, and asked calmly. Then what? Then, I just told your officer I was about to go to work, and suddenly someone came to kidnap me and took me to the mountain, but I heard that they seemed to want to exchange me and your officer Liu for someone else, that fat man. That person seems to be called Yin Xian? The last question. Where's Lu Quan? Yao Qianqian stared at Tong Yu and asked the question she wanted to know most. I don't know. I was dragged off the cliff, and then I fainted. When I woke up, I met your officer Tong Yu's tone was very calm, and no emotion could be seen. Qianqian, ask her why there are no family members in Daohe village. Where are her parents? Mingjie suddenly thought of a question. Daohe village is very xenophobic, which means that most people in the village have the same surname, that is, Zhou. She is a Tong, and she is alone. It seems a bit abrupt to appear in Daohe village. You just said that there are no family members in Daohe village. Where are your family members and your parents? Yao Qianqian asked. Tong Yu laughed contemptuously and said, I want to know about my family too. As far as I can remember, there was only one aunt who took care of us. That aunt was really ugly, with a big hairy black mole under her nose. The aunt always made us work, and when I was tired, I ran away and hid in other people's ox carts. I went to fish out swill at other people's doorsteps to fill my stomach, but I fainted from hunger later. When I woke up, I was in Daohe village. Old Lady Chiu picked me up, and then she died, and there was no family of mine in Daohe village. Aren't you policemen? You might as well go and check. It should be in the northwest direction of Daohe village. I was young at that time, and I couldn't run far, at most 20 to 30 kilometers. Child trafficking is still rampant in that area. Check it out quickly. Maybe you can help me find my family. Tong Yu's seemingly light words contained so much information that Yao Qianqian was overwhelmed. If Tong Yu was telling the truth, the social issues involved in this case would be even more complicated. When Yao Qianqian walked out of the interrogation room, she felt like she had fought a tough battle, not with Tong Yu, but with the society. Go check the truth of what Tong Yu said, especially the aunt she described. It is impossible for such a characteristic person to have no information, Mingjie said to Yao Qianqian, who had just walked out of the interrogation room. Got it. At this moment, Yao Qianqian missed Lu Quan very much. In the past, they had done these jobs together. Although they would occasionally quarrel, they never asked her to fight alone like now. Thinking of Lu Quan, Yao Qianqian became emotional again, and she didn't know if she would meet him again in the future. Mingjie glanced at Yao Qianqian, who was rushing to her workstation, and once again thought of asking Director Zhang to send more people to investigate Xiao Yun's case. At that time, their team had only arranged 7 people in total, and Feng Jianfeng was still in the hospital. He was seriously injured after falling on the mountain, and it was estimated that he would not be able to get out of bed for 10 days. Wei Zhe and Ku Yulin had to go to Lingqi City. The matter of Qiming Electronics Factory and the tobacco planting in Daohe village could not be ignored. Xie Zhaofeng was alone in the hospital and had to keep an eye on Chao Lin and Yin Xian. Fortunately, these two were in the same hospital. Otherwise, they would really be unable to split their time. 2 days later. I am a victim, not your criminal. You have asked me questions so many times. I have said everything I need to say. It is time for me to leave. I still have to go to work. This was not the first time that Tong Yu complained and wanted to leave. Lu Fangwen, who was sitting opposite, and who was borrowed from the next group by Mingjie, had been helping to keep an eye on Tong Yu for 2 days. They really couldn't manage it. Fortunately, the investigation by Yao Qianqian finally had a result today. The ant with the mole in Tong Yu's mouth was originally named Wei Huijin. After plastic surgery, she changed her name to Huang Dan. She had a criminal record and even had a bounty on her. She was the one who committed the sensational Weijia village massacre. She killed a family of 5 with a sickle and then fled. After changing her name to Huang Dan, she married a long-distance truck driver. The two lived in Jiangcheng and had a daughter. But not long ago, Huang Dan died in a car accident on the way home after sending her daughter to school. If Yin Xian was at the scene at that moment, he would definitely know who Huang Dan was, because the car accident happened downstairs from his home in the old city. Huang Dan was the man in the plaid shirt who appeared in Yin Xian's first dream, and the woman on the electric bike who lost the game in the dream and, after accumulating enough death energy, was inexplicably hit and killed in the real world. It was because of the car accident in the old city that the identity of the deceased Huang Dan was exposed, which solved the unsolved case in Weijia village more than 20 years ago. After escaping from Weijia village, Huang Dan did sell children for survival. First, she was a woman with a child, which could help her conceal her tracks, and second, a stolen child could be sold for a lot of money, enough for her to live. After reading the information provided by Yao Qianqian, he Mingjie believed Tong Yu's words. The most important thing was that they really couldn't get more information from Tong Yu. He Mingjie thought about it and let the person go, but he still had to bite the bullet and borrow Luo Zhongwen, a colleague who was out on the field, from the next group, and asked him to help keep an eye on Tong Yu for a day or two. He Mingjie took out He Yu's personal information and read it again, searching for all the clues in his mind. As far as he could see, if Tong Yu was telling the truth, the only thing that connected Tong Yu to He Yu was that both of them were abducted as children, and both of them had no family and didn't know who their parents were. There was no other connection. Wei Zhe and Ku Yulin also came back from Lingqi City. They went to Qiming Electronics Factory. When Wei Zhe and his team went to check on the factory, the young leader was very polite and accepted their inspection. Even when asked about the female workers earning extra money, the young leader did not hide anything. Police comrade, they have to raise children, whose parents are old and have some illnesses. They need to take medicine every year. It's so expensive to see a doctor and buy medicine now. It costs money. Earning some extra money is life-saving money for them. Everyone knows that we can turn a blind eye. As long as they don't delay work, we can't do anything about it. The young leader said helplessly that forcing women of good families into prostitution and the sufferings of the world were the fault of this society. And those people at the bottom of society were just trying to make a living. What was wrong with that? The young leader even tactfully said that allowing them to go out and earn extra money was a sign of their corporate culture being humane and helping their own employees. Having said that, Wei Zhe and Ku Yulin had to turn their attention to the legal person of their company, but when they found out that the legal person behind them was Shun Junsong, they felt mixed emotions for a moment. Shun Junsong is such a great philanthropist that even people who don't like to watch the news know that there is a famous Qingsong Foundation, which often appears on the list of disaster relief donations across the country. It seems that there is no more extra content to investigate about the Qiming Electronics Factory. As for the private resale of tobacco grown in Daohe Village, we did find a way to buy their tobacco, but unfortunately the other party had signed a contract with the tobacco company and all the planting and purchase were in accordance with the plan issued. As for whether there was tobacco resale outside the contract, no relevant evidence was found. After Wei Zhe and Ku Yulin brought back the results of the investigation, they made a brief report to He Mingjie. Although the gains were not great, there were 2 points that were different from what Tong Yu said. Tong Yu said that the girls in the village did not want to work in the electronics factory to earn extra money, but the little leader of the electronics factory said that they were happy to go, and even the female workers in the factory stood on the side of the little leader, saying that life was like this. Tong Yu also said that their tobacco was purchased and resold privately, and the quantity was not small. But from what Wei Zhe and his team had found out, the tobacco planting in Daohe Village had been registered before, and the purchasing channels they provided were all designated by the tobacco company, and the signing of relevant contracts were all within a reasonable range. The case seems to have reached a deadlock again. Even if what Tong Yu said is true, what does it have to do with Chiu Yun's case? What is the connection with the kidnapping case in the mountains in the suburbs of Wanhu? Where is Lu Quan? Is he dead or alive? Why did he dismember Chiao Yun? What is the relationship between the two? Who was the man who went in and out of Yu's house? Why is there no trace at all? The identity of the unidentified female corpse at the mouth of Shuzhou River has not been found yet. Who are the residents of Xiangning community? One problem after another piled up in He Mingjie's mind. It seemed that there were many breakthroughs to be found, but they all seemed to be blocked. He Mingjie was concentrating on sorting out his thoughts when the phone rang. It was Xie Zhaofeng who called. He Mingjie saw that something was wrong. Xie Zhaofeng was in charge of watching Chao Lin in the hospital. He had just told him in the morning that Chao Lin had woken up, but he was seriously injured and couldn't speak. It had only been a few hours, and there was another call. It must not be a good thing. Boss, Chao Lin ran away. As soon as the phone was picked up, Xie Zhaofeng's anxious voice came over. What happened? Hey, this grandson is really good at pretending. He just woke up this morning and lay on the bed with his last breath. He couldn't even speak. I went to the toilet, and there was a doctor in the ward. When I came back, the doctor was shouting at the door that the patient ran away. I just chased him downstairs, but there were too many people in the hospital and I lost him. Have you checked the surveillance? I'm checking it now. Chao Lin has a very strong anti-reconnaissance ability, and he will most likely not be exposed to the surveillance. What about Yin Qian? Oh, he's fine. He just finished donating his bone marrow and went back to the Feng family. Check the hospital surveillance first and tell me if there is any progress. After checking it, go to the Feng family and focus on Yin Qian. Tong Yu said before that she was kidnapped in exchange for Yin Qian. There is a contradiction in itself. Tong Yu is lying. So what is going on with Yin Qian? This is what He Mingjie really wants to know. When it comes to Yin Qian, He Mingjie has to look up the previous information about Bluebird technology again. That was the last information Lu Quan found for him before he asked for leave. The photo Yin Qian gave him before was said to be a screenshot from a game called Abyss, which was created by Bluebird Technology. This technology company was founded about 7 or 8 years ago, and it first came to the limelight 3 years ago when they released a MOBA game called Soul of Annihilation, which was a mobile game. Because of its novel and diverse gameplay, it was very popular with the public after it came out, and it has been popular until now. As for the current game called Abyss, it started public testing a year ago, but it was not officially released until 3 months ago. In other words, this is a new game. So how did this photo get on this game? In addition, there is another special thing that caught He Mingjie's attention, that is, the legal representative of this technology company. The legal representative is Wu Yushu, and her other identity is the cook of the Feng family. This is very interesting. There are so many people in the Feng family. If they want to set up a company, it stands to reason that the legal representative cannot be a cook. This made He Mingjie a little puzzled, and he had to bring his doubts to the Feng family. Perhaps this is not the focus of the investigation into Chiao Yun's case. After all, the person who posted the photo must be on the side of the police. Just as the anti-drug brigade next door told He Mingjie, the thing in He Yu's hand was probably what their comrades paid for with their lives, although they didn't know what it was at the time, and even now, they still have doubts about the purpose of those names. And at the moment, He Mingjie still has another question that he has not found the answer to, which is why Chao Xin wanted to replace Yin Qian. Yin Qian is also a member of the Feng family. What role does he play in this whole case? Why did Chao Lin suddenly turn against them? According to the information they have, Chao San and Chao Lin are brothers with the same father and mother. In the kidnapping case on the mountain in the suburbs of Wanhu, some died, some escaped, and some were injured. Feng Yi didn't say anything, but Feng Jianfeng told everything he saw. Now the only one left is Yin Qian. He hasn't communicated with him in person yet. Xie Zhaofeng asked him a few questions at the first opportunity. What Yin Qian said was not much different from what Feng Jianfeng said, but He Mingjie still subconsciously felt that Yin Qian would be a key, and he had to find time to communicate with him in person. He Mingjie was thinking so hard that his head was almost bald, while Yin Qian was busy playing a life and death escape game with a group of wild beasts. He was pulled into the dream again, and this time he fell asleep during the day, but the scene in the dream was in the dark. After returning from the outskirts of Wanhu, the unconscious Yin Qian was sent directly to the hospital. Because the death energy in his body was not fatal enough, Yin Qian did not summon the ghost soldiers on the mountain, and he was running out of breath at that time. and he really did not have the extra mental energy to control a ghost soldier. Originally, with Feng Jianfeng protecting him, he and Feng Shi were relatively safe, and Chao Sun couldn't hit them at all. But later, Feng Jianfeng was kicked off the mountain when he was fighting with the opponent, which brought the crisis to the two of them. Fortunately, Chao San was already seriously injured at that time, but he just didn't let Yin Qian go and tried his best to get rid of him. Yin Qian, you are so lucky that the Shuzhou River couldn't drown you. Chao San pushed the two to the edge of the cliff and said to Yin Qian fiercely. Yin Qian would never have thought that he would find the murderer who killed the fool Yin Qian. In this way, this person actually said it in front of him, but Yin Qian didn't know what this person's motive was and why he had to kill him. So he said while panting, You and I, we have no grudges. Why do you want to hurt me? Oh, you really don't know the reason? It's better not to know, then you will never know it. Chao San said as he suddenly exerted force and rushed towards Yin Qian, like an arrow from a bow. A panting fat man, a child, had no chance of winning against a very powerful desperado. This time was different from the last fight with those gangsters and elementary school students. This time it was a life and death fight. Even though Yin Qian and Feng Shi tried their best to escape, they still couldn't escape the fate of being caught by Chao. Senator Chao San dragged Yin Qian to the ground, took out his most skilled folding knife, and was about to stab Yin Qian to death. Feng Shi picked up a stick-like branch from somewhere, rushed to Chao San, and smashed it at him. Chao San dodged and released Yin Qian, who was being suppressed. Feng Shi's second stick hit Chao San again. Chao San realized that this kid was a trouble, so he kicked Yin Qian out first, then raised his hand and grabbed the branch that Feng Shi was throwing at him, and the two of them wrestled together. However, Feng Shi was still a child after all, and his strength was no match for Chao San, so he was knocked to the ground by Chao San in a short while. Yin Qian, who was kicked away, felt his head dazed, and saw Chao San in the distance holding up the branch in his hand to give Feng Shi a fatal blow. Yin Qian didn't care about anything else and got up and rushed towards Feng Shi, blocking him. The branch hit Yin Qian's head hard. Yin Qian? Feng Shi cried out in panic. Perhaps because he had not used his voice for a long time. Feng Shi's voice sounded like a rusty old tape recorder, hoarse, low, and unpleasant. Unfortunately, Yin Qian didn't hear it. He was knocked unconscious by Chao San's branch. Feng Shi looked at Yin Qian, lying motionless on him. His eyes reddened. Chao San raised the branch in his hand and hit Feng Shi again. Feng Shi bent his body to protect Yin Qian and dodged for a while, but Yin Qian was too heavy, and Feng Shi dragged his body but failed to completely avoid it, and his back was still hit by the branch. Feng Shi put Yin Qian on the ground, rolled to the side, picked up a branch, and stabbed it towards Chao Senator. Even if he died, he would not let him get close to the unconscious Yin Qian. The two of them started fighting again. Unfortunately, Feng Shi was at a disadvantage in terms of size, and was beaten unilaterally again. It was not until Mingjie hurried over from behind that the fight between the two was ended with a single shot. Chao San was killed on the spot, and Feng Shi dragged his painful body to run to Yin Qian's side, checked his head, and fortunately there was no bleeding. On the way to the hospital, Yin Qian woke up. Apart from a slight headache and fatigue, he had no other reactions. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor examined his head and found a small swelling on the back of his head, which would go away in a day or two. It was not a big problem. On the other hand, Feng Shi, without Yin Qian, he was so calm. The injuries he suffered from being thrown out of the car had not yet fully healed, and now Chao San had suffered many new injuries. Feng Shi's originally thin body looked even more pitiful because of the injuries. Yin Qian was worried about Feng Shi, so he stayed in the hospital with him for 2 days and accompanied him to do various physical examinations to make sure that there was nothing wrong with him. In addition, the time for his previously scheduled bone marrow donation was approaching. The doctor looked at his physical condition and confirmed that he could donate bone marrow. Yin Qian simply decided to stay in the hospital to do it this time, so as to avoid encountering some strange accidents due to the heavy death energy in his body. The bone marrow donation went smoothly. Feng Yu was busy taking care of Lin Tang and didn't even look at him. But fortunately, Feng Yu took a special leave and came to the hospital to accompany him. Although Yin Qian was happy in his heart, he still pretended to say something to Feng Shi. This kid was about to take the high school entrance exam. He had been injured and went to the hospital before, but he still insisted on going to school. Now he asked for leave because of him. Yin Qian felt a little guilty. After leaving the hospital, the two returned to Feng's home near dusk. Yin Qian followed Feng Shi to his residence and kept looking at him with a scrutinizing look. Even if Feng Shi was dull and cold, he had to look back at Yin Qian when he was stared at like that, wanting to see what Yin Qian was going to do. Seeing Feng Shi looking at him seriously, Yin Qian squinted at him and said, "Classmate Feng Shi, why did I suddenly remember something? Tell me honestly, did you call my name on the mountain in the suburbs of Wanhu? Huh? I heard it all. Don't pretend to be mute. Speak up." Feng Shi twitched his mouth slightly. Yin Qian, who looked a little quirky, was really cute, but Feng Shi still said nothing, just staring at Yin Qian quietly. His hands were itching again, and he wanted to touch Yin Qian. Touch his hands, touch his chubby face, and touch his whole body. "I'm asking you a question. Speak up, little Feng Shi." Yin Qian was actually a little sleepy because he had just returned from the hospital. He found a comfortable position and half lying on Feng Shi's bed. Feng Shi sat beside the bed, very close to him. Yin Qian stretched out his hand and pinched Feng Shi's face, pinching his skinny cheek and pulling it. Feng Shi was even more eager to do something. Following his heart, he raised his hand and held Yin Qian's hand that was pinching his face. He took his hand down and held it in his own hand. This was not enough. Just the touch of hands was not enough. Feng Shi tentatively shrunk himself into Yin Qian's arms. Now, he was too thin and small to hug Yin Qian, so he could only let Yin Qian hug him. "Oh, it's no use to act like a spoiled child. Just say a few words to me, okay?" Yin Qian was touched by Feng Shi's action of asking for a hug. This child had experienced a lot in the past few days, all of which were fighting and killing. Now he shrunk in Yin Qian's arms, as if to comfort him, which immediately aroused Yin Qian's desire to protect him. Yin Qian rubbed Feng Shi's hair and hugged him tightly into his arms. Yin Qian adjusted himself to a comfortable position, hugged her, and fell asleep. Yin Qian felt an itch on his cheek and raised his hand to touch his face. The sharp touch woke Yin Qian up immediately. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in the silent jungle, dots of starlight sprinkled through the gaps between the branches. At this moment, he was lying in a patch of grass, surrounded by unknown weeds that were half the height of an adult. The itchiness on his face just now was caused by the wind blowing the grass and scratching his face. Yin Qian tried to touch the weeds beside him. Although they were swaying in the wind, they were still sharp and hard. If he wasn't careful, he could easily cut himself. Yin Qian stood up carefully. Except for the faint moonlight shining overhead, the surroundings could be described as pitch black. Just as Yin Qian was thinking about where to go, a rustling sound came from not far behind him. Yin Qian held his breath and listened carefully. The sound was very rhythmic, just like the sound of people touching the weeds around them when they walk, and this sound was approaching Yin Qian at this moment. Someone was coming. Yin Qian chose to squat on the ground, trying to hide himself in the weeds and not make any sound. But even so, the sound was still moving accurately in the direction of Yin Qian, getting closer and closer, until the figure stopped less than half a meter in front of Yin Qian. The man seemed to be looking at something in his hand, and then looked around, as if looking for something. Because it was too dark, Yin Qian couldn't see the man's appearance clearly, but judging from the outline of his figure, he should be more than 1.9 meters tall and looked very tall. Yin Qian's feet were numb from squatting, but he still didn't dare to move. At this moment, the man looked at where Yin Qian was, walked over, pulled aside the weeds that were blocking Yin Qian, and said in a happy tone, "Hey, I found you. This voice is so nice." This was Yin Qian's first reaction. He then sat down on the ground in panic. His feet were really numb from squatting, and he couldn't stand up for a while. He thought to himself, "This is over. Ding dong. Everyone has formed a team. The game is about to begin. Please be prepared, players." The mechanical lowly voice once again came into Yin Qian's brain from top to bottom. Yin Qian woke up with a start. His hazy brain finally realized that he was dreaming again. This game is called Partner. As the name suggests, this game is played in teams of 2. The game is very simple. Whichever team reaches the Tower of Life first and sits on the throne successfully will win. There is no time limit for the game. The game begins. The mechanical lowly voice disappeared, and Yin Xian quickly confirmed his gender. Very good. He did not change his gender this time, and he was still a man. Yin Xian looked at his clothes again. Very good. Very outdoor adventure style. Yin Xian. Then he touched the ring on his left finger. Very good. The ring left by his mother was still there. Yin Xian was busy observing himself, and only after a while did he realize that the person opposite him seemed to be staring at him. Yin Xian looked up at the man. A man, very tall. I estimated that I could only reach his shoulders if I stood on tiptoe. The man's face was very angular. His nose was straight. His eye sockets were a little sunken. He looked a bit like a mixed race. His jawline was really sharp. It was confirmed. He was a handsome guy. Yin Xian touched his face, curious about what he looked like, but he couldn't see it without a mirror. "Where's your bag?" the man suddenly asked. The voice was ethereal and pleasant, like an elf singing in the vast forest. It almost took Yin Xian's soul away. It was exactly what he liked. "Ah, my bag? I don't have it. I didn't see it." After hearing this, the man started looking around again. After a while, he really saw it again. The man walked to a place not far away, bent down, picked up a pink backpack from the bushes, and brought it back to Yin Xian. "Here." The man handed the pink bag to Yin Xian. Yin Xian was almost petrified. "Isn't this a Peppa Pig? How come it is his backpack?" Yin Xian looked at the backpack that person was carrying. Why did he carry a multifunctional mountaineering bag in a calm and cool black color, while he had to carry a pink Peppa Pig? What's wrong with this dream maker? The man kept handing over the bag, and Yin Xian took it reluctantly. In this kind of outdoor survival, it is a good idea to pick up props. "Thank you. So you are my partner?" Yin Xian asked the man while opening the zipper on the pink pig's back to see what's inside. "Yes, you can just call me Xiaohei. What about you? What's your name?" Yin Xian was stunned. He remembered that in the last dream, only he, the child, and the old man did not introduce their real names, because the three of them seemed to know that they were in a dream, so they did not tell the truth. If this was the case, did the person in front of him also know that he was in a dream? After all, Xiaohei, this sounded not a real name, but more like a dog's name. Yin Xian was frightened by his own thoughts. Could the man in front of him really be a dog? After all, it was a dream, so it was not impossible. Yin Xian stopped rummaging through his bag and looked at him with a little suspicion. The man also looked back at Yin Xian and seemed a little confused. "Oh, then you can call me Xiaobai," Yin Xian said casually. "Okay, let's all be dogs. After all, we are partners." Yin Xian complained in his heart and apologized to the two brothers, Black and White Impermanence. "Of course, I'm not saying that you two are dogs, ha ha ha." Yin Xian kept complaining and made himself laugh. Seeing Yin Xian's raised mouth, Xiaohei chuckled and said, "One black and one white. We are really a good match." Oh, ha 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 ha. It's true. Ha 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 ha. Yin Xian laughed dryly, which was a bit awkward. Just then, he took out a map from his bag and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Let me see. We seem to be going to the Tower of Life, right? Let me see where we are now." "You are so cute," Xiaohei said with a smile, saying something completely irrelevant. "Oh my god." Yin Xian was so embarrassed that he almost dug out the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang with his toes. But this man didn't notice it at all. He still looked at Yin Xian with an infatuated look on his face and didn't join him in looking at the map. Yin Xian couldn't stand it anymore and put down the map in his hand in a self-destructive manner and asked Xiaohei, "What do you want to do?" "Yes." Yin Xian took 5 seconds to react and realized what the other party meant. He took a step back in disbelief. But because of his action, Xiaohei's smiling face immediately turned gloomy. Yin Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. The opponent's aura seemed to have changed. He had just searched his backpack and found no weapons. When it came to his strength, he was simply a loser. Just when Yin Xian was wondering if he was going to be killed soon and if the game was going to end as soon as it started, the opponent spoke. "You hate me," Xiaohei said with a choked voice and grievance. Eh. Why is this direction different from what he imagined? Yin Xian once again opened his eyes in disbelief, but this time he did not step back, but leaned forward to look at the person in front of him. Hey! He really shed tears, crying so sadly. Oh my God! What kind of character is this? Is he a human or a ghost? What the Hades is this person? Why does someone cry for no reason? Yin Xian walked up to him somewhat at a loss and quickly said, Hey, no, I'm not annoying. I'm not annoying, don't cry. I didn't mean that. What do you mean? I didn't mean anything. I was just studying the map. It was you who ignored me. Yin Xian spoke more and more quietly, afraid that he would say something wrong again, and this man would start crying again. You were mean to me. Hey, I wasn't. I just spoke a little loudly. Why did the conversation become more and more weird? Yin Xian felt like he was coaxing a child. Child? Yin Xian suddenly had an idea. Could this guy be the NPC who helped him in the last dream? Dream maker? Then you can't be mean to me. We are partners, and we have to complete the mission together. Xiao Hei still wiped his tears aggrievedly and stopped crying. Yin Xian wanted to ask the other party whether it was true or not, but was afraid that if he asked, the other party would end the game again. Instead of doing that, it would be better for him to pretend that he didn't know and see what the other party was going to do. Okay, no more aggressiveness, then can we look at the map now? Yin Xian asked in a gentle voice. Xiao Hei hummed softly, as if he had reconciled with Yin Xian, walked to Yin Xian's side, took out a flashlight from his backpack, and shone it on Yin Xian. Yin Xian had a headache. This guy changed his expression very quickly. If you were not careful, he would cry. You couldn't do anything about him. You could only go along with him and touch his fur. There is only one forest area marked on this map, so that's probably where we are now. But with such a large forest area, how can we determine where we are in it? Yin Xian pointed to the map in his hand and said. He seemed to have seen this map somewhere before. It looked familiar. Yin Xian thought about it again and again, but couldn't remember where he had seen it. Well, it's really hard to tell, but no matter what, it's always okay to move towards the direction of the Tower of Life first. Yin Xian looked through the pink pig again and was speechless. In his bag, apart from the map, there were various snacks, bread and water. There was no other props needed for outdoor activities. Yin Xian glanced at Xiao Hei and asked, Do you have a compass or something in your bag? To go to the Tower of Life, we have to find the direction first. Xiao Hei reached into his backpack and actually pulled out a compass. Xiao Hei held the flashlight in one hand and the compass in the other to find the direction. Xiao Hei turned half a circle on the spot, and the needle on the dial drew an arc. The Tower of Life was on the east side of the forest, to the left of the compass needle. After determining the direction, the two put on their backpacks and set off on their journey. The two walked in the forest with a flashlight. The faint moonlight appeared and disappeared from time to time. The towering trees standing around them crisscrossed like they were weaving a complex web. Except for the footsteps of the two people, there was no other sound around them. It was quiet and strange. Xiao Hei walked in front with a flashlight to explore the way, and Yin Xian walked behind him. What do you do for a living? Xiao Hei started to chat. Yin Xian was a little surprised and began to doubt the identity of this person. If this person was a dream maker, would he know nothing about the person who invaded his dream? Or was this person really just an NPC? Homeless, what about you? Yin Xian answered truthfully. Since the person in front of him was asking him questions, he could also inquire about the other person's identity. Yin Xian said that he was an unemployed vagrant, which was not an exaggeration. The idiot had been doing odd jobs before. It was the kindness of the aunt of their neighborhood committee. Knowing that there was an idiot living alone in that family whose mother had died and whose father didn't care about him, she introduced some simple manual work that didn't require much effort to Yin Xian. For example, he helped the stationery factory to do packaging and paid him some wages according to the number of pieces. The wages were not much, and this kind of work was not available for a long time. Although Yin Xian was stupid, he knew that the neighborhood auntie was helping him, and he listened to her. Moreover, she would send him food during the New Year and other festivals. It can be said that Yin Xian lived a good life before marrying into the Feng family, all thanks to the help of the neighbors. Programmer, Xiao Hei answered, slowing down his pace and waiting for Yin Xian to catch up with him. The The two walked side by side. Yin Xian looked up at Xiao Hei when he heard this. This job was exactly what he had been paying attention to recently. How could it be such a coincidence? Because of that photo, Yin Xian? Naturally, I also paid attention to the game called Abyss. The photo appeared because Feng Qi passed that level of the game and got a reward. So the person who uploaded the photo must be the planning engineer who designed the level, that is, the programmer. What kind of programmer? What exactly does he do? Yin Xian became interested and asked. Front-end development of small programs. Xiao Hei seemed to smile and lowered his head slightly to look at the person next to him. What small program? Yin Xian really wanted to know if this person was related to making games. Now I'm making a small program for booking hotels. Yin Xian was a little disappointed, as this didn't seem to have any direct connection with the game. Then how did you get here? Yin Xian asked a different question. He didn't believe the other party's answer just now, and wanted to see how the other party would answer this question. Xiao Hei answered without much thought. I'm here to look for someone. What about you? Me? I want to know too. I woke up here. Who are you looking for? Yin Xian asked. I'm looking for you. Xiao Hei stopped and looked at Yin Xian with tenderness in his eyes. Yin Xian had no choice but to stop and asked in confusion. Do you know me? Yes, I have known you for a long time. Xiao Hei continued to look at Yin Xian with affection. The atmosphere became even more strange. Yin Xian was a little unsure. When this person said he knew him, did he mean he knew Yin Xian? Or did he know his current self? Or did he know his original self? How did you know him? Yin Xian began to ask questions. Xiao Hei looked at Yin Xian, and there seemed to be light flowing through his eyes. His bright eyes told that when he met Yin Xian, it must have been a very beautiful time. Xiao Hei just opened his mouth to utter a word, and suddenly there was a rustling sound in the originally silent forest. Both of them were very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the grass on the ground being touched, but it didn't sound like the sound of people touching the grass when walking. The two of them shut their mouths almost at the same time and looked around vigilantly. The rustling sound became more and more frequent, coming from all directions and getting closer and closer to the two of them. Xiao Hei immediately turned off the flashlight in his hand and pulled Yin Xian against a tree. The two men leaned against the tree, squatting on the ground, staring around. Red lights lit up in all directions. 2, 4, 8. The red lights approached the two men in a fan shape. As the red lights approached, the full appearance of the source finally slowly emerged. It has a triangular head, red eyes, tusks as long as ivory, saliva hanging down to the ground, a body the size of an adult elephant, 4 legs as thick as pillars stepping on the ground, a body covered with long hair, and a pair of mighty and domineering horns on its head. What is this? Yin Xian stared wide-eyed, searching for the original form of the ancient mythical beasts in his mind, but he couldn't fit any of them. There were about 10 of them, and at this moment, they were 2 meters away from the two of them. They lowered their heads to the ground and began to sniff something, opening their mouths and drooling, looking like they couldn't wait to eat. The saliva was so much that it was almost as good as watering the flowers and plants on the ground. Yin Xian's scalp tingled. While he was thinking of a countermeasure, he saw one of the beasts sniffing, raised its head, and suddenly made a humming sound in its throat. This sound seemed to be in order, and the other members who had their heads down all raised their heads and made the same humming sound almost at the same time. Xiao Hei put his hand on Yin Xian's wrist and whispered, "Not good, run." Xiao Hei pulled Yin Xian and rushed towards the back of the tree. Yin Xian's feet were almost lifted off the ground, and he didn't dare to delay for a moment and ran along with Xiao Hei. As the two stood up, in a flash, the beasts let out a deafening roar and rushed towards the two people who were fleeing. The beasts slammed their legs on the ground, stirring up mud and sand, baring their teeth and chasing after the two people. Yin Xian couldn't help but look back, and this look almost scared him to death. The other party was too fast, and at this moment, they were less than half a meter away from each other. Yin Xian could even smell the stench of the beasts. The two were running out of energy. If they continued like this, they would become food for the wild beasts sooner or later. Is there a chance to climb the tree? Yin Xian asked. Yin Xian tried several times to shake off Xiao Hei's hand. The two of them were holding hands like playing a three-legged race, which really affected their escape speed. But Xiaohei refused to let go. No chance. The tree trunks around are too smooth. I can't climb up. Xiaohei didn't seem to be panicked at all. He still ran with Yin Qian with ease. The beasts behind him let out low growls, and it sounded like they were celebrating their hunting success in advance. The one closest to Yin Qian was less than half an arm's length away, and just as it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yin Qian's head, Xiaohei suddenly pulled Yin Qian away and avoided the beast's attack. Xiaohei pulled Yin Qian and suddenly changed the direction of escape, running towards the upper left corner. Yin Qian didn't care about the direction at all, and his attention was almost all behind him, staring nervously at the group of beasts chasing him, especially the one closest to him. Yin Qian calculated how much time it would take for his head to be bitten off. Xiaohei finally let go of Yin Qian's hand. Yin Qian watched him pull out a shotgun from his bag. No, 2 shotguns. He handed one to Yin Qian and kept the other in his own hand. Xiaohei turned his head and shot at the beasts, hitting the two closest to them, finally slowing down their pursuit. Yin Qian realized that the shotgun was loaded with anesthetic. Yin Qian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect that the beasts suddenly realized that the hunting rifles in their hands were dangerous, and they actually started a coordinated fight. The two beasts that were just hit were responsible for attracting their firepower, while the others chose to go around and surround them. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that these beasts actually climbed trees. Although they looked very bulky, they were very light when climbing trees. The enemy's attack was really fierce, and their reaction was very fast. Yin Qian could no longer care about anything else. He raised his hunting rifle and fired at the beasts that blocked his way. In less than half a minute, he ran out of bullets. Yin Qian subconsciously looked at Xiaohei, who was not far away. The two of them were being chased by the beasts in batches, and they were being chased apart. Yin Qian couldn't rush over to ask Xiaohei for bullets, and Xiaohei was not much better than him. Although the beasts in the distance were also afraid of the hunting rifle in his hand, they were all trying to surround Xiaohei. While Yin Qian was distracted, one of the wild beasts jumped from a tree next to him and came to his side. Yin Qian was frightened and raised his hunting rifle to hit it. The shotgun hit the beast's nose, and the beast seemed to be stunned for a moment, not knowing what Yin Qian was doing. Then the beast raised its front paws and tried to hold Yin Qian down. Yin Qian ran away, but another kind of wild beast also surrounded him. Yin Qian panted, watching more and more wild beasts approaching him, and truly felt what it meant to be at the end of the road. Bang! With a loud noise, a beast in the distance fell to the ground and wailed. Yin Qian looked at a figure in disbelief as he jumped onto a tree nearby, raised the knife in his hand, and chopped down at a beast next to Yin Qian. Yin Qian opened his eyes wide, looking at the bloody Xiaohei in disbelief. In his hand, there was a long knife with a cold glow, and the tip of the knife was dripping blood on the ground. Xiaohei chopped off half of the beast's nose with a knife, then jumped to Yin Qian's side and blocked him. Yin Qian finally discovered that this group of wild beasts had intelligence. At this moment, they stopped their steps to surround them, because they knew that if they got any closer they would be cut by the knife in Xiaohei's hand. They tilted their heads as if thinking of countermeasures, thinking about how to get rid of the knife in Xiaohei's hand. The beasts around him were chopped down. Xiaohei fought with the beasts that tried to approach him like a devil, and protected Yin Qian behind him without any harm. One after another, Yin Qian saw Xiaohei gasping for breath, his hand holding the knife bleeding, and his arm shaking. Yin Qian realized that this was not a solution. There were countless beasts in front of him. One after another fell, but Xiaohei's physical strength was obviously consumed. "We can't waste time with them. Find a way to run away," Yin Qian said to Xiaohei beside him. "That's what I mean. Hold me tight." Come here. Hold me tight. Let's escape," Xiaohei said, while taking out a bracelet-like object from his bag. Yin Qian was still a little confused and asked, "How to escape?" Xiaohei shot the thing onto a tree trunk in the distance, and Yin Qian saw clearly that it seemed to be a steel wire. "Come here quickly," Xiaohei shouted. Yin Qian rushed over and jumped onto Xiaohei. Xiaohei held the bracelet with one hand and supported Yin Qian's hips with the other, hugging him in his arms. Then he accelerated, and Yin Qian subconsciously hugged Xiaohei tightly and swung with him to a distance. Xiaohei held Yin Qian and landed on the ground. He did not let go, pulled back the steel cable, and shot it onto the trunk of another tree. Xiaohei barely stopped and continued to swing several times with Yin Qian, like Tarzan in the forest, escaping from the pursuit of the beasts with Yin Qian. When Yin Qian put his feet on the ground, he couldn't stand at all. His legs were weak. Xiaohei took back his steel bracelet and looked around vigilantly. Before the two could catch their breath, the group of beasts actually followed them. Xiaohei immediately pulled Yin Qian, who was still feeling nauseous, running all the way. After running for an unknown amount of time, Yin Qian's physical strength was exhausted, and his inner clothes were completely soaked with his sweat. Although he had changed his body this time, he couldn't stand playing such a life-and-death escape game with a group of beasts. Yin Qian glanced at Xiaohei, who was leading him in front. Except for the blood of the beasts, there was not even a trace of sweat on his face. This was really inhumane. Yin Qian's steps became heavier and heavier, so heavy that he could not lift his feet. Even taking a small step was already an effort. At this moment, a faint blue light appeared in front of him. Yin Qian had to slow down his pace. His lungs were about to explode. He thought that at worst he would be bitten to death and end this game of chasing. But just when Yin Qian slowed down and was about to give up, the group of beasts chasing him behind him all slammed on the brakes, slowed down, and even began to hesitate in place. Yin Qian looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of surprise. He was about to give up running, and the group of beasts behind him seemed to have given up as well. Yin Qian couldn't run anymore, so he stood there and looked at the group of beasts behind him, staring at him eagerly. The group of beasts behind them also stared at the two of them, growling and trying to slowly approach them step by step, but stopped after a few steps and paced back and forth in anger. "They don't seem to dare to come over," Yin Qian said with a heavy breath. "Yes, those flowers," Xiaohei said towards the place behind him that was glowing with a faint blue light. Yin Qian looked at the blue flower field in the distance. Judging from the appearance, it seemed to be a blue rose, but it was a glowing blue rose. Yin Qian subconsciously took a breath, and the faint floral fragrance immediately rushed into his nostrils. It was the smell that Yin Qian liked, and it smelled especially good. Are they afraid of these flowers? Why? Yin Qian, whose heartbeat had not yet returned to normal, could no longer think, and all his concentration was on his tired body. Xiaohei seemed to think for a moment and said, "Maybe they are not afraid of these flowers. Look carefully at those flowers." Yin Qian looked at the wild animals still wandering in the distance with caution. They were still wandering in the same place, as if they were unwilling to leave, but they seemed to have some concerns and did not dare to approach. Yin Qian then relaxed his vigilance a little, and followed Xiaohei's words and looked carefully at the blue rose bushes. In the distance, I saw blue snakes coiled around the stems of blue roses. The petals and stems are blue, and the snakes are also blue. Because of the blue color, the snakes hide very well, and they coil on the flower stems and hardly move. If you don't look carefully, you can't find them at all. Yin Qian has never liked snakes very much, mainly because the snake demon that entangled him back then left a big shadow on him. Yin Qian looked at the snakes and got goosebumps all over his body. He didn't move for a while, and the group of wild animals also stopped moving. The scene was deadlocked for a while, and then the group of wild animals moved again. When they took a step closer to Yin Qian and nothing happened, they seemed to become bolder and no longer took small steps, but instead made attacking gestures. This time, Yin Qian didn't need Xiaohei to pull him, as he had already rushed towards the blue flower field. "Wait, it's dangerous," Xiaohei, who was still standing in the same place, shouted to Yin Qian. Yin Qian braked suddenly and stopped at the edge of the flower field. The rich fragrance of flowers filled his nose, making Yin Qian sneeze several times in a row. Yin Qian raised his hand to rub his nose and turned to look at Xiaohei. Xiaohei was still standing there, and the group of beasts chasing them suddenly retreated, and then collectively roared again and ran away. In just a few seconds, all the beasts that had just attempted to attack the two disappeared in the forest. Just as Yin Qian was wondering, a hissing sound came from behind him. This sound was not unfamiliar to Yin Qian. It was the sound of a snake spitting out its tongue. Yin Qian was instantly frozen in place, turning his neck stiffly and looking behind him. The scene behind him was more spectacular than Yin Qian expected. Yin Qian had a premonition that there would be many snakes, but he didn't expect there would be so many. In the endless flower field, almost every flower had an identical blue and slightly transparent snake coiled on it, and groups of large and small ones stood on those flowers, spitting out their tongues. Scarlet eyes stared at Yin Qian, and the scene was comparable to a military training scene. And at this moment, Yin Qian was the instructor they were looking at. Yin Qian felt his adrenaline rushing to the top of his head, and his fast and loud heartbeat was hitting his eardrums. Yin Qian stood there, not daring to move. Several small blue snakes had crawled out of the flowers, crawled to Yin Qian's feet, and crawled around him. Yin Qian stood there as if he had been acupunctured, and glanced at Xiao He, who was standing in the distance, trying to communicate with him with his eyes. At this moment, Yin Qian dared not even breathe, let alone speak. Stand still, these snakes will not actively attack people. Xiao He's tone was also a little nervous, but he still stood there and did not approach Yin Qian. Yin Qian was so anxious that he sweated a lot. The snakes under his feet had just crawled around him, as if they had confirmed that Yin Qian was not dangerous. Now they tried to climb up Yin Qian's feet, then his legs, and then slowly crawled up his body around his legs. Don't move, they are just confirming whether you can eat them. Snakes don't eat people. Don't move. Xiao He saw Yin Qian's fear and shouted to steady him. Xiao He was worried that Yin Qian couldn't bear it, and if he moved, he would anger the snakes, which would be troublesome. Such a large group of snakes, even the group of wild beasts were afraid, and what was even more terrifying was that there were only 2 of them. Yin Qian really wanted to die. 2 small snakes had already crawled up his legs and onto his shoulders. At this moment, their tongues were less than 5 centimeters away from his cheeks. Yin Qian was really reaching his limit. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, and boom, thunder sounded in the sky. I don't know when the moonlight had hidden in the clouds. Because of this large field of glowing flowers, and it was night, the 2 did not notice that it seemed to be about to rain. But with this thunder, the small snake that was originally coiled on Yin Qian's body suddenly crawled back to the ground, and then crawled back into the flower field. The large group of snakes that were originally standing on the flowers also all hid in the flower field and disappeared. Yin Qian finally regained his freedom. His stiff body could no longer hold on. His legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Bean-sized raindrops fell, 1 drop, 2 drops, and finally it turned into a downpour. Xiao He finally moved, ran to Yin Qian's side, quickly pulled him up, and continued on his way. The 2 of them had no means of shelter, and they were worried that the beasts had not gone far, so they could only walk quickly along the edge of the large flower field, and walked into the forest again. The tall trees around them shielded them from the rain, but the rain was too heavy, and every corner of the forest was soaked. In the end, the 2 of them were soaked. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the 2 of them couldn't stop, praying that there would be a place to shelter from the rain ahead. Xiao He took out the compass and checked, and after confirming that the 2 of them were heading in the right direction, he pulled Yin Qian and continued to walk forward. Yin Qian was exhausted at this time, and let Xiao He pull him forward. This dream was much more tiring than the previous 2. Just when the 2 of them were walking so hard that they had difficulty talking, a warm yellow light appeared in front of them. The continuous rain blurred their vision, but Yin Qian still opened his eyes wide, wanting to see what was going on, and praying in his heart that something good would happen. Yin Qian involuntarily approached the light, and finally saw that the light seemed to come from a wooden house. Yin Qian was a little unbelievable and took a few steps closer to the wooden house. It was really a wooden house. It was very strange to see a wooden house suddenly appear in such a forest, but Yin Qian couldn't care less at this moment. He was too tired. He tried to speed up his pace and move forward in the direction of the wooden house. Xiao He was much more cautious than Yin Qian. Even at this moment, he still walked around the wooden house first, then went up the stairs outside the wooden house, walked under the eaves of the wooden house, and took shelter from the rain. The shape of this wooden house is somewhat similar to a stilt house. It has only one floor. After climbing up the wooden stairs, you can see the door of the wooden house, which is also the only door in this wooden house. On the other side of the door is a relatively large window, which is also the only window in this wooden house. At this moment, Yin Xian was standing outside the window, looking through the glass to see what was inside the cabin. There was a kerosene lamp hanging inside the cabin, and because the cabin itself was not very big, through the window, Yin Xian could see almost the entire environment inside the cabin. There was a bed, a table, a chair, and most importantly, there was a fireplace inside the cabin, which was still burning. There was no one in the wooden house. Yin Xian stared at the fire in the fireplace again and again. His whole body was wet, and the eaves did not block all the rain. He was still being baptized by the heavy rain. Yin Xian looked at Xiao He beside him, and his desire to go into the house became stronger and stronger. Yin Xian's lips turned pale, and he was shivering from the cold. He suggested, "How about we go in to avoid the rain? There seems to be no one inside." Well, Xiao He accepted Yin Xian's suggestion without any hesitation. He was also soaked all over, and it was indeed very uncomfortable to be wet. Xiao He went around to the door of the cabin and knocked politely, but no one answered. Xiao He held the door handle and tried to open the door, and it really opened. Xiao He walked in first and looked around the cabin. It was similar to what they had just seen outside. Yin Xian followed him in, and a warm air swept over his body, which was completely different from the cold wind outside. It was like heaven and Hades. Yin Xian put down his backpack and walked to the fireplace to warm himself by the fire. This fireplace really attracted him. Xiao He was still standing at the door of the wooden house, watching Yin Xian's actions without blinking, with a smile on his face. Xiao He calmly closed the door and locked it. Yin Xian felt comfortable all over after warming himself by the fire. Xiao He searched the house to see if he had any clothes to change into. Unfortunately, he didn't find any. However, there was a shower room with hot water and a few towels. Finally, Xiao He also walked to the side of the fireplace and began to take off his clothes, saying casually, "Take them off quickly and dry them, and put them on after they are dry." As Xiao He said this, he took off all his clothes, took a clothes rack from beside the bed, put it next to the fireplace, then hung his clothes on it and began to dry his clothes. Yin Xian, this person really didn't treat him as an outsider. After Xiao He hung up his clothes, he went into the shower room to take a shower and dried himself before coming out. Then he went to the bar and started to make something to eat. Xiao He looked at Yin Xian, who was still standing blankly at the fireplace in the distance, and said, "This should be a place for players to replenish supplies. It should be quite safe." "Oh?" Yin Xian responded, and finally moved and began to take off his clothes. He felt really uncomfortable with the sticky feeling on his body. Yin Xian, like a scholar of Xiao He, hung his clothes on the coat rack to warm himself. After that, he went to the shower room to take a shower, and he felt much better. Yin Xian looked at himself for a few seconds and thought he was quite handsome, but his overall temperament was a bit like a pretty boy, the type that rich women liked, with a fragile look that could easily arouse others' desire to protect him. While Xiao He was cooking noodles, he would occasionally look at Yin Xian, who was admiring herself in front of the mirror. Yin Xian admired this body for a long time and commented on it from head to toe in his mind. He was no longer shy and walked over to Xiao He to see if there was anything he could help with. Xiao He lowered his head slightly and did not look directly at Yin Xian. At this moment, he began to feel a little embarrassed. Yin Xian did not notice Xiao He's abnormality at all and began to tear the ham sausage for him and put it in the noodles. Looking at the boiling soup noodles in the pot, Yin Xian swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He was hungry. There were quite a lot of ingredients available on the bar. Xiao He cooked 2 large bowls of noodle soup for the 2 of them and put almost all the ingredients that could be cooked together. Ham sausage, braised eggs, shrimp fry, dried vegetable packages, and braised chicken legs were all put in and cooked. It looked like a big pot of stew, but it tasted very good after it came out of the pot. Perhaps because they were both hungry, they each held a bowl of noodles and sat at the table to eat heartily. They slurped the noodles with big mouthfuls, without even having time to chat. After a short while, the bowl of noodles was empty, and the two of them ate until there was not even a mouthful of soup left. Yin Xian burped contentedly and felt relaxed. The two of them sat and rested for a while, and Xiaohei got up to clean up the dishes. Yin Xian lay down on the bed without any hesitation and saw Xiaohei's backpack on the ground in the distance. Yin Xian was a little curious about Xiaohei's backpack just now. Looking at it, his bag was not big, just an ordinary-sized mountaineering bag. However, Yin Xian saw with his own eyes that Xiaohei took out 2 hunting rifles from the backpack. Not only that, there was also Xiaohei's long knife. He also saw with his own eyes that Xiaohei put the knife back into the backpack. Could it be that the gun and the knife can be retracted? Otherwise, how could they fit into such a backpack? Yin Xian turned around and looked at Xiaohei, who was washing dishes and wiping the stove, and said, "By the way, your backpack is quite magical. It can actually hold so many things." Xiaohei didn't stop wiping the stove and said, "The reward in the game. What does that mean?" Yin Xian frowned, a little confused. "I don't know. It's just that sometimes I can take out something from this backpack whenever I think of it. So magical. Is my backpack like this too? I'm not sure. You can try." Yin Xian was actually interested. He immediately got up from the bed, took his Peppa Pig backpack, and thought about getting a bottle of wine to warm himself up. Yin Xian rummaged through his backpack for a long time but came up with nothing. It didn't work at all. Xiaohei had already cleaned the stove and put away the dishes. He walked over to Yin Xian and watched him take out his backpack. Yin Xian glanced at Xiaohei, who shrugged at him. He didn't know what was going on. Yin Xian tried several times but couldn't get anything out, so he gave up. He was so tired that he lay back on the bed again and found a comfortable position to rest. Perhaps it was the suspension bridge effect. Yin Xian had no guard against Xiaohei at all, and even trusted him a little and was grateful to him. After all, Xiaohei saved his life. Just now in that forest, if Yin Xian was alone, he knew he would not survive, and the game would probably be over as soon as it started. With his physical strength and skills, he could not escape the pursuit of the beasts. The rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier. The sound of raindrops reached Yin Xian's ears. Yin Xian's eyelids felt heavy, and he was beginning to feel drowsy. Yin Xian tried to open his eyes several times, but finally he couldn't hold on any longer, so he closed his eyes and fell asleep. His body was too tired, and the amount of exercise he had done today was almost as much as he had done in a year. Xiaohei walked quietly to Yin Xian's side, looking at the person sleeping soundly, his eyes full of tenderness. Yin Xian was awakened by the heat. He kicked off the quilt covering his body and turned over to continue sleeping, but the heat became stronger and stronger. Yin Xian opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. It took him a while to realize that he was in a wooden house in the forest. The curtains were drawn, but the sound of rain outside the window still did not stop. Yin Xian looked at Xiaohei, who was lying on the sofa in the distance. Xiaohei's tall body was curled up on the sofa, sleeping with his eyes closed. Yin Xian adjusted his sleeping position and wanted to sleep a little longer, but the lower part of his body did not allow it. Yin Xian turned his back to Xiaohei, covered himself with the quilt, and reached his hand under his body, holding it, and slid it up and down impatiently. That place became extremely hard. Yin Xian gasped, and his hand was so slippery that sparks were coming out, but there was no sign of eruption at all. Yin Xian's confused brain became much clearer. He could still get hard in this situation. It was definitely not due to his own desire. It was probably because he was accidentally hooked. Yin Xian's hand was sore from the slippery feeling, so he changed his hand and continued. Yin Xian looked down at that part, which was still as hard as before. Yin Xian was so sad that he could not even cry. "Are you awake?" Yin Xian was frightened by Xiaohei's voice and felt guilty for some reason, as if he had done something wrong and was caught red-handed. Yin Xian stopped what he was doing, pulled the quilt over himself, and covered himself more tightly. Yin Xian still didn't turn around. He could hear Xiaohei's rustling sounds in his ears, and he could hear his movements clearly. Xiaohei got off the sofa and walked towards him. "What's wrong with you?" Xiaohei walked to Yin Xian's bed and looked at the flushed person on the bed with some confusion. Yin Xian was speechless. He was already very hot, and now he was covered tightly with the quilt, so he was sweating a lot. Yin Xian glanced at Xiao Hei and said with a stammer, "I'm fine. I'll sleep a little longer." "What's wrong with your face? Why is it so red? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Xiao Hei asked nervously. He looked at Yin Xian and felt that there was something wrong. Xiao Hei walked a few steps closer to Yin Xian and suddenly bent down and put his forehead against Yin Xian's. Yin Xian was startled by the beautiful face that suddenly enlarged in front of him. He lay there motionless, allowing Xiao Hei to check his body temperature. Xiao Hei just touched Yin Xian's forehead, then stood up straight and said with some confusion, "You don't have a fever? Why are you sweating all the time?" Yin Xian looked at Xiao Hei in a daze. He felt something was wrong with him and felt dizzy. Yin Xian tried to organize his words before saying, "Well, do you want to go to the sofa and sleep for a while?" Xiao Hei did not answer Yin Xian's question, but walked to a distance, took a dry towel, and wanted to wipe Yin Xian's sweat. This time, Yin Xian did not let the other person touch him again. Instead, he took his hands out of the quilt, took the towel from Xiao Hei's hand, and wanted to wipe himself. "Thank you. I can do it myself." "So what's wrong with you?" Xiao Hei asked, trying to pull his quilt down. Yin Xian covered himself too tightly, and the quilt covered his chin directly. Xiao Hei pulled. "Yin Xian?" He hurriedly grabbed the quilt and pulled it, refusing to let Xiao Hei pull his quilt. Xiao Hei was stunned by his panic and said seriously, "Are you injured?" Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Hei wanted to pull open Yin Xian's quilt to take a look. "You, don't pull it. I'm fine. I'm not injured." "Then why is your face so red and you are sweating so much? Is it okay if I sleep too hot?" "You are too hot. Why are you covering yourself so tightly?" As they talked, they pulled at each other on the quilt. He seemed to be less powerful than Xiao Hei, and the quilt was about to be pulled away from his body. Yin Xian hurriedly said, Okay, well, let go first and I'll tell you." "You talk first." Xiao Hei still held on to the quilt. "Just to take care of my personal needs, understand?" Yin Xian looked at Xiao Hei and said, praying that he could understand and stay away from him. His part was already aching from enduring it. Xiao Hei stared at Yin Xian for a while without blinking, then suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had discovered some new world, and said with some joy and shyness, "Solving personal needs at this moment? Is it because of me?" Yin Xian was really shocked this time, as if he was struck by lightning. What's the brain circuit of Xiao Hei? How could it be because of him? Yin Xian dared to swear to the sky that although his desire came inexplicably, it was definitely not because of Xiao Hei. My figure is not bad. Do you like it?" Xiao Hei stopped pulling the quilt, but suddenly began to speak shyly. Yin Xian was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. "Well, your figure is quite good, but it has nothing to do with me. If you can go to the sofa over there and rest for a while, so that I can take care of my needs, I will be very grateful." Xiao Hei seemed a little disappointed with Yin Xian's answer, but he did not leave. He still stood beside the bed and looked at Yin Xian. After a long while, he said, "Let me help you." Xiao Hei knelt on Yin Xian's bed, and then crawled to Yin Xian's side. Yin Xian hugged the quilt and quickly retreated, saying in a panic, No, really no. Did you smell the fragrance of the flowers?" Xiao Hei suddenly asked Yin Xian another question. As Yin Xian retreated, Xiao Hei also moved closer to him, still chasing him and forcing him to retreat. Yin Xian's mind flashed, and he did smell the fragrance of the flowers in the flower field several times, and asked back, "Didn't you smell it?" "I didn't." Xiao Hei leaned on Yin Xian's body, but did not touch him. After all, there was a quilt between them. "So it's the fragrance of the flowers that's causing the trouble? If so, then it makes sense for this inexplicable desire." Yin Xian knew that some flowers and plants do have aphrodisiac effects. "Well, I'll help you. If you don't relieve it, we won't be able to go on our journey. You don't want to have a wild battle in the forest from time to time, do you?" Xiao Hei whispered, while slowly approaching Yin Xian, getting closer and closer, so close that his breath sprayed on Yin Xian's neck. Yin Xian got goosebumps all over his body because of his ambiguous breath, and his body became even hotter. Xiao Hei's lips were only a few millimeters away from the skin on his collarbone, and he was reluctant to let go. Yin Xian was trembling a little, His brain seemed to be unable to function properly, and it was filled with yellow waste. Yin Qian tried hard to see Xiao Hei's appearance, but his blurred eyes seemed to have lost the function of image integration, and Xiao Hei suddenly became the appearance of that person. Master, do on you. Please, I like you. The man's vague voice echoed in Yin Qian's ears, and the past scenes appeared one by one. Yin Qian shook his head and murmured to Xiao Hei, Lin Han. Xiao Hei was obviously startled, and he looked up at Yin Qian. Yin Qian finally met Xiao Hei's eyes, a strange face. This person was Xiao Hei, not Lin Han. Yin Qian seemed to wake up for a moment, and the heat that swept through his body once again enveloped him. Yin Qian twisted his body unbearably, and his consciousness became chaotic again. Xiao Hei's face in front of him appeared double, and Xiao Hei's cold face overlapped. Yin Qian suddenly realized that he was in a dream, and then he returned to Xiaoyao Island where he lived and ate with that man. Yin Qian, while preparing himself mentally, this is a dream, this is a dream, it is just a dream, while waiting for the lips of the person in front of him to fall. But Xiao Hei just didn't kiss her, but asked stubbornly, "Okay, let me help you?" Yin Qian couldn't wait any longer, so he reached his hand under his body again, wanting to take care of it first. But before he could touch the hard thing, his hand was pulled away by Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei held Yin Qian's hand, not letting him touch it. He even touched the back of Yin Qian's hand in an ambiguous way, and then interlocked his fingers with his. This action made Yin Qian even more dazed, and the man seemed to like holding his hand like this. In the chaos, he forced himself to regain some consciousness. "Let me go quickly." Yin Qian was so anxious that he sweated a lot. The heat on his body was really uncomfortable to bear. "Don't touch me. You haven't answered my question yet. Let me help you. Okay?" Xiao Hei's heart was really black, just like his name. If Yin Qian didn't agree to him, he wouldn't move. It would be fine if he didn't move himself, but he didn't let Yin Qian move by himself. It was obvious that he wanted Yin Qian to compromise with himself. Yin Qian felt dizzy and hot, and now he became even softer. Everything he saw was tinged with an ambiguous atmosphere, stimulating his desire. "Help, help, hurry up." Yin Qian gave up and convinced himself that it was just a dream, and it wouldn't really happen. With someone to serve him, he might as well enjoy it openly. Xiao Hei chuckled in a good mood. "Got it." And his lips finally kissed Yin Qian's collarbone, biting the flesh there ambiguously. Xiao Hei pulled off the quilt that was blocking the two of them. This time Yin Qian did not try to stop him. Instead, he subconsciously raised his arms and covered his eyes, thinking out of sight, out of mind. "Very cute. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." Since he had already promised Xiao Hei, Yin Qian was no longer shy. He grabbed Xiao Hei's hand and pressed it towards his desire, urging him to hurry up. Xiao Hei was pleased by his eagerness and kissed him from Yin Qian's collarbone all the way down. His hands kept moving, changing ways to relieve Yin Qian's desire. Yin Qian gasped, followed Xiao Hei's rhythm, and finally released it. Yin Qian finally let go of the arm that was blocking his eyes, raised his body, and took a look at his desire. In less than 2 minutes, that position raised its head again. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that Xiao Hei did not know when he followed him and became a pillar, and his thing was much more ferocious than Yin Qian's. Yin Qian looked up at Xiao Hei, who was lying on him, and Xiao Hei was staring at him lovingly. Xiao Hei's eyes were dark black, and coupled with his slightly sunken eye sockets, he looked particularly affectionate when he looked at someone seriously. Yin Qian's eyes were unconsciously attracted to him, and he looked at Xiao Hei's body carefully. Yin Qian then discovered that there was a birthmark on Xiao Hei's bulging chest, and the shape looked very much like a small flower. Yin Qian stared at it again and again, and inexplicably felt that it was somewhat familiar. Yin Qian looked at Xiao Hei's chest. Xiao Hei looked at him, and as they looked at each other, their eyes met. Xiao Hei's eyes were full of love and were extremely sticky. Just now, they had experienced something like that, and Xiao Hei's hand had just been taken away from Yin Qian's desire. Now, the two of them were staring at each other silently, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous. Yin Qian's mind was a little confused, and he didn't know if it was the side effect of the fragrance of the flowers. Now, looking at Xiaohei in front of him, he felt even more dizzy. Xiaohei did not stop him, but shyly moved closer to Yin Qian and pressed his whole body against Yin Qian. Yin Qian's hand stretched down, but before he touched his desire, he touched something equally hard. Yin Qian was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. Xiaohei's bright eyes were filled with surprise. He grabbed Yin Qian's hand and slowly led him to press his hand on his body again, while tentatively approaching Yin Qian's lips. Yin Qian's eyes were filled with confusion, as if he knew what he was doing at the moment, but also as if he didn't know. He felt as if he was taking a hot spring bath. His whole body was warm and wet, and the steam from the hot spring made him a little dazed. Xiaohei looked at the dazed man under him, tilted his head, and pressed his lips on Yin Qian's cheek. Then he held Yin Qian's hand and played with each other's desires together. Xiaohei's kisses fell on Yin Qian's nose, eyes, and forehead, but he never touched his lips. Yin Qian was too confused at the moment, and his consciousness was dominated by his desires. He wanted to do such an intimate thing as kissing with him when Yin Qian was awake. "Are you comfortable?" Xiaohei bit Yin Qian's ears and licked the whole ear until it was wet. Yin Qian's sensitive spots were repeatedly played with, and her whole body was trembling slightly, so she had no time to talk to Xiaohei. Yin Qian gasped again and increased the speed of his hands. Xiaohei knew he was almost there and blocked his exit maliciously. Yin Qian was stunned and stared at him with some complaints. Xiaohei leaned over and kissed his nose again and smiled lovingly. Together, of course, this was Xiaohei's masterpiece. Yin Qian was so comfortable that he lay on the bed panting. The heat in his body seemed to have subsided a little, but he felt a little weak. Yin Qian lay down to rest for a while, but Xiaohei beside him was still touching him, and his hands kept wandering on Yin Qian's body. Yin Qian watched Feng Shi's operation and saw him exit the previous interface, click on a map in the game, then enlarge the map and set the location on a place called Nether Snake Stream on the map. After Feng Shi confirmed that Yin Qian had seen it clearly, he clicked on the Nether Snake Gorge in front of him. The interface immediately became misty and transformed into the abyss where Feng Shi had previously passed the level to get the photo. The giant python was hiding in the darkness with its scarlet eyes as big as lanterns. The Nether Snake Gorge has hidden Easter eggs. You said so, Feng Shi said in his unique low and hoarse voice. Yin Qian pondered for a while, then asked doubtfully, "But how did you know that you were playing this game?" Feng Shi shook his head and said slowly, "Maybe she is trying her luck. This game is very popular now, and the place name of Nether Snake Stream has been on the hot search before, so it is quite well known." "What hot search?" Yin Qian doesn't play games, so naturally he doesn't know some news in their games. After the Nether Snake Stream level came out, the pass rate was only 1%. It seems very simple, without puzzles or Krypton gold, and it relies purely on hand speed to fight the giant python, but it just can't pass the level. This has caused many game masters to not believe this evil, and they have entered the pit of this game and are eager to try it. "Didn't you beat the level that day?" Yin Qian clearly remembered that day. Feng Shi seemed to beat the level in half an hour. "Well, a total of about 251 hours. "What? You played for so long?" Yin Qian was stunned and did a quick calculation. If it was 251 hours, it means that Feng Shi has been playing this game almost every day since the day you told Feng Shi. It takes so long to complete one level. This game is too time-consuming, Yin Qian continued. A level lasts so long, which tests the patience of the players. No, the clearance rate of this level has been adjusted later. Normally, players can complete it in 2 days at most, but you talked about the hidden Easter egg that day, so it takes so much time to trigger this reward. Feng Shi's speech speed is not fast and can be described as slow, giving people a sense of calmness. So that's the case. That means very few people know about this hidden Easter egg, except for those who make the game. Yes, but I found that this hidden Easter egg seems to be a one-time thing. I also tried to play it with a small account. Although it also triggered a hidden Easter egg, it was not the photo, but a rare weapon used in other games. Does that mean that every time the hidden Easter egg is triggered, something different will come out? That's a possibility, But there's another possibility. That is, the hidden Easter egg was later changed. After all, this photo seems to be quite important. Logically, it shouldn't be visible to everyone. Otherwise, the person who designed this level wouldn't have set the photo as a hidden Easter egg reward, but would have given it directly to the player. Feng Shi said so many words at once, and his thoughts were very clear, which surprised Yin Xian. Wasn't Feng Shi's words quite clear? Yin Xian blinked at Feng Shi and suddenly reached out to grab Feng Shi's cheek. Could this guy be wearing a human skin mask? Yin Xian guessed wildly in his mind, and Feng Shi's cheek was pinched red by him. Feng Shi raised his hand and held Yin Xian's hand, taking him away from his face, with amusement and doting in his eyes. Yin Xian didn't see his doting at all. He didn't think about it at all, but he saw the amusement, so he said unconvincedly, "Hey, Comrade Feng Shi, you are becoming more and more presentable now, right? You dare to laugh at me?" Yin Xian said, and tried to reach out to pinch Feng Shi's cheek. Feng Shi turned his head away, and two hands came up and held Yin Xian's two naughty hands in their own hands, saying lovingly, "Stop it. Hey, you kid. You still told me to stop making trouble. Who is making trouble between us? You pretended to be dumb for so long, and made me have to guess when I asked a question. You were just torturing me." Yin Xian was very unconvinced. Feng Shi, this guy, just opened his mouth to speak. He looked very mature, making him look like a naughty child. "Okay, I'll make trouble. Ask whatever you want. I'll tell you everything." Feng Shi's attitude of taking the blame really did not hesitate at all. Feng Shi's generous attitude has fooled Yin Xian. Again, he lets him play both the good guy and the bad guy. Feng Shi is still holding Yin Xian's hands. Yin Xian is a little annoyed. He underestimated Feng Shi. The Feng Shi in front of him is not as dull and rigid as before. "Feng Shi, you are not only pretending to be dumb, but also pretending to be stupid, right?" Yin Xian shook off Feng Shi's hands. He suddenly remembered that when they lived together in the old city, he tried to test him and cared for him wholeheartedly as if he was a poor and loveless child. It seems that this guy is just cooperating with him to act for himself. "Aren't you pretending to be stupid too?" Feng Shi was exposed. Not only did he not feel guilty, he even asked Yin Xian. In return, "I pretended in front of the Feng family, but did I pretend in front of you?" "I also pretended in front of the Feng family." "Aren't you a member of the Feng family?" Yin Xian was stunned by his retort and seemed to understand what Feng Chen meant. She had just married into the Feng family and was indeed a member of the Feng family. But this didn't make sense. Yin Xian then asked, "Then you dare to go to the old city with me to live?" "I can't help it. You have food to eat there," Feng Chen said without any guilt. He made up an excuse and even pretended to be helpless and a little sad. "Don't you have food to eat at Feng's house?" Yin Xian asked a little uncertainly. Looking at Feng Chen's previous appearance, he did look like a starving ghost and malnourished, but the cook Wu Ma seemed to know Feng Chen's eating habits very well. Feng Chen likes to eat fish. Every time he asked Wu Ma to deliver food to Feng Chen, Wu Ma would prepare fish. Is this a professional skill as the cook of the Feng family? Understanding everyone's eating habits? Or is Wu Ma's special care for Feng Chen? Or is it just that he is overthinking? Feng Shi lowered his head slightly, and suddenly his words became less. It seemed that he remembered something very unhappy. "Well, on the night of my wedding by the pond, was it you?" Yin Xian followed this thought and remembered the figure he saw by the backyard pond on the first night he married into the Feng family. After hearing what Feng Shi just said, he suspected that Feng Shi, who ran out of the main building that night, had gone out to have an affair. Feng Shi still lowered his head dejectedly. "To find something to eat?" Feng Shi finally looked up at Yin Xian. He probably didn't expect this man to be so thoughtful and even thought of excuses for him, so he would waste it if he didn't use them. Feng Shi said him 3 times in a row, confirming Yin Xian's guess and successfully establishing his image as a poor and hungry person in front of him. After receiving a positive answer, Yin Xian thought of the blood-breaking curse cast on Feng Shi and looked at Feng Shi with a bit of pity, completely forgetting that Feng Shi had just silenced him. "Okay, let's not talk about who is pretending to be stupid. We all have our own reasons, but from now on, you are not allowed to pretend in front of me. After all, I didn't pretend to be stupid in front of you, right? Yin Xian was still a little unconvinced. He didn't pretend in front of Feng Shi at the beginning because he thought he was a stupid kid and didn't take him seriously. Who would have thought that this kid had so many thoughts, pretending to be dumb and stupid? Well, I'll listen to you. No wonder Feng Shi said so on the surface, but he was complaining in his heart. Yin Xian looked so innocent and easy to deceive, and if he listened to him, the two of them would have been killed by Feng's family long ago. That's better. You're going to take the high school entrance exam next week. Focus more on your studies instead of doing these trivial things all the time. Yin Xian wanted to regain some of his sense of belonging as an adult and began to care about Feng Shi's study. Do you want me to do well in the exam? Feng Shi's mind turned, and he was full of bad thoughts. Nonsense. It's for your own good if you do well in the exam. Well, if I do well in the exam, will there be any reward? No. You will be a high school student soon. Why do you want Ultraman? Feng Shi was amused by him, but he didn't dare to show it. Instead, he made a very disappointed and sad expression. Anyway, he still looked like a child now, so it wouldn't be a big deal if he shamelessly asked for an Ultraman. Oh, Feng Shi started the single-word answer mode again, clearly telling Yin Xian that he was very sad now. Hey, you kid. Yin Xian was really controlled by him and completely treated him as a sad child who failed to ask for a toy. Okay. If you can get into Jiangxing High School, I'll buy you Ultraman. Okay. Yin Xian I compromised, so that the child wouldn't be upset and not take the high school entrance exam well. Hearing this, Feng Yi was not surprised at all, because he knew that this was the person in front of him. When they lived together in the past, he indulged himself in this way. Thinking of those happy past times, the more Feng Yi thought about it, the happier he felt. He tried to pull the corner of his mouth and said, I don't want Ultraman. Yin Xian glanced at him sideways. This kid was becoming more and more cunning. Then what do you want? Yin Xian wanted to see what other tricks he had. What Feng Shi was thinking about, of course, was that he could have a full meal at any time, or at least kiss Yin Xian. But he couldn't say it out loud now, it would definitely scare him. With Yin Xian's well-behaved personality, let alone kissing, he probably wouldn't even talk to him anymore. I haven't thought about it yet. Feng Shi thought that if he asked Yin Xian for a promise first, there would be no problem. Okay, then think about it first. Yin Xian, although he used to be well-behaved, has tasted the sweetness of breaking the rules since he came to this world without permission, and naturally understood that not everything is best to do things according to the rules. So it doesn't matter if he agrees to Feng Shi now. Anyway, he said that he would talk about it later. If this little brat dares to make any excessive demands, he can naturally choose to ignore his demands at that time. Yin Xian pondered in his mind, and Feng Shi saw through it at a glance. He did not expect that Yin Xian would now do such a thing of going back on his word. It was quite new. Seeing that Feng Yi agreed with what he said, Yin Xian stood up and invited Feng Yi to go to the main building for dinner. Feng Yi refused without a second thought. Are you afraid of seeing their faces? Yin Xian remembered the first and only time Feng Yi had dinner with them in the main building. That scene was so depressing. Shin Junmei's face, which always paid attention to the management of her expression, was darker than the bottom of the pot. Anyone with eyes could see that she was holding back her anger. She was just about to throw the chopsticks directly at Feng Yi's face. No, I'm afraid they will poison me, Feng Yi said calmly. Yin Xian was surprised and asked, did they poison me? Probably, a chronic poison or something that would cause disability, as long as it didn't kill me directly. Yin Xian was standing, and Feng Shi was sitting. He could only look up at Yin Xian, pretending to be calm and indifferent, waiting for Yin Xian to show mercy to him. Sure enough, Yin Xian, who was a little hungry, was not in a hurry to go to the main building to eat. He sat down again. Can you tell me about your mother? Yin Xian already knew the version given by the Feng family to Lao Li, so he might as well let Feng Qi tell his version. I can tell you, but not now, because there are some things I haven't figured out yet. Can you give me some time? Feng Qi said sincerely, but the main reason was not that he hadn't figured out his mother's affairs, but that he knew Yin Xian was hungry at this time. He said this just to let Yin Xian go to eat first and not to starve his stomach. But when Yin Xian heard his words, coupled with Feng Shi's slightly sad expression, it was equivalent to saying that he was very sad now and didn't want to talk about my mother's affairs, so don't force me. Yin Xian had finished his interpretation, so he naturally let Feng Shi go. He reached out and stroked Feng Shi's head, saying, "Okay, you can tell me whenever you want. I just want to tell you that we should work together to find a way to deal with the blood-splitting curse on you. Since the people of the Feng family cannot kill you immediately, we have time to deal with it. Don't be afraid, your sister-in-law will always be with you." The first few sentences were quite pleasant to hear, but when Yin Xian said sister-in-law, Feng Yu instantly became unhappy. He didn't know why Yin Xian regarded him as Feng Yu's wife. He knew that Feng Yu didn't like him, but he still acted like his sister-in-law. Moreover, this was not the first time that he said she was his sister-in-law in front of him, which made Feng Yu very unhappy. Yin Xian saw that Feng Shi lowered his head and did not speak again, so he thought he was still sad about his mother's matter. He rubbed his head again before turning around and leaving. Yin Xian returned to the main building. It was past dinner time, but Wu Ma knew that he had gone to donate bone marrow and had already arranged a nutritious meal for Yin Xian. Not long after Yin Xian sat at the table, Wu Ma served him a delicious and nutritionally balanced meal. "Master Yin, please have your meal. If you have any needs, just tell me directly." After Wu Ma finished serving the dishes, she stood beside Yin Xian and spoke with her waist lowered. "Yin Xian, I have to sigh again that the Feng family really pays great attention to etiquette, and the class system is even more clear. Wu Ma never seems to straighten her back when talking to her, and always stands half a step behind her." Yin Xian was indeed hungry. He drank a mouthful of soup comfortably first, then turned to look at Wu Ma and said, "Wu Ma, Feng Shi hasn't eaten yet." "Okay, I'll send it to the second young master right away." "Wu Ma, do you know what Feng Shi likes to eat?" "I know. The second young master likes to eat fish. I'll prepare it for him." But Feng Shi said that after eating fish, his throat would itch and his neck would have a rash. "Is it an allergy?" Yin Xian said, observing the changes in Wu Ma's expression. After hearing this, Wu Ma's face changed, and she said nervously, This is impossible. The second young master has never been allergic to fish. There must be other reasons." "Oh, then maybe I remembered it wrong. Does Wu Ma know everyone's eating habits?" Yin Xian asked a different question. "As long as you dine at Feng's house, you need to know it in advance. You can rest assured about this." "That's amazing, Wu Ma. How did you know it in advance?" "The eating conditions of the people in the family were first told to me by the previous cook. If a customer wants to come to dine, the lady and the master will inform in advance, and then I will make arrangements in advance according to the habits of the customers. For example, you are a local and grew up locally, so you will naturally be more adapted to local dishes." Wu Ma explained seriously. "So that's the case. How long have you been in Feng's house, Wu Ma?" "It's been almost 20 years. "Wow, then you can say that you watched Feng Yu grow up." "That's right. When I came to the Feng family, the eldest master couldn't even walk." "What about Feng Shi? You watched him being born, right?" This is true." When talking about Feng Shi, Wu Ma, who had just had a pleasant tone, suddenly began to stutter. Yin Xian blinked his eyes and started to act stupid again, asking naively, "Auntie Wu, why do you all seem to be afraid to mention Feng Shi?" The second young master is a taboo at home. The second young master is cursed." Auntie Wu looked very nervous, and her words were not confident. "What curse?" Yin Xian asked. I don't know. It seems to be a curse that is unfavorable to the Feng family, so everyone doesn't like him." "Who cursed him? Can it be solved?" "I don't know these. I just know that you can't provoke the second young master at home." "What do you mean you can't provoke? Do you mean don't give him food?" Yin Xian asked again with a simple face. If he looked like a normal person now, others would definitely hear that he was being sarcastic, but Yin Xian was a fool at the moment, so it was difficult for others to confirm whether he was really just asking questions out of curiosity. This is what it means to treat the second young master as heir. Wu Ma bent her waist even lower, and did not dare to look up at Yin Xian. "Hey, but Feng Shi is obviously a person. How can he be treated as heir?" Yin Xian tilted his head, looking at Wu Ma with a look of pure incomprehension, and did not eat his meal, just to see how she would answer. "You'd better not embarrass your Wu Ma. She is old. Let her rest first if there is nothing to do. Don't bother her all day long." Shin Junmei, wearing a bright silk home dress, walked into the restaurant with a cup of tea, crossed her legs, and sat next to Yin Qian, motioning Wu Ma to leave first. Wu Ma was relieved, looked at Shun Junmei with some gratitude, gestured to the two, and turned away. Xiaoyan, if you have any questions, ask me. Shin Junmei covered the cup of tea she had just put on the table and looked at Yin Qian leisurely. Yin Qian's eyes lit up, and he asked Shun Junmei with great interest, "When will Brother Xiaoyu fall in love with me?" Shin Junmei didn't expect this fool to ask this question. She thought for a while before saying, "When you behave well." "I behaved very well. I have given my bone marrow to Lin Tang. Will Xiaoyu be very happy?" "That's not enough. If you are more obedient in the future, Xiaoyu will definitely like you," Shin Junmei said without any guilt. She was just talking about Yin Qian. When a fool is coaxing. Now that things have come to this, Yin Qian? Of course he had to cooperate with her performance, so he said even more happily, "Really? That's great. I will definitely be obedient." Hearing Yin Qian's answer, Shun Junmei was quite satisfied and continued, "Well, stay away from that kid Feng Shi in the future. Xiaoyu doesn't like unclean things." Shin Junmei meant that Feng Shi was not clean, and if you were close to him, you would also become unclean. So she asked Yin Qian to stay away from Feng Shi. Yin Qian felt a little funny in her heart. If Shin Junmei knew that Feng Shi was just pretending in front of her and playing tricks on her, she would probably be mad to death. Yin Qian pretended to think for a moment and asked, "Will Brother Xiaoyu come back to play with me?" To be honest, Yin Qian knew that the Feng family had a large family business with a wide range of business, but he didn't know much about it. He only knew that the Feng family's side branch was in charge of their business, but the old man of the Feng family always had the final say. Shin Junmei thought Yin Qian's question was very boring, but she still patiently answered him. "Xiaoyu has to go to work and can't play with you. If you are bored, you can find your own friends to play with." Yin Qian naturally also noticed Shun Junmei's slightly impatient expression. He deliberately asked these boring questions so that he could appear to be brainless. Yin Qian then pretended to be a fool and asked, "Then can I go find Brother Xiaoyu?" "No, you can't disturb him at work." Shun Junmei's tone was no longer as leisurely as before, and her patience was slowly running out. "Okay." Yin Qian looked disappointed, but in his heart he was thinking that you don't want me to go, but I have to go. If he wants to find the talisman of Feng's blood-breaking curse, it is essential to understand the Feng family's business. Moreover, he has been married into the Feng family for so long, and he has not found out why they insisted on marrying him. It is time to understand it well. Shun Junmei had finished her warning to Yin Qian, and her patience was almost worn out. She picked up her cup of tea and left again. Yin Qian looked at Shun Junmei's back as she left, knowing that she must have been unhappy, which made him happy. Yin Qian took a few more bites of the food, but he still wasn't very satisfied. He wanted to eat all the food on the table, but he held back. The bone marrow donation was completed, but Yin Qian's body was still fat. It would be unhealthy if he continued to gain weight, so Yin Qian planned to lose weight first, at least to get his weight back to a healthy range. At this time in the evening, Yin Qian was only 70% full and had to hold back his food. For a foodie, losing weight is definitely a big project, and he cannot slack off even a little bit. The next day, Yin Qian woke up early and went downstairs to practice Ba Duanji. At present, he didn't dare to exercise too vigorously, but he could do some gentle exercises first, start slowly, and persist. Because of Shun Junmei's warning, Yin Qian resisted the urge to find Feng Shi. After all, he was really bored in Feng's family. It felt that apart from Feng Shi, there was no one else he could play dumb in front of. Yin Qian wandered around Jingyuan, trying to restore the entire picture of Jingyuan's magic circle, thinking of showing it to Ma Wuxiang. Ma Wuxiang could see the blood-breaking curse on Feng Shi's body through the eyes of the dragon they raised, and maybe he could also figure out the purpose of Jingyuan's magic circle. Yin Qian spent the whole morning walking around the garden, which was a form of exercise. Yin Qian was not in a hurry to find Ma Wuxiang. The kidnapping case in the suburbs of Wanhu would probably keep them busy for a while, and he Mingjie had also told him privately to stay out of the house if he had nothing to do. On the hill in the suburbs of Wanhu, the man who had pushed the fool Yin Qian into the river, he should have seen him a long time ago. Why did he wait until now to want to kill him again? This was something Yin Qian couldn't figure out. According to normal logic, if you kill someone and suddenly find that this person is still alive, you will definitely not do nothing. Yin Qian thought about it and tried to look at the problem from the other person's perspective. That person had been in and out of He-Yu's apartment before. That person was an employee of Feichi Auto Repair Shop, that is, Lia's subordinate. Something must have happened, and the other person didn't come to find him for a long time. Yin Qian thought about it. The biggest influence of the change before and after the fool Yin Qian was killed was probably her marriage into the Feng family. Was it because the Feng family wanted to use her to bring good luck, so the other party never had a chance to kill her? Yin Qian analyzed it left and right, and only this reason made sense, with the highest probability. Otherwise, why would the other party let the fool Yin Qian for so long? But the question is, why did the other party want to kill the fool Yin Qian? What was the motive? The fool Yin Qian didn't even know him. Moreover, when they were in the mountains in the suburbs of Wanhu, the other party didn't seem to intend to kill him at first, but wanted to take him away. It was only when he found out that the policeman who made a deal with him did not do as agreed that the other party wanted to kill him. Why was this? Yin Qian fell into deep thought again, still with many questions unanswered. Yin Qian lay on the sofa outside Feng Yu's bedroom, fiddling with the bell on his foot, lying there idly for a while, not being able to figure it out, so he just left it alone. Chanting the magic formula, Yin Qian called out to the dormant idiot Yin Qian, at least to tell him who killed him. Although the other party already knew it, some questions might be discussed with him. Although the fool Yin Qian was in a dormant state, his consciousness was clear. After all, the two of them shared the same body. In other words, the fool Yin Qian knew everything that Yin Qian had experienced and naturally knew who killed him. Yin Qian looked at the confused fool Yin Qian and asked, "How is it? Did you remember anything?" Fool Yin Qian looked a little tired and had no energy at all. After a long while, he finally said, "I've been to that place." "Which place?" "That street. I buy buns when I'm hungry at night." Yin Qian thought about what the fool Yin Qian said. He seemed to be talking about the street where the big-eyed steamed buns were sold. He had been there before. "When did you go there?" Yin Qian asked. "Before I died, the night before, the night before." The fool Yin Qian tried to recall his own experience that night. Yin Qian also went over what happened that night in his mind. The fool Yin Qian did go to that street. He just went there to buy a bun. If there was anything unusual, it was that the fool got lost. The street was actually not complicated at all, but because it was at night, the surrounding scene was a little different from that during the day and was much quieter, which made the fool Yin Qian feel unfamiliar. He walked back and forth several times in the vicinity before finding the direction to go home. The fool Yin Qian did not communicate with anyone while looking for the way. It was already night, there were few shops open, and there were few vehicles. After finding the way, the fool Yin Qian went home directly. It was not until the next night that he suddenly received a strange phone call, saying that he would give him candy and asked him to go to the river. The fool Yin Qian was deceived to the river, and then he was pushed into the river. According to the agreement, the person who killed you has been found for you. I will use your body first. Yin Qian did not understand the other party's motive for killing for a while, but now that the man is dead, at least the threat from him has been temporarily lifted. "Okay, thank you," the fool Yin Qian sincerely thanked him. During this period, the two have been sharing a body. It can be said that they have experienced everything together. In the eyes of the fool Yin Qian, the person who occupies his body is still very powerful. "You're welcome. By the way, have you ever had any strange dreams before?" Yin Qian wants to know whether the death of the fool Yin Qian is related to those dreams. "Dreaming? I don't remember. I dreamed, but I forgot." The fool Yin Qian was a little distressed. His memory was really not that good. He must have dreamed before, but he didn't remember anything. "Okay, it's okay. It's okay if you don't remember." Yin Qian reached out and stroked the invisible phantom in front of him. The fool seemed to need comfort. "Yin Qian, then do you really like Feng Yu?" Hearing Feng Yu's name, the fool Yin Qian raised his head. His eyes were obviously different, and he was much more energetic. Yin Qian knew the answer as soon as he saw his reaction. "But Brother Xiao Yu doesn't like me." The fool Yin Qian lowered his head again with some disappointment. That's because he has poor vision. I will help you to pursue him. Yin Xian looked at Feng Yu's aura, and at present, his aura is generally quite pure, without any dirty aura, which means that his nature is not bad for the time being. If he lives well with Lin Tang in the future, he should be able to live well, but this is also based on the premise that Yin Xian donated bone marrow to Lin Tang. From the perspective of fate and cause and effect, it is equivalent to him fulfilling Feng Yu and Lin Tang. After all, if he had not appeared, Yin Xian would have died long ago, and there would be no bone marrow donation later. Since the cause and effect are all due to him, it is not impossible for him to temporarily adjust the fate of others. Besides, the appearance of Yin Xian was originally a variable. Help me to pursue him? The fool Yin Xian asked with some doubts. In his cognition, he had already married Feng Yu, and they were already husband and wife, and they had already achieved the right result. Yes, now I am you and you are me. We are no worse than Lin Tang. You can work hard and let your brother Xiao Yu see your goodness. Although Yin Xian said it confidently, he was actually unsure in his heart. He had never pursued others. He had finally fallen in love with someone, but he didn't know it, and he did some irreversible regrets, hurting the other party, and in the end he didn't even have the opportunity to say sorry to the other party. Will you really help me? The fool Yin Xian was moved, thinking of Feng Yu when he was a child. When brother Xiao Yu was so gentle, when others called him a fool, it was Feng Yu who ran over to drive away those who bullied him and gave him candy. How could the fool Yin Xian, who always lacked love, not be moved? Well, you have to try hard, just in case you succeed, and now you are married to him, so you have a better chance. Yin Xian, thinking in her mind, she decided not to anger Feng Yu anymore and had to find a way to make him like her. But I'm already dead, so what if I get brother Xiao Yu's love? Who said you're already dead? I'm still here. I'm just borrowing your body temporarily, and I'll return it to you in the future. Does that mean I can still come back to life? Of course, this is a reward for you. You lent me your body, so I have to thank you, right? Really? You're really a good person. The fool Yin Xianlin was finally happy and gave Yin Xianlin a good guy card with a smile on his face. Yin Xianlin smiled helplessly and said, "Time is limited. You can't stay awake for too long. Otherwise, you will be discovered. Go back first." Okay. Yin Xian sealed off the invisible phantom again and once again made the fool Yin Xian fall into a deep sleep. Yin Xian knows all the fate of the fool Yin Xian, and he has no connection with the person who wants to kill him, which means the problem is not with the fool Yin Xian, but with the other party. The other party knows the fool Yin Xian, knows his name and appearance, and the other party must have a reason to kill the fool Yin Xian. Otherwise, the kidnapping case in the suburbs of Wanhu would not happen again, and he wants to take Yin Xian away again. Unfortunately, that person is dead. The Feichi auto repair shop is also burned down, and He is also dead. The only remaining breakthrough is Li Ya. However, even He Mingjie and his team have not found any problems with Li Ya, which puts Yin Xian in a passive position again. I don't know if I will encounter dangers like being kidnapped again. Yin Xian thought about it and decided to call He Mingjie to at least ask him what happened in the Wanhu suburban kidnapping case. After all, he was a party to the case. From the beginning to now, except for Officer Xie Zhaofeng who asked him a few questions, no one cared about him. Yin Xian began to doubt whether He Mingjie and his team were too careless. Yin Xian dialed He Mingjie's number, and the other party picked up after a long while. "Yes, that's it, 2 pounds. What's the matter?" He Mingjie first said a few words to the vegetable seller, and then asked Yin Xian. On the other end of the phone, Yin Xian listened to the noisy voice coming from his hand, and heard that the other party seemed to be in the vegetable market, so he joked, "You police officers have to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables when you investigate a case. We also need to eat, thank you. How much is it? Wait a minute. I'll pay. A total of 16. Right? I've transferred it." He Mingjie did not hang up the phone. After a busy call, he picked up his own vegetables and answered Yin Xian's call again, saying, "What's the matter? Just asking how your case is going now, who is the other party, and why your police officer wants to arrest me." Yin Xian did not intend to beat around the bush and asked all he wanted to know in one breath. "I don't know. It's not my business anymore." "Ah, what do you mean?" Yin Xian was stunned. What was he Mingjie saying? I'm on vacation. The case is not my business anymore. Hang up if there's nothing else. My wife is waiting for me to go home and cook. He Mingjie hung up the phone after saying that. Yin Qian was confused. Did he Mingjie meet with something unexpected? Or was it inconvenient for him to talk? Did he say that on purpose? The more Yin Qian thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He quickly called Ma Wuxiang again. Hello, Officer He. Don't ask, I don't know. No. Did something happen to him? Although Ma Wuxiang stopped Yin Qian's questioning in time, Yin Qian still asked. Ma Wuxiang replied after a long while. He has been suspended. Why? It's a long story. If you have time, let's talk in person. I just happen to have something to ask you. I just happen to have something to tell you about your police officer Lu Quan. He probably won't live long. What? When he kidnapped me, the death aura was particularly strong and was approaching its peak. Why did you say it now? What does it have to do with me? I was almost killed by him, and I still want to care whether he lives or dies. Although Yin Qian said this, he also knew that the blood mark he left on his back would seal Lu Quan's death aura, and the other party would not die for a while. Ma Wuxiang was speechless. If Lu Quan really died, Yang Jiushu would probably be sad for a while. Lu Quan followed He Mingjie around and was often taken care of by Yang Jiushu. When delivering food to He Mingjie, Lu Quan was always included. He Mingjie might not know, but Ma Wuxiang knew that Lu Quan's mother and Yang Jiushu's mother were sisters. It was Lu Quan's own request to keep it a secret from He Mingjie. He didn't want He Mingjie to feel uncomfortable or be treated specially because of his relationship with Yang Jiushu. Ma Wuxiang immediately hung up Yin Qian's phone call and contacted He Mingjie. Lu Quan had been with He Mingjie for so long, he didn't believe that this kid hadn't learned any skills. He Mingjie just arrived at the door of his house when the phone rang again. His suspension was even busier than his work, and the phone kept ringing. He Mingjie complained in his heart, opened the door and entered the house, while answering Ma Wuxiang's call, saying, "Go ahead." "Where is Lu Quan now?" Yin Qian said that he looks too dead, and he probably won't live long, Ma Wuxiang said. "What did you say? Did Lu Quan contact you? Where is he now?" "He's dying. Don't you understand?" He Mingjie cursed, hung up the phone directly, dropped the dishes in his hand, picked up the car keys and ran downstairs. A few days ago, He Mingjie was busy sorting out the Bluebird technology line, trying to figure out the role played by the Feng family. The phone rang, and it was Luo Zhongwen from the next group. "Captain He, Tong Yu is missing." Luo Zhongwen from the next group has been helping to keep an eye on Tong Yu at He Mingjie's request. The woman seemed to know that she was being followed, and after leaving their branch, she started running around the world. Tong Yu first went back to her residence, and then got on the train. Because the other party was not restricted from traveling, Luo Zhongwen followed her regardless. Luo Zhongwen followed Tong Yu to Haiqing, which was several hundred kilometers away. As a result, Tong Yu boarded the plane without stopping for a moment and flew to Beijing. At this time, Luo Zhongwen had already realized that the other party was doing it on purpose. After all, Jiangxing also had a plane that flew directly to Beijing, but Tong Yu refused to take it and had to go around in circles, first taking the train to Haiqing and then flying to Beijing without stopping on the way. Wasn't this deliberately playing a trick on Luo Zhongwen? Luo Zhongwen couldn't keep up, so He Mingjie called the people back and asked them to help keep an eye on Tong Yu online. Until now, they found that Tong Yu bought a ticket to a neighboring country, but she did not board the plane. Luo Zhongwen started to trace Tong Yu's whereabouts again, and found that Tong Yu disappeared after leaving Beijing airport. What did the colleagues in Beijing say? He Mingjie asked Luo Zhongwen on the other end of the phone. The person was lost in Beijing, and the colleagues there had cooperated with Luo Zhongwen to help check Tong Yu's whereabouts before. It is impossible that there is no trace at all. After Tong Yu came out of the airport, he got on a fake license plate car and went to the outer ring. Later, he avoided the surveillance section. The car and the people disappeared. The colleagues in Beijing are now investigating. Luo Zhongwen said helplessly. It was as if Tong Yu disappeared out of thin air. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Tong Yu's sudden disappearance is definitely not a good sign. He Mingjie hung up the phone. The internal phone on the desk rang again. It was Director Zhang calling, asking He Mingjie to come into his office. He Mingjie knocked on the door and went in. In addition to Director Zhang, there were 2 other people in the office. He Mingjie knew them. They were the captain and deputy captain of the anti-drug brigade next door, Gu Chongqing and Song Lan. He just didn't know what exactly brought them here suddenly. Speaking of which, the reason why He Mingjie knew what He Yu had given was because Gu Chongqing told him. He Mingjie had a guess in his mind, and it was probably about the photo. Director Zhang. He Mingjie called Director Zhang and nodded to the 2 people as a greeting. How is Chiu Yun's case going? Director Zhang asked. He Mingjie was a little surprised and didn't quite understand why Director Zhang asked about the progress of the case when there were outsiders present. We are still investigating. Thank you for your hard work during this period. I will give you some time off, Director Zhang said. He Mingjie's face changed and he said, Director Zhang, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Director Zhang glanced at the other 2 people, and Gu Chongqing said, Captain He, let me tell you. Captain He, I have seen that photo. I told you at the beginning that this thing was obtained by our comrades with their lives. As for why it appeared in He Yu's hands later, we don't know yet. But what we want to tell you now is that the Tong Yu you let go is the other party's person. So, you think I let Tong Yu go on purpose? He Mingjie's anger level has soared. Because Tong Yu was let go, he is now suspended from his post? Of course Gu Chongqing felt He Mingjie's anger, but he did not choose to answer He Mingjie's question. Instead, he replaced his acquiescence with silence. Gu Chongqing didn't answer his question, so He Mingjie looked at Director Zhang again. Needless to say, that look was questioning Director Zhang. How could he suspend him so casually? Director Zhang was stared at by him, feeling a little helpless for a moment, and said, Just listen to what Captain Gu has to say. Then go ahead, He Mingjie said, his voice rising several decibels, almost shouting. Gu Chongqing kept watching He Mingjie's reaction. Although the 2 were not in the same department, they had dealt with each other quite a few times. Not to mention the swords and fire. The times they had been through thick and thin together were countless. Gu Chongqing actually didn't want to believe that He Mingjie would betray the organization. Captain He, let me be frank. I heard that you were trying to catch the traitor, but because you were monitoring the movements of everyone in the team, this person couldn't pass on the message, and the other party had no choice but to send someone in to make contact. After listening to Gu Chongqing's words, He Mingjie went over what Gu Chongqing said in his mind, sorted out the course of events, and asked, The person sent was Tong Yu? Yes, Tong Yu was deliberately sent to the bureau by the other party to make contact. But now Tong Yu is missing in Beijing City. We just got the news. Colleagues in Beijing City are still investigating her whereabouts, He Mingjie said to Director Zhang.